October 2023. In the city of Nanshan, Guangdong Province, Summer Country, in a small urban village community. As midnight approaches, the neighborhood is largely deserted, save for a few patrons at late-night eateries and barbecue shops, enveloped in tranquility. Zhang Shoucheng emerges from a 24-hour convenience store, having procured some food and beer to indulge himself. Upon returning to his rented abode, he switches on the lights, revealing a space that is not merely tidy, but excessively pristine. The living room is sparsely furnished with only a recently purchased cat litter box, food bowl, and cat bed is indeed a devoted cat owner. The bedroom, apart from a bed, wardrobe, and desk with a computer, is devoid of furniture, maintaining a clean yet desolate atmosphere. He has recently moved in, having just rented the place a couple of days prior. The landlord had freshly painted the walls, and he had mopped the floors several times a day. Spent moving left him exhausted and without a proper meal, hence the late-night excursion for sustenance. With no dining table in sight, he resorts to eating at his computer desk. The computer is stationed in the bedroom, adjacent to the window, through which he can glimpse into the neighboring apartments due to the close proximity of the buildings. However, at this hour, few lights are aglow, and most residents are likely asleep. This urban village is home to migrant workers. They must rise for work the following day. After hastily consuming a few bites and finishing half a can of beer, Zhang Shoucheng exhales deeply, gazing vacantly out into the pitch-black night. Where sporadic lights flicker, obscured by the dense urban landscape, there are no twinkling stars in this city, and even if there were, they would be swallowed by the towering buildings. Those who are asleep, and those who are awake, likely find happiness within their homes, much like he once did. Yet, as one reaches middle age, everything transforms. The year 2023 has seemingly marked the peak of his misfortunes. He has encountered every conceivable crisis associated with middle age. Years of pandemics have decimated his career, leaving little room for recovery. His income has plummeted, leading to the dissolution of his marriage, and mere months prior, his elderly father was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Unemployment, divorce, and severe illness within the family. Fortunately, his father's condition is not advanced after surgery and removal of the tumor. He is recovering well, optimistically expected to live for at least 5 more years. There are several similar cases in their village, and his father remains hopeful. Regrettably, his ex-wife, having divorced him, quickly entered a new relationship with a man from a wealthy family, a young heir. Zhang Shoucheng drinks not to drown his sorrows, but rather to lament the absurdity of life. Innately optimistic and resilient, he reassures himself that it is merely a matter of starting anew. Yet his existence, his very life, is undeniably an utter fiasco. After a few more bites and finishing his beer, Zhang Shoucheng feels a slight alleviation in his stomach, and his mood lifts, if only marginally. 2 cats wander around his feet, eyeing his food with longing. These are the companions he brought with him. His ex-wife disliked them and took only her own blue British Shorthair. He retained 2 street cats, one orange tabby and one tabby with a rare Chinese pattern, neither yet fully grown. One is named Radish, and the other charitably named, as they are humble cats of no monetary value. At times, Zhang Shoucheng finds himself envious of them. As long as they have an owner, they need not worry about food or care, living blissfully, unlike their master, who is entangled in the chaos of middle age. Perhaps he is merely a middle-aged man, disheartened yet determined to embark on a new journey, to reshape his life's narrative, though the world seems to have veered into a peculiar direction. As he finishes his meal and begins to tidy up, a sudden brightness envelopes the sky. Nearing midnight, the heavens illuminate, radiating a blinding white light, shimmering with vague reflections, akin to a myopic individual watching a film without glasses. Despite his nearsightedness, he wears glasses, and at this moment, clutching a bag of trash, he gazes in astonishment at the sky. What is happening? Is there an alien invasion? A peculiar thought springs into his mind. Soon, the sky becomes riddled with cracks, the firmament shattering, countless luminous points cascading downward like a celestial river. Could this be the end of the world? I am merely experiencing a midlife crisis. There's no need for an apocalypse. As he watches the myriad of lights plummet, Zhang Shoucheng's mind races with foreboding associations. It resembles an extraterrestrial barrage raining down upon Earth, a true barrage. The anticipated thunderous sound fails to materialize. The luminous rain descends like shooting stars, softly entering the world, silently integrating into the surroundings. These lights touch the earth, burrowing into buildings, vanishing among the flora and fauna without a sound. Suddenly, Zhang Shoucheng perceives an intensification of brightness outside. A fist-sized point of light approaches him rapidly. By the time he realizes it, the light has penetrated his window and struck him on the forehead. Zhang Shoucheng feels nothing. His vision fades to black as he collapses to the floor, unconscious. I haven't even slept in this newly rented apartment, is the singular thought that crosses his mind before he loses consciousness. Inside, a radiant glow fills the room, startling the two kittens who scurry beneath the bed, trembling in fear. It seems only a millisecond has passed before the brilliance dissipates. The sky outside returns to normalcy, leaving Zhang Shoucheng alone on the floor. The kittens wait briefly, sensing no danger, and eagerly emerge to nuzzle their master. Yet they cannot approach him, as if an invisible barrier stands between them. Time quietly slips away, while Zhang Shoucheng remains in a state of oblivion. Outside, the world begins to tremble and transform, yet he remains unaware. 2 days later, the kittens finish the food in their bowl and begin to feel hunger. However, the dilemma is soon resolved as they claw open the bag of cat food, a hefty 10-kilogram supply, recently purchased, sufficient to sustain them for many days. Cats are clever creatures once satiated. They do not overindulge to the point of distress. A few days later, when the water in their bowl runs dry, they resort to drinking from a basin in the bathroom, a makeshift solution in this urban village rental, where traditional toilets are a rarity. Approximately 10 days later, the door bursts open, revealing 2 individuals clad in sealed protective suits, their features obscured, who enter the room and deploy instrument for detection, causing the kittens to retreat under the bed once more. The duo glances around, does not attempt to capture them, but scans beneath the bed with their equipment, seemingly finding nothing. After a cursory look at the unconscious Zhang Shoucheng, they exit. Voices are heard outside. Shortly thereafter, several more individuals enter, wheeling in a sophisticated, expensive-looking device, which they position beside the unconscious Zhang Shoucheng. One of them holds a detection instrument attached to the device, seemingly intending to assess his condition. However, as the device approaches him, it halts a mere 10 centimeters away, unable to bridge the gap. They push the equipment forward, yet it cannot seem to touch Zhang Shoucheng's body. This 10-centimeter space feels as though it harbors an entire world, impossibly distant. After a prolonged struggle, attempting various methods without success, the group deliberates and installs several miniature devices in the corner of the room before gradually departing, leaving behind a young woman who appears to be the team leader. She meticulously gathers the scattered cat food, transferring it to a new bag. Subsequently, she cleans the food bowl, replenishes it with fresh food and water, tidies the litter box, and clears other areas of the room of cat waste, maintaining the cleanliness of the space. Finally, she sprays a scent-neutralizing product across the floor and into the air before exiting the rental unit. In the days that follow, she returns daily, akin to a caretaker, ensuring the cleanliness of the environment and the well-being of the pets. Chapter 2. The department is truly meticulous. Time quietly passed for over a month during Zhang Shoucheng's unconsciousness. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alarm echoed. In the adjacent rental unit, new tenants had already moved in. 3 young individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, clad in formal attire, sat before computers, fixated on surveillance screens. Seemingly engaged in real estate brokerage. Director Yao. The target's finger shows slight movement. He appears to be awakening. One of the young men immediately seized the intercom to report the situation. Zhang Shoucheng felt as though he had experienced an exceptionally lengthy dream, wherein a multitude of knowledge had crowded into his mind, leaving him dizzy. Fortunately, it had finally come to an end. Who are you? Zhang Shoucheng momentarily did not comprehend why there was an additional person upon his awakening. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Yao Jianhua, Deputy Director of the Psychological Analysis Department at the Supervision Bureau. Yao Jianhua wore a perfectly measured smile as he extended his hand toward Zhang Shoucheng. Though still somewhat dazed, Zhang Shoucheng reached out and exchanged a brief handshake. What is the Supervision Bureau? I have never heard of such a department in our country. Zhang Shoucheng found the woman's voice quite pleasant, exuding a sense of patience. The world had undergone changes, a fact he had anticipated. Especially given the extraordinary events of the night before his coma, clearly not a benevolent extraterrestrial screening of films to elevate human cultural enlightenment. As for the extent of the changes, he was less certain. How long have I been unconscious? 35 days. Zhang Shoucheng was taken aback. He had merely thought he had taken a short nap, and although the dream felt prolonged, he had assumed only a day or a few had passed. Little did he know, it had been such an extensive duration. He seemed to recall something, raising his head to glance around. Your cat has taken refuge under the bed. They have not gone hungry, but it is quite peculiar. I have been feeding them for over 10 days, yet they remain wary of me. Yao Jianhua appeared to understand what Zhang Shoucheng was searching for. Upon hearing that his cat was well, Zhang Shoucheng refrained from inquiring further and reached for his phone resting on the desk. Cats were simply pets. Their significance paled in comparison to that of children. After such a long absence from video calls, he wondered if his children back home were worried. Director Yao had mentioned that the world had undergone significant changes. He too was concerned about the situation at home. Upon opening his phone, he found it still had power. He had suspected that this newly established department, attentive enough to care for his cat, would not allow his phone to remain switched off. However, he pondered whether they had accessed his phone. Although he had not set up fingerprint unlocking for security reasons, they could certainly unlock it. Fortunately, his phone contained no embarrassing materials that could lead to social demise. Unbeknownst to him, even with fingerprint recognition, others were unable to approach him to use it. After a brief video call with his children, confirming they were all right, Zhang Shoucheng ended the conversation with a sense of relief. It was not that he wished to discontinue, rather, he was in a state of confusion regarding his current circumstances and needed clarity. Suddenly, Zhang Shoucheng found it odd that after more than a month of unconsciousness, the children's reactions seemed off. Did you assist me in contacting my family? Yes, we used your face to video call your son and daughter once a day. We arrived 10 days after your coma. During the first 10 days, we also explained the situation to them, so you can rest assured. Is that even possible? Not particularly difficult. By employing AI technology, we can swap your face and voice with someone else's for the call. You know, when you verify certain banking or community information, you often leave behind facial videos and voice prints. Yao Jianhua smiled slightly. Indeed, technology was a formidable force. It could not only transform a middle-aged woman into a youthful beauty, but could also subtly allow someone to impersonate a father. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Shoucheng exhaled deeply, feeling relieved. The matter of his divorce was something the children were still unaware of, let alone the world-changing events that had left him in a month-long stupor. Do you not need to inform your ex-wife? Not necessary. Zhang Shoucheng cast a glance at Yao Jianhua, realizing the department had likely scrutinized everything about him. In this era of big data, personal secrets were virtually non-existent. Lowering his gaze to his own body, he remarked, I apologize. I would like to freshen up and change my clothes. I have been in this outfit for several days. As you can see. Very well. We are right next door. Just notify us once you are ready. Yao Jianhua turned and left the room without further ado. Zhang Shoucheng did not activate the water heater. The water from the shower head was cool against his skin, reminding him of the arrival of autumn. After washing up and drying his hair with a towel, he turned to see his reflection in the mirror behind the bathroom door. The visage before him was still youthful, yet etched with the weariness of experience. He appeared dignified, with a thick head of hair and a somewhat receding hairline. The various midlife crises had cast a melancholic shadow in his eyes. While his features still bore traces of youthful handsomeness, the relentless passage of time had diminished them. His face, which belied his age, looked to be in his 30s, yet he was indeed 38. Typically, he did not need to present his ID for anyone to believe him. The enviable hair volume and hairline that sparked jealousy among programmers came from familial genetics. The Zhang family had never been blessed with robust genes. In his youth, Zhang Shoucheng had indeed been quite handsome, and his ex-wife had been a striking beauty, a union that had garnered admiration during their time in Chengdu. But now, everything had changed. The world had transformed, and he, too, had undergone profound alterations. Gazing at his reflection, Zhang Shoucheng could distinctly feel the differences from before. His complexion had evened out remarkably, erasing the typical summer tanning that often left limbs and faces with uneven hues, now appearing as uniform as a newly manufactured product. His skin had lightened slightly, yet not excessively. The familiar scars and dark moles that once marked his body had vanished without a trace. Most notably, his physique and eyes had transformed. Once not particularly robust, Zhang Shoucheng had merely possessed a normal build. Now, his body had been sculpted into a smooth, well-defined structure, exuding a sense of strength that he could feel and control instinctively. He had severe myopia, but his glasses had fallen to the ground when he fainted. Upon awakening, he had not retrieved them, as he no longer needed them. The reflection in the mirror revealed him with bright, alert eyes, a stark contrast to the vacant, unfocused gaze he had possessed without his spectacles. Would humanity become stronger after mutation? Zhang Shoucheng could not say for certain, but he was undeniably certain that his myopia had been remedied, a sentiment echoed by those who had experienced failure. Most importantly, he now possessed extraordinary abilities. The enhancement of his physical form was merely a byproduct of energy transformation, while the true gift lay in his control over space. During his month-long unconsciousness, that energy had inundated him with a wealth of spatial knowledge, and upon awakening, he instinctively grasped how to apply his abilities, as if it were a natural instinct akin to the surge of newfound strength. With a mere gesture, clothing from the wardrobe appeared in his hand. Spatial transfer allowed him to transport objects within his perceptual range to his immediate vicinity. Currently, the range extended approximately a kilometer, with a maximum volume of 5 cubic meters. But as the energy continued to transform his body, these capabilities would undoubtedly enhance. Regardless of how the world may have transformed, at the very least, Zhang Shoucheng takes pleasure in his current self, which instills him with the confidence to face the nebulous future ahead, bolstering his resolve to safeguard everything he holds dear. Perhaps the year 2023 marks the end of his misfortunes, and all his suffering shall ultimately dissipate. Chapter 3. The changing world. Dressed in loose-fitting trousers, a white t-shirt, and canvas shoes, Zhang Shoucheng completed his morning routine and donned a casual outfit. He knocked on the door of the adjacent room, which, like his rented apartment, consisted of one bedroom and a living area. He was warmly greeted by MANHUA, whose smile radiated calmness and serenity as if she embodied a gentle breeze. Upon entering, Zhang Shoucheng noticed that the belongings of the previous tenant had vanished. The apartment had been refreshed. The living room was furnished with a sofa and a tea table, devoid of any other items. Several computers were scattered throughout the room, their screens displaying images of his bedroom and the living area. Zhang Shoucheng paid little heed to this. That setup was arranged while you were in a coma. I hope you don't mind. It will be dismantled shortly, as it is no longer of use. MANHUA casually explained, guiding Zhang Shoucheng to sit on the sofa. The kettle on the tea table began to whistle, and MANHUA expertly prepared tea. Her movements fluid and practiced. Zhang Shoucheng, unfamiliar with the art of tea, rarely indulged in it, nor was he acquainted with the southern methods of brewing tea. He had never witnessed tea glowing during the preparation, and this time was no exception. I understand you have some inquiries. I will answer anything I can, MANHUA said, placing a cup of tea before Zhang Shoucheng, cutting straight to the chase. Indeed, Zhang Shoucheng replied, taking a sip of the tea, which was pleasantly warm. Setting down the cup, he asked, "How did you find me?" "Not particularly difficult, considering we live in an age dominated by big data. Each individual leaves traces online daily. For instance, Mr. Zhang, you regularly video call your child on WeChat, frequently browse Qdian and Bilibili, and seem quite attentive to international news, checking several headlines each day. Am I right?" "Indeed," he confirmed. This was an accurate reflection of his online habits, which included a long-standing interest in web novels dating back 17 years. Most people are similar. They leave behind consistent online footprints, including myself. This simplifies our task, based on our information. Anyone who encountered the light rain phenomenon and awakened superpowers 35 days ago would lapse into a coma for at least 24 hours. We merely had to extract data on individuals who had no online activity for over 24 hours post-event or who sought medical attention during their unconsciousness. This is not an arduous task for the state. But if it's merely one day without online activity, that could encompass many individuals. Does the Supervision Bureau have sufficient personnel for such a task? Actually, it's not as extensive as you might imagine. Nowadays, people are truly unable to part with their phones for even a day. As long as they are alive, their phones remain in hand. There was even a report about an individual trapped under a vehicle after an accident, yet still lying on the ground scrolling through their phone. By applying certain criteria to exclude non-target groups, the remaining individuals become significantly fewer. Of course, this is relative. The total number remains substantial. But we have corresponding strategies to manage them in tiers. What are the criteria for this tiered approach? Individuals with 1 day of inactivity will have their cases delegated to grassroots personnel for home visits, which represents the largest volume. Those inactive for 2 to 5 days will receive personal visits from us. This number is manageable. Zhang Shoucheng couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency. Such a feat could likely only be achieved in this nation. And those inactive for over 5 days? Currently, you are the only individual we have identified beyond that threshold, Yao Jianhua replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shoucheng involuntarily recoiled slightly. What does it mean to be an international superstar? He thought to himself, feeling the absurdity of the standards at play. According to the data we possess on superpowered individuals, the likelihood suggests a correlation, Yao Jianhua confirmed, albeit with caution. Reflecting on this, Zhang Shoucheng surmised that the phenomenon of prolonged unconsciousness could be likened to distributing attribute points in a game. Those who received more would naturally exhibit greater strength, requiring additional time to assimilate their endowments. Indeed, that seems to hold true. Could you provide a summary of the changes over the past month? Although I could find information online, it is rather fragmented. I shall summarize the situation for you, Yao Jianhua responded, pausing momentarily to organize her thoughts for clarity and brevity. 35 days ago, on the evening of October 24, 2023, a celestial anomaly appeared, fracturing into a rain of light shortly thereafter. This was a global event, and due to its rapid onset, no nation or organization could take timely action. They could only establish contingency teams while awaiting further developments. Approximately 2 days later, there was an explosive surge in violent incidents worldwide, particularly in conflict-ridden areas and countries with lax governmental control. Unlike previous occurrences, this wave of violence was partly instigated by superpowered individuals, leading to significant casualties as nations attempted to suppress the turmoil. This marked the first appearance of superpowered individuals in the public eye. In light of the earlier celestial phenomenon, a myriad of speculations emerged globally, with rampant rumors, especially from religious factions. This was not a situation that could be overshadowed by mere entertainment scandals. It was a worldwide crisis. Our country has not been as severely affected as others, though violent incidents have increased. They have not escalated into a systematic or normalized pattern. Nonetheless, they have posed serious threats to public safety, and local law enforcement has struggled to cope. The physical capabilities of superpowered individuals far exceed those of ordinary humans, rendering conventional firearms ineffective. Thus, 5 days following the celestial phenomenon, a directive was issued to establish a department for the management of superpowered individuals to address the ongoing crisis. Yao Jianhua took a sip of tea to clear her throat before continuing. Currently, the primary mission of our Supervision Bureau is to recruit individuals willing to uphold societal safety and to combat superpowered criminals undermining public order. Thanks to prompt action and effective measures, the situation in our country remains relatively controllable, but the outlook in other regions of the world is less than optimistic, as it tests a nation's ability to maintain control and public trust. For instance, in America, societal divisions are already severe, and with the exacerbation brought on by superpowers, racial tensions have escalated to a boiling point, where merely emptying a magazine is often futile. This encapsulates the general situation. For more detailed information, I believe you understand that some matters are classified, Yao Jianhua concluded, observing Zhang Shoucheng. Understood. Zhang Shoucheng recognized that to gain further insights, he would need to be among the insiders. During my coma, I presume you gathered detailed information about me. Director Yao, you must be aware that my educational background is lacking, and I am not well versed in history or Marxist philosophy, let alone sociology. As for the future, I cannot make any judgments. I can only seek answers in literary works, specifically web literature. Have you encountered any? You're 31? I assumed you were in your 20s, Yao Jianhua replied, amused. Mr. Zhang, you possess a way with words. However, let us return to our previous discussion. Very well. There are numerous similar works available online, and aside from their literary qualities, many contain imaginative concepts and hypotheses that are quite insightful. I believe that if handled poorly, the future could devolve into a living hell for ordinary people. Do you desire such a future? You're also a superpowered individual, and as of now, no one has remained unconscious longer than you, not even those who surpassed 5 days. If, indeed, the hypothesis that the longer one remains in a coma, the stronger one becomes holds true, then you may very well be among the most formidable, if not the most formidable of all. In such a future, you might find yourself the greatest beneficiary. Do you aspire to such a future? Based on what I have stated, do you believe our nation is currently managing the situation adequately or inadequately? Yao Jianhua inquired earnestly, gazing into Zhang Shoucheng's eyes. I believe it is quite satisfactory. Zhang Shoucheng replied, unable to fathom how his children would navigate life in a world rife with individuals possessing supernatural powers. Reality is not a web novel. Strength does not guarantee reverence. In truth, there will always be the deranged and the irrational. Some, merely dissatisfied, might wield knives at school entrances, let alone those endowed with powers beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. The implications of such a scenario are too daunting for him to contemplate. Then, are you willing to join us, to become a part of the Super Management Bureau, contributing to the stability of our nation and our people? Yao Jianhua fixed her gaze on Zhang Shoucheng, her demeanor still radiating warmth, yet her eyes were intent. Does this mean I have taken a step to the very edge of the universe? Yao Jianhua paused momentarily, then responded, indeed. But refrain from making remarks that may undermine our unity in the future. How are the benefits? Is the salary substantial? The benefits are generous, though the salary is not. You will understand why in due time. Do you require a few days to rest? No need. I have already slept for over a month. Today, take a day to recuperate. I believe you need time to process the information you have received. Tomorrow, I will accompany you for your orientation. By the way, I will be your dedicated supervisor and guide. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Yao Jianhua, the Deputy Director of the Psychological Analysis Department at the Super Management Bureau, and I share your hometown roots. We are both from Heian Province. She extended her hand, reminiscent of Zhang Shoucheng's awakening. Zhang Shoucheng reciprocated the gesture. Zhang Shoucheng, pleased to meet you. Chapter 4. A sorrowful cry amidst chaos. Transformations and subtlety. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Shoucheng sat quietly at his computer desk, lost in thought. In truth, there was little to digest. His psychological resilience was considerable, and he accepted what had transpired, as he could not alter it. Moreover, having read web literature for many years, he recognized that similar narratives abound. The distinction lies in the protagonists of these tales, who, as solitary stars, ensure their families never go hungry, pursuing decisive actions that lead to perpetual satisfaction. However, the emergence of supernatural abilities in reality necessitated a plethora of considerations. He was no longer the fiery youth with molten blood coursing through his veins. He was a middle-aged man, grounded in reality, with both aging parents and young children to care for. Naturally, he opted for the most stable path. Joining the authorities was the most advantageous choice, not only for his future, but also for the futures of his children. This, indeed, is reality. He powered on his computer, which had lain dormant for over a month, and was met with an abundance of discussions surrounding supernatural abilities online, official news, portal sites, and social media alike. The official channels reported on international unrest, albeit without overly graphic imagery. Those in the know understood the implications, while those who did not could say little. Conversely, social media was rife with chaotic battle footage, including that of superpowered individuals. It was evident that, even after a month, these extraordinary beings were evolving at an accelerated pace, and one could only speculate how far they might develop. The world had undeniably transformed. Merely 30 days had elapsed. Setting down the mouse, he opened the Bilibili app on his phone, which now featured similar content, along with numerous creators discussing supernatural powers, even categorizing and grading them in various manners. Some graded by numbers, others by traditional Chinese elements, while some adopted a system reminiscent of the X-Men. Amidst this, there was a fervent enthusiasm, expertly capitalizing on the current trend. After an entire day of alternating between his computer and phone, he encountered a plethora of bizarre and fantastical claims from various religious factions asserting that supernatural abilities were divine gifts to mortals. When asked which deity bestowed such gifts, the answer was invariably the deity of their own faith, dismissing others as false gods, and further inquiries often led to conflict. The rise of superpowers had intensified religious fervor and antagonism. Yet, amidst this tumultuous transformation, Zhang Shoucheng observed that regardless of civil unrest or battlefield slaughter, ordinary individuals remained as fragile as paper. Even the slightest physical disparity allowed those with supernatural abilities to effortlessly dismantle the lives of the unremarkable. Graphic images originating from Africa depicted bloodshed, Yet inexplicably, these had not been censored on the internet within Xi'an Nation. Zhang Shoucheng speculated that perhaps the authorities were loosening restrictions to bolster public resilience. Sometimes, excessive protection may not be beneficial. Unrestrained supernatural powers indeed posed a calamity for the ordinary populace. Time slipped away unnoticed, transforming into night. Zhang Shoucheng had spent the day absorbing information, feeling a slight hunger. Yet it was not pronounced. It appeared that the energy within him continued to reshape him. This was a positive sign. Only through strength could he ensure that such horrific sights would not manifest on his homeland, safeguarding his family and children in a secure environment. He shut down the computer and called his family to check on their well-being before washing up and retiring for the night, knowing that tomorrow would herald a new beginning. The following day, shortly after 7 a.m., Zhang Shoucheng rose punctually. After tidying up his home, he departed precisely at 8. Upon noticing Yao Jianhua seated on the sofa, just as she had been the previous day, he greeted her. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" "I have. And I brought you some." Zhang Shoucheng, not one to be courteous, swiftly devoured the buns paired with tea. As he ate, he glanced into the bedroom. Realizing it was already empty, evidently, the move had taken place the day prior. "Let us be on our way then." After Zhang Shoucheng finished his meal, Yao Jianhua gathered her belongings, preparing to depart. As they descended the stairs, Zhang Shoucheng glanced at the room he had rented, lamenting. "I have only slept here for a day and over a month, and it is already time to pay the rent again." "You need not pay." "Why? Have you requisitioned both of these rooms?" In that moment, Zhang Shoucheng envisioned her awakening as a dark night, a harbinger of change. "Your superpowers seem to stem from your wealth." Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhang Shoucheng inhaled deeply. He had not ventured outside in over 30 days. The community appeared largely unchanged, yet he noted subtle differences. At the very least, the banners prominently displayed had been replaced, and the old pandemic prevention posters on the bulletin board had been updated. Superpowers are not a disease. They benefit the nation for a win-win outcome. Maintaining a stable mindset is crucial. Report your awakening. One person's awakening brings honor to the family. Consciously maintain social stability. Do not emulate foreign superhero films. The bulletin board was adorned with promotional materials, clearly indicating how to report one's awakening, whether at the Super Management Bureau or the nearest community security office, or even through a downloadable app for self-registration. This was unmistakably a hallmark of Xi'an Nation's familiar style. They boarded a black Hongqi SUV, setting off for the Super Management Bureau. During the journey, Yao Jianhua provided Zhang Shoucheng with a brief overview of the bureau located in Nanshan City. Due to the sudden nature of the events and the pressing timeline, the bureau was temporarily situated in a college within the Huxiu district. Zhang Shoucheng was somewhat taken aback. This was quite close to him. He inquired, "What about the students and faculty at the school? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to combine them?" "Oh, we must thank the policies of previous years. Many lesser-ranked universities struggle to fill their quotas, let alone a mediocre college. After the last batch of graduates left the school last year, it has remained vacant. The construction was completed in no time, and the land remained untarnished, making it ideal for our temporary use. Once the newly planned headquarters is established, we can relocate. The structure of our supervision bureau is similar to that of other departments, with the supervision department of the capital city, Yanqing, overseeing operations, while each city forms its own bureau to handle specific tasks. There will be no establishments at the county or town levels, and there is no need for a provincial office. The provincial headquarters can simply be established in the capital city. Thus, the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau for Guangdong Province is located in Guangyang City, the provincial capital. Zhang Shoucheng believes that as the capital, no other city can compete with it. However, the headquarters of the Supervision Bureau for Guangdong Province is indeed ours. After a moment of silence, Zhang Shoucheng inquired, "Don't tell me this is because of me." "You guessed correctly. It is indeed due to you," came the reply. "I mentioned that those who fainted after awakening their abilities and did not exceed 5 days coincided with the national decision to establish the Supervision Department, which was made 5 days after the celestial phenomenon. The establishment of a department from scratch takes time, and when it comes to selecting a city for the provincial headquarters, your contribution will be evident. Our city bureau can indeed function as a provincial headquarters, and you bear the greatest credit for it, even while you were unconscious. You had already laid the groundwork for this. The term Liang Wen truly applies to you. Is there a reward for such merit?" Chapter 5. Display of abilities. When although it was the peak hour for commuting, Zhang Shoucheng's route from his residence to the Supervision Bureau was against the flow of traffic, allowing him to arrive swiftly. After the SUV passed through the entrance's identification system, it slowly made its way onto the grounds. Zhang had already noticed that the sign of the school above the entrance had been removed, leaving it desolate. However, there were several vertical signs on the massive pillars flanking either side, indicating the Supervision Bureau of Nanshan City, the Nanshan City Superpower Research Center, and the Nanshan City Superpower Incident Response Center, among others. He also observed that armed guards were stationed at the entrance. And there were quite a few of them, 2 in the security office and 4 standing outside. Given his background as an ordinary citizen, Zhang Shoucheng expected to feel some tension or pressure in such a situation. However, he found that while there was a hint of it, it was likely just a remnant of his habitual thinking. Since his transformation through energy modification, his mindset had already begun to shift. Just as wealth can embolden one, physical strength naturally instills courage. It is human nature. After parking the car, the 2 exited and walked towards one of the main buildings, which was likely the primary structure. First, you will undergo a simple registration. Then you will need to explain your superpower so we can arrange your access level here. Is that acceptable? Yao Jianhua asked as they walked. I have no objections. Though it was termed a simple registration, it was anything but. Zhang Shoucheng filled out numerous forms, most of which were printed directly by the Supervision Bureau. Their investigation into his background was indeed quite thorough. He even noted his father's medical history and current recovery status on some forms. There was even information regarding his ex-wife's current employment and her new boyfriend's family background. After completing the registration, Zhang followed Yao Jianhua to the 2nd floor and turned left into a conference room that had likely been used for faculty meetings in the past. Inside the conference room were 3 middle-aged individuals who stood upon their entrance, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, their gazes fixated on Zhang Shoucheng. I would like to introduce you to Mr. Li Xiaolin, the director of the Supervision Bureau of Nanshan City. Yao Jianhua gestured towards the man standing in the center. Hello. Director Li's voice was resonant and powerful. Hello, Director Li. Zhang replied, shaking his hand. The director had a darker complexion than Yao Jianhua, who had a wheatish tone. He was tall and robust, standing over 185 centimeters, yet his appearance was rather unremarkable for someone in such a high position. This is Zhang Shoucheng, your relative. He is currently the director of the Superpower Research Institute and deputy director of the Supervision Bureau of Nanshan City, an academician of the Summer Academy, and a biophysicist. Yao Jianhua continued his introductions. The 2 shook hands and sized each other up. Academician Zhang seemed particularly curious about him, his eyes filled with a desire to explore. This Zhang, while not very tall, appeared somewhat plump, with fair skin and an ordinary visage, yet his distinct eyebrows added a touch of humor to his appearance. If he allowed his expressions to run wild, he could easily be considered a contender for the 4th position among Asia's top 3 figures. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, though he might be older. This is Meng Lang, my immediate superior, the deputy director of the Supervision Bureau of Nanshan City, and the head of the Psychological Analysis Department for Superpower Individuals. Yao Jianhua introduced the last, younger individual. Hello. Meng Lang gripped Zhang Shoucheng's hand firmly. Among the 3, his gaze was the most penetrating, as if he held a keen interest in Zhang. Hello, Director Meng, Zhang responded, slightly taken aback by the firmness of the handshake but maintaining a composed demeanor. He mused to himself about the appropriateness of the name. Was he truly a psychologist? The man was indeed handsome, of average height but slim, with a striking appearance that would leave young women mesmerized and attract the gaze of mature women. In his 20s, Zhang had been somewhat attractive himself. Now, he felt a considerable distance from Meng Lang's striking looks. Despite his rather unfortunate name, Meng Lang carried himself with great composure. Director Li attempted to lighten the atmosphere, guiding everyone to take their seats while skillfully taking the lead in the conversation. Since you are not a party member, we cannot address you as comrade. Therefore, Mr. Zhang Shoucheng, on behalf of the Supervision Bureau of Nanshan City, I welcome your joining us, he concluded with gentle applause. The remaining 3 followed suit. It is my honor. I hope for your guidance in the future. If I err, please point it out. And I will accept it with humility, Zhang responded, bowing slightly to the 4. Once Zhang resumed his seat, Director Li continued, now that you are our colleague, calling you Mr. Zhang feels distant. Since I am slightly older, I shall call you Xiao Zhang. Today, we have 2 main objectives. First, to confirm your superpower, and second, to ask you a few questions that pertain to your future arrangements. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Given your unique circumstances, if you prefer not to disclose your superpower, we can respect your wishes to keep it confidential. Zhang pondered for a moment and decided to adhere to his principles, either commit fully or not at all. Having chosen to join officially, he preferred to engage wholeheartedly. disliking the duplicity of playing both sides. No need for confidentiality. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. Very well, let us begin, Director Li said. Opening his notebook as the others did the same, Yao Jianhua pulled out a tablet. Since we discovered you, you have likely been unconscious for approximately 10 days. During the subsequent 20 days, we attempted various methods to obtain samples for routine testing, but we were unable to approach you. According to our researchers, they felt close but could not make contact. We have several hypotheses regarding this. First, it may involve air control, or as the younger generation might whimsically describe it, control of wind elements. Second, it could resemble telekinesis, a mental influence on reality. Third, it may pertain to psychic abilities, inadvertently affecting the researchers' minds and inducing hallucinations. Lastly, there is the possibility of spatial manipulation. Among the first three potential superpowers, we have encountered individuals with such abilities in reality, but as for spatial manipulation, we have yet to document such a power, nor have we heard of it abroad. There should be hair or skin flakes left on my bed or the floor of the room. Is that unusable? Those are samples from before the mutation, which we collected. Yet they hold no particular significance, Director Li candidly informed. Very well, it is space. My extraordinary ability is called spatial manipulation. Zhang Shoucheng did not conceal this fact. In truth, the individuals present had already prepared themselves for the answer, yet upon hearing that it was indeed the last type, spatial superpower, they still felt a sense of awe. Particularly Director Zhang. As a physicist, even one specialized in biophysics, he found it incredible that space could actually be controlled. What specific capabilities does it entail? Before Director Li could respond, Director Zhang eagerly posed the question. 006, Demonstration of Abilities 2, Collection, Recommendation, Investment. This can be controlled in a unidirectional or multidirectional manner, as I desire. Therefore, I believe that no attack can reach me. It is truly astonishing, simply magical. Is there more? Director Zhang exclaimed. There is indeed much more. For instance, spatial fixation. Images are essentially a form of light transmission. When I fixate on a small segment of space, Zhang Shoucheng concluded, remaining motionless like a painting. Even as sounds emanated from beyond the conference room door, a person entered. You may see me still seated there, but in reality, I have already departed. By the way, this is spatial traversal, or instantaneous movement. With a mere thought, Zhang Shoucheng nullified the fixed space, causing his image to vanish from the air, only to reappear in his original seat. The other four individuals in the conference room stared at him in astonishment. Remarkable. Is there more? This time, even Meng Lang lost his composure. Upon finishing his inquiry, he realized his perspective had shifted. He found himself in Zhang Shoucheng's position, while Zhang Shoucheng occupied his original seat. Meng Lang glanced to his left and right, feeling the chair beneath him, utterly bewildered. The space had indeed been exchanged. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped him. Zhang Shoucheng turned to Yao Jianhua and said, "Feel free to hurl any object at me." Yao Jianhua, in a daze, picked up a tablet and threw it at Zhang Shoucheng. Only after releasing it did he remember, extending a hand. "My computer." The tablet passed through Zhang Shoucheng's form, only to be caught by a hand and placed before Yao Jianhua. "I did not permit you to throw your computer." The space became ethereal. "I detached the space I occupied from reality." Well, have you watched the anime Naruto? This ability is akin to a villain named Uchiha Obito, which could serve as a reference. There are many more abilities. I shan't enumerate them all. In essence, whatever you can conceive, I can likely achieve. Or, if I have not considered it, you may offer it to me as a reference, for my education is lacking and my imagination is not boundless. The four individuals present were left speechless, gazing blankly at Zhang Shoucheng. This was no longer merely ghostly. It felt akin to witnessing a deity. They had anticipated the arrival of an era of superpowers, a world transformed into the fantastical, yet they had not anticipated it could become even more surreal. Director Zhang suddenly spoke. "Surely, you can fly?" "Indeed, since I can manipulate the space I occupy, flight is a natural extension. I have yet to attempt it. But the speed should be considerable, determined by my physical, mental, and energy levels. Currently, I am still in a phase of growth. And I believe other superpowered individuals are also in a rapid developmental stage. I hope you all understand this. This is indeed corroborated by the daily records of superpowered individuals who have joined the Superpower Management Bureau." Director Li confirmed Zhang Shoucheng's hypothesis with a nod. "Will flying too swiftly lead to overload?" Director Zhang mused aloud, seemingly answering himself. "It should not. You are manipulating space itself, not moving through it." "My heavens. You are akin to an alternative humanoid warp engine. Perhaps one day, you may traverse faster than light to visit extraterrestrial worlds. Wait, that's still incorrect. The previous notion of spatial fixation presents a conundrum. If it truly obstructed the propagation of light, then no image could remain. The space we perceive should reflect no photons. Since there is no energy interaction with the external world, it ought to be a void. Wouldn't that be a black hole? Yet, the residual image indicates energy interaction with the outside world persists, fundamentally overturning established knowledge. How intriguing. Superpowers truly defy conventional reasoning. The others in attendance observed Director Zhang's self-reflection, then turned to Zhang Shoucheng, confirming that he was indeed a true marvel. SUSI-MANHUA seemed to have a sudden epiphany, murmuring, "If spatial manipulation is this extraordinary, how would one respond to someone awakening time-related powers? Should such a scenario arise, what measures could be taken?" Director Li, harboring the worst-case scenario, posed the question. There would be no means to counter it. If one truly wielded control over time, you would not even perceive their attack, Director Zhang stated after a moment of contemplation. Continuing, alternatively, it could be said that time-related abilities have already manifested. According to the widely accepted theories of time and space, they are interconnected, mutually dependent, and influence one another as a cohesive whole. Time is but a process and expression of changes in space and energy, while space itself embodies energy. In essence, spatial abilities can also be perceived as temporal abilities? Director Li swiftly concluded, fixing his gaze intently on Zhang Shoucheng. Zhang Shoucheng looked at Director Li, questioning, "Is this how direct you all are?" "Old Zhang, you are being somewhat impulsive," Director Li interjected in a calming manner. "No, it is essential to experience this firsthand. Conducting animal experiments holds no significance, and using others would not suffice. Rest assured, theoretically, there is no inherent danger. Come now." Director Zhang remained resolute, producing his phone to set the timer, handing it to Director Li to assist with the timing. Zhang Shoucheng glanced at Director Li, who nodded in agreement, and extended his palm toward Director Zhang. With a clenched fist, he concentrated, fixing the small space occupied by Director Zhang. He activated his superpower without requiring gestures. The fist was merely a signal to Director Li. 1 minute elapsed. The spatial fixation was lifted. Zhang Shoucheng reminded Director Li to stop the timer. "Is it starting?" Director Zhang inquired, quickly realizing. "So, it has concluded." Director Li pushed the phone before him, the timer reading 63 seconds. "Observe, for me, spatial fixation equates to time suspension. As for further verification, we could experiment with a mayfly transforming into an adult to ascertain if life is also frozen within the fixed space. The methods are numerous." The group stood in silence, their astonishment waning. Regardless, whether concerning space or time, these were indeed formidable superpowers. Very well, let us conclude the demonstration of abilities here. We now possess a general understanding. Should Director Zhang require further experimental validation, Zhang, I would appreciate your cooperation, Director Li stated. Certainly, Zhang Shoucheng nodded in agreement. Director Li turned to the other three. Today's meeting is classified. I hope you will not share this information. I will handle the explanation with the higher-ups. Though it will eventually be made public, for now, let us maintain confidentiality. Understood, the three nodded in agreement. Now, let us commence the second matter of today. Please, have faith in the goodness of humanity and refrain from darkening your perspective. Very well, Director Li, please proceed with your inquiries. Allow me to commence. As Director Li Zhaolin opened his notebook, it became evident that he was well prepared. Mr. Zhang Shoucheng, our investigation reveals that you only began to leave traces on the internet around the age of 20. Prior to that, did you have any exposure to the online realm? Up until 2014, our investigation indicates that you occasionally made rather extreme comments regarding current affairs online. Do you recall the mindset that prompted those remarks? In my youth, particularly in my 20s, I exhibited certain rebellious tendencies. I was reluctant to scrutinize my own faults and often felt incensed, inexplicably convinced that certain matters were irredeemably flawed. Have you since contemplated the reasons for this? Perhaps it was due to a lack of exposure, a limited reading repertoire, and a propensity to view issues in black and white. Zhang Shoucheng reflected for a moment before adding, I hail from a rural background. Unlike children from affluent families, I had scant access to diverse reading materials. In those days, aside from borrowing comics from city classmates, mostly Hong Kong comics, I would scour secondhand stalls for publications like Zine, Youth Digest, Yilin, and Story Club. In retrospect, those were hardly reputable literary works. Director Li chuckled, to which Zhang Shoucheng responded with a smile. acknowledging that simply having something to read back then was fortunate, oblivious to the fact that some individuals were quite misguided. So, when did you begin to temper your views? It was likely when I fully grasped the hypocrisy prevalent abroad and recognized the arduous journey of the civilization in which I was raised. Perhaps with age, it has become easier to embrace the beautiful aspects of life and to see the positive side of things. I have learned not to readily attribute failures to society but to seek reasons within myself. For my final inquiry, how do you perceive the current outburst of superpowers in the world, and what is your stance on our response measures? When you activate your abilities, are you aware of the underlying principles? How do you so effortlessly manipulate space? Director Zhang was particularly interested in the matter of superpowers. I apologize, Director Zhang, but I do not possess that knowledge, at least not at this moment. It feels instinctual, akin to the innate ability to breathe from birth. Can your powers be sustained indefinitely? Unfortunately, no. Superpowers resemble an engine. They provide direction, yet the fuel that propels them is our own vitality. One must not regard superhumans as perpetual motion machines. We do experience fatigue. Director Zhang nodded in agreement, seemingly understanding that other individuals with superpowers likely share a similar condition. Of course, the physique of a superpower wielder, enhanced by energy transformation, surpasses that of an ordinary person and continues to strengthen. Would you care to disclose the extent of your abilities? If confidentiality is a concern, feel free to abstain from sharing. My powers extend to a spherical space with a 1-kilometer radius centered around myself, unaffected by buildings or subterranean barriers. Zhang Shoucheng did not conceal this information. Director Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback. Clearly this range exceeded his expectations. I have no further inquiries. Director Meng, do you have any questions? He even gazed at Director Meng, recognizing that both beauty and charm are pleasing to the eye. Does the culmination of career failure, divorce, and elderly parents' illness, and the loss of everything weigh heavily upon you? Director Meng suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhang Shoucheng. How could it not? Especially for a man. Experiencing such events simultaneously can strip one of the will alive. Well, you could choose not to continue living. An end may not necessarily be a bad thing. I have children, Zhang Shoucheng retorted, feeling somewhat exasperated. He was merely disheartened but far from contemplating self-harm. Upon suddenly acquiring superpowers, did it bring you joy? To be candid, it has indeed brought me considerable happiness, for it opens up numerous possibilities for my future. After profound despair, followed by immense joy, such a dramatic reversal, can you remain composed? Have you considered that you could rise above all others, wielding life and death? Even if you hold affection for this land and are reluctant to act in such a manner, with your abilities, you could easily assert dominion in other chaotic regions of the world, where order is sparse and laws are inadequate. Would you not desire such power? Ming Lang's tone was subtly coaxing. Perhaps that would be exhilarating, but it is not the life I seek. I wish to reside on this land. Zhang Shoucheng felt that those involved in psychology might not be entirely sane. Director Ming, I am an adult. The ebb and flow of adult relationships is entirely normal. Divorce does not equate to betrayal. Moreover, I have children. What if, one day, something were to happen to your child? Very well. I have completed my inquiries. Lastly, Mr. Zhang Shoucheng, please believe in the goodness of humanity and refrain from darkening your perspective. Meng Lang suddenly adopted a warm smile, dispelling his earlier ominous demeanor. All right, that concludes today's meeting. Zhang Shoucheng, we welcome you to officially join the Superpower Management Bureau of Nanshan City. We hope your membership will contribute to the nation's stability as we navigate toward the future you envision. Director Li rose to conclude the meeting, shaking Zhang Shoucheng's hand before turning to instruct Yao Jianhua. Young Yao, please assist Mr. Zhang with the onboarding procedures and familiarize him with the Bureau's structure, adhering to the previously established Plan 1. Understood, Director. Upon completing his statement, Yao Jianhua gestured for Zhang Shoucheng to follow. Zhang Shoucheng bid farewell to the remaining three and followed her out. In the conference room, the three leaders of the Superpower Management Bureau resumed their seats, each displaying varying expressions. How do you perceive the situation? Director Li was the first to inquire. Director Meng, being somewhat optimistic, responded, I believe the current circumstances are manageable. Thankfully, he does not appear to be an impassioned youth with delusions of grandeur. He displays maturity, composure, and a stable worldview. He harbors hope for the nation and possesses steadfast convictions for the future. Most importantly, he has something to cherish, his child. Naturally, we must harbor no ulterior motives regarding this matter. It is likely his most treasured possession. Director Li gazed at him in silence, knowing precisely what he meant. Conversely, we must ensure his protection. It would be prudent to recommend that he bring his child here, given the considerable distance between Chengchuan province and this location. Unforeseen circumstances could arise. The domestic situation is currently not entirely secure. In summary, at present, he represents our greatest assurance in this endeavor. We must do everything within our power to alleviate his concerns. The other two nodded in agreement. Well then, let us adjourn for today. 008. Entering the Super Administration Bureau, Zhang Shoucheng followed Yao Jianhua to a small reception room on the first floor. Yao Jianhua kindly fetched a cup of water for him and placed it on the table. Please wait here for a moment while I assist you with the formalities. Thank you for your help. Zhang replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Is it really that quick? Is there no need for a photograph? No need. We already have it on file. With that, she produced a device and instructed, now, please provide your fingerprints. Zhang complied, placing each of his 10 fingers on the scanner, then repeating the process to ensure successful registration. Subsequently, Yao Jianhua retrieved a handheld scanner, updating Zhang's facial and voice print information, noting that the rest of the required data was already on file and did not need to be refreshed. Opening a box, she revealed 2 cards and a set of keys, including a car key. Your social security has been transferred, along with benefits, bringing you to the current administrative level of Deputy Bureau Chief. Deputy Chief? That's quite high. I've just joined. Is that really acceptable? Although he had previously paid little attention to such matters, he was aware of the significance of administrative ranks. Rest assured, it is perfectly fine. This is mandated from above, and there will be no issues. Zhang felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. He was suddenly an official, which was quite astonishing. However, given the current world, where extraordinary abilities had become commonplace, it seemed fitting for him to hold an official position. He understood Meng's earlier words. If he wished, he could indeed become a local tyrant in a chaotic place, but that was not in line with his principles. This is your work ID card, granting you unrestricted access within the Super Administration Bureau with the highest level of privileges. However, facial recognition is now the norm, so this card may not be utilized often. It can, however, serve as proof of your identity externally. After explaining, Yao Jianhua placed the card into a wallet embossed with the national emblem and the words Super Administration Bureau of Xi'an Nation, Nanshan City. Zhang felt a sense of nostalgia, as if the card had fulfilled his childhood dream of becoming a police officer. This is a credit card. I previously mentioned that you would not receive a salary. And this is the solution. It has no bank restrictions or credit limits. You can use it normally, withdraw cash from any state-owned bank, and link it to your online accounts or WeChat. But it is only valid for domestic use. She placed the credit card into the wallet as well. Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. Consider this card your benchmark. The keys are for Dormitory 209, which has been remodeled into a 1-bedroom apartment from 2 original student dorms, fully furnished. You may move in at your convenience for work. If you wish to bring your child later, simply apply for another unit. We have ample accommodation. Due to time constraints, this is a temporary arrangement, but a new community compatible with the Bureau is under construction, ensuring much better conditions in the future. Thank you. I am not particular about my living arrangements. Lastly, she handed him the car key. Our Bureau is uniformly equipped with the black SUV you arrived in. I hope you don't mind that it's not a luxury vehicle. Supporting domestic products is quite commendable. Regarding personal matters such as relationships, that is your private concern. We certainly cannot arrange a spouse for you. Actually, that could be arranged. All right, you may coordinate that as you see fit. I will inform them, she replied casually. The Nanshan City Super Administration Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the capital Yin City Super Administration Department, overseeing the remaining 20 prefecture-level cities in Guangdong Province and the special administrative region of Xiangdao, wielding significant power. In handling superpower incidents, the Bureau can directly request unconditional cooperation from local police forces, including those in Xiangdao, and may deploy portions of the southern military region and stationed island troops for disaster relief and evacuation efforts, a special power granted for potential superpower catastrophes. The Nanshan City Super Administration Bureau comprises 6 departments. 1. Superpower Personnel Management Department, to explore undiscovered superpowered individuals in Nanshan City, manage and monitor registered superpowered individuals in Guangdong Province, and resolve issues they encounter in their lives to prevent tragic outcomes from extreme manifestations. 2. Psychological Analysis Department for superpowered individuals, to investigate potential psychological issues among superpowered individuals, provide psychological assessments, soothe emotions, and assist in their reintegration into society, striving to eliminate dangers before they arise. 3. Superpower Research Institute, to study the origins, applications, classifications, and development of superpowers. 4. Superpower Incident Investigation Department, to investigate superpower cases that ordinary people cannot address, uncover the facts of the case, and identify suspects. 5. Superpower Action Department, to apprehend and suppress superpowered individuals who have committed crimes, with the authority to execute on-site lethal force if necessary. 6. Logistics Support Department, responsible for the living support of Super Administration Bureau staff. Yao Jianhua was not a superpowered individual, unlike Zhang Shoucheng, whose body had been enhanced by energy. For him, the physical exertion they had undergone that morning felt trivial, yet Zhang found her stamina impressive. She had been running up and down the stairs with him for hours and only seemed slightly fatigued, suggesting she must exercise regularly. It is well known that women only exhibit exceptional stamina when shopping. The current structure of the Super Administration Bureau is somewhat rudimentary, constrained by time. As Yao Jianhua set down her cup and gazed at Zhang Shoucheng, she continued, "Our initial work arrangement for you is within the Superpower Action Department, where we will assign a few team members to form a special task force under your leadership. Your extraordinary abilities will be utilized to swiftly suppress severe superpower incidents, ensuring social stability. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? Any feedback is welcome." Zhang considered the proposal. Being relegated to an administrative role in an office would not align with his aspirations and would squander his capabilities. "I have no objections. I am quite satisfied with your arrangement. Are you not upset that we are providing you with high specifications for a low-ranking position?" Yao Jianhua teased. "High specifications are unexpected. I have just begun my journey, and starting from the grassroots level seems quite fitting. Indeed, you have a clear perspective. Mature individuals are generally easier to communicate with, even though you appear quite similar to me." She then added, "I have reviewed your previous records. You do not seem as youthful as you are now. Has awakening your superpower granted you some cosmetic benefits?" Yao Jianhua felt that the superpower itself was inconsequential compared to the anti-aging effects, which she envied. "I cannot speak for others, but I have indeed experienced such effects. The wrinkles on my face have diminished significantly, my skin has become slightly fairer, and my complexion is now even, with scars and blemishes vanished. How enviable. You have made me desire superpowers. Who wouldn't want them?" When I watched X-Men, I felt that the portrayal of ordinary citizens was rather hypocritical. Everyone would likely welcome superpowers. That is beyond my influence. Perhaps in the future, there will be a way to awaken superpowers. Zhang mused, feeling that it was a distinct possibility, especially considering that the radiant light from that fateful night had likely permeated the earth, promising inevitable changes ahead. Let us hope for that. Yao Jianhua did not dwell on the topic. "You can move in this afternoon for convenience concerning your work. Come now, it's lunchtime, let's eat. Our staff cafeteria employs highly skilled chefs, ensuring exceptional meals. I must certainly give it a try." Superpowered individuals have a foundation of energy that allows them to withstand hunger, yet they still require sustenance. Moreover, gastronomy remains a profound pursuit for humanity. Even celestial beings indulge in peach banquets. 009. Is training upon employment not a common understanding? After lunch, Yao Jianhua and Zhang Shoucheng exited the cafeteria. "You can arrange your own matters for the afternoon. I shall not accompany you," Yao suggested. "No problem. I can manage it myself," Zhang replied. "Well, work begins at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Initially, there might be a week of training. Is this considered onboarding training? Isn't it common sense to have training upon employment?" Yao Jianhua chuckled. "Except for superhuman beings produced by the military or police, individuals like you, as civilian superhumans, still require some form of training." "Understood," Zhang Shoucheng nodded in agreement. "I'll get on with my other tasks then." "Go ahead, Director Yao." "It's Deputy Director." They exchanged a smile before parting ways, each engrossed in their own affairs. Zhang Shoucheng first checked on the dormitory 209. The former single rooms had been remodeled into one-bedroom apartments, with superfluous doors removed and the windows combined into a large glass expanse, allowing ample natural light. The room was fully furnished and equipped, ready for immediate occupancy. Zhang was quite pleased, especially considering he would eventually be assigned a complete house. The thought of owning a home in the international metropolis of Nanshan had once been a distant dream, yet now it seemed effortlessly attainable. As for the possibility of not receiving a house allocation, he chuckled at the notion. Who would dare to do that? His willingness to join the official ranks stemmed from his recognition of the country, but that did not imply ignorance of his own standing. He could tolerate certain absurdities while still possessing strength. After arriving at the parking lot, aside from a few privately owned vehicles of various colors and brands, The rest were all black Hongqi SUVs, reminiscent of the SHIELD organization from films. Returning to his former rented residence, he placed his 2 cats into a pet carrier in the car. After spending some time organizing his belongings, he made them vanish from their location. A master of spatial manipulation surely possessed personal storage space. Currently, his control over space extended to a kilometer, but precise manipulations, such as spatial displacement or anchoring a small area as a private storage, were limited to around 5 cubic meters. Considering the safety of the objects being displaced or the stability of the storage space, if he were to merely pursue offensive power, a kilometer-wide indiscriminate strike would obliterate space itself, leaving no chance for survival. Zhang Shoucheng held no sentimental attachment to this place. He had only spent a single night on the bed, the rest of the time lying on the floor. His 2 cats, Radish and Carrot, were unfortunate as they had just moved and now faced yet another relocation. Cats are creatures of territory, and it would take several days for them to adapt to a new environment. However, as their owner, he had no choice but to take them along after all. Petting cats was one of his few indulgences. With time still on his side, he decided to test his flying speed. Ascending to the rooftop of the dormitory, Zhang Shoucheng first utilized spatial folding to render himself invisible, then manipulated a small area around him and soared into the sky. Ha! A burst of joyous laughter echoed, audible only to himself. Flight had long been a human aspiration achieved through tools, but nothing compared to the freedom of soaring through vast spaces unencumbered. Like a bird spreading its wings, flying freely was a dream humanity had always yearned for. Now, Zhang Shoucheng had accomplished it. His speed increased, silent, without breaking the sound barrier, as he traversed through space without overwhelm. He was oblivious to how fast he truly was. The gravitational pull of Earth was not a significant constraint. Before long, he found himself standing in the void of space, with Earth, his nurturing home, beneath his feet. In that instant, he felt like a superhero, akin to a deity among mortals, unable to resist stretching his arms to embrace the cosmos. His heart swelled with boundless aspirations. His thoughts expanded infinitely, as if he had instantaneously crossed the asteroid belt, traversed the Kuiper belt, pierced through the Oort cloud, and entered interstellar space. That had been his dream. Once, he aspired to be an astronomer, believing in himself, having consistently topped his class in school. However, he ultimately squandered his studies during high school due to distractions, burying his dreams. The harsh realities of work had further eroded his memories. Yet now, those memories emerged vividly. One day, he would reach the edge of the starry sky to experience the vastness, grandeur, and mystery of the universe. But not now. For Zhang Shoucheng began to feel discomfort. Without the protective layers of Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field, the onslaught of cosmic rays and high-energy particles relentlessly assaulted him. Even with his body enhanced by spatial energy far stronger than an ordinary person, he could not entirely evade such harm. Of course, the boundary of Earth's atmosphere is nebulous. Approximately 1,000 kilometers marks the limit of the gas layer, extending upward to about 16,000 kilometers, where thin air still exists. Considering the sudden surge of cosmic rays, he estimated he had only ascended to about 1,000 kilometers. The margin of error was substantial, but he did not mind. A general understanding sufficed. This was merely the maximum speed he could currently manipulate, and he believed that as his body and mind grew stronger, his speed would only increase. That evening, he resolved to call his hometown to inform them in advance, seeking mutual consent from both sides, leaving the subsequent matters to the Supervision Administration, confident in their capabilities. It was a tranquil night, with new challenges awaiting him the following day. The next morning, shortly after 8, at the main buildings, Zhang Shoucheng arrived at a large classroom on the 4th floor, guided by notifications from the internal group. The group had been established by SUSI-MANHUA the previous night, using a newly issued phone with a registered number specifically for internal communication. Naturally, communication could not rely on WeChat or QQ groups, but rather on an internally developed instant messaging software with electronic confidentiality agreements signed upon registration. Good morning, instructors. Approximately 20 individuals, all relatively young, stood at attention and greeted him. This created an awkward moment. Ahem, please take your seats. I am not an instructor, just like you, Zhang Shoucheng said, feeling no trepidation. Having previously worked as a computer training instructor, he was unfazed by addressing a crowd. Wait, you're not an instructor? I've never seen such a powerful superhuman. Though the energy transformation had rendered Zhang somewhat youthful, the weathered lines on his face clearly distinguished him from the group of youngsters. Isn't it said online that awakened superhumans are all under 20? The classroom buzzed with chatter, curiosity about Zhang Shoucheng's presence piquing interest. He had indeed learned online that those who awakened their powers were predominantly young, making a middle-aged individual like himself quite rare. He paid little heed to their whispers and found an empty seat at the side, settling down quietly to await the commencement of the training. At exactly 9 o'clock, a woman appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a white lab coat, entered the classroom, carrying a stack of documents. The previously lively chatter abruptly ceased, as if an imaginary pause button had been pressed. Following Zhang Shoucheng's prior incident, everyone was uncertain whether she was the instructor. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Ling. I am affiliated with the Super Ability Research Institute of the Nanshan City Supervision Bureau, and I am here to introduce you to the study of superpowers, she announced, placing her documents down and greeting the students below. Good morning, instructor, they collectively responded, confirming her identity, and even Zhang Shoucheng stood up along with the others. Please, do not refer to me as instructor. This is not an academy, and we shall all be colleagues. You may simply call me Linjia, she replied, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Pointing at Zhang Shoucheng, she added, except for you. I have reviewed your information and see that you are older than I. Her remark elicited a ripple of laughter, filling the classroom with a light-hearted atmosphere. Let us begin. Consider this an exchange meeting. Feel free to raise any questions you may have. First, let us discuss the awakening of super abilities. As superpowered individuals, you have all likely experienced the phenomenon known as the light rain in late October, an unexplained celestial event that triggered a global surge of superpowers. According to the information we have gathered, all superpowered individuals awakened after encountering the energy from that event. The only known side effect thus far is a state of unconsciousness, which can last from a minimum of 1 day to a maximum of 5. To date, we have not identified any cases of natural awakening without exposure to the light rain energy. However, this possibility has not been entirely ruled out as the timeline is still short, and we cannot predict how the situation will evolve in the future. Should anyone discover a naturally awakened superpowered person, please report it to the Bureau promptly, as this information is vital in determining whether humanity is experiencing a singular surge of superpowers or entering an era of sustained abilities. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the room as she imparted this serious reminder. When age was mentioned, everyone turned their attention back to Zhang Shoucheng, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After all, being older was not a fault. Please note my words. This applies to the vast majority, not all. In our compilation of national superpower data, there are indeed instances of late bloomers, though they are exceedingly rare, to the point of being negligible. We speculate that this could be due to certain developmental factors such as instability, erratic thought patterns, or heightened growth hormones. As we presently lack instruments capable of detecting light rain energy, further experimental validation remains impossible. Subsequently, Lin Ling provided details about the number of superpowered individuals, their classifications, and grading systems recognized by the state. Currently, approximately 700,000 awakened superpowered individuals have been confirmed in Xia country, a meager incidence rate of less than 1 in 2,000 among its vast population of 1.5 billion. The distribution pattern aligns with population density. Based on the available domestic superpower data and global information, we have established a preliminary classification of superpowers into 3 main categories: physical types, elemental types, and cerebral domain types. The physical category is relatively straightforward, primarily involving mutations relating to the body. Notable examples include pure physical enhancement types, whose physical attributes are exceptionally robust, with strength and defense far exceeding those of other superpowered individuals, akin to human tanks. These resemble warriors in games, capable of employing kite tactics. A youthful voice interjected from the audience, drawing upon his gaming experience. While you may refer to it as a game, this is reality. Opponents won't simply stand there for you to kite them. On the contrary, physical superpowered individuals exhibit remarkable speed and strength. Relying solely on game strategies may lead to your downfall. Among us resides such a type. If you are skeptical, you may test your mettle after training. Lin Ling kindly warned the youth. Another type within the physical category is the transformation type, which, as the name suggests, involves part of the body transforming into another entity, primarily taking on animal forms. The third type is organ mutation, where a specific organ undergoes significant enhancement, affecting eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, internal organs, skin, hair, nails, and even blood. Thus far, these 3 types are the only ones documented within the physical category. Should further subdivisions be discovered, please report them to the Research Institute or upload them to the Supervision Bureau online, as rewards are offered. Additionally, it's noteworthy that the pure physical enhancement type constitutes over 60% of all superpowered individuals. The second major category of superpowers is designated as elemental types, which may sound fantastical. However, our Research Institute has determined that this terminology facilitates better understanding and acceptance among the public, particularly the youth. Currently identified elemental types include the traditional 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as ice, lightning, and wind. The names themselves evoke the characteristics of these superpowered individuals. Particularly noteworthy are metal elemental superpowered individuals, capable of manipulating common metals such as gold, silver, copper, iron, and aluminum, with the strongest control over magnetic metals like iron and nickel. As of now, no one has been found to control rare or radioactive metals, so there is no immediate cause for concern regarding conflicts involving such elements. Earth elemental superpowered individuals are also rather unique. Those of you who are in high school should be aware that the composition of Earth is quite complex, comprising a myriad of elements, including silicon, aluminum, iron, calcium, magnesium, titanium, potassium, phosphorus, sulfur, as well as organic matter and gases. In truth, there is some overlap with metal elemental superpowered individuals. Consequently, our understanding and research of superpowers should not be restricted to simplistic elemental definitions, but should encompass broader concepts present in human civilization, such as the theory of 5 elements and Western elemental theories. As before, if anyone discovers additional branches of elemental types, please report them. Some individuals online claim that since the emergence of superpowers, the world has taken on a fantastical quality. This assertion holds some truth, as certain superpowers indeed exhibit remarkable qualities. The third major category of superpowers is classified as cerebral domain types, which currently encompasses 3 varieties: psychokinetic manipulation, telepathic control, and intellectual enhancement. Strictly speaking, cerebral domain types could also be considered a subset of physical organ mutations. However, due to their unique nature, we have categorized them separately. Psychokinetic manipulation involves the exertion of mental energy upon physical matter, or the concentration of mental energy into an invisible entity. I wonder if any of you have seen the American film titled Chronicle. Telepathic control superpowered individuals are exceedingly dangerous. Please take heed. The risk level associated with such superpowered individuals is currently the highest. Most individuals awakening this type of ability hail from regions plagued by religious fanaticism or mental instability. Therefore, if you are assigned to any field missions in the future, exercise utmost caution. The third type within the cerebral domain category is the intellectual enhancement type, which, while surpassing the physical capabilities of ordinary individuals, is unlikely to appear in combat scenarios, making them better suited for research-oriented roles. In summary, the superpower types identified thus far have been tentatively classified as outlined above. For more in-depth information, I will present recorded combat footage in subsequent lessons for analysis, aiding in better preparation for potential confrontations. I am a practitioner of extraordinary abilities trained over 2.5 days. Next, let us delve into the classification of these supernatural powers. Teacher Lin, is it only the powers you mentioned earlier, or are there other categories, such as those related to space or time? A larger young man inquired, and then, seemingly recalling something, murmured softly, "Time-stopping, as often seen in movies." "I'm not referring to those films from the island nation," the young man retorted defensively. "Did I imply they were from the island nation?" "You've inadvertently revealed your own thoughts, haven't you?" Laughter erupted once more, filling the classroom with a cheerful atmosphere. The rapid advancement of modern information technology has made today's youth remarkably knowledgeable. Zhang Shoucheng, observing the jovial girls, reflected that he would need to adjust his approach to educating his own daughter in the future. Currently, no powers pertaining to space or time have been discovered. If you encounter such abilities in the future, you might as well resign yourselves to your fate, for there are no effective measures against space manipulators, let alone the purely conceptual nature of time manipulation. This is an era of extraordinary powers, not one of celestial cultivation. Lin Ling cast a disapproving glance at the students below, paying little heed to Zhang Shoucheng. It appears that his abilities must be kept confidential. Presently, only Director Li and 3 others in Nanshan City are aware of them. The classification of supernatural abilities is designed to provide a more intuitive understanding of their developmental stages, allowing individuals to clearly assess their own strengths. This way, when encountering superpowered criminals, one can swiftly gauge the balance of power, thus avoiding unnecessary casualties and confrontations. At this juncture, researcher Lin Ling surveyed the group of young men and women seated below. You are all exceptional youths. After awakening your powers, it is commendable that you have not succumbed to arrogance, unlike characters in online novels who often elevate themselves above all others. Instead, you have chosen to join the Super Management Bureau immediately to contribute to societal stability. This is truly remarkable, because it is rare. I hope you can understand your position through our classification system. The safety and stability of society are paramount, and so too is your personal safety. By protecting yourselves, you ultimately protect this nation, and this is not contradictory. Now, I shall refrain from further commentary and return to discussing the classifications. I have encountered numerous classification systems online, which are often chaotic and arbitrary, and foreign classifications are equally disorganized with no unified standard. However, our nation's researchers have decided, after careful consideration, to adopt the simplest numerical classification starting at level 1. We will not use designations like A, B, C, or the philosophical terms of heaven and earth, nor the Greek designations found in mutant films such as Alpha or Delta. Instead, we will employ the straightforward numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 for clarity and ease of understanding. At present, we have defined level 1 superpowered individuals as those whose physical strength surpasses that of ordinary people by over tenfold after awakening. They may have initiated development in elemental and mental abilities, but these do not yet translate into combat effectiveness. It is crucial to note that this tenfold increase refers to overall attributes, including strength, reflexes, and defense, representing an average exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Do you comprehend the terror of such a tenfold disparity? To illustrate with a simple example, when you are an ordinary person, you may win a fight against another ordinary individual. However, if your physical attributes enhance tenfold, it does not merely mean you can defeat 10 ordinary people. Rather, you could potentially overpower 100, 200, or even more. In your enhanced state, ordinary individuals become akin to wooden stakes, posing no real threat. Faced with superpowered individuals, ordinary citizens truly possess no means of resistance. With your energy-enhanced physiques, ordinary individuals can barely touch you. In fact, standard caliber bullets no longer pose a lethal risk to you, representing a disheartening chasm of disparity. Lin Ling expressed a poignant tone when discussing the gap between ordinary people and superpowered individuals. Zhang Shoucheng resonated with this sentiment, for since awakening his powers, his perspective on the world has undeniably shifted. The more he focuses, the more his dynamic vision and reaction speed become terrifying. Even in a moment of distraction, his hyper-responsive nerves remain impervious to ordinary surprise attacks. At the very least, should a mosquito or fly venture near him, its survival rate is virtually zero, unless it is the mosquito that dares to attack Saitama. We have observed that as the energy alters you, various phenomena may arise, such as the ability to control elements like wind, fire, and lightning externally. Should one progress further, they would meet the criteria for level 2. At this level, pure physical enhancement results in a further increase of over tenfold in physical attributes. Other types of superpowered individuals also experience an increase, albeit not as substantial as those of pure physical enhancement, with their transformations manifesting predominantly within their respective categories. For example, shapeshifters can now control certain parts of their bodies to materialize, primarily transforming into animals for combat. Thus, encountering werewolves may indeed become a possibility. Organ manipulators display mutated organs, such as eyes that can see further and clearer, akin to humanoid telescopes, perhaps even evolving into mythological entities like the all-seeing eye. Elemental users can now exhibit their powers externally, engulfed in flames or entwined with lightning, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. However, they can only control these elements through physical contact and have yet to master external attacks. Such imagery is already quite fantastical, is it not? To us ordinary individuals, these feats resemble the characters of myth. It is particularly important to note that level 2 mental domain superpowered individuals can manipulate objects weighing approximately 10 kilograms and can materialize their psychic energy for intangible attacks. This aspect is manageable. However, we speculate that as their powers grow, the ability to control weights far exceeding their own might allow for flight. The intellectual type does not require special attention, but the most perilous are the psychic types. At level 2, these superpowered individuals can create illusions. Our experiments indicate that while other superpowered beings can detect and resist these illusions when mentally prepared, ordinary people remain utterly oblivious. They're akin to illusionist masters, posing extreme danger to the general populace, as ordinary individuals may never realize how they perished or mistakenly believe that a cockroach they just killed was actually a family member. Ordinary people are devoid of any secrets from them. Therefore, I urge you all to exercise utmost caution when encountering such superpowered individuals in the future. Avoid confronting them alone whenever possible. As of now, the highest level of superpowers identified is level 2, and we have yet to discover any abilities surpassing this tier. However, the powers of these individuals continue to enhance without stagnation. Just over a month ago, during the surge of superpowers, nearly all practitioners were at level 1, and now, only a brief time has passed before level 2 individuals have begun to emerge. Perhaps soon, someone will attain level 3 or even beyond. Yet we currently lack the means to define level 3, as we remain uncertain about the nature of such non-human entities. This concludes today's lesson. In the coming days, I will present collected videos of domestic and international superpowered individuals in combat, analyzing their fighting styles to provide you with a deeper understanding of this suddenly emerging group in our world. Subsequently, each student received a set of materials, and Zhang Shoucheng also took a copy, thick, printed on A4 paper. Thus, the morning quietly passed during researcher Linling's informative course. In the afternoon, Zhang Shoucheng and a group of newly inducted superpowered individuals from the Nanshan City Supervision Bureau were summoned to a wooded area behind the original teaching building. This space, once a small park intended for students to relax or read, had transformed into a training ground, featuring a row of fixed targets and a section for moving targets. A selection of firearms lay on the shooting platform, though Zhang Shoucheng, not being a military enthusiast, could only distinguish between handguns and assault rifles, as he had been disqualified from military service due to his nearsightedness. Good afternoon, everyone. I am your shooting instructor, Bai. You may call me Coach Bai or Instructor Bai, announced a tall young man with dark skin and a square jaw, greeting the group. Several sentinels with a similar demeanor, presumably from the military, stood guard around the shooting range. Now, everyone, focus your attention on me. This afternoon, we will primarily be training in shooting and combat, Coach Bai declared, clapping his hands to gather the group's attention before outlining the day's curriculum. He introduced the standard issue Type 95 assault rifle and the Type 92 handgun, noting that those interested in other types or larger calibers could consult him privately for additional training, though the Bureau would not provide these weapons. Coach Bai elaborated on the features of the two firearms, as well as the fundamental techniques and precautions for shooting. Noticing some female participants appeared apprehensive about firearms, he reassured them, "Ladies, as superpowered individuals, you are inherently more formidable than any weapon. Your physical attributes surpass those of ordinary humans, so once you grasp the shooting fundamentals, you will quickly excel. After all, your strength, reflexes, and coordination are unparalleled, and I have heard from the Research Institute that your learning capabilities are significantly enhanced as well." With the fears of some participants alleviated, Coach Bai reiterated the characteristics of the firearms and the shooting techniques before allowing the group to practice in clusters, with no limit on ammunition. For the authorities, such resources were virtually inconsequential. After several rounds of practice, the young trainees quickly grew enthusiastic about shooting live firearms. Coach Bai's assertion proved correct. After a few rounds, Zhang Shoucheng had already mastered the shooting techniques, demonstrating commendable accuracy and movement. The extraordinary physical capabilities of the superpowered individuals were evident. Even the petite girls showed no signs of fatigue from the recoil. Following several rounds with moving targets, which tested their judgment and reflexes, the group demonstrated notable progress. Coach Bai initially provided guidance and advice, but soon found himself relegated to merely organizing the shooting sequence, his expression a mix of resignation and envy. The disparity between superpowered individuals and ordinary people was striking. After about half a day's training, Coach Bai checked the time and announced, "All right, time's up. We will conclude today's shooting practice here. We will continue training at this time each day for about a week, and you should all be proficient by then. While you may not become sharpshooters with your physical abilities, mastering these skills should pose no challenge." Following a brief 15-minute break, they proceeded to the large staircase classroom on the first floor of the Mingli building for combat training. Originally a spacious lecture hall, it had been converted into a combat training area without a ring, as such a feature was deemed impractical. A portion of the classroom had been transformed into wooden seating, resembling a sports arena's bleachers, allowing for rest or observation of training sessions. The remainder of the floor was covered with thick mats, and the surrounding area contained training equipment, evidently designed for superpowered individuals rather than the average person. After the break, the group followed Coach Bai into the training room. This will be our combat training facility, and all future combat lessons will take place here. The equipment nearby is prepared for you, and the adjacent classroom has been similarly outfitted. You may use this space as a gym when not on duty, especially for those with physical abilities, as regular training can effectively expedite the evolution of your powers. This is a method confirmed by the Research Institute. The participants nodded in understanding. Today's combat course was divided into 2 segments, grappling and close-quarters knife fighting. Coach Bai stated, "I will demonstrate alongside my comrades while explaining the techniques. Please pay close attention, or feel free to record it on your phones." After introducing grappling techniques, Coach Bai added, "2 of my fellow instructors, who are also superpowered individuals, will partner with you for practice. Unfortunately, my speed and strength cannot match yours." With only 2 instructors available for practice, after a brief demonstration of basic movements, those who had grasped the fundamentals were invited to join in, significantly increasing the pace of the training. Zhang Shoucheng, having undergone more extensive energy modification than the others, quickly assimilated the techniques and assumed the role of a practice partner. His opponent was a petite, youthful girl with an endearing appearance. While there is a notable difference in physical strength between ordinary men and women, the disparity lessened amongst superpowered individuals. Zhang Shoucheng recognized that his own level of physical evolution far surpassed theirs, yet he felt no need to showcase this. They were merely training, and this was not a competition among academies or factions. However, he noticed the girl hesitated, aware that while her powers could alter her physique, they could not change her inherent personality. Such changes would come gradually as she recognized her own strength. Zhang Shoucheng smiled softly, viewing the girls under 20 as he would younger relatives. After all, his own daughter was already in middle school. While it is often said that men are forever enamored with 18-year-old beauties, he found himself exempt from this sentiment, viewing it through the lens of a father. "What is your name? How old are you?" he inquired. "My name is Yuching, and I am 16, she replied. "Oh, your name reveals your parents are likely from the post-80s generation," Zhang Shoucheng observed, noting how well-nourished the younger generation appeared. She hardly looked her age. "I'm Zhang Shoucheng. As for my age, if your father married young, we should be about the same age. Don't be afraid. As Coach Bai said, just attack me." The girl found it difficult to respond, as her father's appearance suggested he was much older than Zhang Shoucheng. After practicing for a while, the 2 took a break on the steps. Engaging in practice with another superpowered individual, even at half strength, was no trivial matter, and Yuching began to feel fatigued. Zhang Shoucheng, however, felt little exertion, his physique significantly surpassing that of others. Having grown somewhat familiar with one another, Yuching began to chat more freely. "Uncle, are you really about the same age as my father?" Zhang Shoucheng neither blushed nor frowned. Given his age, he could accept being called uncle by a girl. "Of course. I married relatively late, and my daughter is already 14, so I'm just a couple of years older than you. I simply look younger. That's hard to believe." "My dad looks so much older," she remarked, her spirits lifting as she recognized Zhang Shoucheng's daughter was of a similar age to her. "Did you know that gaining superpowers and undergoing energy modification can make your body feel younger?" "Oh, right. You wouldn't need that. You're only 16. I had always believed that individuals with superpowers were predominantly young, as is often stated online. I never imagined that someone like you, an older gentleman, could awaken such abilities. By the way, what is your superpower?" The curiosity of the youth is indeed insatiable. "A secret? What do you mean? We are all colleagues now. And you still keep secrets? So, is the salary at the Super Management Bureau quite generous?" "That's confidential as well." "Little he, aren't you still in school?" "Indeed. I am only a sophomore, but I will no longer need to attend classes. The Bureau will arrange the curriculum for me." "Doesn't this Super Management Bureau seem to be engaged in child labor?" "Young one, in the workplace, inquiring about salary is a major taboo. Remember that. However, since you sincerely asked, I will graciously inform you that I have no salary. Providing 3 meals a day is sufficient." The young girl pouted. "You're a liar." Zhang Shoucheng nodded in affirmation. "You have a keen eye." After a brief rest, chatting with the young girl made Zhang Shoucheng feel rejuvenated. They then proceeded to the close-quarters combat course. Coach Bai retrieved a short baton from a nearby bag. For those with superpowers, conventional firearms are largely ineffective. And since our country has stringent gun control, there are hardly any large-caliber firearms in civilian possession. If anyone wishes to learn, simply contact me privately and for future missions. Just submit a request. Your usual operations primarily focus on utilizing your innate abilities. This particular baton has been specially designed for you. Crafted from a unique alloy that perfectly balances hardness and resilience. After speaking, Coach Bai twisted the baton handle, revealing a concealed short blade. Transforming it into a long-handled dagger, the baton conceals a short blade, allowing it to be used as a long dagger while also extending your range of attack. Of course, all these items are training tools and are not sharpened. Our regular missions mainly involve subduing criminals. Unless the situation is dire or unavoidable, we generally advise against fatal force. From firearms to combat techniques to the glaring presence of a short blade, this group of fresh superpowered individuals suddenly comprehended that they had become warriors, destined to engage in real combat. The atmosphere in the room fell eerily silent. Zhang Shoucheng had anticipated this. With the advent of the superpower era, the prevalence of malicious superpowered crime was inevitable. He had mentally prepared himself for battle or even for taking lives. After all, he was not alone. He had children to protect and hoped for a stable society. He abhorred chaos. Subsequently, Coach Bai elaborated on the techniques for using the baton and long dagger, detailing the body's vital and non-vital areas, explaining how to inflict pain without causing death, and how to incapacitate an opponent with a single strike. A regular person wielding a baton or knife poses no threat, but among superpowered individuals, everyone's capabilities are leveled, making weaponry significantly important. Moreover, according to Coach Bai, this alloy was recently developed by the Research Institute, demonstrating excellent compatibility and extension effects for the energy of superpowered individuals. This significantly enhances the ability to breach the defenses of superpowered beings. At level 2 of superpowers, aside from physical and cerebral types, elemental superpowered individuals can project their energy externally. The reason conventional firearms are ineffective against superpowered individuals is that even a level 1 superpowered person possesses not only exceptional physical defenses, but also an energy field surrounding them, which greatly diminishes the kinetic energy of bullets. How can one breach this energy field? Either through immense force or by employing an equivalent energy attack. Over the course of the following week, Zhang Shoucheng anticipated enduring the continuous training, yet it concluded abruptly after just 2.5 days due to unforeseen circumstances. 013. Special Mobile Task Force. How long does it take for an ordinary person to transform into a law enforcer? Even for those with superpowers, they were previously students, servers, corporate employees, assembly line workers, or unemployed middle-aged individuals. Superpowers affect the body, not the mindset. Human transformation invariably requires time. However, at times, others, or the world, may not grant you that time. Zhang Shoucheng had anticipated 1 to 2 weeks of training at the Superpower Administration Bureau, but reality only afforded him 2.5 days. Time slipped away, quietly entering December. On Saturday afternoon, the 2nd, Zhang Shoucheng was in the combat training room, just about to begin his training, when he noticed someone's gaze upon him from outside the door. He looked up and saw SUSI-MANHUA, his designated supervisor and guide, standing there, his tall figure as upright as a pine tree. Superpowered individuals are not only physically strong, but also mentally resilient. Is there something you need? Zhang Shoucheng asked as he approached. He didn't press for details, knowing he would find out in due course. The two young women, however, seemed somewhat bewildered, especially Yucheng, whose face almost screamed, "Why me?" The three silently walked towards another low building. En route, SUSI-MANHUA spoke of Zhang Shoucheng's personal affairs. His pace slightly hurried. "We've already arranged the school, a private institution with integrated primary, middle, and high school levels. Its teaching quality is among the best in Nanshan. The children will be brought here in the next couple of days, having lunch at school and breakfast and dinner in our cafeteria. We have a dedicated nutritionist, so you don't need to worry about their diet. Also, there's a bit of a snag with your father." The old man had a change of heart at the last minute, saying he's afraid he won't be accustomed to life here. "All right. Then we'll implement the second plan, hiring a qualified nutritionist locally to come in daily to cook and clean for him. Diet is crucial after a total gastrectomy." "Okay. Then I appreciate your help." Zhang Shoucheng expressed his gratitude. Their conversation wasn't concealed from the others. Wang Zixuan remained expressionless, while Yucheng listened intently. Then suddenly felt her own treatment was less appealing. Why does Uncle get a secretary when we're all superpowered? She wondered. Is there no justice? Is there no law? The low building wasn't far, and the four soon arrived. Upon entering, Zhang Shoucheng noticed that it seemed to be a warehouse or armory, besides the personnel on duty. Director Li Xiaolin was also present, along with two young men standing rigidly by his side. All of them looked towards Zhang Shoucheng and his group, as if awaiting their arrival. Directly, Zhang Shoucheng greeted. The two young women, seeing the high-ranking leader, became somewhat nervous and remained silent. Captain Zhang is here. Director Li nodded slightly, his expression not severe. Hearing Li Xiaolin address him as captain, Zhang Shoucheng understood the purpose of their visit. He glanced at the two young women who had come with him and the two young men beside Director Li, surmising that they were likely his team members. Let me introduce you, Yao Jianhua took over, turning to the tall young man and saying, Wang Junyu, 21 years old, from the military. Physical type, purely physical superpower, level 2. Zhang Shoucheng shook his hand. The young man was quite tall, almost as tall as Director Li. He had slightly dark skin, a strong build, and a handsome appearance. With a smile on his face, he exuded a sunny, cheerful vibe. Ningbo, 19 years old, also from the military. Elemental type, wind-based superpower, level 2. This one had fair skin, a stern look, ordinary features, and a medium build. His cool expression slightly concealed his unremarkable appearance. Wang Zixuan, 19 years old. A migrant worker in Shun. Elemental type, fire-based superpower, level 2. He Yuqing, 16 years old, a student. She is a rare brain domain type, mind-based superpower, also level 2. Zhang Shoucheng recognized the two young women. What surprised him was that He Yuqing was a rare mind-based ability user. Aren't mind-based abilities usually from religiously zealous regions, or could this girl be from the Abnormal Human Research Center? Zhang Shoucheng mentally chuckled. Of course, he knew that there were exceptions to everything. He looked at He, who seemed to be a lively and cheerful young woman. This is Zhang Shoucheng, captain of the Special Mobile Task Force of the Superpower Administration Bureau of Nanshan. From now on, you will be his team members. Yao Jianhua introduced them simply to the four. Captain Zhang. The two soldiers stood at attention and saluted Zhang Shoucheng. Hello. Captain Zhang. The two young women, imitating the soldiers' actions, also greeted him, though without saluting. It's not terribly urgent, just a sudden incident. We just received a report that a superpowered individual has lost control in the Lehu District Foreign Trade Clothing City, and it's a fire-based superpower user. It has already caused a fire, Director Li explained. If it can cause a fire, then it's definitely at least a level 2 superpower, possibly even higher. Zhang Shoucheng was taken aback. Lehu District is 20 or 30 kilometers from Huqiu District. By the time we get there, the building will have collapsed. Aren't there any Superpower Administration Bureau personnel stationed there? Also, shouldn't we call the fire department to put out the fire? Director Li nodded. We have people there. And the fire department should be on the scene now. The reason we're sending you is my idea. Although the crime rate among superpowered individuals in our country is much lower than the chaotic situation abroad, it is on the rise. Superpowered individuals' abilities increase over time, and their ambitions will eventually become uncontrollable. People with abilities always think about doing big things, and I don't need to tell you what kind of destruction that can cause. My idea is that today, taking advantage of this incident, we can make your presence known to the public. The more and faster you resolve these issues, the more it will tell some evildoers that if they want to cause trouble, they'd better consider the consequences. The country has the determination and the ability to suppress all lawbreakers who disrupt social stability. All right, then shall we set off now? Zhang Shoucheng agreed with Director Li's words. Sometimes, it's necessary to hang a sword over some people's heads to maintain social stability. Of course, you can't just go like that. Let's change into your uniforms first. Yao Jianhua finished speaking and pointed to the 5 cardboard boxes on the nearby table, which had been brought out by the warehouse staff while they were talking. The boxes each had one of their names on them. They're all custom-made according to your body types, woven from high molecular composite materials, heat-resistant, wear-resistant, and corrosion-resistant. The breathability is good, and the extensibility is excellent, but they're not very warm. However, you superpowered individuals are more resistant to heat and cold. So that problem can be ignored. The group chose a few small rooms to change into their uniforms. Upon entering the room and opening the box, Zhang Shoucheng saw a complete set of black gear, including a tight-fitting high-necked long-sleeved t-shirt, tight pants, a belt, boots, gloves, a windbreaker with the national emblem on the left chest, and the words Xia Country Superpower Administration Department printed below, a 92-style pistol with a holster, and a training-style stick knife. Zhang Shoucheng twisted it open and saw that it was bladed, exceptionally sharp. There was even a mask that covered the lower half of the face, with a dense mesh structure in the mouth and nostril areas, seemingly with a small air filtration device. The full coverage design fastened behind the head, and the ears were not exposed. But they also had a mesh structure that did not affect hearing. The mask, like the other equipment, was black. Upon arriving at the scene, several individuals emerged almost simultaneously, each clutching a mask, with their attire neatly stored in a box. Zhang Shoucheng examined the uniformity of their costumes and, adjusting his mask, inquired of Director Li. "Are we planning to engage in a superhero team cosplay?" Director Li surveyed the uniforms with a nod of approval, seemingly pleased. "We do not embrace the notion of individual heroism. The kind of heroism depicted in American cinema is superficial and fundamentally hypocritical. The standardized uniform is a directive from above. After all, we are a law enforcement agency, specifically one endowed with superpowers. Our appearance must project authority. The National Super Administration has only recently been established, and previously, local law enforcement lacked uniformity. Henceforth, adherence to the dress code is imperative. As for the masks, they serve a confidentiality purpose. You may possess super abilities, but your families do not, and for their safety, confidentiality is paramount." Zhang Shoucheng nodded in agreement before donning his mask, securing it at the back of his head. While the 4 team members followed suit, clad entirely in black, only their eyes were visible, despite the small number of them. An inexplicable air of solemnity enveloped the scene. "During our mission, it is advisable to refrain from bringing personal mobile devices, especially those of the fruit brand. Use the phones provided by the Bureau, which will automatically connect to the headsets embedded in your masks, ensuring continuous communication with the Bureau for swift coordination in case of emergencies," reminded Yao Jianhua. "Understood. Please provide me with the exact address," responded Zhang Shoucheng, his voice altered by the mask, rendering it unrecognizable to those familiar with his speech patterns. Yao Jianhua swiftly recited an address and gestured towards the rooftop, stating, "Let us take the helicopter. Driving will take too long." "How fast can a helicopter fly?" Zhang Shoucheng asked, looking at her. There are indeed journalists on site, as well as a crowd of onlookers. The location is the commercial center of Lehu District, which is densely populated. Isn't the plan for us to appear in public to instill confidence in the populace and strike fear into the wrongdoers? That is quite straightforward. Zhang Shoucheng signaled to his team to gather around him. Turning to Director Li and Yao Jianhua, he added, "I shall escort them there now." With that, the 5 of them abruptly ascended into the air, swiftly becoming mere specks in the eyes of the 2 below as they soared towards Lehu District. Zhang Shoucheng did not utilize spatial translocation or teleportation. His current range for such abilities was limited. Instead, he maneuvered through the air, achieving considerable speed without employing full force. Director Li and Yao Jianhua watched as the special operations team vanished from sight, acknowledging that their velocity surpassed that of a helicopter. This speed truly embodied the essence of a special operations team, bolstering Director Li's confidence regarding the potential future developments they might face in the world. The team members, initially bewildered, simply obeyed their captain's command to cluster closely, unaware of the extraordinary events unfolding. They marveled at their sudden elevation, their surroundings rapidly receding. "Are we flying?" They pondered, astonished. The captain's abilities appeared to far surpass the current trends in the evolution of superpowers, a topic not covered in their training sessions. Wang Junyu, brimming with curiosity about the flight, glanced around with excitement. Although Ning Bo and Wang Zishuan maintained composed expressions, they observed their attire remaining perfectly still despite the speed, hinting that this was no ordinary flight. An inkling of realization began to dawn on them, yet they remained silent. However, the young girl He Yuqing had cast aside her previous thoughts, her gaze towards Zhang Shoucheng now filled with admiration. Indeed, there is law and principle. It is entirely reasonable for a master of his caliber to have a secretary. Zhang Shoucheng soon realized that requesting the address from Yao Jianhua was unnecessary. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, his enhanced vision allowed him to spot the center of Lehu District from afar, where thick smoke billowed skyward, reminiscent of ancient beacon towers. In no time, he led his team to hover above the site of the incident, surveying the situation. The foreign trade garment city was engulfed in flames, while the fire department worked tirelessly to contain the blaze and prevent its spread. However, the inferno was overwhelming, being in a commercial area that had previously undergone urban redevelopment. The roads were narrow and congested, hindering the arrival of multiple fire trucks. A large crowd had gathered at a distance, with many spectators peering out of nearby windows to witness the spectacle. Nearly everyone was recording the incident on their mobile devices. Since the advent of smartphones, the rise of self-media had empowered individuals to become reporters. With such a significant fire erupting in the city center, it was an opportune moment for content creation, especially for those seeking to gain followers. Even those uninterested in self-media felt compelled to capture the moment for future storytelling and conversation. amidst the cacophony of flames, rushing water. In the din of the crowd, Zhang Shoucheng guided his team downwards. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spotted them, gasping in surprise and alerting their companions by pointing skyward. In moments, nearly all eyes were drawn to the descending figures, and every camera was trained upon them, including those of the reporters on scene. The clamor escalated, accompanied by a palpable sense of awe and pressure among the onlookers. Goodness, those individuals are flying. What kind of sorcery is this? Many citizens, although accustomed to the era of superpowers, found it difficult to grasp the reality of individuals soaring through the sky, creating an overwhelming sense of wonder. Are they divine beings? Has the era of superpowers advanced to this level in just over a month? How enviable. Why am I not a superpowered individual? This is utterly unfair, so incredibly impressive. Is it telekinesis or wind manipulation? The discussions among the crowd revealed that, after a month of acclimatization and national promotion, the reality of the superpowered era had been embraced and assimilated by the general populace. A reporter from the local television station caught sight of Zhang Shoucheng and his team, gesturing for the cameraman to focus on their descent. Currently, firefighters are working tirelessly to control the blaze. However, we have just observed individuals descending from the sky. Judging by their attire, they appear to be from the municipal super administration, much like the previous heroes. We hope they possess effective methods to manage and extinguish the fire. Zhang Shoucheng landed in the open space before a makeshift command center, where several individuals were directing rescue operations via walkie-talkies. Two more individuals, clad in uniforms similar to Zhang Shoucheng's, but in a matte deep blue, were also present. It seemed Director Li's assertions were accurate. The super administration had begun standardizing uniforms. Uncertainty lingered regarding whether they were the only ones in entirely matte black. Greetings, we are the Special Operations Team from the Nanshan City Super Administration. I am the captain. Zhang Shoucheng introduced himself, revealing his credentials briefly. What is the current situation? The identification card from the super administration bore no personal information, as all data was stored on a chip, allowing him to present it without concern for privacy. A slender young man gestured toward a plump middle-aged gentleman beside him, stating, "Hello, this is Director Liang from our street office." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Director Liang promptly extended a warm handshake. Zhang Shoucheng accepted the gesture without hesitation. The current situation remains relatively stable, since the fire did not originate from the ground floor and the alarm was activated promptly. The merchants and shoppers within the building have mostly evacuated safely. Subsequently, the two members of the Supervision Bureau also rescued some individuals who were trapped. At present, even if there are still people inside, they are likely very few. The current predicament is that the fire is proving difficult to control, and the circumstances surrounding the individual who caused the incident remain unclear. Director Liang provided a brief overview of the situation, and a colleague from the Supervision Bureau, who had arrived earlier, nodded in agreement, affirming the accuracy of the report. Zhang Shoucheng nodded slightly, having grasped the basic state of affairs. The safety of the public has always been a primary focus of national disaster relief efforts. As long as casualties are minimal, the situation is not overly dire. In the face of peril, even a level 1 superhuman finds entering a blazing inferno fraught with danger, though not insurmountable. Those previously ensnared by the flames have been rescued. And the foremost task now is to ascertain whether any victims lie unconscious, unable to call for help. Zhang Shoucheng turned to Yucheng, a level 2 telepath, inquiring if she could employ her abilities to locate any remaining survivors. To maintain confidentiality, he refrained from directly naming his team members. He was also utilizing his spatial sensing to detect survivors within the structure, albeit discreetly. It was imperative for him to maximize the potential of his team. Otherwise, what purpose did their presence serve if he were to resolve every issue single-handedly? I will give it a try, Captain, Yucheng responded without hesitation, activating her powers to commence the search. Her invisible telepathic abilities extended into the building, silent and undetected. Captain, I have found 11 life signs, she reported swiftly, demonstrating the effectiveness of her telepathy in locating individuals. Upon comparison, Zhang Shoucheng noted that his own spatial sensing had detected a similar number, albeit with a few additional likely deceased individuals. Well done. Can you relay their locations to the others? As captain, it was crucial to commend his team for their accomplishments, particularly since Yucheng was merely 16, an age where affirmation is most cherished. Yes, Captain, but they cannot resist it. My ability is impervious to ordinary individuals. However, superhumans must open their minds to it, she explained. Zhang Shoucheng gestured for the remaining 3 team members and the 2 personnel from the Super Management Bureau to convene. He Yuqing guided them on how to relax before sharing the survivors' locations. All right, split up. Each of you take one, and leave the rest to me. Do not concern yourselves with the one in the middle of the 3rd floor. With tasks assigned, they dashed into the inferno. As the danger within paled in comparison to the potential threats faced by superhumans, provided the building remained intact, they swiftly advanced toward their designated targets. With Zhang Shoucheng taking charge of the higher-level survivors, this area was a commercial district transformed from an old residential neighborhood with a maximum height of 6 stories. Most survivors were found in concealed spaces, having sought refuge in corners when escape seemed impossible. The lack of oxygen had rendered them unconscious. Many were located in restroom stalls, as instinct often drives individuals toward water during such crises. The height of a few stories posed little challenge to superhumans, the primary concern being the safe descent of the injured. Otherwise, they risked suffering injuries upon landing, even if they escaped the flames. One by one, they leapt from the upper floors, eliciting gasps from onlookers, which escalated into astonished exclamations upon witnessing Zhang Shoucheng gently lowering 4 unconscious victims from the air. In an instant, the majority of cameras turned their attention to him, revealing the identity of the flying individual capable of transporting others. Quickly, get them to the hospital. Upon their descent, Director Liang promptly dispatched emergency personnel, as several ambulances awaited nearby, more than sufficient for the task at hand. Have all the survivors been rescued? Zhang Shoucheng heard the voice of SUSI-MANHUA through his embedded headset, indicating her vigilant observation of the scene. In this nation where eyes were everywhere, it was simple for the Super Management Bureau to ascertain real-time situations, whether through live broadcasts or direct inquiries. All but one. There remains another on the 3rd floor. A superhuman, and he is likely the cause of the fire. Is there a way to extinguish the flames first? I will attempt it. Zhang Shoucheng pondered briefly before elevating himself into the air, hovering at the 3rd floor level. He extended his hand, isolating the entire building space. His precision in spatial manipulation had grown to approximately 6 cubic meters, up from 5, exhibiting daily improvement. Without the need for meticulous control, his range could reach over 1,000 meters, a notable increase from just days prior. Within his domain, he enacted a rough isolation of the building, while simultaneously using his other hand to precisely manipulate a section of space, absorbing and compressing the smoke and flames. Although he could have accomplished this without extending his hand, it was essential to demonstrate his efforts, given the multitude of onlookers and reporters. As the crowd watched Zhang Shoucheng hover in the air, uncertainty filled the atmosphere until they witnessed the firefighting hoses seemingly encountering an invisible barrier, splashing water in all directions. On the other side of this barrier, the flames receded at a visible rate, with the smoke appearing to be drawn into a moving cube. The situation transformed rapidly. The fire was finally extinguished, and with a swift motion, Zhang Shoucheng cast the smoke-filled space into the sky, where it erupted and dissipated. After approximately a minute, he lifted the isolation on the building, allowing fresh air to rush in. Some smoldering points ignited again upon receiving oxygen, but the fire department would address those, posing no significant threat. Witnessing this seemingly divine display, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt into scattered applause, which soon unified into a resounding ovation, akin to celebrating the conclusion of a magnificent performance. Zhang Shoucheng did not bow in acknowledgement. He was not an entertainer. As a superhuman enforcer, he did not require a relatable image. His aloof demeanor would ultimately serve to maintain stability in the future. Understood, one individual replied. Zhang Shoucheng nodded toward them and the rescue personnel before leading his team into the building. Once a foreign trade garment market, it now lay littered with charred remnants of indeterminate origin. Stepping onto the still smoldering floor, they ascended to the 3rd level. In a shop at the center of the floor sat a young boy who appeared quite youthful. Nearby lay 2 middle-aged individuals, one male and one female. The man was charred beyond recognition, while the woman lay intact, her head propped against the wall, stained with blood. The boy sat beside the woman, the area around him seemingly unscathed, suggesting his influence had spared her from the flames. The 2 male members of the Special Operations Team, both with military backgrounds, maintained composure, while the 2 girls appeared visibly shaken. Although the circumstances remained unclear, it was evident that a tragedy had unfolded here. "What is your name?" Zhang Shoucheng inquired of the boy, seeking to check for any records. He was aware that SUSI-MANHUA could overhear him. In mere seconds, she confirmed, there are no records. He is an undocumented superhuman. Do you not use the internet? Were you not taken to the hospital after awakening your powers? Zhang Shoucheng asked Lu Junming. My mother did not buy me a phone or computer for my studies. She was on a business trip during the 2 days I was unconscious, and no one knew. He replied. The individuals present, including Yao Jianhua at the Super Management Bureau, were left speechless, astonished that he had slipped through the cracks. What of your mother? This question seemed to provoke the boy, who suddenly raised his head, his expression contorted with rage as he shouted, Why are you apprehending me? I am a superhuman. An extraordinary being. Zhang Shoucheng gestured toward the 2 corpses on the ground. You have taken lives, boy, within this building, beyond your sight. For others have lost their vibrant existence. Did they offend you? What error have they committed that grants you the right to strip them of their lives? I am a being of extraordinary abilities, a paragon of existence. What significance lies in the act of taking a few lives, including your mother? This statement rendered him speechless, prompting him to mutter to himself about how beings with superpowers are inherently superior and should dictate the world's affairs. Zhang Shoucheng and his comrades exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of disbelief. This young man appeared to be mentally unwell. Zhang Shoucheng surmised that Lu Junming had likely endured overwhelming trauma, rendering him incapable of rational discourse. With a mere thought, he immobilized the space surrounding Lu and, accompanied by his team, ascended through the window, soaring swiftly into the sky. Outside, the onlookers observed their departure, most notably the younger crowd, whose eyes shimmered with envy. This world had entered an era of superhuman capabilities. Yet those endowed with such gifts were not among them, a stark injustice indeed. However, in this realm, what semblance of fairness truly exists? The common populace harbors a singular hope that those perched atop the pyramid will never forget the multitude who, layer upon layer, support the lofty heights that reach for the sun. In the chaotic era, he manipulated space, rendering them invisible to those above ground. The towering skyscrapers of the city receded beneath him, creating the illusion that he remained stationary while the city shifted around him. Yet, his subordinates, the restrained juvenile offender, and his own flying form served as reminders that the world had undergone a profound transformation. Nevertheless, this nation continued to assert its unwavering control, ensuring the normal operation and stability of society. Stability and peace have always been privileges enjoyed by a select few nations, a reality that remains unchanged from the past to the present. But how long can this last? The superhumans will continue to grow stronger, their demands will inevitably multiply, and one day they will seize what they desire through their power. Chaos is a ladder, a reshuffling, an opportunity. It is a nightmare for ordinary people. Zhang Shoucheng detests chaos. Even without children or a father, he finds it repugnant. In high school, he vividly recalls the trend of reading Hong Kong comics, marking his first encounter with this medium. Titles such as The Divine Soldier, Legend of the Emperor, Dragon Tiger Gate, and Fongan left a lasting impression. But the series that resonated with him the most were the Sea Tiger and the subsequent War God series. He even indulged in several spin-offs, such as War God Phoenix and War God Flying Sand. The intricate plots elude his memory due to the passage of time. Yet he will forever remember that the emergence of electrical propulsion marked the beginning of a harrowing journey for ordinary civilians. In the era of magnetic fields, common people were treated worse than pigs or dogs. This is not merely a metaphor, but a stark reality. By the time of the Ultimate Era, the world, or rather the universe, had devolved into a mere entertainment bureau run by pleasure seekers, ultimately leading to the extinction of humanity and the collapse of civilization, returning to a primal state. Now, what differentiates superpowers from electrical propulsion or magnetic fields? Nothing. Power is eternally a tool. The true terror lies in those who wield such tools. This is the future that Zhang Shoucheng vehemently resists. A flurry of curious glances interrupted his contemplation. His team members seemed intrigued by him, particularly He Yuching, who gazed at him with admiration, brimming with countless questions. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Bottling it up could lead to a hospital visit, he replied, lightly tapping her head. Captain, you're incredible. Is your superpower related to space? She inquired, her eyes wide with wonder. Zhang Shoucheng glanced at the 4 of them. It was clear that curiosity was shared among them. However, only He Yuching, being the youngest and most familiar with him, dared to voice her questions directly. Confidential. I've said nothing, he retorted. Are you above level 2? Confidential. Your assumptions are unfounded. Understanding dawned upon her, and she nodded rapidly, while the others refrained from pressing further, likely grasping some of the underlying truths. Zhang Shoucheng gently descended before them. Thank you all for your hard work. You executed the task splendidly. Mission accomplished, they replied. Then, take the afternoon off to rest. he concluded, before being approached by another officer. Captain Zhang, please accompany me with the offender. The team dispersed, exchanging brief farewells before each ventured off, drawn by the allure of a day off. Zhang Shoucheng, accompanied by Lu Junming, followed Yao Jianhua to the small building housing the research institute. However, instead of ascending to the upper floors, they descended into the underground. After taking over this facility, we made minimal alterations to the original structure. It was merely a temporary base, and it wasn't worth incurring excessive costs. After all, national funds are not easily acquired, Yao Jianhua explained as they walked. Upon reaching the basement, Zhang Shoucheng noted the multiple verification processes they had to undergo. Utilizing his spatial awareness, he discerned that the underground consisted of 2 levels, resembling a prison. Given the time constraints, it was understandable that there were only 2 levels. Some cells were already in use. Following Yao Jianhua to the second underground level, a staff member opened a cell where Zhang Shoucheng placed the individual and then released the spatial constraints. It was unintentional. It was an accident, Lu Junming protested. Still caught in the moment of questioning Zhang Shoucheng, realizing his predicament, he began to yell, "Let me out. I still need to attend school. I can't miss class. Is this place safe? Can it hold superhumans?" Absolutely. The security here is stringent, and all facilities are reinforced. With a level 2 superhuman, causing destruction would take considerable time. Additionally, half the guards here possess superpowers, so they will not allow any disorder. I still find it unreliable. A facility for superhumans shouldn't be alongside the Supervision Bureau. Most of our personnel are ordinary citizens, and if one were to escape, the consequences would be dire. We understand your concerns, but the arrival of the superpower era has been rapid, and time is of the essence. Ordinary prisons cannot contain them. And a new regulatory center is under construction, operating around the clock. Rest assured, it will be operational soon. That's reassuring, Zhang Shoucheng replied, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. What will happen to him next? Zhang Shoucheng hesitated, grappling with the gravity of the situation. Although the offender was merely a 15-year-old boy, he had taken 6 lives, and the extent of injuries and the complete destruction of a building weighed heavily on his mind. The criminal law was amended in 2021. Those over 14 are held legally accountable, Yao Jianhua remarked. Upon reaching the surface, Zhang Shoucheng gazed at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Sensing his turmoil, Yao Jianhua offered, "For the stability of our nation and the safety of its citizens, we have no choice but to act this way." I understand. I just feel pity for the child. He is only a year older than my daughter. Try not to dwell on it too much. Take a break this afternoon and relax. As your supervisor and guide, I have studied you thoroughly during your unconscious state, and I believe you need not bear such a heavy psychological burden. Is there enough time? Absolutely. That's good to hear. However, there is a meeting tomorrow morning, and your child should arrive at the airport by noon. As a father, you should be there to welcome her, Yao Jianhua reminded him. Understood. I will remember. Thank you. Yao Jianhua smiled gently. It is our duty. Once prepared, Zhang Shoucheng ascended into the skies, confirming his direction before rapidly disappearing, heading towards his hometown. Zhang Shoucheng hailed from Feishui City, the capital of Heian Province, located approximately 1,200 kilometers from Nanshan City, a distance he was well acquainted with, having driven it numerous times. However, flying in a straight line proved to be far more efficient. After about 20 minutes, he arrived near his home, having corrected his initial misdirection with the aid of satellite navigation. For many years, his family had engaged in the nursery business, ceasing the cultivation of food crops. Aside from residential areas and roads, most of the land was now dedicated to economic trees. Zhang Shoucheng landed near his old residence and sensed his father's presence at home. Seated at the entrance, he approached, deliberately making his footsteps audible. His father, with keen hearing, looked up to see his son. Zhang Shoucheng had removed his glasses, and over the past month, the significant changes in his demeanor rendered him more solemn and mature than before. Once an optimistic individual, always wearing a smile, he now appeared more serious and weathered. Is everything all right? Are you in good health? All is well. Zhang Shoucheng understood that his father's life was, in fact, devoid of any significant issues. Though he was not present, his elder sister and brother were there to support him. Furthermore, the caregiving personnel arranged by the Bureau would likely arrive in the coming days. Didn't I instruct you to go to Nanshan? I am currently employed by the state, enjoying generous benefits, and I had hoped to bring you there to relish a life of comfort. Working for the state is indeed commendable. One must dedicate oneself sincerely. I shall not go, as I am unaccustomed to it, and it would only impede your work. You must commit yourself diligently, and avoid the frivolous pursuits of your student days. The nation has progressed to this point through great effort. Our childhood was marked by poverty. His father began recounting tales of their impoverished past, a narrative he had shared countless times before. Zhang Shoucheng felt that the regret of squandering his academic potential during his youthful years would forever linger in his heart, no matter how close he was to turning 40. In the afternoon, he sat quietly at the entrance of his childhood home, listening to his father speak of the hardships they once faced. The tales of suffering were met with an inexplicable sense of ease, causing the melancholy that often clouded Zhang Shoucheng's expression to dissipate somewhat. In this beautiful world, the greatest fear lies in the disruption of order. In the face of mistakes, one must acknowledge and endure the consequences. The elder, with deep roots in his homeland, yearns to remain in the place he has inhabited for a lifetime. Zhang Shoucheng, respecting this desire, refrains from imposing his own wishes upon him. Since awakening his extraordinary abilities, Zhang's life has undergone significant transformation, even reducing his time spent online. On a quiet evening, he intended to browse the internet for trending topics. Unfortunately, before he could even power on his computer, a phone call summoned him away. Was there a major incident? No, it was Lu Juming who wished to see him. You can decide for yourself. If you wish to go, feel free to do so. You possess the highest authority and may proceed without restriction. If you prefer not to go, simply disregard this matter, SUSI-MANHUA conveyed over the phone. Very well, I shall proceed. Do you require my company? Zhang inquired. No need. Take a rest. However, if you are interested in what we discuss, you are welcome to listen. I will be in uniform, you replied. After donning his uniform, Zhang entered the underground confinement chamber. Through the small opening, he observed Lu Juming lost in thought, his face marred, likely from tears. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy. As the guard opened the door, Zhang stepped inside, surveying the solitary confinement space. Though modest in size, it surpassed that of a typical prison, featuring a bed, a washroom, and even a long desk adorned with philosophical and literary texts. There was also a television and a gaming console, although the television could not access external information, serving solely to connect with the gaming device for entertainment. This arrangement appeared to consider the youthfulness of most superhumans, allowing for both amusement through games and intellectual enrichment through books. Upon hearing the door open, Lu Juming snapped out of his reverie, fixating his gaze on Zhang Shoucheng. The mask obscured Zhang's expression, and he had no intention of revealing his face in front of others. His short hairstyle, like that of most men, lacked distinguishing features. I hear you sought me out. Do you have something to convey? Zhang's voice, altered by the mask, resonated differently. It was not intentional. I could not control myself, Lu lamented, covering his face with his hands. Whether intentional or not, it is inconsequential. What matters is that this has become an established truth. But I truly do not desire this. Is this what you wish to express by summoning me? Zhang, unfamiliar with the current generation's mindset, countered, when did you realize you possess superpowers? Like other extraordinary individuals, I awoke after a fainting spell and recognized my abilities. We generally refer to ourselves as individuals with superpowers. Why do you insist on calling yourself an extraordinary being? What distinction does it make? Are we not extraordinary? Have we not transcended the mundane? Lu questioned, confusion evident in his eyes. The distinction is profound. Referring to oneself as an individual with superpowers implies we remain human, merely equipped with a useful tool. As for extraordinary beings, what fault lies in being human? Do you aspire to surpass them? Just because you possess some abilities, you eagerly segregate yourself from the masses? Isn't that the reality? Lu seemed unable to grasp Zhang's perspective. This was likely a generational divide, given their 20-year age difference. According to the popular notion of a 3-year gap, there existed at least 7 or 8 chasms between them, akin to the Mariana Trench. Zhang chose not to dwell on the terminology, instead asking, since you have long awakened your powers, why have you not reported them? Even without a phone, you could have registered at the Supernatural Administration Bureau. If you are unfamiliar with the area, you could have visited the local community security office or informed a teacher who could have reported it. I assume your school has displayed banners and posters. Why then? Have you chosen to conceal this? Lu hesitated, reluctant to speak, but eventually replied, the discussions among my classmates suggest that a senior, upon awakening, registered his powers, and everyone labeled him a pawn of the state, a fool. Oh? Serving the country makes one a fool? In your life, has the state wronged you in any way? Can you share the consensus among your classmates regarding the optimal approach? Survival, of course. This is an era of survival. With superpowers, one must quietly develop until becoming the strongest, at which point one can act without fear and pursue any desire. Alternatively, one could operate from the shadows, quietly amassing power until they no longer need to heed the state's authority. His assertions carried an air of inevitability. To wield power is to control the world. To indulge in pleasures, Zhang found himself momentarily silenced by Lu's naivete, the confinement room nearly unable to contain such juvenile bravado. He scrutinized Lu, confirming the absence of a dominant presence, feeling no inclination to bow in submission. You lack the aura of a protagonist, young lad. You cannot even diminish my intellect. Allow me to inquire. If you persist in merely surviving, how will you ascertain when you have become the strongest? Do you possess a standard? To achieve supremacy, one must engage in combat. If combat is necessary, how can one merely survive? Do you believe this is a fantasy realm where one can kill, dispose of bodies, and vanish only to continue surviving? Do you think the surveillance cameras and satellites are blind? Do you comprehend the nature of this country? Have you considered how to operate from the shadows while stealthily building your influence? How will your faction communicate? By writing letters? Sending pigeons? The moment you employ any modern communication, your so-called faction cannot remain concealed. Do you know who stands behind the telecommunications companies? Zhang felt a sense of ennui wash over him. I suspect that many boys in your class indulge in online novels, and I too have been a long-time reader. The tropes you mention have been explored for over a decade. Are they truly viable? That depends on the individual. Based on the information I possess, there are indeed those who have successfully executed the strategies you mentioned. Who are they? Lu's hope reignited as he considered the possibility of aligning himself with a powerful entity. As depicted in his novels, it is I. Zhang found little motivation to continue the conversation. The rebellious and obstinate nature of youth, coupled with a severely distorted worldview, left him disheartened. Online novels serve as splendid entertainment, fulfilling the imaginations and yearnings of many, but the caveat is that one must not take them literally, intertwining fictional emotions with one's reality, lest they fall into a pit of despair. If your intent in seeking me was merely to discuss these matters, then our conversation must conclude here. They say I may face death, Lu quavered, fear evident in his voice. The they he referred to likely encompassed the colleagues from the case investigation and psychological analysis departments who had interrogated him earlier that afternoon. I cannot speak to that. I am merely an enforcer, not a judge. However, I understand that when one errs, there are consequences to bear proportionate to the severity of the mistake. Such lessons are typically imparted by teachers and parents during one's early years. At this moment, Zhang found himself grateful for his father, who, despite his youthful frivolities and lack of diligence in providing for the family, never indulged his children in their misdeeds. Punishment was a certainty. Once, Zhang had ignited a neighbor's haystack, nearly burning down the entire house, and was subsequently subjected to a thorough reprimand. It was only through the intervention of the neighbors that his anger was quelled. Yet, Zhang harbored no resentment. However, I am merely 15 years old. I do not wish to perish, for I still possess value. Do I not? Surely, you require individuals to join your ranks, and I am willing to contribute. For my abilities are formidable. Very well, yet you must assist us in contemplating how to address the families of the deceased and the multitude of injured. Should you resolve this dilemma, joining us would not be out of the question. They are merely ordinary individuals, surely not as significant as I am. I am indeed exceptional. Zhang Shoucheng turned away from the confinement room. Lu Junming was captured by his own hands. Initially, observing that he was only a year older than his daughter filled him with a sense of regret and guilt. Yet now, after their conversation, Zhang Shoucheng felt that correcting him might be somewhat arduous. He is merely a child who fears death. A child who has committed grave offenses yet seeks to evade responsibility. He is just a mischievous child. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhang Shoucheng intended to change out of his uniform. However, as soon as he removed his mask, his phone rang. It was his personal phone, resting on his computer desk, which he had intentionally left behind when he went to the confinement room. He had cultivated a small habit of not carrying his personal phone while in uniform. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from his ex-wife. And a quick look at the call log revealed that she had tried to reach him multiple times. Had this been before his coma? He likely would have ignored the calls. After all, there was little to discuss. Their separation had been finalized in a rather unsavory manner, leaving them to go their separate ways. Yet now, his mindset had shifted. It was not due to his newfound abilities or a desire to flaunt them. He found such notions trivial and immature. Rather, having embraced the vastness of the universe, he realized that the entanglements he once struggled with were merely self-imposed burdens. Life is a series of separations and reunions. A natural rhythm. The world would not collapse with one less person, and the Earth would continue to thrive even without humanity, enduring until the sun expands. Zhang Shoucheng reclined on the sofa, choosing to answer the call. What do you need? I called to see if you would pick up the kids. My mother is packing their things. Yes. Why didn't you discuss this with me? There is nothing to discuss. Bringing them over is necessary. Your agreement changes nothing. Why? The world has changed. It's safer for them to be with me. I feel more at ease. After a brief silence, she inquired, has the school been arranged? Yes. The best school in Huqiu has been set up. You needn't worry. Where are you living now? When will you arrive? The flight is in the afternoon. This silence was mutual. Once intimate partners, they now had little to say to each other aside from matters concerning their children. They hung up simultaneously. Thus, the dynamics of marriage are peculiar. When harmonious, spouses are each other's closest friends. When estranged, they become akin to strangers. Those who can maintain a friendship post-divorce are truly a rarity. Had it not been for their children, Zhang Shoucheng would likely prefer never to see her again. Once the call ended, tranquility enveloped him, finally allowing him some respite to browse the internet. He opened his computer and accessed his designated homepage. This was his routine. He typically perused current events and significant happenings. If something piqued his interest, he would delve deeper into other news portals. When not on his computer, he would explore Bilibili on his phone. However, he never engaged with Douyin or live streams, for reasons he could not quite articulate. Perhaps it was simply his nature. He preferred to ignore things that did not appeal to him rather than disparage them. Times have changed. Few now watch television news. And he had never turned on the TV in his dorm. To his surprise, 3 of the top 10 trending topics on Baidu were about him or his special task force. He pondered whether trending topics were regionally tailored or uniformly displayed across the nation. The joys and concerns of the superpower era. The remaining 3 headlines depicted Zhang Shoucheng shaking hands with community leaders, rescuing the injured, and overseeing the scene from above. Upon checking the sources, he discovered they were from the official media of Nanshan City, confirming the reports were indeed from journalists present at the event. It was curious that, although wielding superpowers did not necessitate the use of hands, he had extended his arm. The implications were apparent. The comments below were overwhelmingly positive, interspersed with a few envious remarks, yet he found no criticisms or disparaging comments. Such is the nature of state media. Those who understand know. Should superpowered individuals be treated differently? This was a discussion thread aggregating news from various regions, prompting dialogue on whether superpowered individuals should be classified differently from ordinary citizens and if special laws should be enacted. Should superpowered offenders face harsher penalties, or should their abilities be taken into account, allowing for redemption? How can this community of superpowered individuals be integrated into society while maintaining stability? The comments varied widely, encompassing all viewpoints, support, opposition, vitriol, envy, and a smattering of reasoned opinions. For Zhang Shoucheng, the events that had transpired were in the past, and time would ultimately reveal the outcome. His focus remained on steering the results toward his desired direction. As for the comments, he merely glanced at them. He never engaged in online disputes, he never had, and certainly did not intend to now. Engaging in such arguments was the most futile endeavor imaginable. The final trending topic bore an audacious title: Nanshan City welcomes the world's strongest superpowered individual. The conclusion was unequivocal. Zhang Shoucheng was proclaimed the strongest superpowered individual in the world. In truth, Zhang Shoucheng's abilities could not be concealed. Analyzing videos of his feats would readily yield insights. He had no intention of hiding this. What required discretion was his personal information. The exact number of superpowered individuals in the world remained unknown, and their levels of development were unquantifiable. How the claim of his supremacy was derived was unclear. Perhaps it was a baseless conjecture that serendipitously proved accurate. Zhang Shoucheng felt a sense of notoriety. Both he and his team had gained recognition, albeit not fully exposed, as he had not revealed his identity. In the ensuing hours, he perused various news portals, noting a decline in entertainment news and a surge in reports regarding superpowers. It seemed that, for the moment, the allure of celebrity gossip had waned, giving way to the rising prominence of superpowers as the new stars of this era. Regarding international news, aside from political and sports-related stories, coverage of superpower developments abroad was scarce. Zhang Shoucheng speculated that perhaps the chaos overseas led to a suppression of such information domestically to prevent any potential contagion. Sometimes, imitation is an inherent trait of humanity. The notion of citizens' right to information is, in truth, a fallacy. Excessive freedom and knowledge often yield far more harm than good. Zhang Shoucheng, feeling disinclined to use his phone, logged into Bilibili directly on his computer. The recommended videos featured numerous analyses from content creators regarding him, as many individuals present at the time had smartphones. Videos of the Special Task Force's rescue efforts, including his own, were easily accessible. Who could say how many of those present had been browsing Douyin or Bilibili? In contrast to the fleeting trends on Douyin, the content creators on Bilibili were more analytical. They examined the nature of his powers, his speed, the classification of his abilities, and their applications, with the majority engaged in discussions about whether he was indeed the strongest superpowered individual. One should not underestimate these creators. They possess talent and leisure, evidenced by individuals who calculate the number of arms in the thousand-handed Buddha or the number of blades of grass in the King's Canyon. Zhang Shoucheng merely watched the spectacle. He was indifferent to the conclusions drawn. What truly captivated his interest was discovering discussions about the future of superpowered individuals. He noted a burgeoning community of superpower content creators on Bilibili, with their follower counts rising rapidly. He imagined similar trends were occurring across other short video platforms. Although he was not particularly invested in the live streaming industry, it was likely that superpowered streamers would soon emerge. This was an intriguing development. As the world embraced the superpower era, those endowed with abilities sought to monetize their gifts, improve their livelihoods, and transform their lives. In the absence of superpowers, I found myself impoverished. Upon acquiring them, I remained in the same state of destitution. Thus, in this era of superpowers, one might question the very essence of their existence. Currently, the official statistics indicate that there are approximately 700,000 superpowered individuals in Xia country, though the actual number may well be greater. It is not inconceivable that more superpowered beings will emerge in the future, as a significant portion of the luminous energy still resides on Earth, potentially awaiting a means of release. What direction should the future of these individuals take? Historical precedents suggest that repression is less effective than guidance. Merely stifling their existence in an attempt to maintain societal order is futile. Such actions will only intensify the pressure, leading to an eventual eruption. Instead, why not embrace a model of visibility and entertainment? It appears that major video and streaming platforms have not prohibited superpowered individuals from showcasing their abilities and attracting followers, subtly hinting at a broader understanding of this reality. Even superpowered beings are not exempt from the theory of supply and demand. We inhabit an era where wealth equates to status, and when the majority of superpowered individuals achieve financial independence, they become stakeholders in societal stability. Few would choose to betray their own social class. The government, too, will not oppose their accumulation of wealth. Rather, it must regulate the notion of their superiority, ensuring that such ideologies are constrained, managed, and suppressed. On the morning following the incident report, Zhang Shoucheng arrived at a small conference room in the main building at 9 a.m., as indicated by the notice on his work phone. Upon entering, he found that all 4 of his team members were already present. Shortly thereafter, Director Li, Section Chief Meng, and Yao Jianhua arrived in succession, and no one else joined them. After exchanging greetings, everyone took their seats. They were not overly concerned about the gathering, as they had anticipated it and were aware that, during downtime, they could afford to relax. Time was quite flexible. This flexibility referred to the superpowered individuals on field duty. While ordinary personnel like Yao Jianhua and Section Chief Ming adhered to the standard leave system. Captain Zhang, let us first discuss the special mobile squad, Director Li began, directing his gaze toward Zhang Shoucheng. Is there any arrangement in place? Roughly speaking, Director Li replied, according to the Bureau's workflow. A work meeting is typically held on Monday mornings, attended by the leaders of all departments. However, there is a complication. We are the management department for superpowered individuals. Yet the leadership of each department comprises ordinary people. The reason is straightforward. Those who awaken their powers are usually quite young, and placing them in management roles would be impractical due to their lack of experience. As they age and gain experience, the more outstanding individuals will gradually replace some of the ordinary management staff. However, Captain Zhang, you possess adequate age and social experience. It is now up to you to choose whether to continue on the elite team path or to gradually transition towards a management role. I'm quite satisfied with the current setup, Zhang Shoucheng stated, expressing his desire not to ascend within the bureaucracy, as that was not his intention. Nor did he wish to squander his time on such pursuits. Moreover, the present circumstances differed from the past, although he was reluctant to admit it. The truth was that power equated to authority. He did not need to climb the ranks. As long as his strength remained formidable, his words would command respect, and his very presence served as a testament to his power. Therefore, I would advise against your attendance at tomorrow's work meeting. Currently, I believe other superpowered law enforcement officers are manageable, but your special mobile squad, as a deterrent force and a representative of the Supervision Bureau's enforcement image, should maintain an air of mystery. This would be beneficial for your private life security. That sounds agreeable. As for the four of them, they can decide for themselves. Zhang Shoucheng said, glancing at his teammates. The four expressed no objections. They were still young and focused primarily on their growth. What aspirations they might harbor in the future remained uncertain, as the world could change drastically in a few years. Let us finalize this. But it remains essential to share the content of the weekly meetings with your team to keep abreast of developments within the Bureau and societal trends, directorly concluded. He then reminded everyone to open their laptops. The handling of yesterday's incident was commendable, with the mobile squad serving as a preliminary representation of the Supervision Bureau's elite capabilities. We also communicated the details of this case, receiving overwhelmingly positive feedback. Please take a moment to review it. The laptops were powered on, displaying the official promotional page of the South Deep City Supervision Bureau. Accounts existed across major platforms such as Weibo, WeChat, Douyin, and Bilibili, managed by the Information Department under the Administrative section. In this day and age, actions necessitated promotion. The Supervision Bureau was not a secretive entity like security or intelligence agencies, and the emergence of superpowers was a matter of public knowledge. There was no need for concealment, as publicity helped stabilize public sentiment. Across various accounts, images and videos detailed the response to the large fire in Lehu District, highlighting and commending the special mobile squad under the leadership of the South Deep City Supervision Bureau for their rapid reaction and handling capabilities in the face of the incident. As they perused the comments across these platforms, the public largely expressed positive sentiments, finding reassurance in the presence of such a powerful team safeguarding South Deep and the nation. The first step in establishing the name of the Special Mobile Squad has yielded initial results, and the headquarters has recognized your efforts. Moving forward, we hope you can continue to excel and become a beacon of deterrence for superpowered criminals. Understood. We will fulfill our duties, came the varied responses, reflecting a lack of unity among the team, though this was merely a matter of time. Next, I shall briefly discuss the Lu Junming case. Section Chief Meng interjected after directorly concluded. Lu Junming, male, aged 15, a first-year student at Peijing High School in Huxi District. His parents worked in business and were frequently absent from home. They were divorced, a fact Lu Junming was unaware of. On the day of the incident, his mother, having a day off, took him to the Lehu District Foreign Trade Garment City to purchase autumn and winter clothing. Unfortunately, they encountered her current boyfriend. Under Lu Junming's pressing inquiries, his mother admitted to the divorce and introduced her current partner. However, she was unaware that her son had already awakened superpowers. Previously, concerned about his academic performance and due to frequent business trips, his parents had only installed a landline at home to prevent him from becoming engrossed in his phone, which led to the failure to identify his awakening through prior online screenings or medical records. On the day of the incident, upon learning of his parents' divorce, Lu Junming lost control of his emotions and unleashed his anger on his mother's boyfriend. The strength of a superpowered individual is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. His mother attempted to intervene and was inadvertently pushed against the wall, resulting in her death. Lu Junming claimed he only intended to shove his mother aside, but in a fit of rage, he mismanaged his strength. Witnessing his mother's tragic fate, he lost his sanity and committed a grave mistake, also leading to the death of his mother's boyfriend due to assault and burning. This encapsulates the developments of yesterday's case. Section Chief Meng paused briefly, allowing everyone time to digest the information before continuing. Our psychological analysis department believes that Lu Junming exhibits rebellious and impulsive traits, which is not uncommon at his age. The primary concern, however, is that he has not acknowledged his wrongdoing and clings to the notion of superpowered individuals as being superior, rendering communication challenging. Furthermore, considering the severe repercussions of his actions, he cannot be afforded a chance for redemption. What will the outcome be? Yuching raised her hand to inquire. The older members of the group chuckled at her, reminding her that this was not a classroom where questions required a raised hand. She asked, "Is it because Lu Junming is roughly my age? I am simply more vivacious, kind-hearted, and have a strong sense of morality and patriotism. Upon awakening my powers, I immediately reported it to the authorities. Subsequently, the Supervision Bureau was established, and I was transferred here after having to interrupt my studies to join the Special Mobile Squad, with academic matters managed by the Bureau. The results will be discussed at tomorrow's Bureau meeting, but I can inform you in advance that Lu Junming will most likely face the death penalty." The four young team members fell into silence, contemplating the impending execution of a superpowered individual so close to their own age. However, their sentiment was not one of sympathy. Rather, they recognized that differing choices led to drastically divergent outcomes. Captain Zhang, what is your perspective? You spoke with him for quite some time last night, Yao Jianhua asked. Zhang Shoucheng glanced at her and replied, Did you not hear? I did, which is why I inquired about your opinion. What opinion could I possibly have? A youth trapped in a cycle of negative influences, lacking proper family guidance and possessing character flaws. In contrast, he noted, his teammates are far better off. One had served in the military, receiving disciplined education, while the other had to work to support his family after dropping out of high school, gaining an understanding of life's hardships. The third is inherently kind-hearted. They are all promising young individuals. Very well, let us conclude today's meeting, directorly announced, bringing the session to a close. Subsequently, Zhang Shoucheng, with nothing pressing on his agenda, took his team to attend Lin Ling's training session on the 4th floor. They quietly entered through the back door, where Lin Ling glanced at them, but said nothing. The current number of individuals present has increased compared to the last gathering. Yet the majority remain oblivious to their presence, engrossed in the video projected on the screen. After watching for a while, Zhang Shoucheng gleaned some insights into the international situation. Today's video primarily elucidated that in many regions abroad, criminal syndicates are gradually being supplanted by organizations possessing superpowers, particularly in South America. This information has been sourced from external networks by the intelligence department. In this era of social media, even the underworld must engage in live broadcasts. Otherwise, how can they attract new recruits? In those tumultuous areas, possessing superpowers renders it implausible for ordinary individuals to serve under a leader. Why not eliminate the leader and seize control for oneself? Gangs are predominantly led by one or more individuals with superpowers, thus replacing the old order. In the quest to establish a new order, chaos ensues, resulting in South America's criminal landscape becoming a veritable quagmire. Africa mirrors this situation, albeit with the added complexity of superpowered warlords, further exacerbating the turmoil. In Europe and America, influenced by a culture of individual heroism, various extraordinary organizations proliferate. Are these organizations contending for justice? One would be mistaken to think so. They are vying for personal gain. The once correct organizations have begun to adopt extraordinary traits, with superpowered groups emerging in droves. The previous methods of American law enforcement have become ineffective, rendering the police nearly hesitant to carry out their duties. In this world, it is indeed challenging to find a nation as cohesive as Xia country, where societal divisions are not as pronounced. Previously, democratic nations sought to diminish threats from the lower strata by categorizing citizens based on race, beliefs, ethnic origin, gender, and dietary preferences. The divisions were once exceedingly granular. And in the age of superpowers, the number of organizations reflects this fragmentation. Cities have become breeding grounds for various superheroes and supervillains, overwhelming official governance. The central winter region is not much better off. Akin to the Indian subcontinent, a single religious issue suffices to spawn endless conflicts. It is no wonder that Xia country's government seeks to suppress such information. Should its superpowered citizens engage in similar antics, the consequences would be unbearable. Fortunately, the populace of Xia country tends to be more compliant and possesses a relatively high level of trust in their government, particularly after enduring a 3-year pandemic. The sense of unity and cohesion among the citizens has significantly strengthened, and the youth have gained a greater understanding of the true nature of foreign entities. The situation around the turn of the millennium is hard to predict. Thus, young people should refrain from believing the lofty ideals espoused by various foreign organizations, as ultimately, they are all driven by self-interest. While altruism may exist, we shall not take that gamble. After lunch, Zhang Shoucheng encountered Yao Jianhua outside the cafeteria. She had likely just finished her busy schedule and was looking to resolve her meal. The flight arrives at 2:30. Are you heading out now? He inquired. Yes. Just a short wait after arrival will suffice. The timing is about right. The airport is quite distant from the Huqiu district, but the entire journey is on the expressway. So we have ample time, she replied. Do you need me to accompany you? He offered. What purpose would you serve? You are my supervisor and guide, not my secretary. You should rest well after your meal. It seems you all have no personal lives, she said with a hint of resignation. A new situation, a new department. A fresh start. There is hardly any time for relaxation, Yao Jianhua added. You should hurry and eat. I must be on my way, Zhang Shoucheng said, turning to wave goodbye. He retrieved his car from the parking lot and set off directly. He was driving the black Hongqi SUV provided by the Super Administration Bureau. If he wished, he could swipe a card and purchase a vehicle of his choice. The Bureau would not object. Yet, he was not one to crave luxury. Even after becoming a superpower user, his modest lifestyle remained unchanged. He had never been one to indulge in life's pleasures. A car was merely a means of transportation. Moreover, the SUV's quality was exceptional. The Bureau utilized specially modified versions of vehicles, superior to those available on the market. Zhang Shoucheng had no intention of flying directly. If possible, he would prefer to keep his identity hidden from the children for the time being. They only needed to know their father worked in a government department. Children often have a penchant for boasting, and he wanted to avoid any potential bragging at school about their father's super abilities. His daughter might be more reserved. But his son, currently in 3rd grade, was at an age where competition among peers was rampant. Reflecting on his own childhood, he remembered the embarrassment of boasting in front of classmates, especially since, in a small village school, everyone knew each other's background. During the drive, he received a location update. After about an hour, Zhang Shoucheng arrived at the airport parking area and navigated slowly according to the coordinates. Soon, he spotted a familiar black SUV and parked beside it, knocking on the window of the other vehicle. The occupant emerged, glanced at Zhang Shoucheng, and then at the car he had driven, saying nothing. Together, they proceeded to the departure hall, taking a seat without exchanging words. Zhang Shoucheng had anticipated her arrival and held no objections. In front of the children, it was essential to maintain a facade of cordiality. How will the divorce affect the children? This question has no standard answer, yet the previous case of Lu Juming served as a stark example of the potential consequences. I trust you are aware that the world has suddenly entered an era of superpowers. Henceforth, when you take the children out during your leisure time, exercise caution and avoid crowded places, Zhang Shoucheng advised after a moment of contemplation. I understand. Such information is ubiquitous online, making it hard to remain oblivious. Where are you currently employed? It's perhaps better you remain unaware. Rest assured, it is a reputable institution. Which school have you arranged? Huqiu District Hucheng Foreign Language School, a comprehensive institution for primary through high school, renowned for its educational quality throughout Nanshan. Once enrolled, I will add you to the class group chat. The conversation flowed quickly, but silence soon settled in. After a while, an announcement in the hall indicated the arrival of the flight, prompting them to move toward the arrival gate. Before long, children emerged, led by 2 casually dressed youths. One male and one female, each pulling large suitcases. Having likely seen Zhang Shoucheng's photograph, they quickly recognized him in the crowd and approached. Mr. Zhang, the 2 greeted. Hello, thank you for your assistance. Have you eaten? He asked. Yes, we have. We appreciate your kindness. Zhang Shoucheng understood they were local Super Administration Bureau staff assigned to escort his children. Before the children, the parents seemed unchanged, yet the adult world remained incomprehensible. Daddy, why don't you and Mommy live here? Zhang Shoucheng had requested accommodation in the adjacent dormitory, which would serve as a study space for them. However, given his daughter's age, she could not share a room with her brother. Hence, his son would sleep with him. Breakfast was quite abundant, nutritious, and varied in taste. One could commend the Bureau's cafeteria without reservation, certain that no dubious dishes would appear. After breakfast and tidying up, Zhang Shoucheng led them downstairs, where Yao Jianhua waited. Come, greet Annie Yao. Hello, Annie Yao. The siblings greeted her politely, their curiosity evident. Hello, Yao Jianhua responded graciously. She was well aware of Zhang Shoucheng's abilities and their significance to the nation, thus addressing his concerns was a part of her responsibilities. Yao Jianhua handled all the necessary formalities for the school, so she would accompany the children on their first day. In the car, she explained various aspects of the school and studies. Currently, there are no arrangements for school buses. You may drop them off yourself. If you have tasks, I can assist. If you wish to use the school bus, we can arrange that today during enrollment. It's fine. I will handle the drop-offs myself. Additionally, the Bureau offers study programs. As many superpower users are merely high school students, we cannot allow them to abandon their education, so we have established this program. After dinner, the children can attend. I have already made the arrangements with qualified teachers, including visiting researchers from the institute who will contribute as instructors, fostering the children's scientific thinking. This arrangement is excellent, Zhang Shoucheng thought, recognizing the importance of education for his children, irrespective of their powers. Although Yao Jianhua had completed most of the paperwork, there remained several tasks that only the children's parents could not address directly. It took nearly half the morning to finalize everything. On the return journey, Zhang Shoucheng inquired. Nothing unusual occurred yesterday, did it? Yao Jianhua responded with a wry smile. When does anything not happen? The nation is vast, with countless superpower users. Not everyone is a quiet, compliant child. Take our Guangdong province, for instance. Incidents occur daily, though generally, intervention from you is unnecessary, as the action team has other superpower users available. Speaking of which, Zhang Shoucheng realized he rarely encountered many during routine bureau work. Most were seen during training. Those are new recruits. The experienced ones have been assigned to the city or transferred elsewhere. Is there a shortage of personnel at the local bureau? Occasionally. There are insufficient staff. Halfway through their journey back, Yao Jianhua received a phone call. Out of politeness, Zhang Shoucheng controlled his hearing. Even if a superpower user did not possess physically altered abilities, their senses of sight and hearing exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Someone nearby answered a call. Whether on speaker or not, it made no difference to them. If it were a physical superpower user with auditory alterations, they might be able to eavesdrop from a considerable distance. To an ordinary person, superpowers seemed utterly unreasonable. Once Yao Jianhua ended the call, Zhang Shoucheng inquired, "What happened?" He noticed she had answered using a bureau phone, and her expression had shifted slightly, prompting his question. If she had used a personal phone, he would not have pried, as he held no interest in others' private matters. A recent incident occurred at a nightclub in Fengyang district, where 11 corpses were discovered in a private room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shoucheng expressed his astonishment, with the number reaching double digits. This is indeed a grave case. Could it be the work of a superhuman? In the case involving a mysterious superpowered individual, the command center operates as a specialized unit within the superpower administration to effectively manage superpower-related incidents. This unit swiftly consolidates information, allocates personnel for deployment, oversees command operations, and provides logistical support, drawing staff from various departments as needed. For instance, during the deployment of the Special Tactical Team, Yao Jianhua typically attends the command center, serving as Zhang Shoucheng's supervisor and guide, as well as the primary liaison for the tactical team. Director Li also coordinates operations, facilitating departmental mobilization and liaising with local government and law enforcement agencies. Upon arriving at the equipment depot, the team members were already fully equipped and in position. Team leader, "Are we prepared? Then let us depart," he instructed. The 4 members, without further ado, stood beside him, and together they ascended into the air, heading towards Fengyang district. Although our tactical team had only been established for a short while, we were already preparing for our second mission, following our previous task. I recognized an issue. Due to confidentiality, I could not address you by name in public. Therefore, I suggest you each adopt a code name. As for me, I shall simply be known as Team Leader. Is that true, Team Leader? Can we choose any name we like? Yuching inquired, her vivacity unchanged. Choose anything. Just avoid anything overly childish or embarrassing. I don't mind, but I do fear you may indulge in peculiar habits later on. The 4 members immediately began to ponder. Yet perhaps due to a lack of inspiration, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. Received, Zhang Shoucheng said, having navigated the city of Nanshan for at least 15 years, thus possessing an intimate familiarity with its diverse districts. Team Leader Zhang, I have sent the location of the incident to your phone. Please take a look. Understood. Zhang Shoucheng replied as he retrieved his phone from the pocket of his coat and began to pinpoint the location. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the incident. A place characterized by towering skyscrapers and a congregation of elites, a bustling commercial CBD where the surrounding residential properties boasted exorbitant prices and rents. It was a Monday, and the majority of people were at work. However, a small crowd had gathered around the nightclub, with some individuals seemingly live-streaming their observations via mobile devices. As Zhang Shoucheng and his team descended slowly, they were met with a multitude of smartphone cameras aimed in their direction. Look, my friends, I told you the special tactical team would arrive. My predictions are always spot on, exclaimed an onlooker. Superpowered individuals are truly magnificent. How enviable. It's a pity we cannot see their faces. If they are as attractive as they appear, they could easily overshadow all the young idols. Ignoring the crowd, Zhang Shoucheng produced his identification upon landing, which allowed him and his team to pass through the security personnel maintaining order at the scene. Although referred to as a nightclub, it was in fact a massive multifunctional entertainment venue offering the finest in dining and leisure. The lobby was filled with club staff, while several law enforcement officers conducted inquiries. Hello, I am Wu Lin, the captain of the criminal police team at the Fengyang branch of the Municipal Bureau. A capable middle-aged man greeted the tactical team. Captain Wu. Greetings. We are the special tactical team from the Superpower Administration. Due to confidentiality, I cannot disclose my name, Zhang Shoucheng stated as he exchanged a brief handshake with Wu. Understood. Allow me to escort you upstairs, Wu replied, displaying a decisive demeanor as he led the team upward. The elevator halted on the 4th floor, where they turned left into the innermost private room, the scene of the incident. Our personnel are currently preserving the scene and gathering evidence. Wu explained as Zhang Shoucheng and his team entered the room. Inside, staff members were meticulously examining various remnants. While on the floor and sofas lay several bodies sprawled in disarray, mostly young individuals, none exhibiting fatal injuries, only minor bruises and abrasions. Although the tactical team had previously encountered a mission, it was their first experience witnessing such a multitude of deceased individuals. Even the 2 male members, who had military backgrounds, had never faced a scene with so many bodies. In the absence of frontline combat, the youth in the country were rarely exposed to such grim realities. The younger members of the superpowered team felt a twinge of discomfort, yet no one turned away, all striving to adjust to the scene before them. A cursory glance revealed no signs of bloodshed. It appeared less like a murder scene and more akin to individuals who had simply succumbed to intoxication. Zhang Shoucheng observed the surroundings and noted the absence of colleagues from the Superpower Administration, indicating they were either the first responders or that this case was solely their responsibility. Lacking expertise in criminal investigation, the team was advised to pose direct inquiries. Captain Wu, have there been any findings thus far? Indeed. According to the club staff, this private room was booked yesterday afternoon, and guests began arriving around 11 p.m., with the last guest entering at approximately 2:40 a.m. Both men and women were present, as such establishments typically operate through the night, with a few service staff on hand. However, after 1 a.m., the guests dismissed the staff. According to the last departing staff member, the patrons engaged in rather extravagant activities, if you catch my drift, and the music was excessively loud, making it difficult for outside personnel to discern what transpired within. It wasn't until this morning that staff members, intending to remind the guests to leave, discovered the situation and subsequently reported it to the authorities. Based on the scene, it seems a scuffle occurred last night, albeit not particularly intense, as all deceased individuals bore no fatal wounds. However, there is a peculiar issue. What issue? Zhang Shoucheng inquired. Our forensic expert intended to draw some blood to investigate whether these individuals had engaged with any illicit substances, but discovered discrepancies in their blood conditions that did not align with the estimated time of death. Zhang Shoucheng surmised that this was likely the reason the criminal police team had reported the situation to the Superpower Administration. Were there any findings from the surveillance footage? Yes. There are inconsistencies. While there are no cameras in the private room, there are in the corridors. Through our investigation of the footage and staff descriptions, we confirmed that a total of 13 individuals entered the room last night. Thus, the 2 missing individuals are likely the suspects. Initial assessments suggest these 2 individuals are highly suspicious. Captain Wu expressed his frustration. Unfortunately, these 2 were quite cautious, always wearing hats, making it nearly impossible to capture their faces on camera. Fortunately, one individual glanced towards the front desk as they entered, where a low-placed camera captured half of his face. Zhang Shoucheng nodded and subsequently addressed the command center. Deputy Section Chief Yao, do you have any facial images of the suspects? Affirmative, came the response. Zhang Shoucheng turned back to Captain Wu. Did the footage capture the direction in which they fled after exiting? Following Wu's indication, Zhang Shoucheng looked over, only to find that the cameras were all inoperative. They malfunctioned all the way to the back exit of the venue. While the surrounding street cameras were functional, they did not capture anything, Captain Wu lamented. Zhang Shoucheng turned to his team. Can any of your superpowers assist in this matter? Team leader. My abilities are physical in nature, Wang Junyu replied. Both Ningbo and Wang Zixuan shook their heads, indicating their elemental powers could only envelop their bodies and could not detach. However, I may have a solution, He Yuqing stated, drawing the attention of the group, making her slightly nervous. I could control a staff member to cause some damage. Ah, young lady, you are truly resourceful. However, you would need to render that staff member invisible, Zhang Shoucheng mused, reflecting that amongst second-level powers, only telekinesis might achieve such a feat as he ascended higher. Hovering before the camera, he discerned that the camera had not been damaged but rather twisted beyond repair. Second-level telekinesis should not possess the power to simply distort a camera. The force required exceeds their capabilities. Captain Wu had previously encountered Zhang Shoucheng's extraordinary flying abilities in the news, yet witnessing it firsthand at the scene was undeniably enchanting. The world had indeed become remarkably fantastical. Deputy Section Chief Yao, have we gathered any information regarding the emergence of more advanced superhumans, either domestically or internationally? As of now, there is no such information. Very well, then please expedite the comparison. This may be our sole avenue for a breakthrough. Subsequently, the team continued their investigation at the scene. Though little was uncovered, nonetheless, it served to broaden their knowledge and experience. The stagnant case remained unresolved until midday, when a breakthrough finally occurred. The club may have been temporarily closed, yet the staff remained present, and the necessary ingredients were available. The chef busily prepared a meal, thereby resolving the issue of lunch. Zhang Shoucheng and his 4 companions dined in a private room. To eat, they had to remove their masks, but of course, they could not reveal their identities in public, as they were not akin to the infamous Chimu Wu Kai, who could dine without such concerns. Shortly after their meal, Captain Wu arrived. Do we have new leads? Zhang Shoucheng inquired. Indeed, through our investigation into the identity of the deceased, we discovered that these individuals are primarily employees from various companies in the vicinity, all sharing the commonality of high salaries. It was evident, and Zhang Shoucheng's group nodded in agreement. After all, who could afford to frequent such a high-cost establishment, if not for the affluent? Captain Wu continued, the deceased belonged to a social group of sorts, one that you might understand. They were known for their open-mindedness. After a morning of investigation, they learned from a colleague and fellow townsman of one of the deceased that he had mentioned 2 compatriots were coming to visit him that day, and he had planned to show them around, extending an invitation to his colleague, who ultimately could not attend due to prior commitments. Although the mobile phones at the scene had been confiscated, it proved inconsequential. They had obtained the deceased's call records from the service provider. So, you managed to acquire the suspect's phone number? Yes. Excellent work, Captain Wu. Thank you for your efforts. It's nothing. The real challenge lies ahead with the apprehension. 10 years ago, Xia country instituted a real name registration system for mobile numbers, and with the current requirement for facial verification for most transactions. Acquiring a phone number essentially grants access to a significant portion of an individual's information. This is what makes committing crimes in Xia country particularly challenging. Deputy Section Chief Yao. How about you just call me Xiao Yao? The title sounds a bit odd, he suggested. Very well. I've received the phone number and have applied for location tracking permissions from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Our supervision bureau has a far simpler process than the police. Zhang Shoucheng pondered for a moment. I don't hold much hope. It seems unlikely that anyone foolish enough to commit such an audacious crime would dare to flee with their phone. That is indeed a valid point. After approximately 10 minutes, Yao Jianhua called Zhang Shoucheng again. There truly is a fool among them. One of the individuals has a mobile phone that is in motion, while the other's phone, along with the other deceased's devices, has left Nanshan City and is currently stationary. Zhang Shoucheng thought to himself that this individual was quite the pitfall, adept at ensnaring his companions. The target was now within the jurisdiction of Jiangting City, and their location had been sent to Zhang Shoucheng's phone. Understood, he replied. After exchanging pleasantries with Captain Wu, Zhang Shoucheng and his team hurried towards the target location, moving far quicker than the suspects. The earth below rushed past as the city receded into the distance, flying over suburbs and rural areas, before plunging into the lush mountains. The 2 suspects clearly possessed a sense of evasion. They avoided populated areas altogether, thanks to the extraordinary physical capabilities and hunger resistance of superhumans. Traversing mountains was indeed the optimal method to evade capture, requiring only occasional resupply or foraging for sustenance in the forests. With Xia country's early implementation of reforestation policies and a significant portion of the rural population working in urban areas, the wilderness had grown increasingly dense over the years. In Guangdong province, known for its mountainous terrain, even Zhang Shoucheng's hometown in Heian province, characterized by plains interspersed with hills, had seen the emergence of wild boars, an uncommon sight in his childhood. Observing the direction of the 2 suspects' movement, they appeared to be heading towards Guangdong province. Further west lay Kunyan province, both known for their high mountains and dense forests, often depicted as the 10,000 Great Mountains in novels. Luckily, one of them had not discarded his phone. Otherwise, capturing them would have proven exceedingly difficult. Zhang Shoucheng did not fly particularly high, soon tracking the suspect's location. At that moment, the 2 were resting in a clearing within the forest, their expressions wan. After sprinting from Nanshan City to Jiangting City through such dense, uninhabited woods, even superhumans could find themselves exhausted. Suddenly, the lean young man among them seemed to sense something, glancing skyward, only to behold 5 figures clad in black uniforms and masks descending slowly. The other, a burly young man, reacted a moment later, following his companion's gaze and witnessing the same daunting sight. The descending shadows, backlit by the sun, resembled demons, exuding an overwhelming pressure. For a moment, the two stood frozen. "I say, gentlemen, does it not seem unwise to flee after committing such a significant crime?" The lean young man recognized Zhang Shoucheng and his team, despair evident in his voice. As a superhuman, he could not be oblivious to information regarding other superhumans. The special task force launched in Nanshan City was precisely the last group he wished to confront. They had not intended to create trouble upon arriving in Nanshan, yet their tempers had gotten the better of them. This was understandable. When one is armed with a sharp blade, the inclination to kill may arise. And superhumans possess strength far surpassing mere weapons. Having already taken one life, they reasoned it better to eliminate all witnesses, delaying their exposure and allowing for a longer escape. To ensure their safety, they sought refuge in desolate areas, only to run headlong into their pursuers. How did the Supervision Bureau locate us? This was a question Zhang Shoucheng felt needed no concealment. Did you not consider discarding your phones while fleeing? We disposed of them long ago. How could we? He seemed to realize something, turning to his companion. Dejun, is your phone still on you? The stout young man, named Dejun, hesitated to meet his companion's gaze, muttering, "It's still with me." After leaving Nanshan City, did I not instruct you to carry all the phones and discard them after running at full speed for several kilometers? I didn't throw mine. I didn't want my wife to be unable to reach me. Zhang Shoucheng was taken aback, surprised that someone so young was already married. Damn you, Jijun. Are you out of your mind? The lean young man's expression began to unravel, the situation spiraling out of control. Is your brain solely occupied with thoughts of your wife? Are you foolish? Once we reach Gongbei, with our abilities, we could have as many wives as we desire. Look where we are now, thanks to your blunder. If you die, your wife will belong to someone else. So, you intended to head to Gongbei? Zhang Shoucheng seized upon the key information in his words. The lean young man suddenly appeared despondent, contemplating for several seconds before ultimately responding. Not going there. Where else could we go? After obtaining superpowers, I intend to enjoy life to the fullest. The traditional powers in Gongbei have long been vanquished. It is now the domain of superhumans. Once there, we could have anything we desire. What can we accomplish by remaining in Xia country? There are numerous opportunities, yet you have chosen none. Zhang Shoucheng understood that this was not mere youthful delusion. It was ambition. I know this country all too well, ever since the establishment of the Supervision Bureau. I recognized that this was not a place for freedom. Here, one cannot act with impunity. Speaking of your strength, especially you, the online community hails you as the strongest superhuman. Have you never contemplated your aspirations? Do you not possess desires? Why pledge allegiance to the authorities when we could join forces? You could lead us. In that realm, we could do as we please, even become an emperor. What say you? I say no. You are overreaching. Zhang Shoucheng chuckled, finding it amusing that this individual harbored aspirations of usurping the special task force. Have you lost your mind? With your abilities, you could have anything outside. Why remain here, playing this cat-and-mouse game? Is it truly entertaining? What lies within reach? What you could possess entirely? What allows you to rise above others? What could transform that space into your dominion? Why do you hesitate? Why refrain? The slender youth, witnessing Zhang Shoucheng remain utterly unfazed by his fervent words, was rendered almost hysterical, unable to comprehend. Zhang Shoucheng, disinterested in the tirade, offered a succinct piece of wisdom. Different paths lead to divergent fates. Do you grasp that? If so, join us. Will you submit willingly, or will you resist? It is inconceivable to simply await capture and demise. Given the circumstances, fate accounts for merely 30%, while 70% relies on our efforts. There must be a struggle. Apologies. But with 90 points remaining, I shall claim them. Zhang Shoucheng descended to the ground and gestured forward. You and Qing, contend with that tall one. Bo and Xian, handle this loquacious one. Exercise caution. Unlike the previous encounter, this is a rare opportunity for actual combat, a chance to hone our skills. One cannot rely on him for every situation. A leader must exude a leader's aura. Upon hearing Zhang Shoucheng's directives, the slender youth felt a flicker of hope. He feared the prospect of Zhang Shoucheng personally intervening and eliminating them with a single move, leaving no opportunity for reprisal. However, with his subordinates now engaged, there remained a chance to fight, not necessarily to vanquish the enemy, but perhaps, should they capture a hostage, they would gain leverage for negotiation. This is indeed an opportunity. In the first battle, the members of the Special Operations Team, upon hearing their captain's command, promptly drew their batons, refraining from unsheathing their blades. Their objective was to subdue the opponent, not to take a life. Shoucheng was somewhat bewildered, lagging behind as she finally extracted her baton. Being quite young, she perhaps had not yet completed the necessary mental preparation for the situation at hand. Zhang Shoucheng waved his hand, and the tall youth named Shoucheng was inexplicably moved several meters away, separated from his lean companion. Although he did not intend to engage directly, he understood the necessity of dividing the battlefield. The lean youth furrowed his brow. The captain of this special team possessed an overwhelmingly formidable ability, rendering any preventative or retaliatory measures futile. It seemed that capturing a hostage was the only viable option, for he could not believe that every member of this peculiar team was extraordinary. They had all developed for merely 40 days. How could they all be so exceptionally equipped? He remained unconvinced. Wang Junyu, having come from a military background and having engaged in unarmed combat training, did not expect to establish any synergy with Shoucheng. Merely wishing for her to stay safe on the periphery, he charged at Shoucheng, swinging his baton with a slight leap, aiming a downward strike. Superhumans are known for their remarkable reflexes. Shoucheng sidestepped the attack, and as the baton descended to its lowest point, he twisted his body, retaliating with a punch aimed at Wang Junyu's face. However, his strength was insufficient, his speed lacking, and his physique comparatively weak. Wang Junyu seized his punch with his left hand and redirected it downwards. Shoucheng, eager to showcase the spirit of craftsmanship, found himself met instead with a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. The force sent him soaring, yet his hand remained caught, preventing him from being propelled away. Wang Junyu followed through with a strike to the back of his head, and as he loosened his grip, Shoucheng collapsed to the ground, lamenting in agony. Zhang Shoucheng discerned that Shoucheng exhibited no visible elemental traits, likely possessing a pure physical enhancement ability akin to Wang Junyu, and estimated his level to be only 1, thus rendering him utterly overwhelmed. Junyu, if he can still fight, let Qing take over while you safeguard the perimeter. Understood, Captain. Wang Junyu had no objections. The opponent was far too weak, and he feared that a few more strikes might inadvertently lead to a fatality. On another part of the battlefield, Ningbo suddenly appeared before the lean youth, moving with an eerie grace, and delivered a strike with his baton. The lean youth, however, did not evade, but rather raised his hand to grip the descending baton. Ningbo felt he had underestimated the situation. A blow from that weapon could shatter bones. Yet, the youth's hand was entirely unharmed, revealing a crimson sheen akin to a layer of blood-tinged armor. Before Ningbo could withdraw his baton, the youth's right hand, sharpened like a blade, thrust towards his neck. In response, Ningbo aimed a kick at the youth's lower body, employing a tactic to counter the imminent threat. If the lean youth wished to retain his lower body's integrity, he ought to relinquish the baton and retreat swiftly. Instead, he executed a swift roll to the side, evading danger just as a flaming baton swept through the space where his head had been. It was Wang Zishuan, who had taken advantage of their entanglement to launch a surprise attack from behind. In her youth, she felt no compunction about adhering to martial ethics. Unfortunately, her abilities were ill-suited for such stealth. Flames danced around her hands, emanating waves of heat that would undoubtedly alert any adversary. Ningbo quickly noted this and directed, "You take the offensive, I'll provide cover." His powers seemed to relate to blood, which you should be able to counter. Though still somewhat apprehensive, Wang Zishuan agreed, launching into a flurry of strikes, each aimed at the precise locations her instructor had taught her. The lean youth, intending to employ the same tactic again, thought that since she was a girl, she would lack strength. If he could just pull her in, a hostage would be his. However, as he grasped the baton, a surge of smoke enveloped his hand, scalding him and igniting the sleeves of his jacket. It was December, and even in the southern regions, short sleeves were hardly appropriate, particularly in the wilderness. As he relinquished his grip, Ningbo silently emerged behind him, his speed augmented by his wind-based abilities, astonishingly swift. A strike to the back of his head followed. Had this been a confrontation between ordinary individuals, such a blow would likely have been fatal. However, as a superhuman, he merely felt a flash of dizziness and turned desperately to his companion, Shoucheng, hoping for assistance, only to find him in a worse state. Beaten to a pulp by Shoucheng and unconscious on the ground. Initially hesitant, Shoucheng observed as Shoucheng, in visible pain, attempted to rise and charge at her, seemingly intent on executing a tackle. Alarmed, she hastily sidestepped. Zhang Shoucheng could no longer watch idly and prompted, "He is not highly ranked. Use your abilities to disrupt him." Upon hearing this, Shoucheng instinctively unleashed her power, creating an illusion that misled Yu Jijun into charging towards an adjacent spot where she had fabricated a vision of her presence. As his head came into view, she instinctively struck, fortunately lacking the strength to deliver a significant blow. He fell but remained conscious. Thus ensued a relentless series of charges, each met with a baton strike, until he lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky, dazed. Elated, she rushed over to deliver a few final blows to his head until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Every young girl harbors a mischievous spirit within. Today, Shoucheng's inner demon was unleashed. No longer would she be just the adorable but timid girl. She had discovered a newfound assertiveness in wielding her baton. The lean youth stood motionless, his eyes darting as he assessed the situation. Upon witnessing his fallen comrade, he felt no inclination to assist him. Rather, he resented him. The fool had brought this upon himself. What did it matter if he had a wife? Ultimately, she too would be bedded by another. The captain of the special operations team was incapacitated, and that individual could eliminate him in an instant. The two who had defeated his companion were too distant, separated by the captain. His opponent, the male team member, was far too swift to catch. Resolute, he fixed his gaze upon the fiery woman. He decided to make one final gamble, having acquired his powers at great cost and having come this far. He could not relent. In Gongbei, there were women, wealth, and the freedom to indulge. This was the life he envisioned for superhumans in the age of abilities. Not the monotonous grind of daily check-ins like in Xia country. He had endured enough of that during the pandemic, and he never wished to hear the phrase check-in again. The lean youth focused intently on Ningbo, a thick mist of blood emanating from him, coalescing into a helmet encircling his neck and protective plating around his heart, while blood armor formed on his arms, sharp claws extending from his fingertips. He was limited in his ability to manifest more, as his powers only permitted control over his own blood. Excessive manifestation would leave him dizzy from blood loss. His body surged forward like a cannonball, uprooting grass and leaves in his wake, as he lunged towards Wang Zishuan with swift, clawing strikes aimed at her vital points. Wang Zishuan, swinging her fiery baton to defend herself, felt unnerved by the ferocity of his assault. Despite her calm demeanor, she remained a mere 19-year-old girl, with her trepidation not entirely vanquished by her powers. The lean youth disregarded the flames licking at him, even as the blood armor evaporated upon impact, causing his skin to blister. He sensed victory. He could smell her fear. When he felt the force of her baton diminish, he seized the opportunity to disarm her, extending his right hand towards her neck. He did not need to kill her. Merely restraining her would suffice. His ticket to survival. Victory was within reach, yet alas. His expression froze, and he stood rooted to the spot. Zhang Shoucheng did not bind him with spatial constraints. Rather, Ningbo materialized behind him like a specter, delivering a devastating blow. The slender youth crumpled to the ground, clutching his lower body, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a sound due to the excruciating pain. In his folly, he had neglected to safeguard himself. It turned out he was but a novice. He wondered if the damage would be irreparable, if he would ever regain normalcy. Oh, it seemed that even if he were not permanently harmed, he would have no chance to use it again. With so many lives hanging in the balance, his fate was sealed. What a wretched era of superpowers this was. As Zhang Shoucheng approached the slender youth, his body had ceased to tremble, the pain had vanished, and he no longer shielded his vital areas but lay sprawled on the ground, face to the sky, his gaze vacant. His entire being, both body and soul, had succumbed to numbness, and thus the pain had ebbed away. The sun shone benevolently, casting a warm embrace over all. Zhang Shoucheng, standing with his back to the sun, loomed over him like a demon, obscuring his light. You've won. Go ahead and kill me, the slender youth croaked in resignation. Killing you is not our mission. Our duty is to bring you to justice, nothing more, Zhang Shoucheng replied. Huh, do you think you can capture me? Superpowers offer us the chance to rise. Once, we were inconspicuous, devoid of anything, with no prospect of wielding power. Now, given the opportunity to ascend, who would not be tempted? Are you not tempted? Zhang Shoucheng fell silent for a moment before replying. Not particularly tempted. What you speak of holds no allure for me. I prefer the life I lead now. I cannot fathom the existence of someone like you. You reek of hypocrisy. Do you aspire to be a saint? Who knows? Regardless, I cherish a stable society. I have always believed that superpowers could serve as another impetus for our advancement, or a driving force, but they must not become a destructive force. You cannot avert your eyes from reality. Look at the world outside. religion, ideologies, skin colors, ethnicities, and doctrines, all intertwined with superpowers. What do you think will become of it? Do you not have an inkling? I cannot comprehend individuals like you. Then do not attempt to. After Zhang Shoucheng finished speaking, he moved Yu Jijun's body effortlessly to lie beside him, stabilizing the space to allow them a moment of tranquility in the stillness of time. He beckoned to his team, and the four stood beside him, silently ascending into the air, gradually fading away as peace returned to the clearing in the dense forest. In the future and the present. The suspect's words echoed in the air, prompting Zhang Shoucheng to glance around. The trio remained silent until Yu Jijun inquired, "Captain, which aspect are you referring to?" "Young lady, your comprehension skills require enhancement. I suspect your reading proficiency in school is lacking," he retorted. "That's not true, Captain. My Chinese grades are quite good." "Very well. I concede that my question was too vague. Let me be more specific." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shoucheng continued, "The world has undergone unprecedented transformations, with the emergence of a new class of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, namely, us. In American cinema, aside from the X-Men, there exist other extraordinary beings. But in this world of reality, we are the sole representatives. Even a level 1 superhuman significantly outstrips ordinary individuals in terms of strength, speed, reflexes, defense, and the myriad fantastical abilities, including longevity. Captain, as of now, there appears to be no research indicating that our lifespan exceeds that of ordinary people," Wang Junyu remarked, his extroverted nature evident, though he seemed unaware of any discussions regarding longevity. "Indeed, there isn't. However, I firmly believe that research institutions will not overlook this topic. Among you four, Wang Junyu, you are the eldest at merely 21, while Xiao He is only 16. You both are in the bloom of youth, full of vitality, and may not perceive any differences. But I, nearing 40, since acquiring my powers. Take a look at my face and skin. Do they not bear the marks of someone in their 20s? Thus, I speculate that superhumans possess a lifespan that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. I have an inkling. Captain, isn't that a good thing? What is the problem?" Yu Jijun, the youngest, seemed blissfully free of any anxieties regarding age. Try suggesting to a woman in her 40s or 50s that superpowers could restore her youth. She would likely part with everything she has, not to mention those elderly gentlemen who await their end. Zhang Shoucheng could assure that the elite and affluent across nations have undoubtedly initiated studies on the longevity of superhumans. This presents a significant dilemma. Immortality has been mankind's eternal pursuit since time immemorial. Should it be confirmed that superhumans outlive ordinary individuals, we would find ourselves the subjects of envy and resentment. Captain, are you implying that the conflict between superhumans and ordinary people is inevitable? Ningbo inquired softly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. That is but one aspect. There is also the self-identification of superhumans. You heard what he said. Zhang Shoucheng gestured towards the restrained young man. They acquire powers solely to lead lives above the average, seeking freedom from constraints. Those who offend them may face dire consequences, 2 lives lost with a mere altercation. Many more like him will emerge. What of you? Do you harbor no thoughts regarding such a life? Wang Junyu and Ningbo shook their heads. Zhang Shoucheng cast a glance at Yu Jijun. You seem to possess the potential for being pampered. I find him to be utterly deranged, she replied, eyeing the slender youth with disdain, her youthful innocence evident. Lastly, consider the relationship between superhumans and the state. Do you believe our country's current management approach presents any issues? What issues could there be? Maintaining stability is of paramount importance. We are superhumans, yet our families and relatives remain ordinary people. A chaotic society serves no one well, Wang Junyu stated candidly. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Very well, I hope you can maintain your current mindset in the future. Yu Jijun cautiously glanced at her captain. Captain, I believe it is you who should uphold your original intentions. Ordinary people stand no chance against us. We, in your presence, are no different from them. You are the most dangerous person here. Zhang Shoucheng shot her a stern look. His intention was to recalibrate the younger generation's mindset. Yet she had deftly shifted the issue back onto him. Subsequently, the group refrained from further discussion on the matter. Despite Zhang Shoucheng's greater maturity compared to the youth, he too was uncertain of what the future held for the world. Nonetheless, his fondness for stability, peace, and a positively progressive society would remain unchanged. The rest was merely a matter of confronting challenges as they arose. Upon returning to the superhuman administration, the hour was still early. The handling of the suspect mirrored their previous encounter, confined to a holding cell, their tasks complete. The results of the proceedings would be disclosed in a small meeting the following day. His combat style diverged significantly from that of other superhumans. Training held little value for him. Mastery sufficed, as he had no need for proficiency. The training that benefited him most was that pertaining to superhuman research conducted earlier, allowing him to stay abreast of current developments in superhuman abilities and international affairs. After a brief respite, Zhang Shoucheng deemed it time to pick up his children from school. Tiger City Foreign Language School, an integrated institution for primary, middle, and high school education, boasted a robust faculty and unparalleled teaching quality in the region, making it the preferred choice for families of means seeking quality education for their children, besides opting for boarding due to distance. Most children were either bused or picked up by their parents. With a large student body, the school gates bustled with parents and vehicles during dismissal. Arriving not too early, Zhang Shoucheng could only find a spot on the outskirts to park. Before long, he spotted his children amidst the throng. His daughter Yongwen held her younger brother's hand. Upon catching sight of Zhang Shoucheng waving, they joyfully dashed over to him. As a traditionalist, he had named his children according to generational lineage. He belonged to the Shou generation, while the next generation bore the Yong character. His daughter was Zhang Yongwen, and his son was Zhang Yongming. Increasingly, parents, especially younger ones, have begun to deviate from this naming convention. The traditionalists are becoming increasingly rare. Few children in his hometown's newest generation bear the Yong character. On the journey home, Zhang Shoucheng engaged his children in conversation, adopting a light-hearted tone, as he was never stern in their presence. How did you two fare? Did anyone bully you as transfer students? No, Dad. The teachers and classmates are quite nice. His son replied excitedly, as children often embrace their new surroundings with curiosity, barring those who are introverted or socially anxious. Dad, you're overthinking it. This isn't our hometown school. Transfer students are quite common here and not at all unusual, his daughter, Wenwen, remarked, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Once a lively child, she had now transformed into a serene beauty. Senior brother is right. Zhang Shoucheng understood. After all, Nanshan was a city of immigrants and finance. With few locals and frequent population shifts, it was entirely normal for children to transition in and out with their parents' jobs. Dad, if sister is a monkey, what am I? Am I a sand monk? Although she was a quiet girl, this playful banter did not detract from her demeanor. Upon hearing her brother call her a monkey, she swiftly delivered a playful slap, declaring, "You are the second disciple. You are a pig." The atmosphere in the car brightened instantly. Upon returning to the dormitory and placing their backpacks, the siblings eagerly engaged in friendly interaction with the two small pets in their father's room. Children invariably succumb to the allure of cats, and fortunately, during summer vacation, they had spent time together in Nanshan, where the family lived as a unit. The two adults pretending to maintain a semblance of a perfect family. Thus, the little ones recognized them and did not shy away. As mealtime approached, Zhang Shoucheng called for them to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. The meal was provided in the cafeteria, where the siblings marveled at the steady stream of superhuman administration staff coming and going. As an elder sister, Wenwen even spotted individuals clad in blue or black uniforms. She recognized who they were, the classmates from her hometown and those from her new school, as they had been mentioned in conversation. They were superhumans, law enforcement officers of the Super Management Bureau. After dinner, the family meandered through a small internal park to aid digestion. This park was a pre-existing facility from the university, which the Super Management Bureau had taken over and modestly renovated, adding some fitness equipment for the leisure and enjoyment of its employees. After all, no one is a fool. The teachers here are all outstanding graduates, along with researchers from various institutes, which greatly benefits the children's development. In the tranquil classroom, soft murmurs of questions and answers occasionally broke the silence, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Zhang Shoucheng gazed at this scene, his resolve growing stronger. This was what he yearned to protect, the essence of a truly normal society. He could never tolerate the unrest and chaos instigated by various external forces encroaching upon this land. From the very beginning, he firmly believed that superpowers should serve as a catalyst for the advancement of civilization, rather than a weapon or pretext for chaos. Perhaps this is why that powerful primordial force of space chose him. The aftermath of a criminal incident at 9 a.m. the following day. Zhang Shoucheng arrived punctually at the small conference room. Not too early, yet not late. The 4 members of the mobile team and Yao Jianhua were already present, followed shortly by Director Li and Dean Zhang. This time, Section Chief Meng was absent. The briefing on the case following the mobile team's recent task was merely a routine update for the team members to grasp the detailed circumstances, theoretically. It could have been conducted solely by Yao Jianhua, making the presence of others unnecessary, as it was not a formal meeting. "All right, Xiao Yao, you may begin," Director Li said, his expression consistently grave and his tone rather terse. "Understood, Director," Yao Jianhua acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently distributing a document to each of the 5 team members. "This is yesterday's meeting record, primarily summarizing last week's work and outlining the agenda for the upcoming week. You need not delve into the details. Focus on the personnel arrangements from the Supervision Bureau and the current national situation regarding super abilities." Upon receiving the materials, Zhang Shoucheng and the others briefly skimmed through them before closing the documents, recognizing that this was not the right moment for such perusal. It was best to review them during their leisure time. Next, Yao Jianhua began to recount the events surrounding the nightclub case in Foliang District. He presented the information after Captain Zhang and his team apprehended the suspect involved in the heinous nightclub murder case. The suspect confessed to the crimes during the afternoon and evening interrogations. The perpetrator, Yu Qing, a 26-year-old male from Qingyuan City, was classified as a Type 2 physical blood manipulation superhuman, a newly emerged category characterized by the ability to control one's blood, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. As you may have observed during the capture, Yu Jijun, a 22-year-old male from the same city and a distant cousin of the main perpetrator, possessed a Type 1 pure physical super ability. Despite being registered with the local Supervision Bureau, he remained at home and had not joined any official ranks. According to the local bureau, Yu Cheng's awakening went unnoticed, and he failed to report to the relevant authorities, opting instead to conceal his abilities. Additionally, a similar murder case had occurred locally, resulting in 3 deaths, without the real perpetrator being identified until Yu Cheng's capture confirmed the culprit. Prior to the incident, Yu Cheng sought refuge with a fellow villager and classmate, one of the deceased at the nightclub. This individual was likely unaware of Yu Cheng's criminal history in their hometown. The reason for Yu Cheng's arrival was linked to the deceased's company, which had investments in Gongbang and required skilled labor. Upon learning that his cousin Yu Jijun had also awakened his super ability, Yu Cheng lured him under the guise of wealth, assisting him in securing a passport and planning to migrate to Gongbang North through their connection. However, on the night of the incident, while enjoying leisure activities with 2 companions, a conflict arose with their group of friends, individuals not typically known for their amiable dispositions. Yu Jijun lost control of his temper and accidentally incapacitated one person, leading Yu Cheng to believe another murder had occurred. In a moment of reckless resolution, he resorted to killing everyone. Notably, Yu Cheng's method of murder was particularly insidious. Amid the initial chaos, he mixed his blood into the bodies of the others, resolving the situation within minutes, aware that they could not exit legally. The 2 relied on their superhuman abilities and speed to trek through the wilderness to Kunyan Province, intending to cross the border clandestinely into Gongbang North. His ability to kill is truly silent, Zhang Shoucheng mused. He must have manipulated the wall-mounted cameras to distort the footage. The others remained silent, though the members of the mobile team exchanged glances with Zhang Shoucheng, silently acknowledging that if anyone could claim the title of a silent killer, it was indeed their captain. "Yes, his super ability is quite exceptional," Yao Jianhua continued. "So exceptional, in fact, that it leads to an even more significant matter, which is why Dean Zhang is present today." Dean Zhang nodded, taking over the conversation. "Indeed, upon learning of this incident, I felt both surprised and yet unsurprised. According to Yu Qing, his ability to manipulate blood includes the capacity to infiltrate the bodies of ordinary individuals, siphoning their vitality and energy. This explains the discrepancy between the blood tests of the 11 deceased and the estimated time of death. The forensic report indicated that the victim's blood appeared as though it had been inactive for several days. The real concern lies in this energy extraction," he added. Yu Cheng stated that this energy is derived from the same source as that of superhumans, allowing it to integrate seamlessly into his own being, accelerating his development. Do you comprehend what this implies? In an instant, everyone in the conference room grasped the gravity of the situation. Dean Zhang was not asking for opinions. He was elucidating a critical issue. He continued, "This signifies that ordinary humans also possess energy within them. The global celestial phenomenon on the night of October 24th may indicate that each of us, perhaps even beyond humanity, has been permeated by this mysterious energy. However, the vast majority of individuals have yet to accumulate this energy to a critical threshold. Those of you here have directly encountered energy at that threshold. making you some of the first superhumans. Is this certain? Zhang Shoucheng inquired with a calm demeanor. Does this mean that more individuals may awaken their abilities naturally? Yuqing asked in astonishment, having presumed that they were chosen ones, only to discover that anyone might awaken. Indeed, it is quite likely, and that is not all. On Earth, humanity is merely one among countless species, Director Li remarked gravely. Our nation's stability currently hinges on near-total intelligence integration and stringent control at the grassroots level. Furthermore, the majority of superhumans are young, predominantly found within schools, the military, or urban areas. This allows us to identify and register most superhumans based on the characteristics exhibited during their awakening. However, now we face the potential for ordinary individuals to awaken naturally. If they do so without the accompanying coma, how shall we identify them? This poses a colossal dilemma. Upon receiving this news yesterday, I reported it immediately. And the higher-ups are quite troubled, he continued. Have any experiments been conducted on Yucheng using animals? Zhang Shoucheng posed the question to Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang nodded in response. We also considered this possibility right away. The experiments have been conducted. While there is energy present in animals, it is significantly less than in humans. Interestingly, the quantity is not determined by size. It's possible for a mouse to contain more than a pig. Currently, we lack clarity regarding plants, as Yucheng cannot manipulate their blood. Silence enveloped the conference room once more, with a palpable weight in the atmosphere. It became apparent that what they had initially believed to be the dawn of a new era of super abilities was merely the prelude to something far more formidable. The millions of superhumans existing globally were already a considerable challenge. The prospect of a new wave of awakenings, coupled with the situation involving animals, could plunge the world into chaos. Sensing the somber mood, Director Li sought to uplift the spirits. Let us not hasten to conclusions. The situation has not yet reached that critical juncture. For now, our primary focus must be on stabilizing the present. Our nation's stability largely stems from the integration of numerous outstanding superhumans into official ranks, which has maintained overall equilibrium. Recently, there has been a deliberate intention from above to liberalize the entertainment market, allowing remaining superhumans to engage in acting, variety shows, combat competitions, and even debut as idols. This will provide ample opportunities for financial gain, thereby reducing the likelihood of unrest. The discoveries made here will compel authorities to ease certain regulations, ensuring the stabilization of the initial wave of superhumans while preparing for the potential emergence of a second wave. Captain Zhang, along with the four of you, when executing tasks or venturing out alone, should promptly report any encounters with naturally awakened superpowered individuals, Director Li admonished. They nodded in agreement, aware that this was a matter of great significance, affecting each one of them and their relatives. None of them were orphans, abandoned like celestial outcasts. Everyone had their extended family. Director Li rubbed his temples and continued. There is a second matter concerning the destination of Yucheng and his companion. Our intelligence corroborates what he mentioned. The four prominent families of the former Gongbei and their military leaders have all been displaced. The region has now become a realm dominated by superpowered individuals, with various factions vying for control, leading to incessant conflict and turmoil. Originally, this would not concern us. But the issue lies in its proximity to us. They have been enticing our nation's restless superpowered individuals through various means. Guangnan and Kunyan provinces have reported dozens of incidents of superpowered individuals fleeing to Gongbei. Isn't it better that those rascals have escaped? Yucheng remarked. On the surface, that may seem true, but the reality is far more complex, sighed Director Li. Most of those who fled had committed offenses, setting a poor example for other superpowered individuals. Suggesting that if one commits a crime, fleeing to Gongbei equates to liberation from their confines, akin to a fish leaping into the ocean. This is not a favorable phenomenon. Have we not strengthened our border defenses? Zhang Shoucheng inquired hesitantly. It is not so straightforward. All measures are only effective against ordinary individuals. We are powerless against the strength and speed of superpowered beings. They require but a moment to escape, and even facing machine gun fire, they may only sustain minor injuries. Replied Director Li with a sense of helplessness. In truth, similar situations are occurring not only in the south, but also in the southwestern Boruto and along the lengthy western border. The northern region is somewhat better. Yet the east sees individuals fleeing to South Korea and Xiaoping. Ambitious individuals will always seek fertile ground to realize their aspirations. In conclusion, the current domestic situation is generally stable. However, it is likely that your special operations team will face increased demands. and your operational scope cannot remain confined to the provinces of Guang and Yu. I hope you can prepare yourselves mentally, Director Li cautioned the task force. The group nodded in acknowledgement. In the bustling world of December, the sun in the southern regions radiates warmth and light. This place is perpetually like this. Whenever a cold front arrives, one might briefly sense the chill of winter, only to soon realize that such thoughts are unfounded. Winter? What winter? What is that even? The inhabitants here can hardly fathom the sight of a snowstorm, and even Zhang Shoucheng, having resided in the south for so long, is on the verge of forgetting the heavy snowfall of his hometown in winter. With Director Li and Dean Zhang having departed, the small conference room is left with only the special operations team members and Yao Jianhua. The briefing has concluded, and they sit in contemplation, organizing the chaotic thoughts swirling in their minds. The sun, warm and generous, streams through the windows. Zhang Shoucheng walks leisurely to the window, gazing up at the clear sky. Unblemished by clouds, this truly is a splendid place to spend the winter. Sunlight caresses his face, dispelling the shadows of his heart. Yao Jianhua approaches him, offering comfort. Don't overthink it. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as it seems. She pauses, searching her memory. Are you familiar with Murphy's Law? Zhang Shoucheng interrupts her with a smile. No, let's not complicate things. It can be distilled into 6 simple words. The more one fears trouble, the more trouble one encounters. Therefore, simply do not fear. As Yao Jianhua gazes at his composed smile, she inexplicably feels a sense of security in that moment. For someone who has always prided herself on independence and self-reliance, this sensation is rather novel. This morning's training session featured researcher Lin Ling, who discussed the emergence of official superhuman organizations in several major nations worldwide. Prior to the advent of superpowers, the global landscape remained largely peaceful, with conflicts and wars confined to localized areas, rarely engaging the major powers, save for the vast expanse of Russia. However, with the emergence of superpowers, the situation has not changed. The previously conflict-ridden regions have merely become more chaotic with the introduction of superhuman elements. Certain major powers, acting as puppeteers, find themselves overwhelmed by the need to manage domestic superhuman upheavals, leading to a diminished control over global affairs. When Zhang Shoucheng quietly entered through the back door, researcher Lin had just finished presenting a representative video showcasing some of the superhuman organizations in major countries. His team members followed him in, not at his behest, as they were free to act independently when not on a mission. Lin Ling remained unperturbed by their presence and continued her lecture. As the morning session concluded, Zhang Shoucheng gained a general understanding of the global superhuman landscape. Currently, the most awkward official superhuman organization in the world is the Global Extraordinary Human Alliance. Just the name suggests its origin. This organization was established by the United Nations in response to the global outbreak of superpowers and the escalating conflicts involving them, aiming to mitigate the harm superhumans inflict upon ordinary individuals. Yet, they find themselves in a predicament, lacking superhumans to command. Each nation struggles to manage its own superhumans, and there is hardly anyone left to lend a hand. They can offer some funding and nominal support, but when it comes to personnel, they must respect the individual choices of superhumans, lest they undermine their integrity. As for superhumans unwilling to join the official ranks, one should not harbor any expectations. Why would self-serving individuals join the global alliance for the sake of humanity's peace? It is a naive thought. To summarize, since its inception, the organization has seen little success, with only a handful of members to show for it. Fortunately, they can recruit from refugee camps, but who among them does not harbor deep-seated grievances? Life in America is not without its challenges. Although they swiftly established the official superhuman organization known as the Justice Eagles following the outbreak, a severely fractured society and rampant individualism have led to the emergence of numerous superhuman organizations. Among them is the burgeoning Revenge Black Panther, the largest superhuman organization representing African Americans, which, despite invoking the legacy of the Black Panthers, engages in less than noble pursuits, seeking to claim America as their territory. Conversely, they face off against the white supremacist superhuman organization S3K, a notorious rival. This duo represents a long-standing enmity, with both sides convinced that the era of superpowers heralds their own ascendance. Additionally, there exists a grassroots group of superhumans who distrust the government, known as the Saints Association, a name that almost brands their religious lineage upon their foreheads. There is also the Carmen Pus, a superhuman group formed by South American immigrants, welcoming anyone from the region. Even media conglomerates have sprung up, emulating the water company, recruiting physically impressive superhumans to combat crime. Though it remains curious why journalists are always conveniently present during their operations. They attract attention and adulation, ultimately forming a collective that capitalizes on their exploits through advertisements, films, and public performances, raking in substantial profits as they navigate the superhuman economy. The Asian communities, in contrast, remain relatively subdued, lacking robust organizations. Various cities feature individuals donning costumes in imitation of superheroes, yet they lack the charisma of protagonists, often encountering misfortune, the aftermath of which starkly contrasts the brutality of criminals. Such videos proliferate on the dark web, reflecting an oversupply of content. America appears serene, prompting suggestions that one should immediately venture there for an experience. Russia has established its own official superhuman organization, the Slavic Spear, maintaining relative stability, although they contend with issues from neighboring China and the domestic Glorious Tsar faction. Comprised of obstinate traditionalists, the English have formed the Round Table, an official superhuman organization, though it remains uncertain whether an Arthurian figure will emerge. Before that occurs, they must address threats from superhumans in Northern Ireland and challenges posed by domestic African-American groups. The European Union has proposed the establishment of its own superhuman organization. But responses have been tepid, with each nation pursuing its own agenda. Over the years, it has become clear that the EU often prioritizes American interests over its own. In light of the global superhuman outbreak, several major European powers have formed their own extraordinary organizations, no longer willing to relinquish this new era's advantageous tool to others. They have had enough of being exploited, having once believed they could join forces with America to siphon off resources, only to discover that America is unwilling to make concessions, taking everything for itself. France has established its own official superhuman organization, the Banner of Joan of Arc, preoccupied with battling the African factions vying for control of Paris. Should they relinquish their citizens to the EU, they fear that, in times of crisis, help would arrive too late. In addition, with the rise of radical Islam, the French may find themselves in dire straits. Like Russia, Mexico has not pursued flashy titles. Their official organization is simply named the National Superhuman Management Committee, focusing primarily on issues related to race and refugees. As for the influential nation of Bharat, it remains peaceful. And once the old sage leads the Bharat faith to vanquish the myriad evils, tranquility is expected to follow. Sikhs and Babas express their approval. As Zhang Shoucheng listened to the analysis of superhuman organizations in major countries, his brow furrowed in concern. They are indeed capable of causing turmoil. Though he does not consider himself a racist, he cannot help but harbor disdain for those who instigate chaos. Fortunately, China does not share this burden, as such factions have not gained significant traction. As for the myriad of disorganized groups, they are, at their core, merely motivated by self-interest, including Zhang Shoucheng himself. Joining the official ranks was merely a pursuit of self-interest, aimed at preserving the society he cherished from destruction. At that moment, he suddenly perceived that this world was fraught with an overwhelming multitude of ideologies, ethnicities, and religions. Beneath the intricate web of conflicting interests, humanity seemed perpetually ensnared in the quagmire of internal strife. Born in the mire, battling within it, and ultimately perishing there, the gaze remained fixated on one's own kind. Whether driven by faith, hatred, self-interest, or skin color, the emergence of superpowers, in his view, represented a potential catalyst for humanity to transcend its limitations. A propellant toward the cosmos, yet it swiftly transformed into a blade turned against one's own kind. He comprehended the diversity of society and the intricacies of human nature. Approaching 40, he was not blind to these realities. Nevertheless, at this very moment, he still felt that the world was far too cacophonous. During the midday break, the delectable lunch provided by the cafeteria chefs alleviated his pent-up frustrations considerably. In the afternoon, it seemed there were no pressing matters at hand. Although there were numerous cases of superhuman incidents in Xia country, local supervision bureaus, which comprised the finest talents among local superhumans, were typically sufficient to resolve regional troubles. The mobile task forces were not frequently required. They served as both a sharp blade and a symbol, primarily exerting their absolute strength to suppress lawbreakers. After each mission, the Supervision Bureau promptly updated their task information online, primarily to instill fear in potential wrongdoers and bolster public confidence, assuring citizens of the state's unwavering power to maintain social stability and progress. Regardless of the past or the present era of superhuman abilities, this land's theme remained unchanged. Upon exiting, Zhang Shoucheng noticed his team members had finished their meals and waved them over. "Uncle, What's the matter? Is there a mission this afternoon? The first to speak was the lively He Yuching, with the others also looking at Zhang Shoucheng, seemingly eager for a task, as the youth were restless. If you want a mission, go seek the director, don't come to me. I'd prefer to lie down every day. Ah, then we can only train. Do you usually train when there is nothing else to do? Uncle, you wouldn't be unaware of this, would you? He Yuching smiled mischievously. Zhang Shoucheng was certainly aware. Even without the Research Institute's input, the superhumans had sensed it over the time. However, this could not serve as justification for her teasing remarks. It seemed a session of team building was urgently needed to enhance their cohesion, foster camaraderie, and ultimately reinforce the captain's authority. They must understand that the retribution of a middle-aged man is intertwined with reasonable and lawful demands. Hey, Deputy Section Chief Yao. All right, Xiao Yao. Could you help me find a nearby open area that is unoccupied? There is nothing on the agenda this afternoon. And I'd like to take the team out for some practice. Zhang Shoucheng called SUSI-MANHUA. He intended to engage in practical drills with his team to deepen their understanding of one another. However, this could not be conducted within the Bureau due to space constraints and confidentiality requirements. Thus far, only a select few had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Soon, Yao Jianhua recommended a location, an abandoned industrial area about 10 kilometers away, which had been deserted for several years, with little human presence nearby. Today, we'll change our training focus. Who wishes to join me? I will. Several voices chimed in agreement. He summoned them to his side, and with a thought, they vanished without a trace. Upon arrival, Zhang Shoucheng chose a spacious area to land. This place had once served as a staff recreation zone. With a fallen basketball hoop and overgrown grass, yet remnants of the concrete surface remained visible, unlike other locations where wild vegetation and trees obscured the buildings. All right. This will do, Zhang Shoucheng concluded, feeling quite satisfied. Since we formed this team, we haven't had a proper opportunity to understand one another through practical exercises. I'm also not entirely certain of your combat abilities, so let us take advantage of today to communicate effectively. The team members were eager to participate. Let us begin by introducing ourselves, one by one. I'll go first. He Yuching, 16 years old, local resident, well, not exactly a local. But my grandfather participated in the construction of Nanshan and settled here. I'm currently in high school, with a mind-related psychic ability, level 2. Do I need to mention my personality and hobbies? No need. Your personality is written all over your face. As for hobbies, just let the handsome guy you fancy know that we're not here for matchmaking today. Next, He Yuching stared at the captain, unfulfilled. Wang Zixuan, 19 years old. From South Lake Province. I previously worked in a factory with elemental fire abilities, level 2. I prefer quiet environments. Good, next. I'll go. Wang Junyu, 21 years old. From Nanyuan Province. I served in the Southern Army, and after awakening my powers, I was transferred to the Nanshan Supervision Bureau. I possess pure physical abilities, level 2. My strength is extraordinary. Ningbo, 19 years old, from Shanyu City. I served alongside Junyu in the same army, albeit in a different branch. And I have elemental wind abilities. Excellent. So, today's opponents will be me. Do you wish to face me one by one or all at once? Captain, you haven't introduced yourself yet. That's unfair. He Yuching protested. What is there to introduce? Don't you all know me? No, we don't, Wang Junyu countered. With the others nodding in agreement. Fine then. I'm Zhang Shoucheng from Heian Province, 38 years old. My superpower? Space, level unknown. Don't stare at me like that. It's genuinely unknown. I'm married, with children. That's about it. Is there more? He Yuching pressed. What more is there? Uncle, is your wife beautiful? Zhang Shoucheng decided to take this opportunity. She is, but sadly, it has nothing to do with me now. You are quite the inquisitive child. Let us see what you're truly capable of. All right. But uncle, you cannot use your spatial abilities. Agreed. The other three stepped aside, leaving the space for the two. Assuming their stances, the two locked eyes, and Zhang Shoucheng immediately felt a surge of energy attempting to invade his mind, yet it failed to breach even his energy field. He Yuching propelled herself off the ground, launching an attack. The ground shattered beneath her feet, with concrete shards flying in all directions. Even though she lacked pure physical energy, her superhuman physique was extraordinary. Don't ask why her shoes remained intact. It was due to the protective energy field. Unless a regular person wielded heavy artillery or potent toxins, it was exceedingly difficult to injure or kill a superhuman. She initiated her assault with a left hook, followed by a right swing, her body spinning to deliver a left roundhouse kick. The speed and force were formidable, generating a gust of wind that struck Zhang Shoucheng's face. He managed to block every attack. Had this been a regular person, they would not withstand a single punch, instantly being sent flying, bones breaking, and life extinguished in one fell swoop. In his youth, Zhang Shoucheng had pondered why ordinary people could not fight as elegantly as depicted on television. As he matured, he believed that real masters were hidden among the populace. However, each sparring match revealed that the so-called masters resorted to crude techniques, never showcasing the graceful moves he envisioned. Even in high-level boxing or mixed martial arts competitions, it was not the spectacle he yearned to witness. He later comprehended that humans have limits, and reactions too are finite. Thus, they opted not to remain ordinary but to become superhumans, their bodies enhanced by energy, enabling rapid responses that mirrored cinematic battles, perhaps too rapid for the average person to even perceive. With the sounds of their bodies colliding, He Yuqing's fist struck continuously, reminiscent of Master Yi's signature punch, yet Zhang Shoucheng found her speed insufficient. He swiftly countered, deflecting her arms to the sides. Seeing her efforts yield little result, the young girl shifted tactics, unleashing her superpower to disrupt her opponent. Zhang Shoucheng intended to allow the flow of energy, eager to observe the manner in which psychic abilities manifest. Thus, he permitted an even more potent force to infiltrate his mind. However, he experienced no discernible sensation. He merely perceived a faint ethereal silhouette executing a downward split, its existence so fleeting that even Zhang's dynamic vision could not discern its form. With his right hand raised defensively, he caught He Yuqing's strike aimed at his lower body. "Uncle, how did you know I would attack below? I wasn't even distracted. That was my full-strength psychic ability. It was effective, yet not entirely so," Zhang Shoucheng declared as he flung her away effortlessly. She adjusted her posture mid-air, landing gracefully on her feet, breathless yet avoiding a clumsy fall. Her physical coordination was impeccable, a sight that would evoke envy from any athlete. In future encounters with similarly ranked psychics, do not overly rely on your illusionary interference. Your role should be focused on supporting teammates or extracting intelligence, Zhang Shoucheng advised. Moreover, had I not relaxed my defenses, your psychic energy would have struggled to connect with my body. "Oh, understood, Uncle." 028. Continuation of team training. Next up, Wang Junyu. "Let me witness the extent of your level 2 pure physical strength." "No problem, Captain, but you should be cautious." Wang Junyu's sun-kissed, dark complexion radiated excitement. Knowing the captain's formidable prowess, he entered the fray with unwavering determination. Zhang Shoucheng observed that Wang Junyu seemed to have grown in size. His physique appeared taller, muscles bulging, veins pulsating, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. With sheer physical strength, the air around him appeared to ripple. Clearly, during the pursuit of Yu Chun and Yu Jijun, he had not exerted his full power. Zhang Shoucheng speculated that upon reaching level 3, Wang Junyu might truly transform into a humanoid beast. It seemed the upgrade path for pure physical superpowers was leaning towards sheer muscular dominance. The force behind Wang Junyu's full-on assault was significantly greater than He Yuqing's, thankfully. This was outside, not during a training session. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath Wang Junyu's feet instantly caved in, and he materialized before Zhang Shoucheng. His speed was remarkable, but Zhang Shoucheng was able to manage, albeit without the use of spatial abilities, which meant a genuine contest was required. Spatial superpowers were excessively overpowered, akin to a lethal ambush, rendering him less inclined to master intricate combat techniques. However, today he would rely solely on physical strength, eager to discover the limits of his own body. With Wang Junyu's level 2 pure physical superpower, ordinary combat skills were of little consequence. He merely needed to throw punches and kicks. Thus, his attack style resembled that of free combat. As he charged toward Zhang Shoucheng, a right straight punch aimed for the face, accompanied by a rush of air. Zhang Shoucheng, utilizing his extraordinary speed, slightly angled his body to evade, only to be met with a relentless barrage of Wang Junyu's left and right hooks, striking with a frequency akin to rain on banana leaves. As Zhang Shoucheng rapidly retreated to dodge, he used both hands to parry, each strike aligning with the trajectory of Wang Junyu's punches, adding force to redirect his momentum, hoping to disrupt his lateral control. If it had been He Yuqing, she would have become a spinning top, losing her balance. However, Wang Junyu's coordination was astonishing, far surpassing that of He Yuqing. He quickly regained his footing. The sound of their exchanges was thick and rapid, like cannon fire, one attacking, the other defending. They moved in a dance of advance and retreat, their movements imperceptible to the untrained eye, with only the cement floor beneath them erupting into craters from the force of their footfalls. Were this a fighting competition, spectators would likely be in dismay. It was less engaging than watching ordinary people spar. At least there, one could see the action. Observing superpowered individuals battle was akin to watching a fleeting illusion, devoid of an immersive viewing experience. Having adapted to the speed, Zhang Shoucheng discerned that the velocity of Wang Junyu's level 2 physical prowess remained manageable. Next, he would test his strength and defense. As Wang Junyu's left hook missed, he did not throw another punch. Instead, he pivoted, his right leg lifting off the ground, delivering a side kick aimed at Zhang Shoucheng's chest. This time, Zhang Shoucheng opted not to evade but crossed his arms defensively across his chest. When Wang Junyu's foot connected with his forearm, he immediately felt an overwhelming force collide with him. Zhang Shoucheng struggled to find a comparison, as he had never been struck by a truck. However, with a resounding thud, he was pushed back several meters, leaving a trail of deep imprints in the ground, cracking the cement like spider webs. Thanks to the energy field enveloping him, without it, the explosive force from their confrontation would have left them in their undergarments, not allowing his opponent a moment's respite. Wang Junyu swiftly followed up with another kick. Zhang Shoucheng, still crossing his forearms for defense, leaned forward, his right leg firmly planted behind him. With a thunderous impact, Zhang Shoucheng did not retreat. The force coursed through his body, transferring to the ground, creating a deep crater several dozen centimeters deep and 1 to 2 meters wide. Dust swirled and debris scattered. The second side kick, propelled by momentum, was even more powerful, causing his forearm to feel slightly numb. This indicated that Wang Junyu's strength had penetrated his protective energy field, impacting his body internally. Yet, it was merely a mild tingling sensation, entirely manageable. Zhang Shoucheng flipped his right hand forward, seizing Wang Junyu's still extended right leg, pulling it backward, and swiftly lifting his foot to strike the inner thigh of his supporting leg. Wang Junyu lost his balance instantly, yet his right leg remained grasped, preventing him from falling. Zhang Shoucheng exerted force, swinging him to the side, akin to the Hulk tossing Loki. However, Zhang Shoucheng only executed a single throw before rapidly advancing to lock Wang Junyu's right arm behind him, his knee pressing against his neck, but without applying pressure. Mindful of his breathing. "All right, that's enough. Your physical strength is truly remarkable." His clothes were caked in dirt, and Zhang Shoucheng's final maneuver had disrupted Wang Junyu's protective energy field, breaching his defenses. Thus, it was evident that the energy field was not infallible. Exceeding its protective limits would render it ineffective. Of course, there was no pain. "I possess a sense of conscience and morality, albeit quite flexible, and I happened to forget to bring it today," Zhang Shoucheng remarked with a squint and a smile. "Who's next? Captain, do you not need a break?" Wang Zishuan approached, having retreated to the sidelines with the others. Although the aftermath of the battle posed no threat to them, the dust and stale air were unpleasant. The energy field only maximizes its effectiveness during superpowered combat. Otherwise, it is somewhat negligible. It's like needing to turn on lights at night but not during the day. Keeping them on all the time wastes energy. "No need. Come forth and unleash your superpowers without reservation." Wang Zishuan said no more, her body suddenly igniting in flames, transforming her into a figure of fire, yet her hair and clothing remained unscathed. Such a remarkable superpower spared him the embarrassment of his teammates' attire being destroyed. Zhang Shoucheng noted that the temperature of the flames was extraordinarily high. The ground beneath her seemed to show signs of melting. Indeed, concrete can melt, with a melting point similar to that of steel. This indicated that her flame temperature had likely surpassed 1,000 degrees Celsius. Wang Zishuan was not a physically based superpower user. Her strength and speed paled in comparison to Wang Junyu's. Her primary offensive tactic relied on the searing heat of her flames. If she were to confront Wang Junyu with raw strength, she would quickly breach his energy field, rendering the exercise futile. Today's training was focused on familiarizing with teammates' abilities, not subduing opponents. Wang Zishuan's method of attack was derived from techniques taught in the agency, which suited her well. As long as she could immobilize her opponent, she could maintain a continuous burn. As Zhang Shoucheng countered her locks, he also gauged the flame's impact on him. The temperature was intense, yet it failed to penetrate his energy field, inflicting minimal harm. It appeared that confronting traditional elemental superpower users would be somewhat easier, provided he refrained from employing spatial abilities. Unlike the previous two team members, who concluded their bouts swiftly, Zhang Shoucheng sparred with her for over 10 minutes, sensing her power waning, and noted no increase in the flame's damage. It seemed that against superpowered individuals, the energy field was most vulnerable to sudden bursts of force that exceeded its limits. While sustained damage could be resisted for an extended period, as long as it did not breach the threshold of defense. As Wang Zishuan's strength began to diminish, Zhang Shoucheng concluded their practice, having achieved his objective. All right, Ningbo, you're last. The other three stepped aside as Ningbo approached, activating his superpower. Dust swirling around him but remaining confined to his feet. Ningbo's extraordinary ability is linked to the element of wind, essentially the movement of air. One might ponder how he would fare in a vacuum. Perhaps his power transcends simplistic comprehension, akin to the conclusions drawn within the research institute, leaning more towards a conceptual nature. Presently, Ningbo's level 2 wind elemental ability is confined to his immediate surroundings. As time progresses and his skills deepen, his control will undoubtedly expand. The conjecture at the institute is that once elemental abilities reach level 3, they could potentially allow for detached assaults, transforming him into a formidable offensive turret. Yet, that is a matter for the future. For now, he primarily engages in close combat, utilizing the wind elements around him to enhance his speed to an almost spectral level. In an instant, he lunged towards Zhang Shoucheng, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. After being blocked, he reappeared to Zhang's left side, then back in front, only to shift behind him again after another block. With each deflection, Zhang could sense a force attempting to slice through his defensive field at the point of contact. This slicing sensation, though brief, was intensely damaging, as if the wind elements controlled by Ningbo had begun to manifest a cutting effect. Zhang Shoucheng mused that this ability felt eerily familiar. Was he confronting a tempest? However, Ningbo, with his taciturn demeanor and cold countenance, hardly resembled a jovial wind spirit. Similar to Wang Zishuan's fire elemental ability, as long as an opponent cannot breach his defensive field instantaneously, they are unlikely to inflict any significant harm. After nearly 10 minutes of practice, Zhang turned, extending his hand just as Ningbo launched a surprise attack from behind. Before Ning could react, Zhang's finger lightly pressed against his heart, signifying the end of the skirmish. Of course, that gesture was not executed with force. The once overgrown factory, now devoid of its wild vegetation, had been meticulously cleared within their combat zone, with the concrete surface scraped clean. The ground was pockmarked, littered with craters left by their fierce exchanges. Zhang sighed, contemplating the sheer might of these extraordinary abilities. In less than 2 months, with only a level 2 capability, ordinary individuals would not even qualify to stand by and observe. The debris propelled by their footfalls bore a striking resemblance to the impact of gunfire for an untrained person. Zhang gestured for his team to gather around him. Let us conclude for today. I have garnered a reasonable understanding of your capabilities. Do you possess a clear notion of your combat roles? Wang Junyu reflected for a moment before replying. It's quite similar to playing a video game. I clearly see myself as a tank, lacking any flamboyant powers, just a tough exterior. Among the four, he was the eldest, having played online games before enlisting. While the two young women were unfamiliar with gaming, and Ningbo had no such inclinations. That seems about right, Zhang concluded. As a team, you indeed need to take the front line. Wang Zishuan can assist you in wearing down opponents, while Ningbo serves as a quintessential assassin, excelling in stealthy strikes. As for He Yuqing, she shall function as a peripheral support. Oh, I'm merely a support character. I feel rather superfluous, the reluctant young girl quipped, drawing knowing smiles from her companions. Your ability was never intended for combat. Moreover, with higher levels of psychic powers, we cannot fathom what monstrosity they might evolve into. Just think of Professor X. Very well, I shall strive to develop my skills, she acquiesced. Understood, Captain. Upon returning to the Super Administration Bureau, the team disbanded, each member engrossed in their own affairs. Zhang Shoucheng spent some time at the shooting range, practicing his marksmanship. Although superhumans rarely utilized firearms, one must understand that a man remains a boy at heart, forever enamored with weapons. The joy of rat-a-tat-tat was undeniably delightful. Fortunately, the Bureau had an ample supply of ammunition, and with the enhanced physical prowess typical of superhumans, Zhang's shooting skills improved dramatically. However, this proficiency was of little consequence. Unless one day the authorities developed bullets capable of penetrating the defenses of superhumans, small-caliber firearms would remain mere toys for them. As superpowers advanced, even larger calibers might become ineffective, and as for artillery, it required the enemy to remain stationary, but superhumans were anything but foolish. In fact, they possessed keen senses and remarkable speed, ensuring they would not become fixed targets. Realizing the time, Zhang Shoucheng drove to pick up his children from school. At this moment, his children were of utmost importance to him, and he cherished the moments spent by their side. He had missed witnessing much of their growth, And now, all he desired was to see them flourish joyfully and live in peace. 2 days passed swiftly. Frankly speaking, Zhang felt that their task frequency was relatively low. Unsure whether it was due to most matters being resolved by others or a mere lack of disturbances among the superhumans in Xia country. In any case, this was a positive sign. Fewer deployments indicated that society was largely under control, with no significant turmoil. Due to the need to drop his children off at school, Zhang arrived at the conference room only to find all team members already gathered, including Yao Jianhua, with no one else present. Each department was diligently attending to their respective duties, much like the teachers and students at the school. Observing this, Zhang nodded and inquired, "Is there a high school within the institution? How many registered superhumans are there?" The school comprised both junior and senior high, with 3 registered superhumans. But only 2 attended classes. The other had joined the Winter Pass City Super Administration Bureau. "What are their abilities?" Zhang asked. One senior male student possessed pure physical enhancement abilities at level 2 and had accepted an invitation to join the bureau. The remaining one, a level 1 male student, exhibited no extraordinary traits and was therefore classified as merely physically adept, given his lower level and status as a sophomore, thus not recruited. Physical enhancement is the most prevalent type of superpower. Another sophomore girl, not in the same class as the aforementioned boy, displayed minor water element abilities but had not yet reached level 2. Currently, the ratio of humans awakening superpowers stands at approximately 1 in 2,000. However, given that the majority fall within the age range of 16 to 22, this statistic may not provide a clear picture. It is likely that among 10,000 adults, none might possess powers, while several could be found among 1,000 high school students. How long has this situation persisted? Zhang pressed. Currently unclear, but it has lasted at least over a week. Since no significant visible harm has occurred, it has gone unnoticed, Yao Jianhua replied. Anything else? None. Yao Jianhua shook his head. That's all the information we have. Zhang surveyed his team. Do you have any questions? The 4 members pondered briefly, then shook their heads, indicating they had none. They lacked substantial experience in handling such incidents, so questions did not arise. Very well, let us assemble in the parking lot in 15 minutes. Zhang instructed. Turning to Yao Jianhua, he added, shall we proceed to take a look? Given the situation is not urgent, we can drive over. Certainly. Just collect the keys from the first floor, Yao responded. 15 minutes later, the members of the Special Operations team donned their gear, clad in black outfits and masks that exuded an air of solemnity. For the external mission, Zhang opted not to drive the Bureau's designated blue vehicle, but rather the white vehicle allocated for missions. It bore a black-lettered white plate with a distinctive super label. The 5-seater SUV was perfectly suited for transporting the team. Do you all possess driver's licenses? Zhang casually inquired during the journey. I do. I obtained it back home, replied Wang Junyu, the only licensed driver among them. The others did not hold licenses. The military does not require every soldier to learn driving, and in fact, driving within the military comes with numerous stringent regulations. Make time to get one, Zhang advised. Sure, Captain. Ning Bo and Wang Zixuan readily agreed, recognizing the necessity of acquiring such certification as superhumans. Captain, I think I might be too young, Young Yucheng timidly interjected. Ah, is that so? What is the minimum age for applying for a license? Zhang mused. Then perhaps you should wait a couple of years. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. At the school entrance, the security guard glanced at Zhang's credentials and the vehicle's license plate before granting them passage. Upon entering the campus, Zhang decided not to alert the school authorities. Whether the guard would notify the administration was beyond his concern. He intended to observe discreetly first. Finding a secluded corner to park, Zhang gathered his team. Stay close to me. Don't scatter too much. We will first observe from hiding. With a flick of his hand, he concealed them within a spatial fold and proceeded toward the teaching area. In the distance, several classes were engaged in physical education on the playground, including both junior and senior high students. After a brief pause to observe, they found nothing amiss. At that moment, a boy, likely seeking the restroom, approached their direction. Proceed, Captain. Zhang included the boy within the spatial fold. The boy perceived only a chance encounter with the school administration, and whether or not they truly were the school leaders was irrelevant. In his subconscious, he accepted it as reality, while any inconsistencies would be instinctively disregarded. How many students in our school possess superpowers? The boy remarked. 3, though I heard one join some super administration bureau. It seemed students were quite aware of superpowers, even knowing about a peer's recruitment. Do you know the other 2? I do, but they might not recognize me. I'm just a freshman. Have you noticed any unusual occurrences at school? None. Everything seems normal. Those two superhuman students haven't bullied anyone. They are just like before. Are there many fights among students? Very few. It has been ages since I've seen one. The school maintains strict discipline, and fighting easily leads to expulsion. It appeared the academic atmosphere here was quite rigorous, unlike some poorly managed institutions. After asking a few more questions, Zhang discerned no substantial differences from a typical high school. And the two superhumans did not exhibit any sense of superiority or bullying behavior stemming from their powers. Zhang allowed the boy to continue on his way, recognizing his need to relieve himself. Prolonged questioning might lead to discomfort. After the boy departed, he pondered in confusion about the encounter with what seemed to be a leader, yet dismissed it without much thought. Quite peculiar, Zhang mused, finding the situation rather challenging. Qing, can your abilities address the anomalies present in this school? Wang Zishuan suddenly inquired of He Yuqing. After some contemplation, He Yuqing replied, I can, but it would leave traces, like just now with that boy. I merely implanted a subconscious suggestion that we were school leaders, and he would respond to any inquiries. However, he would retain a vague memory afterward, eventually forgetting over time. I can do it, but it requires some time, and for now, I cannot influence too many individuals simultaneously. My range isn't vast enough to cover the entire school. Perhaps in the future, I can improve. With an encouraging smile, she motivated herself. According to Yao Jinhua's account of the case, it indeed required the ability to influence the entire school community to obscure any signs for such an extended period. Could it be that there lies concealed here and undiscovered? High-level psychic with extraordinary cerebral abilities? In the morning, Zhang Shoucheng and his companions concealed their presence, observing discreetly, even keeping a watchful eye on the middle school section. The possibility of awakening among younger or older individuals could not be dismissed. However, they failed to uncover any anomalies. There were no suspicious behaviors among the middle school students. Upon returning to their vehicle, Zhang Shoucheng deemed it unnecessary to maintain their invisibility and withdrew the spatial concealment surrounding them. It was then he sensed a subtle irregularity. The air within the school seemed to harbor a faint energy attempting to penetrate his mind, weak yet persistent and remarkably resilient. Regrettably, it could not breach his energy field defenses. Zhang furrowed his brow. He had not noticed this upon their arrival that morning. Had it not been for the contrasting environment created by the dissolution of the spatial concealment, he might have overlooked it entirely. While this faint energy posed no threat to him, it could certainly affect others, especially the school's staff and students, who were ordinary individuals, with only two possessing superhuman abilities, both at level 1. There was indeed something peculiar about the school. It suggested the presence of a particularly powerful and high-level superhuman concealed among them. Do any of you sense something amiss? Zhang inquired of his 4 companions. They exchanged puzzled glances, aware that their leader would not make such a statement lightly, and closed their eyes to attune their senses. Superhumans not only possess heightened sensory perception, but also a certain sensitivity to mental stimuli, such as energy reactions, auras, and malice. They are quick to detect when these elements become excessive. The other 2 shook their heads as well, but He Yuqing seemed to have an inkling. Being a level 2 telepath, her mental prowess was considerable. Initially unaware, she now seemed to grasp something following Zhang's prompt. Captain, I feel as though something is trying to penetrate my mind, very faintly, and at a slow pace. There is no malice, and I don't feel any danger. If I hadn't been alerted, this energy might have succeeded in a few days, but now that I'm on guard, it seems unlikely, He Yuqing described thoughtfully. Indeed. My observations align closely with yours. However, this energy has no effect on me. Had I not noticed it while dissolving the spatial concealment, I might have missed this discovery altogether. It appears this energy cannot penetrate my spatial concealment, further affirming that there is something amiss within this school. Although He Yuqing mentioned a lack of malevolence, Zhang Shoucheng prioritized the safety of his team and re-established the spatial concealment to safeguard them. In the afternoon, Zhang and his group still did not intend to reveal themselves. Their original plan was to observe in the morning and approach the school authorities and the 2 other superhuman students in the afternoon. As a specialized mobile unit, their primary tasks involved pursuit, capture, suppression, and investigation, rather than inquiry, for which they were not particularly trained. Nor did any of them possess the innate talents of a reaper. However, with the pervasive energy enveloping the school, approaching the authorities seemed futile. Zhang speculated that this energy might possess memory-altering capabilities, making it impossible for the faculty and students to provide useful information, as they were all entrenched in the situation. Having found nothing amiss in the middle school classes that morning, Zhang intended to investigate the high school section in the afternoon. They continued their observations until they stumbled upon a rather audacious student in a senior class, accompanied by a few sycophantic peers. Exuding a strong aura of a typical school antagonist, they exchanged glances. Hadn't it been said that the school maintained a commendable atmosphere? Why then did such antics persist? Zhang scrutinized these individuals, confirming that they were ordinary students, with no sign of hidden superhuman abilities, including the ostentatious student who resembled a wealthy scion. Superhumans lacked any special resonance with one another. They did not possess the ability to attract each other unless they activated their powers. Without utilizing their abilities, they were indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Currently, no effective equipment existed to identify them, as the universal defensive energy fields of superhumans remained largely imperceptible when dormant. Finally, 2 classes remained, including the one attended by the superhuman students. Zhang led his companions to the sophomore class of the female student, currently at level 1 but exhibiting water-related attributes, likely to reach level 2 soon. The class seemed normal. Yet it was evident that the girl was regarded as a goddess by her male classmates, who frequently stole glances at her. In truth, she was of average appearance. Not conventionally beautiful, Zhang surmised that her superhuman abilities lent her an aura of mystery, enhancing her allure among her peers. The last class he observed was that of the level 1 purely physical superhuman. Here, an intriguing situation unfolded. They noticed that the superhuman student's gaze was fixated on a particular female classmate, and not just his. Numerous other boys in the class seemed to be drawn to her as well. Zhang acknowledged that the girl was indeed quite beautiful, with striking features, an innocent demeanor, and an alluring physique, embodying the essence of an internet celebrity, albeit naturally so. It was evident to Zhang that this girl wore no makeup and had not undergone cosmetic surgery. Her chin, though slightly pointed, retained a gentle curvature, standing in stark contrast to the sharp V-shaped faces of internet influencers. Beautiful individuals are always the center of attention, especially one of such exceptional beauty. Even his 4 companions, particularly the 2 male members, cast several lingering glances in her direction, behavior entirely human and unremarkable. What intrigued Zhang was the superhuman student's expression when observing the beautiful classmate. It conveyed not only admiration but also a hint of trepidation. Though there were no discernible signs of fear in his eyes, Zhang could still detect the unease. For those unfamiliar with such expressions, a simple exercise would suffice. Observe a child who has just been scolded, and one would witness that same look. The swiftest among them had already darted out of the classroom, as if propelled by wings. Zhang rendered their spatial presence intangible, allowing any students passing through to glide past without collision. At that moment, an unremarkable boy timidly approached the beautiful classmate, dropped a note, and fled. Was this, perhaps, the fabled love letter? The girl, however, appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such gestures. She politely accepted the note, placing it in her bag without discarding it. The remaining students erupted in playful banter, filling the classroom with a jovial atmosphere. The superhuman boy, rather than displaying anger, regarded the note-dropper with a bemused expression, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama. Zhang and his team, concealed outside the classroom, exchanged amused glances at the scene. Qin, are high school students still resorting to such antiquated methods of confession? Are we not in the age of technology? Zhang questioned, perplexed. Captain, in stricter schools, students are often prohibited from bringing mobile phones. Schools that allow them are typically subpar. Besides, Captain, don't you think traditional love letters are rather charming? Zhang remarked, casting an envious glance at the girl in the classroom. Your envious gaze suggests you've never received a love letter in school. Who said that? I'm adorable enough to have received a few. Zhang Shoucheng, disinterested in her remarks, shifted the conversation. Wait a moment to employ your abilities. I have some inquiries. He and several companions trailed behind a male classmate who was walking alone. In an unnoticed corner, they successfully made him vanish from the scene. Utilizing a cerebral-type psychic ability, often depicted in online literature, known as the diminishing intelligence aura, he caused others to overlook irrationalities. For instance, if an ordinary person were to traverse back to the Qing dynasty, surrounded by princes, it would seem absurd. However, if it were Zhang, it would appear entirely plausible, for she could genuinely induce a reduction in others' intelligence. He inquired about a certain female classmate. Who is that beautiful girl in your class? Brother, you don't know? That is Zhang Shoucheng, the school belle. Isn't she stunning? The classmate's face radiated with pride, as though he basked in her reflected glory. Is there truly such a thing as a school belle? How could there not be? It's officially recognized by the school. How dull is your school that they acknowledge such trivialities? Aren't they afraid of parental complaints regarding the objectification of women? After posing a few more questions and receiving no remarkable answers, they decided to let him go. Does your school have an officially recognized school bell? Zhang Shoucheng asked his companions. Impossible. There are indeed pretty girls, but who would hold such a contest in middle school? The authorities would face repercussions. Yuching vehemently denied it. I never heard of such a thing during my studies, Wang Zishuan concurred, shaking her head. The other two gentlemen followed suit. A sense of confusion enveloped Zhang Shoucheng. The atmosphere of this school bore a resemblance to that of a metropolitan dragon king. Unsure, he resolved to revisit the matter the following day and address the group. Let us conclude our endeavors for today. We shall return tomorrow. If progress remains elusive, we shall resort to more rudimentary methods, for constantly pursuing this path yields no clarity regarding the underlying issues. The school dismissal time is generally consistent. When one school releases its students, others, like those in Nanshan, follow suit. Today, I am unable to personally pick up my child, but Yao Jianhua has kindly agreed to assist. Previously, Zhang Shoucheng had informed her that if he had other obligations and could not be present, she should either collect the child or arrange for someone else to do so. Yao Jianhua consented to take on the responsibility herself, but was unwilling to allow others to step in. This is not due to any ulterior motives, rather. It is crucial to have a consistent individual or two for picking up the child. Frequent changes in this regard could diminish the child's sense of security. The child might unconsciously assume that any pickup is orchestrated by the father, which introduces potential safety risks. Zhang Shoucheng concurred with this reasoning and communicated it to the children, emphasizing that unless he or Yao Jianhua were personally present for the pickup, anyone else must inform the teacher and confirm via phone, including the child's mother. This is not a matter of seeking revenge. Rather, in a rapidly changing society, it is essential to maintain a necessary level of vigilance. The journey back was marked by silence. However, just as they were nearing Nanshan, a minor incident occurred. Captain, I sensed something amiss. During our investigation at the school today, I noticed that some unusual details have become hazy. My memory has always been sharp, and now, as a superhuman, it seems something is erasing these recollections, Ningbo remarked. The first to notice the anomaly, Zhang Shoucheng looked at him in puzzlement, and then turned to the others. What about you? I don't feel anything, Yuching replied. Her expression one of confusion, not because she sensed something wrong, but due to her lack of awareness. It indeed feels as if we are being manipulated. Wang Junyu pondered for a moment before agreeing with his teammate's assertion. Zhang Shoucheng's expression grew grave. His team members were all level 2 superhumans, and even they had fallen prey to this phenomenon, which was quite concerning. I understand. Do your best to hold on to your memories. We will discuss this tomorrow. Neither Yuching nor I are affected, and we are not worried about losing today's information. Your primary task now is to remember this state. We will address the rest in our meeting tomorrow morning. Upon returning, they hastily dined and arranged for the following morning's agenda before disbanding the team. Nevertheless, Zhang Shoucheng documented the incident within the bureau and requested Yao Jianhua to inquire with the Winter Pass City Supervision Bureau regarding the situation, checking if any colleagues sent for investigation had encountered similar issues. Additionally, he asked her to prepare the profiles of a few students he was particularly concerned about. The night passed without incident. The mobile team had assembled, and in addition, Yao Jianhua, Director Li, Dean Zhang, and Section Chief Meng, all privy to his information, were present. Good morning. I apologize for arriving late, Zhang Shoucheng greeted the group. It's still early. Students start school earlier than we do, Director Li responded with a smile. He was correct. Students needed to arrive at school before 8 a.m., while the Supervision Bureau commenced work at 9 a.m. All right, let us begin. Wang Junyu, Ningbo. Wang Zishuan, how are you feeling now? What can you recall from yesterday's investigation? Zhang Shoucheng initiated the inquiry regarding his teammates' conditions. Yuching was not questioned, as her mental fortitude rendered her less susceptible to the mysterious energy in a state of caution. We also perceive no abnormalities, Ningbo and Wang Zishuan affirmed with nods. Yuching regarded the three of them in surprise. You didn't say that yesterday. They responded in unison. Zhang Shoucheng directed his gaze toward Director Li and the others. See, this is the crux of the problem. The expressions of Director Li and the others turned serious. If even level 2 superhumans appeared to have their memories reset, what would happen to ordinary individuals? Could they be brainwashed into becoming entirely different people upon a mere encounter? Xiao Yao, what did your investigation reveal? I have the findings, Yao Jianhua replied after reviewing the documents. The two colleagues from the Winter Pass City Supervision Bureau, who previously conducted investigations, now share the same sentiment, as the three of them, believing everything at the school is normal. Additionally, last night, I had the Winter Pass City Supervision Bureau send personnel for overnight home visits to several second-year students, all of whom denied the existence of any school-sanctioned school flower. Furthermore, the two superhuman students currently enrolled had both been in a coma for 2 days without discrepancies. Regarding the third-year student you were concerned about, presumed to be a wealthy heir, his family is indeed not impoverished. His father runs a small processing factory. But that hardly qualifies him as a wealthy heir, merely a family of means. The parents reported that this student is mild-mannered and has never been known to bully others. As for the so-called school flower, her family is also relatively well off, with both parents holding mid-level positions in companies. Is there any issue with this information? Director Lee inquired. Yes, it starkly contrasts with the atmosphere we observed at the school. Most importantly, there is a peculiar energy permeating the school, which I discovered quite by chance yesterday. This energy does not alert individuals but subtly alters something. Wang Junyu and the others were only exposed to this energy for a few minutes yesterday and were already affected. Are you suggesting that there is a superhuman at the school whose abilities shroud the entire campus, continuously altering people's perceptions? Ding Zhang asked. I believe so, Zhang Shoucheng nodded. Xiaohe, could you achieve such an effect? Section Chief Ming suddenly inquired of He Yuqing. I cannot. My range is limited to less than 100 meters. And influencing so many people would be exhausting, she firmly denied. Then, Captain Zhang, what is your plan? What purpose did you have in gathering us today? Very well. That is not an issue, Director Lee assented. Understood. No problems there, SUSI-MANHUA confirmed. As before, the group set off in vehicles toward the Nanxing Middle School in Winter Pass City. Today, Zhang Shoucheng had no intention of covertly observing, as there was little left to scrutinize. He merely aimed to take away those he deemed problematic and then proceed with the process of elimination. If that did not resolve the issue, he would have no choice but to sift through the entire faculty and student body one by one. It was evident that no substantial information could be gathered here. Upon exiting the principal's office and arriving at the second-year classroom floor, they coincidentally encountered the end of class. Zhang Shoucheng spotted the so-called wealthy heir, accompanied by 2 lackeys, leading a classmate who had delivered a love letter to the school flower, surreptitiously toward the restroom. Zhang Shoucheng and his team followed closely, and curiously, other students in the vicinity appeared oblivious to their identities as members of the Supervision Bureau. They merely looked on with curiosity, wondering why this group, clad in masks, was behaving oddly in broad daylight. Is this some new cosplay? Even the school leaders seemed unable to recognize them as members of the Supervision Bureau, only agreeing to cooperate with the investigation after confirming their credentials via phone call. It appeared that the Supervision Bureau was a concept non-existent in the minds of the school staff and students. How bold of you! Who gave you the audacity to write love letters to my girlfriend? The romantic classmate was being restrained by 2 senior students, while the wealthy heir slapped him across the face. As Zhang Shoucheng and his team entered, several male classmates rushed out of the restroom, seemingly eager to avoid trouble. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? My father is the wealthiest man in Winter Pass. Oh, so this is your hidden identity. Yuqing. Take these 3 to the conference room and wait for our assembly. Yes, Captain. The senior students, now nearly adult in stature and development, attempted to resist. But they were no match for the superhumans. A mere glance from He Yuqing subdued them. Although there was no malice in her gaze, it compelled obedience. Although she cannot exert control over the entire faculty and student body of the campus, it is rather effortless for her to infiltrate the minds of a few ordinary individuals, transforming them into obedient puppets. Moreover, she possesses a baton, ready to shatter the skulls of those who dare to defy her. Zhang Shoucheng, accompanied by Ning Bo and Wang Zixuan, set out to seek out several other students who have piqued his curiosity. In the classroom, a rather charmingly rebellious student was holding the hand of the legendary school beauty, Zhang Shoucheng, with a grin on his face. Shoucheng, don't get involved with that Lu Yong from grade 3. He's just a rich second-generation kid who doesn't deserve you. We extraordinary ones are a different breed. I'm not dating him. Let go of my hand. Zhang Shoucheng's face flushed with anger, yet she couldn't extricate her delicate hand from his grasp. As if her strength was that of an ordinary girl. Ultimately, the rebellious student released her hand, albeit reluctantly, as he felt a searing pain coursing through his fingers. She asked you to let go. The voice that interjected possessed an unexpected maturity for its age, its gaze imbued with a blend of indifference, disdain, amusement, and a hint of superiority. The speaker, Wang Sheng, regarded the rebellious student coldly, One must be polite to classmates and gracious towards female classmates. What do you think you are, Wang Xing? We're all extraordinary here. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The rebellious student attempted to sound tough, but his bravado faltered. I'm nothing much, but that is sufficient to deal with you, Wang Xing said, casually pushing the rebellious student, who stumbled back several steps before landing unceremoniously on the ground, grimacing in pain from the fall. Shoucheng, are you all right? If you encounter any trouble in the future, just call for me. Wang Xing turned to comfort Zhang Shoucheng, his expression gentle, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze on a scorching summer day or the warmth of the sun in the chill of winter. I'm fine, thank you, Wang Xing. Zhang Shoucheng's eyes sparkled with gratitude and a hint of shyness as she looked at him. That blush ignited a sense of beauty in Wang Xing's heart, akin to the joy of encountering the sun after a long winter. The onlookers, captivated by this heroic rescue, felt a pang of envy, wishing they could take his place to win the affection of the school beauty. However, being mere mortals and not extraordinary beings, they could only offer their blessings to the pair. The female spectators, visibly moved by the scene, began to applaud and express their congratulations, with some even shedding tears of joy. Yet, as is often the case in life, such beautiful moments are the most susceptible to disruption. Quite the commotion, classmates. Zhang Shoucheng's voice intruded unceremoniously, shattering the perfect atmosphere in the classroom. Having witnessed the spectacle from outside, he felt compelled to intervene as class was about to commence. Behind him, Ningbo and Wang Zixuan were thoroughly entertained. Youngsters, clearly unaccustomed to the harsh realities of life, he mused. Who are you? Wang Xing demanded sternly. Good question. We are the Special Mobile Unit of the Nanshan Supervision Bureau. Wang Xing, please come with us, Zhang Shoucheng replied, displaying his identification. What Supervision Bureau? What Special Mobile Unit? I've never heard of it. Wang Xing scrutinized Zhang Shoucheng and his companions disdainfully. No worries, you will soon find out. Zhang Shoucheng smiled, instructing Ningbo. Take him to Shoucheng. Yes, Captain. As Wang Xing attempted to resist, Ningbo swiftly appeared behind him, twisting his arms behind his back. Despite Wang Xing's formidable strength as a level 1 pure physical enhancer, it proved futile against Ningbo's grip. As the pain intensified, he finally relented, being ushered out of the classroom. What a sight! A tiger brought low by mere dogs, he muttered, still cursing as he left. Akin to a fish caught in a net due to its greed. Zhang Shoucheng paid him no mind, pondering the inadequate strength of this pure physical enhancer. Even though Ningbo was a level 2, he was not a powerhouse like Wang Junyu, yet he had subdued Wang Xing with such ease. What is your name? Zhang Shoucheng inquired of the rebellious student. Xiao Fan. Good. And you, Zhang Shoucheng, you both will accompany us. The duo offered no resistance, likely swayed by the sight of Wang Xing being effortlessly subdued. Apologies for interrupting your class, teacher. We are from the Special Mobile Unit of the Nanshan Supervision Bureau and need to ask them a few questions. If you have any doubts, please feel free to contact the principal's office for verification, Zhang Shoucheng explained to the teacher at the door, who hesitated at the sight of the group. Once in another classroom, Zhang Shoucheng provided a brief explanation to the already teaching instructor, who responsibly phoned the principal's office for confirmation before granting permission for Zhang Shoucheng's request. Zhang Shoucheng beckoned to a female student in the center of the classroom, who appeared surprised but followed them out. This is another awakened individual, an elemental water-type enhancer, though still at level 1. Her abilities are just beginning to manifest. Her name is Yi Tongjian. Upon entering the conference room, everyone was present. Zhang Shoucheng noted the group. Aside from the 5 members of the Special Mobile Unit, there were 7 students, including the rich second-generation Lu Yong and his 2 lackeys, genuine enhancers Wang Xing and Yi Tongjian, and the 2 fakes, Xiao Fan and Zhang Shoucheng. These were the individuals Zhang Shoucheng found peculiar within the school, as if the entire establishment revolved around them. If he could not discern the target among them, he would have to sift through the rest of the faculty and students, a time-consuming endeavor. Given the unique nature of superpowers, it was critical to ensure that unqualified personnel did not interfere with the investigation. Currently, the only unaffected individuals were he and He Yucheng. Perhaps there were colleagues elsewhere in the country who could remain unaffected, but it had not yet reached the point of seeking assistance. All right, students, there's no need to worry. We are official personnel, and a special superpower incident has occurred within the school, Zhang Shoucheng began, observing the students for any signs of panic. Noting their calm demeanor, he continued, discussing specifics here would be pointless. We will take you to a place where everything will become clear. Now please follow us. With that, Zhang Shoucheng led the way out of the conference room. Wang Zixuan and He Yuqing flanking the students, while Ningbo and Wang Junyu brought up the rear, subtly encircling the students. Earlier, Zhang Shoucheng had already notified Yu Jianhua, and the vehicle arranged by the Supervision Bureau should have arrived by now. Upon reaching the parking lot, they indeed spotted a white minibus parked beside an SUV. As Zhang Shoucheng and his group approached, two colleagues in matching uniforms disembarked from the vehicle. Their attire, however, was a matte dark blue. Zhang Shoucheng had inquired with Yu Jianhua about this distinction. He learned that typically, the personnel stationed in city districts wore deep blue uniforms, while those in the mobile units, tasked with reinforcements, pursuits, and captures, donned black. They were the mobile unit, albeit a more flexible special mobile unit. For confidentiality reasons, we won't share names. Thank you for your patience, Zhang Shoucheng greeted his colleagues courteously. Not at all. We just arrived ourselves, the two responded, shaking his hand. I'll handle it. One of the taller colleagues took the keys from Zhang Shoucheng. The group boarded the minibus, with another colleague from the Dongguan Supervision Bureau at the wheel. The two vehicles started up in tandem, heading towards Nanshan City. 033. Locking onto the target throughout the journey, Zhang Shoucheng meticulously observed the expressions of the students. Yet he failed to detect any significant changes. Surprisingly, it was He Yuqing who first exhibited signs of distress. She sat in the middle of the minibus, occupying a window seat across from Zhang Shoucheng, cradling her head and remaining silent, appearing as though she were suffering from a headache. Zhang Shoucheng's heart tightened. Since she possessed the ability to resist that mysterious supernatural force, he had refrained from encasing her in spatial protection upon entering the school. Could it be that her defenses had finally faltered? Jean, how are you? Before Zhang Shoucheng could inquire again, he sensed something attempting to breach his defenses. Is it you, Jean? Upon hearing this, he relaxed his defenses, allowing the faint energy to coil around his head without permitting it to penetrate further. Suddenly, He Yuqing's voice resonated within his mind, yet his gaze remained fixated on her, confirming that her lips had not moved and she had not spoken aloud. Captain, it seems I have leveled up. The voice in his mind brimmed with excitement, and upon glancing at her, Zhang Shoucheng noted a similar exhilaration reflected on her face. Can you hear me? Zhang Shoucheng attempted to communicate mentally. I can hear you, Captain. This is my mental link. As long as you silently articulate your thoughts, I seem to be able to capture them, and likewise, I can transmit my own thoughts. Is it a one-on-one connection, or can it be a group communication? It should be possible to connect with anyone within my capability range. Does this mean you've reached level 3? That seems to be the case, Captain. I feel my range of ability has expanded significantly, at least tenfold compared to before. All right, Captain. Do you want me to invade the minds of these students and take a look? I feel I could do it effortlessly now. Not for the time being. I will instruct you when it's necessary. Understood, Captain. Concluding the mental link with He Yuqing, Zhang Shoucheng continued to observe the changes in the other students. The two female members of the team soon began exchanging curious glances, mirroring the earlier situation. Zhang Shoucheng paid them no mind. Knowing that Yuqing's excitement would lead her to engage in a mental link with Wang Zixuan, he speculated that Yuqing had indeed leveled up, effortlessly breaching the defenses of Wang Zixuan, a level 2 supernatural being. Previously, she had been incapable of such easy intrusions against peers of the same energy level. Throughout the journey, the students exhibited no peculiarities beyond the nervousness associated with an unfamiliar destination, with Wang Sheng displaying an unusual calm. Zhang Shoucheng couldn't help but observe him closely. He possessed the best psychological resilience among the group. If these individuals maintained their current mindset all the way to Nanshan City, it would indicate that the target was among them. Previous investigations had suggested that cognitive distortions only occurred within the confines of the school. Shortly after departing, individuals would unconsciously revert to their original identities, with the shift occurring seamlessly. Soon, the group arrived at the hotel booked by Yao Jianhua. It was not far from the Supervision Bureau and had originally catered to students. As everyone knows that university students sometimes require discrete locations to address significant life matters. However, with the decline of the university and the closure of a nearby technical school, business had become increasingly difficult, and it was likely that the owner would close the establishment after this year. Inside the hotel, only one woman was managing the front desk. Upon seeing Zhang Shoucheng and his group enter, she served them water before disappearing, presumably to attend to other matters. The lobby was spacious, featuring a reception area and 2 sets of sofas for guests to relax on. After inviting the students to take their seats, Zhang Shoucheng began his inquiries one by one. You are Lu Yong, correct? Zhang Shoucheng began with the school bully. Yes, but what do you want with us? Do you even know who I am? I need to call my father. Lu Yong responded, his agitation palpable. Then tell me, who is your father? My father is the wealthiest man in Dongguan City, Lu Qinggang. In reality, the wealthiest individual in Dongguan City was not Lu Qinggang, nor was Lu Yong's father named Lu Qinggang. His father's name was Lu Ruilin, and their family owned a packaging post-processing factory with fewer than 20 employees. You're lying. That's impossible, Lu Yong protested. Zhang Shoucheng remained silent, calmly retrieving a specialized phone from the Supervision Bureau and pulling up Lu Yong's profile, complete with pictures and videos, all collected by the Bureau. Lu Yong examined the information on the phone, recognizing himself in the images, and it did not appear to be fabricated. The irrefutable evidence clashed violently with his entrenched beliefs. This can't be true. How is this possible? My father is a billionaire. Zhang Shoucheng waved to He Yuqing, gesturing towards his head and then towards Lu Yong and his two companions. He Yuqing activated her ability, easily penetrating their minds. Captain, they are fine. It's just a cognitive distortion, she reported after a brief search. Let us check the others. Since Xiaoye's ability has leveled up, there is no need to question them one by one. We can simply allow her to invade their minds directly. It will save time and effort. Zhang Shoucheng approached He Yuqing, indicating his own head. Captain, how should I proceed? He Yuqing inquired mentally. Since you can effortlessly breach their minds, check each one in turn. Understood, Captain. Following her orders, He Yuqing began with Xiao Fan. After her examination, she discovered that, like Lu Yong, a force was altering his entrenched beliefs, seemingly assigning him a new identity. Xiao Fan was merely an ordinary person, not the supernatural being that Wang Zixuan had described to He Yuqing. He Yuqing was not present during the incident in the classroom. She and Wang Junyu had been in the meeting room monitoring Lu Yong and his two companions. The events that transpired in class were relayed to her by Wang Zixuan. Next, she examined Zhang Shoucheng, yielding the same results. She too was just an ordinary individual whose perceptions had been altered. During her investigation of Yi Tang, the latter seemed to sense something amiss, but only slightly. Had she not maintained her guard in this unfamiliar environment, she might not have detected any anomalies. However, even with her faint awareness, she could not resist the invasion of a mind-reading ability that was likely 2 levels above her own. After the examinations, no abnormalities were found. Finally, only Wang Xing remained. He Yuqing's mental abilities failed to trigger his awareness, indicating he was oblivious to her presence. However, He Yuqing struggled to breach his defenses and enter his mind. This individual is problematic, she reported to Zhang Shoucheng in surprise. I cannot probe Wang Xing's mind. It appears he is the one, Zhang Shoucheng replied, unperturbed. As it stood, Wang Xing exhibited the most peculiar behavior. Yet, Zhang Shoucheng was baffled by how he managed this. Wang Xing's strength was indeed weak, and there was no apparent reason to conceal any power. As they observed, look who we have here. We have captured a wild traveler. When Zhang Shoucheng identified Wang Sheng as the target, the members of the mobile team instantly turned their attention towards him, their demeanor tinged with anxiety, for until that moment, the nature of this enigmatic superhuman's abilities remained a mystery. Although Wang Xing's superficial profile indicated only a level 1 physical enhancement ability, it was evident that such power could not possibly account for the strange distortion of perception experienced by the entire school as faculty and students. Even they, as level 2 superhumans, were unable to withstand it and had to rely on their captain's spatial folding to ensure their protection. The other students also regarded their classmate with curiosity, particularly Yu Tongxin, who had assumed that this peer shared her level 1 ability, only to realize that he must possess some hidden talent. Xiao Fan and Zhang Shoucheng, both false superhumans, likewise began to view this classmate with newfound respect. Take the other students upstairs and find a room to rest, Zhang Shoucheng instructed his team. Here, it will just be Qing and me. Keep an eye on any changes among the other students. Understood, Captain. The 3 led the 6 students upstairs. Wang Xing silently observed their departure, his expression remarkably calm, devoid of any panic or anger at being exposed. His composure was more akin to that of an individual seasoned by life as tempest than a mere 17-year-old high school student, evoking a sense of unease in Zhang Shoucheng as he faced someone of his own age. Zhang Shoucheng shifted his chair, seating himself across from Wang Xing, their gazes locking. He Yuqing chose a sofa near the door, adhering strictly to the training protocol she had learned, aiming to block any potential escape routes of the suspect. Although she had confidence in her captain's abilities, her instinctive actions indicated the effectiveness of their training. What is your name, age, and the type of your superpower? Zhang Shoucheng maintained his unwavering gaze, his eyes as serene as the morning itself. Don't you already know? I ask, you answer. Do not utter unnecessary words. Wang Sheng, 17 years old, physical enhancement type superhuman. This is Xia country. According to the National Supervision Administration's definitions, the precise classification is Level 1 pure physical enhancement ability. Zhang Shoucheng meticulously corrected him word by word. I know this is Xia country, but when did the Supervision Administration come into existence? Are you truly officials? Wang Sheng appeared genuinely perplexed, revealing no signs of deceit. During the first round of investigations, we confirmed your status as a superhuman and even took you to the Winter Pass City Supervision Bureau for registration. Now you tell me you are unaware of the Supervision Administration and Bureau? Wang Sheng, your lies are rather clumsy. I genuinely do not know. Very well. I will take your word for it. But why do you conceal your abilities? Why have you distorted the perceptions of the entire school? I have not concealed any abilities. If I had hidden powers, would I have been captured by you? I have not distorted anyone's perception. Hasn't the school always been like this? Do you know Lu Yong? Yes, isn't he that senior student from the third year? What is his identity? A rich second-generation heir. His father is the wealthiest in Winter Pass. Aren't you supposed to be officials? Shouldn't you have investigated this thoroughly? We have investigated. The truth is, he is not a rich second-generation heir. His family is merely affluent, not wealthy. Furthermore, his father is not the richest in Winter Pass City. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Did you not hear what I just said to him? The latter part of his statement was muttered so softly that it seemed like a soliloquy. Yet, who were the individuals present? Yucheng, if not mistaken, had already reached level 3, while Zhang Shoucheng's capabilities rendered levels a trivial concern. Their hearing was exceptionally acute. Such murmurs were as audible to them as shouts through a loudspeaker. What do you mean by time travel and parallel worlds? Zhang Shoucheng seized the opportunity. From the outset, you have exhibited an unsettling calmness, entirely uncharacteristic of someone your age. Is this truly the demeanor of a 17-year-old? He remained silent. I have yet to see any fear in your eyes. Are you not afraid of death? Zhang Shoucheng's voice, altered by his mask, resonated low yet powerful. Are you not officials, capable of killing at will? In fact, we are. As a team under the Supervision Bureau responsible for apprehending superhuman criminals. Should we deem you uncontrollable and a significant threat, we have the authority to eliminate you. Wang Sheng fell silent once more. Thus, I advise you to cooperate. His words hinted that he no longer regarded himself as a mere inhabitant of this world. Do you see my colleague beside me? Her abilities pertain to the mind. Should you continue to resist, we may have no choice but to allow her to delve into your consciousness to seek answers. Although invading your mind may prove challenging, rendering you unconscious should be relatively straightforward. Wang Sheng glanced at Yucheng, but the mobile team, clad in identical attire, with helmets and masks obscuring all but their eyes and hair, left him unable to discern much. Eventually, Wang Sheng broke eye contact with Zhang Shoucheng, lowering his gaze to his shoelaces, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply, as if having made a resolute decision. Zhang Shoucheng and Yucheng exchanged bewildered glances. Could such an absurdity truly exist? Their confusion was shared by the Supervision Bureau personnel, including Yao Jianhua, who were monitoring the scene through masks equipped with communication and video devices. If Wang Sheng were not lying, did this imply that parallel worlds indeed exist? However, this notion stemmed solely from theories within quantum mechanics, based on quantum uncertainty, serving as a speculative remedy for temporal paradoxes. Yet, after the initial shock, reason reclaimed their thoughts, leading to skepticism regarding this claim. For now, I shall entertain the idea that you traveled here from 15 years into the future. Regardless of how different the outside world may be from your imagination, your school appears to mirror your recollections almost perfectly. For such an extended period, it has not led you to believe you have entered a parallel world, correct? Indeed. Strangely, the conditions at school are nearly identical to those I experienced at 17. Though outside the school, I genuinely have never heard of any supervision administration or bureau. Wang Sheng seemed equally perplexed by this incongruity. You appear particularly interested in your classmate Zhang Shoucheng. In the future, what is her status? Is she your girlfriend? Your wife? She. As Wang Sheng spoke of Zhang Shoucheng, a wistful expression crossed his face. She is the future queen of superhumans, the guardian of humanity, and I. Never mind. I am merely one of her many admirers. In the future, she may not even be aware of my existence. Ultimately, she is also fated to meet a tragic end, perishing in the invasion of extraterrestrial beings. Zhang Shoucheng felt an unsettling familiarity with this narrative, reminiscent of several apocalyptic web novels he had read years prior. His skepticism regarding Wang Xing's claims of time travel or parallel worlds only deepened. As for Liu Yong, what identity awaits him in the future? He will remain an ordinary individual, it seems. Merely a gateway has been opened. Wang Xing finds no need for hesitation. His family possesses considerable wealth and will only grow richer. Merely a devoted admirer of Zhang Shoucheng. And what of Xiao Fan? He is destined to become a formidable, extraordinary being, yet tragically, he harbors a twisted ambition, driven by a fear of death. Fortunately, extraterrestrial beings do not accept treachery. Otherwise, I suspect he would be the first to defect. Wang Xing appears to hold Xiao Fan in disdain. How could someone from one of the four esteemed families, with Fan in his name, be so unremarkable in your narrative? What role does Yi Tongjian play in your future? Surely, it cannot be as a powerful entity, can it? She is not formidable at all, merely an ordinary, extraordinary being. And also my wife. When Wang Xing speaks of his wife, there seems to be no particular emotion conveyed, as if it were merely a title. Zhang Shoucheng and He Yuqing exchange glances, struggling to contain their disbelief. Oh, so in your future, you are married. Yet why do you still play the role of Zhang Shoucheng's admirer? Are you just one among her many suitors? How undignified. What expressions are you wearing? Wang Xing seems provoked by the identical looks shared by Zhang Shoucheng and He Yuqing, retorting, in the future, it is an era of extraordinary beings. Is it not normal for us to have multiple spouses? This individual must either have truly traversed to a parallel world, one strikingly similar to Zhang Shoucheng's, though he deems this possibility slim, or he resides within his own delusion, perhaps tied to his extraordinary abilities. Wang Xing, do you still have questions? Are you eager to learn about the major events that will unfold in this world? Wang Xing believes that his knowledge of the world's trajectory over the next 15 years is his greatest asset, one he intends to guard closely, revealing it only at pivotal moments to maximize his own gain. Although it may be a parallel universe, the similarities are striking. Humanity's emergence of extraordinary powers could lead to a world with only minor variations. Before Wang Xing could finish his thought, he became immobilized, as though sculpted from stone. His position, along with the entire sofa, was frozen by Zhang Shoucheng. So far, everyone has found the manifestation of extraordinary abilities to be astonishing and illogical. For instance, with Zhang Shoucheng's spatial fixation, one would expect that as space becomes fixed, it would simultaneously vanish, with the risk of penetrating the Earth if fortune does not favor. The universe is in constant expansion, of course. This pertains to superluminal expansion in space, which may be overlooked. Yet, the Milky Way, the solar system, and even Earth itself are perpetually in motion. Theoretically, if a section of space on Earth were to be fixed, it should instantaneously be displaced or breach the planet. In reality, despite numerous instances of spatial fixation, Earth remains unfazed, continuing its course as if unconcerned by this manipulation. It appears that the supposedly fixed space remains a part of the environment, not detached from it. Quite extraordinary. Qing, keep a watchful eye on Wang Xing. Always alert for any fluctuations in his thoughts, Zhang Shoucheng instructed He Yuqing. While he trusts in his spatial fixation, one must remain cautious. One cannot predict the actions of the unreasonable, and unforeseen events may arise. Understood, Captain, He Yuqing replied obediently. Xiaoyao, has the Research Institute provided any sedatives for extraordinary beings? I may need him to sleep, Zhang Shoucheng inquired into the air. Aware that the Super Management Bureau was monitoring the situation. Yes, I will have someone bring it to you. Good. After concluding, Zhang Shoucheng ascended to observe the others. Curious if immobilizing Wang Xing would restore normal cognition to the rest. Indeed, merely half an hour passed, and the other students began to show signs of awareness. First was the true extraordinary being, Yi Tongjian, who appeared to suddenly transform into another person, her gaze scanning the environment with confusion. Wasn't I in class at school? How did I end up here? She examined the room, which resembled a hotel or inn, and noticed a man in attire befitting the Super Management Bureau's extraordinary agent seated before her. Another similarly dressed individual stood at the door. Instinctively, she glanced at herself. Her clothing remained intact, and she felt no discomfort. Yi Tongjian exhaled in relief. Zhang Shoucheng understood her thoughts. This was quite normal for a young girl who suddenly finds herself in an unfamiliar place. Your name? Age? Abilities? Are you aware that we are from the Super Management Bureau? Of course I am. That is not a secret. Then think carefully about your recent life at school. Has anything seemed amiss? Nothing comes to mind, Yi Tongjian replied after thoughtful consideration. It was just a typical high school experience. I can confirm nothing was amiss. Is there a recognized school beauty at your school? Not that I know of. Though the boys in my class often joke that Zhang Shoucheng from the adjacent class is the school beauty, they say it in private, but she is indeed quite pretty. I wish I looked that good. All right, you may rest now. You may need to stay here for a couple of days for observation. If you feel uneasy, you can call home to explain the situation. Excuse me, may I ask if something has occurred at school? Yutanjin timidly inquired. Sensing that an extraordinary incident must have transpired, or else why would she feel as though she were in class one moment and in this place the next? As an extraordinary being, her mind processed swiftly. If she was not mistaken, the person before her was regarded online as the most powerful extraordinary being affiliated with the Nanshan City Super Management Bureau. Everything is under control. You need not concern yourself with the details. Once the situation is resolved, should you wish to know more, you may refer to the official media channels of the Nanshan City Super Management Bureau. Thank you. The young girl sincerely expressed her gratitude. Subsequently, the reactions of the other students mirrored Yutanjin's, all experiencing the same bewilderment of being in an unfamiliar place, swiftly regaining their original identities. It seems Wang Sheng is indeed at fault. By addressing the concerns of those who questioned, the issue has dissipated. When the Super Management Bureau colleagues arrived to deliver the medication, they thoughtfully brought along lunch as well, as mealtime approached. While the extraordinary agents of the mobile team could withstand hunger, it would not do to let these young students suffer. After about an hour post-lunch, Zhang Shoucheng instructed his team to bring the students down. Upon descending, they beheld Wang Xing, immobile upon the sofa. Classmates Xiao Fan and Zhang Shoucheng recognized him, as did Yutanjin, another extraordinary being from their school. They were all quite curious as to why he sat statue-like, unyielding. Zhang Shoucheng released Wang Sheng from his spatial fixation. Although confusion flickered in Wang Sheng's eyes, Zhang Shoucheng and his companions did not take the time to enlighten him. Now, tell us about your classmates. See if their identities align with what you previously shared. Zhang Shoucheng gestured towards the students. He also enveloped Wang Xing in a layer of spatial folding to prevent him from continuing to influence the perceptions of others. Didn't I mention this earlier? Wang Xing displayed some impatience. When asked, you should respond honestly. Zhang Shoucheng, a formidable mental extraordinary, the future queen of extraordinary powers. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Xing? Zhang Shoucheng exclaimed in astonishment. When did I become an extraordinary being? I am just an ordinary person. Please do not make wild claims. Wang Xing looked momentarily taken aback. Zhang Shoucheng interjected. What she said is not incorrect. Xiao Fan is merely an ordinary student. And Liu Yang's father is not the wealthiest individual in Dongguan City. Their so-called identities are all fabricated by you, mere figments of your imagination. Even you, Wang Xing, are not a time traveler, are you? With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the other team members, leaving only Yuching behind as they escorted the students upstairs. Having reached this point, I perceive that you are not lying. So to uncover the truth of the matter, there is but one course of action. You must consume this. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Shoucheng produced a small medicine box containing approximately 3 sizable white tablets. Do you believe I would obediently ingest such dubious substances? Wang Xing retorted, his expression still somewhat haughty. Zhang Shoucheng waved his hand, and a single armchair nearby split silently in two, the cut remarkably smooth, devoid of any frayed edges, including the springs within. Eat, or perish, the choice is yours. Wang Xing silently resisted for several seconds before ultimately conceding, picking up a tablet and swallowing it whole, even washing it down with some water provided by the hotel attendant upon their arrival. It remains uncertain whether it was the enhanced resilience of a superhuman physique or the delayed effects of the medication, but after a considerable wait, Wang Xing finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Qing, please attempt to infiltrate his mind, Zhang Shoucheng directed He Yuqing. Had it not been for her recent upgrade, he would have had no means to discern the truth, compelled instead to eliminate problematic individuals to resolve the issues at hand. Understood, Captain. He Yuqing endeavored to penetrate his consciousness, and after half a minute, she exclaimed in delight, Captain, it seems feasible. Wait, can you allow me to join? I fear for your safety. Then I shall give it a try, but please do not resist, Captain. Very well. After Zhang Shoucheng spoke, he first employed spatial folding to envelop and protect the 3 of them, then relaxed his mind, allowing He Yuqing's mental energy to flow into his consciousness. In a realm of purest white, Zhang Shoucheng stood quietly, surrounded by a multitude of images swirling around him, akin to planets orbiting the sun. The farther the images receded, the younger he appeared, extending back to his childhood. Suddenly, He Yuqing's figure materialized beside him, curiously surveying her surroundings. Is this the captain's mental world? So many layers of memories. Is that your wife? Quite lovely, I must say. Do not gawk. First, let us see if you can bring me into Wang Sheng's mental realm. Zhang Shoucheng lightly tapped her on the head, prompting He Yuqing to clutch her head and curl up like a quail. All right, I shall attempt it. A peculiar force began to tug at him, and without resistance, Zhang Shoucheng, alongside He Yuqing, was instantaneously transported into another realm of pure white. The scene before them left them utterly astonished. This world contained numerous memory zones, each revolving around different individuals, with at least several hundred visible at a glance. However, only the innermost memory zone had the most vivid imagery, and astonishingly, there were two Wangshengs within, back to back as if they were conjoined twins. One gazed at them coldly, while the other lay in a state of unconsciousness. In the realm of Wang Sheng's psyche, Zhang Shoucheng discovered that his spatial abilities remained intact. The mental landscape was an expanse of pure white, seemingly boundless yet distinctly a manifestation of space. Zhang Shoucheng enveloped himself and He Yuqing with spatial protection. After all, they were in Wang Sheng's mental domain, a territory where unforeseen advantages could arise. Thus, prudence was essential. Let us investigate the origins of this Wang Sheng, Zhang Shoucheng suggested, gesturing towards the two manifestations of Wang Sheng encircled by the most intricate memory zone. The other party merely regarded them with cold indifference, taking no action to impede their advance, as if he were anchored in place. Surrounding him were orbs of memory light, resembling a planetary system with him at the center as its sun. Zhang Shoucheng observed silently, forming tentative hypotheses. As he traversed the sphere of light, he confronted the two Wang Shengs. Remarkable mental prowess, he mused, to penetrate so deeply into my psyche. This parallel world is far more complex than I had anticipated. Wang Sheng's tone remained frigid. You speak of your parallel world, yet you are not a traveler from the future or another realm. You are merely a construct. Not even a true Wang Sheng. Zhang Shoucheng countered, Nonsense, I am indeed Wang Sheng. Then who is he? Zhang Shoucheng inquired, pointing to the younger-looking Wang Sheng, whose visage mirrored that of the original. He is nothing more than a pitiable failure, a denizen of his own world, merely sustenance. Is that so? Zhang Shoucheng's thought summoned one of the memory light orbs, which silently shattered into a cascade of tangible energy, merging into the unconscious Wang Sheng. As the energy flowed into him, his tightly shut eyes flickered. It works. Zhang Shoucheng had merely wished to test his hypothesis. These memory orbs were not genuine entities, but rather virtual personalities crafted by the original Wang Sheng. Their destruction should not inflict harm. Even if it did, there was little recourse. After all, Wang Sheng remained a suspect in a case of superpower-related crime. Although no lives had been lost, wrongdoing was wrongdoing. Moreover, Zhang Shoucheng had shown restraint, only employing spatial fragmentation to reduce the memory orbs to manageable portions, refraining from annihilation. Stop. What are you doing? You cannot do that. The alternate Wang Sheng suddenly panicked upon witnessing Zhang Shoucheng's ability to obliterate the memory orbs. This was his domain. He had believed the intruders were limited to mere observation, unaware that they could also renovate his territory. Disregarding the protest, Zhang Shoucheng continued his work, dismantling the memory orbs one by one, transforming them into streams of ethereal light that flowed into the unconscious Wang Sheng's spirit. The demeanor of this Wang Sheng starkly contrasted with the self-proclaimed traveler. He appeared somewhat timid and frail. Thank you, he eventually expressed to the two, fully cognizant that they had rescued him, a fool on the brink of self-destruction through his own powers. No need for gratitude. Can you recognize who we are? Wang Sheng glanced at them, aware that his spiritual form reflected his current state. Thus Zhang Shoucheng and He Yuqing bore no distinction from their physical selves. You must be from the Supervision Bureau. I recall that the superpowered individuals from their dress similarly to you. I apologize, I do not know much about these matters, as I rarely pay attention to the outside world. Indeed. Can you remember who you are? Your name, your abilities, and the sequence of events that led to this? Do you recall your actions? I remember. My time in unconsciousness was not prolonged. He had not yet absorbed me. Wang Sheng lowered his gaze, staring at his feet, slightly intimidated by Zhang Shoucheng's scrutiny. My name is Wang Sheng, a sophomore at Nanjing High School. As for my abilities, I am uncertain of their name. I know that when I awakened my powers, I registered as a physical-type superhuman at the Supervision Bureau in Dongguan City. Over time, no other anomalies manifested in me. So the Bureau confirmed my classification, albeit with limited physical strength. I enjoy reading online novels. As Wang Sheng recounted his tale, Zhang Shoucheng and He Yuqing began to grasp the nature of his abilities and the circumstances surrounding them. In essence, this young man was invisible in school, harboring a secret affection for the class beauty, Zhang Shoucheng. yet lacking the courage to confess due to his insecurities. In the realm of reality, he perceived no possibility of rising to her level. The goddess seemed too distant. However, within the confines of his imagination, the goddess appeared equally far removed, as he dared not envision her as a vulnerable damsel needing his protection in a post-apocalyptic scenario, but rather as a queen of superpowers. Thus, he clung to fantasies, continuing to indulge in his imagined world. This young man's romantic outlook was irredeemable. Fortunately, the realm of superpowers erupted into reality, and he was among the fortunate few who awakened extraordinary abilities. The moment his powers materialized, he was euphoric, even contemplating names for the third child he would have with the goddess. All seemed destined to unfold in this manner, the emergence of superpowers in the real world. His ascendance as a superhuman. With such joy combining, it should have resulted in double happiness, yet he questioned why it felt otherwise, despite being a forerunner in this phenomenon. Regrettably, his abilities enhanced his physique far less than the Bureau had anticipated. They merely required his regular attendance to maintain his registration, showing no interest in recruitment. His superpowered future was not meant to manifest in this way. Fortune and misfortune alternated in their favor. On one hand, his type of power was unique and subtle, yet immensely potent. The energy of the light rain he encountered did not entirely fortify his body, being absorbed instead by his abilities, which resulted in a far lower enhancement than expected. On the downside, he lost control of his body step by step. By the time he recognized the issue, his powers had escalated, allowing him to create additional personalities and, within his sphere of influence, to impose these personalities onto others. Thus, he gleefully enacted scenarios familiar from the online novels he adored within the school setting. In the midst of this series of exhilarating events, he lost himself, ultimately relinquishing all authority over his own body. The student's subconscious continued its routine of attending classes as before. He transformed the school into a paradise resembling the worlds depicted in his cherished online tales. Had he not lost control, his happiness would have been boundless. After understanding the unfolding of events, Zhang Shoucheng held great admiration for Wang Sheng, a resolute individual, audacious enough to wield the powers of others against himself time and again. The handling of ruthless individuals is a complex affair. Wang Sheng's woeful experiences evoked a flicker of sympathy in Yucheng, though perhaps she could not fully comprehend his plight. After all, she was a beautiful girl, not particularly tall but well-developed, with admirers at school. Moreover, she was a rare psychic, gifted with telepathy, possessing a kind heart and a pleasant demeanor, certainly a talent to be nurtured by the state. It was unlikely she would ever face the bittersweet struggles of unrequited affection. Captain, given the current circumstances, will his crime be severe? He Yucheng, still a child and a year younger than Wang Sheng, likely thought he had not caused any significant harm and thus would not face serious charges. That is not for you to worry about. Let's step outside, after all. We are in someone else's mental realm, and lingering here is not advisable. As Zhang Shoucheng opened his eyes, Wang Sheng awoke as well. Wang Sheng? I'm here. Wang Sheng glanced at Zhang Shoucheng, puzzled by the sudden call of his name. Very well, take a moment to rest. Is my error severe? Will I be sentenced? Wang Sheng asked timidly. Zhang Shoucheng regarded him quietly, his gaze impassive. That is beyond our jurisdiction. It depends on the Supervision Bureau's assessment. However, you might consider clarifying the situation and apologizing to the entire school community. Also, refrain from misusing your powers again. If it happens a second time, I may not expend time and effort rescuing you, but will instead deal with the target directly. Do you understand? Understood. Wang Sheng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. I hope you grasp the danger of your abilities. If I hear of any sudden changes in the personalities of those around you, I want to seek explanations. I will act immediately. Believe me, eliminating you would require nothing more than a fleeting thought. Zhang Shoucheng's gaze was chilling as he delivered this warning. As he spoke, the space surrounding the now-split sofa erupted with countless tiny fissures, and the unfortunate piece of furniture disintegrated into particles. All right. Wang Sheng, already timid, trembled at the sudden destruction of the sofa. Is the matter resolved? Cameo Jian was voiced through the headset. Altered personalities? What is his power, and what level does it possess? His abilities are quite peculiar. They likely belong to the cerebral domain, categorized as personality creation. I'll refer to it simply as that. In terms of level, it appears to be a level 3. According to the Supervision Bureau's definitions, awakening is counted as level 1. He subsequently created a secondary personality for himself, which should be considered level 2. Then he advanced further, enabling him to impose personalities on others, encompassing the entire school. Even level 2 superhumans can fall victim, so he has likely reached level 3. Honestly, his ability is exceedingly dangerous, especially for us ordinary individuals. Such a bizarre power leaves me uncertain about how to manage him with a level so high. Do you believe a detention room can contain him? SUSI-MANHUA expressed concern. Unlikely. If he wishes to escape, he could easily create loyal personalities to facilitate his getaway. What shall we do then? Let us arrange for someone to keep watch. Ordinary staff will suffice. I intend to have these students stay here over the weekend to observe for any lingering effects. That is feasible. However, Captain Zhang, what if Wang Sheng attempts to control others again with the intent to escape? Zhang Shoucheng fell silent for a moment, his tone suddenly hardening. Then he must be eliminated immediately. Very well, for now, that seems to be the only option. Regardless, we must closely monitor him. Understood. Arrangements will be made. In truth, managing Wang Sheng, this superhuman, is a challenging endeavor. Firstly, he has not caused any catastrophic consequences or casualties. His fault lies in the abuse of his powers, treating the entire school populace as puppets. Is this behavior reprehensible? Frankly, it is quite egregious. In an era where individualism and personal freedom are highly valued, Wang Sheng's abilities seem to stand in stark opposition to the very essence of selfhood. He can effortlessly extinguish another's identity, reshaping them into a mere figment of his imagination. Were this matter to be discussed online, few would advocate for his continued existence. No one desires to live a life of normalcy only to suddenly transform into another person. What difference would it make from reincarnation? Moreover, this power can prove advantageous in certain contexts. It is a double-edged sword, ultimately at the mercy of higher authorities' decisions. Upon returning, Zhang Shoucheng and his team proceeded directly to the conference room. Due to the complexity of the situation, Director Li and his colleagues had set aside their tasks, waiting for a detailed report. Among those present were Director Li and the 2 researchers from the institute, alongside 3 subordinates of Yao Jianhua, all well informed of Zhang Shoucheng's unique circumstances. However, all personnel within the Supervision Bureau were bound by confidentiality agreements, precluding any discussion of internal affairs, with severe consequences for breaches. After exchanging brief greetings, they took their seats. Zhang Shoucheng meticulously recounted the details surrounding Wang Sheng's case, eliciting furrowed brows and serious expressions from Director Li and his colleagues. That is the situation. As for how to handle Wang Sheng moving forward, that is up to you. Chief Meng, a psychologist, expressed his aversion to Wang Sheng's abilities and inquired, Captain Zhang, is his power temporary or permanent? Within the scope of his capabilities, it can be considered permanent. However, the use of his powers depletes his vitality. If he controls too many individuals while exerting his abilities, it may exhaust him. Additionally, any influence beyond his range will prove ineffective. That's a relief. We would dread a power that permanently alters others' personalities. That would be truly terrifying. Chief Meng sighed with relief. But what if he were to reach level 4? Director Zhang's question rendered Chief Meng speechless. This is a pressing concern. Since the rupture of the celestial dome and the descent of light, leading to the emergence of superhuman abilities, it has been less than 50 days. And already there are 2 instances of level 3 abilities. Who knows when someone might ascend to level 4? There is also Yuching, whose case is already known to the Supervision Bureau. As for Zhang Shoucheng, his status cannot be categorized by levels. This situation should be reported. Let's see what directives we receive from above. Director Li reluctantly passed the responsibility upward, yet he shared his perspective. If higher authorities require action, so be it. If we handle it, I do not recommend placing him within the Bureau. Let him continue living as before while maintaining close surveillance. Simultaneously, enhance his allowances. Should we require his assistance, either Captain Zhang or Xiao, he must be present. The group nodded in agreement. At present, this seemed the only viable course of action. He is a young man who has erred, but does not deserve to be condemned to death. To punish without teaching would be excessive. Upon hearing this arrangement, Yuching's face flushed with delight. As a level 3 psychic of the cerebral domain, Wang Sheng's powers would pose no threat to her, given her prior knowledge of his abilities. Even if he were to exceed her by a level, breaching her defenses would take time enough for her to escape. And at that point, she could easily incapacitate him. Following some encouraging words from Director Li, the brief meeting concluded, leaving the leaders to grapple with the ensuing complications while everyone else returned to their respective duties. On the following day, Saturday, the weekend began. Zhang Shoucheng was indifferent to whether there would be overtime at the Bureau. After all, they had their weekend off. Unless there were particularly urgent cases that required immediate attention, the special task force would not be deployed. The personnel involved in the Shoucheng case were still residing in a hotel not far from the Supervision Bureau. With the weekend upon them, observing several students over a few days as samples could provide insight into whether Shoucheng's superpowers had any potential side effects. Without disrupting the students' academic pursuits, high school education remained intensely demanding in this country, where the societal order had not significantly shifted since the emergence of superpowers. Education was still held in high esteem by ordinary families. The transmission of cultural knowledge was an essential guarantee for the advancement of civilization. The number of superpowered individuals was still relatively small compared to the global population. They could serve as a support but could not replace the foundation. As superpowered individuals also originated from ordinary people, Zhang Shoucheng vividly recalled achieving a perfect score in mathematics during his middle school graduation, back when the examination was out of 120 points. However, by the time of the college entrance examination, his mathematics score plummeted to below 60 out of 150. A stark contrast to his earlier achievement. This disparity arose because he became engrossed in gaming during high school and fell behind in numerous classes, leading to a downward spiral of frustration and disinterest in studies. His father often lamented this, particularly now that he was older and more prone to reminiscing. At that time, Zhang Shoucheng was the sole potential candidate for prestigious universities from his village, and his academic prowess was a source of pride, yet it ultimately resulted in profound disappointment. Thus, it was preferable to avoid allowing students to take leave. Now, as a father himself, he valued his children's education but did not believe in binding them to endless studying, as balance was essential. Therefore, early on Saturday, he took his children out for a day of leisure. Though they often visited during summer vacations, their opportunities for outings had been limited due to adult work commitments. The weekends that many took for granted were not a standard practice in every workplace, particularly in the design industry where small companies frequently disregarded regulations. After starting his own business, he had to meet client deadlines as they arose, including on weekends. With the chance at hand, he was eager to take them out to unwind. As a formidable superpowered individual, he chose not to become a tyrant. His amiable nature and desire for societal stability guided his choices. He could hardly fathom the situation in America, where children were equipped with miniature assault rifles. Despite the public's apprehension regarding the emergence of superpowers and fervent online discussions, life continued as usual, and people had to persist in their daily routines, regardless of the circumstances. Consequently, the inland regions were relatively more stable than the coastal areas. This might explain why protagonists in internet literature often begin as orphans. Any other setup would bind them with too many ties, inhibiting their decisiveness and enjoyment of their journey. In Zhang Shoucheng's hometown, changes were minimal. Aside from the addition of a senior caregiver who came 5 days a week to assist his father with cleaning, cooking, and companionship, he was not a person of grand ambitions. In his youth, he had experienced days of lofty aspirations, but later realized that human desires should not exceed the bounds of reality. Much like one cannot ride upon the shoulders of their parents, Shoucheng was also quite earnest, showing no signs of utilizing his superpowers during the observation period. Subsequently, on Monday, he was taken away by officials, likely from a specialized superpowered unit capable of restraining him without fear of his abilities. The special task force had no pressing assignments in recent days. Team members focused on their studies and training, even those who had interrupted their education for various reasons. Apart from Shoucheng, were now recommitting to learning, understanding that acquiring knowledge and reading more would always be beneficial. While superpowers could enhance physical capabilities and significantly boost individual combat effectiveness, it was imperative to cultivate one's cultural literacy and broaden knowledge horizons. Merely being a brawny fighter held no future. A world dominated by superpowered brutes could not be a hopeful one. If life continued in this manner, Zhang Shoucheng would be quite content. However, incidents instigated by superpowered individuals occurred frequently, most of which were resolved by local supervisory departments. Yet some complex cases required their assistance. On the 13th, around noon, Zhang Shoucheng received a notification to meet with Yao Jianhua. Upon arriving at the conference room, he found her alone, poring over documents. Zhang Shoucheng took a seat across from her and inquired, "Is there an urgent task at hand?" "Somewhat urgent," Yao Jianhua replied, pushing a document towards him. As he opened it for a thorough read, he discovered it was a case file sent from the Blue River City Supervision Bureau, seeking assistance due to their inability to resolve the issue over several days. Blue River City was a prefecture-level city in the southern part of Guangdong Province, separated from the southern corner province by a sea and located a considerable distance from southern Deep City. as the supervisory department overseeing various prefecture-level cities in Guangdong Province. Southern Deep City's bureau naturally received cases that could not be resolved locally. The case was indeed dire in Blue River City. A series of disappearances had occurred over several days, involving multiple individuals from the same company, including the general manager, Huang. The incident had unfolded approximately 4 days ago, with no trace of the missing persons, alive or deceased. All the missing individuals were mid to senior level executives of the company, constituting a catastrophic blow to its operations. Could this be the work of a competitor? Zhang Shoucheng casually asked while reviewing the documents. However, such occurrences were quite rare in Xia country, where rival companies resorting to extreme measures against each other's leadership was not common unless the company was implicated in illicit activities. That is a possibility, Yao Jianhua acknowledged. Blue River City is not a thriving metropolis, and commercial competition is relatively mild. Each sector has its own equilibrium, theoretically making such scenarios unlikely. However, if elements of organized crime are involved, then it becomes more complicated. As Zhang Shoucheng delved deeper into the documentation, he began to grasp Yao Jianhua's implications. The company from which the missing individuals hailed was a standard transport firm, operating bus routes from the city station to several county towns. While this business may have thrived in the past, by the near end of 2023, economic developments, alongside the proliferation of private vehicles and the permissiveness towards motorcycles, had rendered passenger transport merely average. Was it worth jeopardizing the entire workforce over such meager profits? Clearly, it was not. With this understanding, Zhang Shoucheng felt less urgency and probed further. Is there confirmation that a superpowered individual is involved? Yes, it has been confirmed. No ordinary person could orchestrate the disappearance of so many individuals within days without a trace, especially given the density of our country's surveillance network, Yao Jianhua affirmed. That is true, he conceded. When do you plan to depart? After lunch, she replied. Understood. Yao Jianhua was slightly taken aback. Zhang Shoucheng's decision to delay his departure was somewhat unexpected. After Zhang Shoucheng finished speaking, he did not immediately leave the conference room. Instead, he lowered his head in contemplation. Yao Jianhua, noticing his unusual demeanor, inquired, Captain Zhang, do you have any further questions? Well, there are a few, Zhang Shoucheng pondered. I believe you are aware of the backgrounds of the missing persons, correct? Yao Jianhua remained silent for a few seconds before responding, I understand. The information provided is quite detailed, and the investigation from Longjing has been thorough. Have you noticed that the nature of this case bears some resemblance to the street heroes depicted in American films? After all, several days have passed, and the files do not indicate that the perpetrator had financial motives. It seems they were simply engaged in combating crime. Indeed, we have analyzed this aspect, and we cannot rule out such a motive. Then a question arises. Zhang Shoucheng fixed his gaze on Yao Jianhua. Those who awaken superpowers are primarily vigorous young individuals. I suspect that since the nationwide explosion of superpowers, similar cases must have occurred frequently. Am I correct? Yes, Yao Jianhua conceded. Young people are often susceptible to the allure of personal heroism, which is why there have indeed been a number of similar incidents. Though they seldom make it into media reports or self-published content, those in authority do not wish for such individualistic heroism to proliferate. Zhang Shoucheng understood this well. The ideology of personal heroism and that of collectivism are interdependent, both essential yet requiring a delicate balance. Furthermore, this touches upon the contentious areas of heroic and popular historical perspectives. Even if discussions online suggest that Zhang Shoucheng may be the most powerful superhuman at present, such sentiments remain confined to the internet. Reputable media refrains from promoting individual heroism, instead opting to present the image of the Special Task Force, grounded in the authority of the Supervision Bureau. My inquiry is regarding how management addresses these superhumans who, in their fervor, rush to confront criminals, resulting in fatalities. Yao Jianhua seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, gazing at Zhang Shoucheng as she carefully chose her words. In special circumstances, we adopt a unique approach, primarily educational reform, with punitive measures as a secondary consideration. Zhang Shoucheng smiled at her. Well said. I trust your insights. Thank you for clarifying. With that, he turned and exited the conference room, leaving Yao Jianhua staring at his vanishing figure, unmoving for a while. After lunch, the members of the task force changed into their uniforms and collected their gear from the equipment room, preparing for departure. Due to the considerable distance from Longjing City to Nanshan City, they could not drive, so Zhang Shoucheng would transport them by flight. However, his pace was not swift. He needed to brief the team on the task's essential details during the journey. Weren't you all supposed to come up with codenames for yourselves? Have you decided? Well, I haven't either. Forget it, Captain. Let's just go with the names you previously assigned. It saves us from forming new associations. Ningbo also declined to think of a new codename. Wang Zishuan nodded in agreement, her demeanor straightforward and unpretentious. She found no necessity for codenames. Hey, none of you are choosing? I find it quite intriguing. He Yuqing expressed her enthusiasm, though it appeared she was alone in her interest. Zhang Shoucheng chuckled at her enthusiasm. Oh, Qing, your eagerness is heartwarming. Please share the codename you've devised with us, so we can have a bit of fun. No, I mean, so we can discuss it. He Yuqing glanced pitifully at her teammates before sighing, forget it, I want to say anything now. With all of you making fun of it, I feel a bit juvenile. Laughter ensued, filling the atmosphere with a light-hearted spirit. Next, Zhang Shoucheng elaborated on the intelligence regarding their current mission. After listening, the group fell into a contemplative silence. They were still young and had not yet encountered the darker aspects of life. Even with the specifics laid out, some matters were beyond their comprehension. Captain, if we capture the murderer, what will be the consequence? Will he die? Wang Junyu inquired. Unlikely. As for the outcome, it depends on the perpetrator's level of awareness. If he can grasp certain truths, the punishment may not be severe. I find that difficult to understand. He Yuqing furrowed her brow. How could such a gang persist for nearly a decade? Shouldn't they have been dismantled long ago? Zhang Shoucheng cast a glance at Wang Zishuan. Evidently, her experiences rendered her more perceptive. In truth, anyone with a modicum of experience could comprehend this. But He Yuqing was still quite young, merely a freshman in high school. Umbrella? What umbrella? He Yuqing momentarily faltered before realizing, oh, I understand now. It refers to those in authority. That's enough, Zhang Shoucheng interjected, cutting off her words. It's sufficient that you understand. There's no need to elaborate. The particulars are as I've mentioned. Now, let us proceed directly to the target location without notifying the local supervision bureau for the time being. The case was not overly complicated, though the documentation was extensive. Zhang Shoucheng took some time to explain the details, and they swiftly arrived at their destination. Spending roughly an hour in transit. This was a result of his deliberate pacing. At full speed, they could have reached in mere minutes. The destination was a luxurious residential community characterized by European-style, standalone villas, complemented by a few similarly styled mid-rise buildings. Although not many stories high, the layout suggested that each floor likely housed only 2 units. It appeared that the single-unit residences were quite spacious, judging by the proportion of window area. They likely consisted of duplex apartments. Zhang Shoucheng led the team to land on the rooftop of a nearby villa, remaining concealed. Captain, where are we? He Yuqing queried, puzzled. This is the residence associated with the umbrella. The core members of that gang have already been apprehended. Both the police and the Supervision Bureau have been unable to locate their whereabouts. We want to waste our efforts on that front. Instead, we shall lie in wait here. I suspect that since the perpetrator wishes to be a hero, he will not overlook this umbrella. In truth, the umbrella represents the true mastermind, Zhang Shoucheng elucidated. Well, is this umbrella really that wealthy? Living in such a nice place seems a bit ostentatious, He Yuqing remarked, unable to comprehend the situation. She looked at her teammates with confusion, unsure why one of them had suddenly adopted such a tone. Captain, is this strategy effective? Ningbo inquired. This is currently our only option. Not only us, but the Longjing Supervision Bureau also has personnel deployed here. Pay close attention and practice your investigative skills. Although you may not possess sensory abilities like Qing, don't underestimate your innate investigative capabilities. Your eyesight is far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Understood, Captain. Captain, why is the target still at home? Why has T fled? If it were me, I would have already left the country, He Yuqing, who did not require practice and observation, seized the opportunity to further explore her uncertainties. The target has been home for several days, on medical leave. As for fleeing, he has no chance of escape. Not only does the perpetrator not allow it, but those in authority will also not permit it, given the scale of the incident. Do you truly believe he will have a favorable outcome? How does the other party know the umbrella's address? Why do you think the other party was able to apprehend that company so swiftly? Even if a dozen pigs scatter, it would take you considerable time to catch them. Indeed, how did they manage that? He Yuqing pondered in confusion. I suspect he is not working alone. There must be someone within the police or supervision bureau supplying him with information. Subsequently, Zhang Shoucheng retrieved a picnic blanket and cushions from his storage space, inviting everyone to sit and wait. Had it not been for the need to maintain the mission's atmosphere, he would have considered bringing out snacks and drinks. which he had prepared for outings with his children. This is a contest of patience. The local supervisory bureau only began its deployment today. If Zhang Shoucheng's intuition is correct, and the opposing party has indeed communicated with someone from either the police or the supervisory bureau, then they must already be aware that the Umbrella is present here today. As we all know, individuals like Umbrella typically possess multiple residences within a city, possibly numbering in double digits. Whether these homes are occupied by a wife or a mistress is known solely to them. Naturally, they are likely to possess only one residential property that aligns with their public persona, perhaps still under mortgage, with their bank balance likely not amounting to much. Zhang Shoucheng had prepared himself for a prolonged confrontation over several nights. However, the adversary displayed far less patience than he had anticipated. At 3 a.m, he sensed an approaching presence nearby. Zhang Shoucheng nudged He Yuqing, gesturing to his head and then tracing a circle in the air. He Yuqing comprehended his intent, closed her eyes to attune her senses, and soon, with a surge of excitement, pointed towards a side path adjacent to the villa. The others, following her indication, saw nothing amiss. It was not a matter of inadequate lighting. Even in the absence of street lamps, their enhanced vision would allow them to perceive a target in dim light. Yet, in the direction He Yuqing indicated, there was nothing to be seen. The atmosphere suddenly took on an eerie, unsettling quality. 040. We even conducted a silent vote. Zhang Shoucheng beckoned to the crowd, and they quickly gathered around him. He gestured towards the video and communication devices on their masks, and everyone shook their heads. Just as modern law enforcement officers are equipped with body cameras, their uniforms also featured similar devices, enabling constant communication with the Bureau or timely updates. However, due to battery life considerations, these devices were not always activated. They could only be turned on during operations by simply pressing a switch located at the ear of the mask. Current battery technology could not support prolonged activation since the embedded batteries were designed with aesthetics and comfort in mind, resulting in a compact size. After waiting from the afternoon until 3 a.m. the following day, no one's device could sustain operation for such an extended period. Zhang Shoucheng spoke quickly. The devices are all off, correct? Excellent. Our target is now very close to the Umbrella's residence and is attempting to circumvent the Blue River Supervision Bureau's control points. It appears that the local bureau lacks a psychic ability similar to Qing's, which is indeed quite rare. Now, a choice lies before you. The target likely possesses an invisibility-type superpower, which explains why he has evaded capture for so long. It seems that the local bureau has no effective countermeasures for this. So, shall we proceed with the capture, or shall we allow him to enter? The distinction was clear, and he hoped everyone understood. If you agree to capture him directly, please raise your hands. Zhang Shoucheng refrained from asking for those in favor of letting him enter to raise their hands, subtly indicating his position while still supporting the direct capture. Of course, his stance did not necessarily reflect his thoughts or desires. The 4 of them exchanged glances, and no one raised a hand. Excellent, a unified opinion. I respect your choice. Let us observe the developments. The group fixed their gaze on the direction of the Umbrella's villa, remaining silent. Even the youngest among them, He Yuqing, understood the consequences of allowing a superpowered individual into the home of their intended target. Perhaps her innocence lingered. But after reviewing the case materials and the actions of the Vitality Gang in the area over the years, she found the Umbrella utterly repulsive. Believing it would be best for him to meet his demise sooner rather than later, they aimed to protect the hard-working and simple folk of this nation, which certainly did not include such entities. The other 3 shared similar sentiments. Young people tend to be more radical. Even those among them willing to serve their country as superpowered individuals had their tempers. The difference between allowing the target to enter and not was a matter of dying sooner or later. Zhang Shoucheng did not care about when one would die. He was merely interested in observing his team's mentality and whether they had any ideological discrepancies. It seemed, indeed, that they were still young and impassioned. Soon, commotion erupted from within the villa. The Blue River Supervision Bureau had stationed personnel both inside and outside. While they might not detect the killer while he was stealthy, there would certainly be noise during the confrontation. If they failed to notice that, it would be an affront to the very concept of superpowers. Zhang Shoucheng sensed that someone in a small bedroom of the villa was struggling before gradually falling silent. It appeared the Umbrella had been neutralized. Subsequently, a fierce battle broke out within the villa, a 2-on-1 confrontation that was violent and loud enough to awaken ordinary people across the street. As lights flickered on in several nearby homes, to avoid arousing the killer's suspicion, the local supervision bureau did not evacuate the residents near the Umbrella. It seemed the killer's powers were unique, but his combat capabilities were not particularly exceptional compared to other superpowered individuals. The destructive potential of superpowered beings was immense. Within mere seconds of the skirmish, the villa was reduced to ruins, as if it were made of tofu. Suddenly, the outer wall exploded as if struck by a bomb, sending concrete debris flying, along with a figure clad in a hood. The figure's speed far surpassed the debris, shooting out like a cannonball. After crashing through the wall of the villa where the umbrella resided and toppling the adjacent wall, the figure tumbled several times before shakily rising to their feet, evidently injured. The tumult continued, resembling a bombardment. It was astonishing how resilient superpowered beings were. Under such conditions, an ordinary person would likely be reduced to pulp. Yet this figure appeared merely wounded and was able to quickly regain their footing to evade further attacks. Two superpowered individuals, clad in uniforms identical to those of Zhang Shoucheng and his team, leaped effortlessly over dozens of meters, landing before the killer. The killer, aware of his own limitations, recognized his disadvantage. As the two agents from the Supervision Bureau landed, he hurled and kicked 2 bricks in desperation, having already collapsed the wall, leaving debris strewn everywhere. With a whistling sound, the bricks flew toward the 2 newly arrived superpowered agents like bullets, but they posed little threat. The 2 sidestepped easily, evading the attack. The killer understood this, but he only needed a moment's respite. He could not afford to waste energy here, even if he could defeat his current adversaries. Others from the Supervision Bureau were already closing in. In an instant, he activated his powers, vanishing from the scene and fleeing rapidly. The Blue River Supervision Bureau had no agents capable of seeing through his invisibility, leaving them helpless. His stealth was so thorough that even his departure made almost no sound. However, this did not include the Special Task Force. Zhang Shoucheng's team had at least 2 members capable of piercing his invisibility. He's getting away, pursue him. Zhang Shoucheng commanded his team, trailing closely behind the killer. The fugitive did not utilize any vehicles but relied on his superior physical capabilities to escape. Compared to cars that had to travel on roads and were easily intercepted, superpowered individuals could remain concealed while running on foot, albeit at the cost of fatigue. They traversed mountains and valleys, alternating between sprinting and pausing, covering several dozen kilometers until they arrived at a graveyard nestled in the mountains. This was likely a burial site belonging to a village under the jurisdiction of a county in Blue River City. The southern regions of the Summer Kingdom still adhered to traditional practices, often opting for burial, with graveyards typically situated on sunny slopes. In some cases, they were even located adjacent to residential properties, depending on local customs. The killer approached a newly erected grave, unbothered by the dirt, and collapsed onto the cement floor as if resting, his chest heaving violently, audible breaths escaping him. Zhang Shoucheng and his team landed quietly not far from him, descending silently and unseen, as he remained oblivious to their presence. Observing the new grave, it appeared to have been constructed only a month or 2 prior. The surrounding flower wreaths retained their basic structure, yet the paper flowers had deteriorated somewhat from exposure to the elements. The tombstone bore a photograph of a middle-aged man, who did not appear elderly at the time of death. After a while, the killer seemed to recover, kneeling before the grave and bowing 3 times in a loud manner before turning to leave, not engaging in the typical soliloquy often depicted in novels or films. 041. The change never ceases upon perceiving the other's inclination to depart. Zhang Shoucheng gestured subtly. The group deactivated their invisibility and materialized before the grave, where 4 team members swiftly spread out, encircling the perpetrator in their midst. The assailant surveyed the gathered individuals and their positions, quickly realizing he had nowhere to escape. The fact that they had followed him to this location signified that his greatest reliance, the ability to become invisible, was of no consequence to them. He chose to sit down on the ground, showing no intention of breaking the encirclement. His task was complete. Those he intended to kill were mostly dead, leaving him with no regrets. Who is this person to you? Your father? Zhang pointed at the photograph on the tombstone. What is your name? Hulin Bin. Why are you sitting here instead of fleeing? I am aware of who you are. I am not a savage. Ever since I became a superpower wielder, I have frequently kept abreast of related news. In your presence, I doubt I could escape, so why waste time in futile resistance? Hulin Bin spread his arms wide, signaling his resignation. There is still some time before dawn. I will not apprehend you immediately. Is there anything you wish to convey? What do you wish to know? Zhang Shoucheng could surmise the general situation. As the saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. Since ancient times, apart from technological advancements, human nature has changed little. Self-interest prevails among the majority, while dreamers remain isolated. Tragically, the vast majority of self-serving individuals often perceive dreamers as hypocrites, forever doubting that some hearts harbor grander aspirations. In the minds of the petty, all others are similarly petty. The group Bin had slain bore no distinction from the ruffians of ancient times who terrorized the marketplace, merely differing in the era they inhabited. What are those you kidnapped? Are they alive? They are dead. I slaughtered them all. Those wretched souls would only waste resources. Bin's teeth clenched as he spoke of these individuals. And what do you plan to do next? Is that an interesting question? Do you think I can still flee? Bin felt mocked by the query. One must have a destination. Given your frequent news consumption, you must recognize that many places exist where individuals like us wielders of superpowers dominate the fates of others. Living freely. Have you never considered such a possibility? How old are you? 23. Your words do not reflect the maturity of a 23-year-old. Bin stared blankly at him. Are you foolish? This is not a choice. His gaze drifted into the dark expanse, yet he remained unmoving. Zhang Shoucheng smiled brightly. Though masked, revealing only his crescent-shaped eyes, you possess remarkable courage. I have never encountered someone so unafraid of death in reality. It matters not. If I can take so many scoundrels with me while ensuring peace in my hometown, it is a gain, not a regret. Do you not resent this country for allowing such gangs to flourish for so long? Do not mistake me for a disillusioned youth. In this era of advanced information, what news is absent? Such individuals exist everywhere. It has nothing to do with the state. Elevating this issue to a national level is merely flattering them. So, according to you, this means you will not face death? When I arrived, I inquired specifically, typically, individuals in your situation are not subjected to the death penalty merely for those scum. The world has changed. The rules differ from those of the past. Do you really trust those who tell you such things? Zhang Shoucheng regarded him again, his eyes curving into crescent moons. They must convince me. Otherwise, the situation could become quite troublesome. Come with us, and remember my words. Nanshan is roughly several hundred kilometers from Blue River City. Within moments, they arrived. Judging by Zhang Shoucheng's relaxed demeanor, it was evident that this was not his full speed. Bin began to believe the online claims that this individual from the Super Management Bureau in Nanshan was the strongest superpower wielder. It was reasonable to deduce that the netizens' analysis of his spatial abilities was correct. If not, then how could they have experienced no sensation of overload or sonic boom at such speed? Though he possessed only a middle school education, he benefited from the wealth of information available online and had grasped some basic physics knowledge. He began to comprehend the confidence that underpinned Zhang's earlier seemingly arrogant remarks. While superpower wielders are more resistant to fatigue and can go without sleep for days, a considerate leader cannot mistreat their subordinates. With time still remaining before dawn, Zhang Shoucheng, now solitary, suddenly soared into the sky, quickly ascending to a high altitude. Below him, the world lay cloaked in darkness. Yet he could discern the scattered lights of the city. At that moment, he felt as if the world had become more vibrant. This was not an illusion but a genuine sensation. The world seemed suffused with the very energy that had awakened them to superpowers. A force surging from the earth and cascading from the heavens. It became clear that night was not an end. The sky appeared to have opened a passage, and the flow of energy had never ceased. In this moment, Zhang Shoucheng, eyes closed, transcends the mundane observations of the material world, instead capturing the subtle energy fluctuations of existence through his inner vision. The energy emanating from the ground appears to be the natural overflow of the vast majority of energy absorbed by the earth during the first wave of light rain. Could the energy descending from the heavens signify a connection to an unknown dimensional realm following the shattering of the celestial dome? For now, without further evidence to substantiate such claims, Zhang Shoucheng can only indulge in bold conjectures. The energy pervading the world, though faint, flows continuously, perpetually transforming this planet. He, among the first to awaken as a result of the light rain's impact, believes that as this dispersed energy intensifies, the number of superhumans may multiply in the near future, perhaps as soon as tomorrow, or perhaps in a more distant time, perhaps driven by an unexplainable intuition. He ascends unexpectedly into the heights, overlooking the world beneath him, where his journey began, while above him lies the boundless expanse of the cosmic sky. Between the heavens and the earth, Zhang Shoucheng feels as insignificant as dust. Suddenly, he finds himself within his own mental realm, a space of pristine white, inhabited solely by his consciousness and the myriad memories that swirl around him, reminiscent of celestial bodies revolving around a gravitational source. At a certain moment, all the swirling images vanish, retreating into the tumult of his mental world, leaving only his consciousness standing at the center. The pure white realm expands infinitely in all directions. devoid of the surrounding memories, growing ever more vast and desolate. This place should harbor something. His consciousness gradually rises into the air, gazing down at the immaculate world below. With a mere thought, a building materializes within this realm. It is his current dormitory. Following this, the cafeteria, the administrative building, the training facility. Centered around the Southern Deep City Super Bureau, within a radius of several kilometers, he perceives the presence of all non-living entities beneath him. Zhang Shoucheng curiously observes this imagined world, extending his hand to touch, watching as the structures crumble and sink as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake, only to restore to their original form with another thought. This sensation evokes the essence of a mirrored space, and he wonders if he can draw others into it. Testing this once he exits should provide clarity, though he muses whether Marvel would demand royalties upon his utilization of such abilities. Doubtful, he concludes. Beyond this, Zhang Shoucheng feels a deeper and more intricate mastery over space. His command of spatial energy has become increasingly intuitive. Although he currently operates within a macro realm, he firmly believes that one day, with the evolution of his powers, he shall delve into the vast and enigmatic microcosm akin to a tangible universe. He eagerly anticipates that day. In the real world, Zhang Shoucheng opens his eyes, sensing a newfound clarity and depth in his perception of reality. The ubiquitous, dispersing energy is now more accurately discernible to him. The space he manipulates remains tethered to reality, harmoniously following the Earth's rotation. Moments later, the sun rises above the curved horizon, its rays bathing him, prompting him to instinctively stretch his arms wide, welcoming the luminescent embrace. Alas, he is not a formidable hero. Sunlight does not enhance his abilities. All remains as it was. Children still slumber, even the two small pets sleep soundly. While the tranquility of time soothes the restlessness stirred by his recent power upgrade. Satiated and prepared, he slings his backpack over his shoulder, boards the vehicle, and sets off towards school, greeted by the morning sun. "Dad, where were you yesterday afternoon?" His son inquires with curiosity. Yesterday, Zhang Shoucheng and his companions had been playing near the Blue River, hence their absence to pick them up. His daughter gazes out the window. Yet her attention is split between her father and brother's conversation. "I was on a business trip. Sometimes, I am quite busy," he replies. "Oh," the boy murmurs, lowering his head. "No wonder it was Aunt Yao who picked us up. Can I go to Mom's this weekend?" Zhang Shoucheng pauses, sensing the child's delicate feelings, and smiles. "Of course, you can go whenever you wish." Soon, they arrive at the school entrance, bustling with parents dropping off their children. The siblings leap from the car, but Zhang Shoucheng calls them back. "Wait, is politeness forgotten?" Understanding, they chime in unison, "Goodbye, Dad. Come here." He gestures, and as they obediently stand before him, he places his fingers in a sword-like gesture upon their foreheads. "Farewell, now go, but run slowly." This gesture, not a lethal strike but rather a safeguard, imbues them with a special spatial ability that quietly nestles within their beings. This is a small application of his upgraded energy, capable of whisking them into a phantasmal state during critical moments, while simultaneously forming a protective spatial fold around them. The Super Bureau, an organization with stringent confidentiality requirements, safeguards his identity from external knowledge. However, within its confines, it is a different matter. He is frequently present, especially during missions of the Special Operations Team, making it easy for observant individuals to deduce his identity. Not to mention, over 10 individuals in the Bureau are privy to his identity, including those in higher echelons. There are no secrets that remain unexposed. In this world of awakening superhumans, despite the overall stability in the Summer Nation, irrational actions cannot be ruled out in the future. When the energy he has imparted is triggered, it will provide instantaneous protection and alert him. The protective duration lasts about 10 minutes, yet that is ample time. It will not be activated by mere accidents. He has retained a fragment of consciousness within his spatial abilities for judgment. This slight division of awareness feels somewhat uncomfortable, though only marginally so, and it is a worthy trade-off. Such divisions must occur several more times, as he has numerous close relatives to consider. At this moment, he finds himself envious of protagonists from novels he once read, those orphans embarking on their journeys without such complications. Were he an orphan, he might have already made a small impact upon the world. "I can do whatever I desire." Yet, regrettably, he is not such an entity, neither in character nor familial ties. At the appointed hour for work, he first sought out SUSI-MANHUA to inform her that the murderer had been apprehended, advising her to arrange the interrogation accordingly. During this interval, only his father had seen him, unaware of his actions, as he had not made an appearance before other relatives. Given his capabilities, this was not a daunting task. Although it was not difficult for him to secure good jobs for his elder siblings, it was, in reality, unnecessary. As their lives were already on a promising trajectory, there would be others who would assist him in managing these affairs. For instance, his brother's business had improved, and his brother-in-law had received a promotion along with enhanced benefits. These were minor, yet significant changes that would enable them to live more comfortably, neither excessively wealthy nor impoverished, but assured in their daily needs. Sometimes, merely elevating an ordinary person's status could remarkably enhance their sense of happiness. Conversely, abruptly raising a mundane existence to unforeseen heights could yield not joy and stability, but a plethora of complications. Upon returning, he felt a wave of drowsiness, likely due to the overwhelming fragmentation of his consciousness, necessitating a moment of respite. Thus, he succumbed to slumber for the afternoon, attending to nothing until it was time to collect his child. The following day commenced with the routine case summary meeting. Contrary to our initial assessments, Hu Linbin harbored a modicum of personal heroism in his motives, albeit overshadowed by a more profound desire for vengeance. Currently, the perpetrator displayed a commendable attitude of contrition, revealing no apparent animosity towards society. His primary target was the group associated with the deceased. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyao. That will be all for today. Captain Zhang, please remain. The rest of you may disperse, Director Li announced. Yao Jianhua and the 4 members of the mobile team rose to exit the conference room, leaving only those present, as typically, unless the case was particularly noteworthy. Neither Director Zhang nor Section Chief Meng would attend, given their busy schedules. Director Li has retained me. Is there something of particular importance? He inquired. Indeed, there is, replied Director Li, tidying the few documents on his desk. What is your perspective on Hu Linbin? This superpowered individual? How should I view him? I believe he is rather restrained for a superhuman, considering the immense animosity he faced. He only targeted the leaders of that group without harming their families. Such restraint is commendable. Similar news occasionally surfaces abroad, but domestic incidents seem to be regulated and infrequently reported. Your lack of inquiry is to blame. With your clearance, the department's records are accessible to you. You ought to amend certain habits. Some information cannot be gleaned online, as it only exacerbates the discord between superhumans and ordinary citizens, undermining the strategic arrangements from above. Director Li expressed with a hint of exasperation. What sentence do you anticipate for Hu Linbin? Zhang Shoucheng asked with a smile, locking eyes with Director Li. I estimate he will receive a 2-year educational detention based on his conduct and ideological disposition. Are you not concerned that such matters might be disseminated by ill-intentioned individuals, leading to accusations of unfair treatment towards superhumans? Zhang inquired. Fairness is a rare commodity in this world. Achieving any semblance of balance is a laborious endeavor, Director Li replied, his gaze piercing as he met Zhang's. As the world evolves, we must acknowledge that superhumans inherently possess a higher priority in any situation compared to ordinary individuals. However, this reality can only be comprehended implicitly, never inscribed. The implication from above was clear. No mercy would be shown to superhumans who harmed the innocent. Yet, in cases like Hu Linbin's, we could not jeopardize the overall situation for the sake of a few miscreants, despite our relatively favorable circumstances compared to the outside world. We too were precariously balancing on the edge. Zhang nodded in agreement, adding, in that case, the authorities should initiate some action, at least conducting a thorough review from top to bottom to minimize the presence of such miscreants and avert further incidents like Hu Linbin's, thereby reducing the likelihood of superhumans developing hostile sentiments towards this nation. Hasn't this been underway for quite some time? The objectives merely shifted following the emergence of superpowers. Yet the overarching direction remains unchanged and may even necessitate intensified efforts. After all, the chaos instigated by superhumans would far exceed the ramifications of widespread armed conflict. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Zhang? Indeed, this is a reality we must confront. The era of superpowers has dawned, and stability requires decisive action. The populace is not blind. Their tolerance is born of helplessness. Now that individuals with superhuman abilities exist, expecting their forbearance is overly optimistic. If everyone were virtuous, how could so many miscreants thrive, often living more lavishly than the average citizen? Indeed, yet it is not so easily eradicated. Such matters are perpetually challenging to control. Human nature is capricious and hard to manage. Let us strive to do our utmost, Director, for once a major incident occurs, rectifying it will be arduous. No one wishes for a day when a madman unleashes chaos for such reasons. It has been less than 2 months since the emergence of superpowers. What if it extends to 2 or 5 years? To what extent might an individual's capabilities escalate by then? Director Li furrowed his brow, grappling with the implications of Zhang Shoucheng's words. Surely, it cannot reach the level of a human-shaped mushroom bomb. I wouldn't be so certain, Director, Zhang chuckled. For instance, I could obliterate the metropolis of Nanshan, home to millions, with relative ease. It might be a tad exhausting, but a night's rest would suffice. Director Li stared at Zhang in disbelief, momentarily speechless, feeling an icy chill run down his spine. The notion of a human-shaped mushroom bomb lurking nearby was disconcerting, leaving him uncertain whether to feel relieved or distressed. Joy stemmed from Zhang's alignment with the forces of good, while sorrow arose from the potential chaos such an individual could wreak upon society, akin to a natural disaster. Captain Zhang, you jest, Director Li remarked. I assure you, Director, I'm not jesting. It has only been 2 months. What of 2 years or 5? Who can guarantee that someone's destructive capacity won't reach my level? You have analyzed my character. I am generally peaceful and favor stable living conditions and a prosperous society. However, we cannot expect everyone to share the same disposition. Fortunately, you are not a native of this country. Ah, Director Li, you too have encountered such narratives, Zhang expressed with surprise. In the past, I was too busy to pay attention, but now that we are in the era of superpowers, it is essential to stay informed about related media to broaden one's perspective. Thus, we must remain prepared to mitigate certain possibilities, for I genuinely hope this civilized nation progresses towards a brighter future. Indeed, I shall communicate this to the higher-ups. Director Li affirmed, nodding. Now, let us divert our attention to another matter. Please follow me. With that, Director Li beckoned Zhang to accompany him outside. Is there something else? Zhang inquired. Certainly, this has been in the works for some time, though it has only recently come to fruition. It seems rather mysterious, Zhang noted. Director Li chuckled. In the context of fantastical narratives, are we not a mysterious department? Zhang refrained from further comment and followed Director Li out. In the internal system, Director Li led Zhang Shoucheng to the innermost office on the upper corridor. Zhang glanced around and noted that this was primarily an office area, with Director Li's own office located here, as indicated by a metallic nameplate beside the door. However, the office that Director Li brought him to bore no such identification. It resembled the doors of other offices, distinguished only by a number plaque. Entering did not require a key or password, as Director Li pushed the door open, and Zhang followed closely behind. Before them lay an office layout akin to that of an ordinary company, spacious yet not overly so. To the left, a separate office was partitioned off, constructed of transparent materials, likely tempered or acrylic glass. Despite the transparency, curtains were present on the walls and windows, which could be drawn to obstruct visibility. Within, a rather impressive set of office furniture was arranged by the window, complete with all necessary equipment, including 2 monitors. Across from the desk was a sofa and coffee table. The outer area housed approximately 8 workstations, resembling a typical corporate setup, but with a larger footprint and fully equipped desks, each featuring the same dual-monitor setup. To the right, there was a restroom, divided by gender. And surprisingly, a lift was positioned near the window. Observing this, Zhang Shoucheng had a dawning realization. Was this intended as their designated workspace? Director Li nodded affirmatively, stating that previously, due to certain unresolved matters, an arrangement had not been made. However, now it was feasible. After all, it was rather unreasonable for the Special Task Force to lack an office space. Indeed, it explained the peculiar feeling he had sensed when they were busy without a clear sense of belonging. This was precisely the essence, although their team primarily focused on missions. Lacking a physical office within the Bureau created a psychological distinction. Director Li agreed with Zhang's sentiment and continued, stating that typically, vice directors in the Municipal Bureau number 3 or more, yet currently, only Zhang Jincheng and Meng Lang served as deputy directors, making Zhang Shoucheng the third. Zhang was somewhat taken aback, questioning the appropriateness of this role as he had little desire for managerial responsibilities. However, Director Li insisted it was essential. He could focus solely on challenging tasks without being burdened by bureaucratic intricacies. This position was a necessity, given that the current superhumans were quite young, and only he was deemed capable of fulfilling this role. Furthermore, this had been planned from the outset, so there was no need for excessive contemplation. Zhang, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked that he never overthought matters, recognizing the positive implications of this development. Director Li acknowledged that the Super Management Bureau was established to address new challenges, lacking extensive hierarchical structures where rank held little significance. Though they operated under the Municipal Bureau, there were no provincial levels above them. The top tier was the apex, a notion Zhang readily comprehended. However, Director Li cautioned that Zhang's circumstances were somewhat unique. While he would hold considerable authority, personal information would be kept confidential, accessible only to individuals with specific internal permissions. Thus, for the time being, he would not be able to return home in a manner that would draw attention. Of course, he could opt for public disclosure. But Zhang preferred to keep matters private for now. Director Li instructed him to familiarize himself with the newly launched internal system, pointing to a computer on the desk. He explained that the Super Management Bureau app was available for all citizens of Xia country to register, providing access to real-time news about superpowers and a platform to report unidentified superpower cases or individuals. Non-official superhumans were also required to clock in regularly. Other social media accounts and the official website served as promotional outlets, which Zhang could monitor at his leisure to gauge public sentiment. What Director Li referred to was the internal common system for their department. He proceeded to open a sleek black mainframe, resembling a miniature server. Zhang inspected it carefully. Aside from the power and display connections, there were no extraneous wires, and the keyboard and mouse were wireless, due to confidentiality requirements. This computer operated on a domestically developed system, enhanced from prior secure systems, with all applications created in-house. It was not connected to the internet, but formed a closed intranet through internal reception devices utilizing their satellites. Director Li elaborated that each computer could only register a single user, and Zhang would need to set up dynamic passwords and iris recognition. The machine was already linked to his assigned mobile device, and dynamic passwords would be sent solely to that phone. The registration process for the system would follow a similar protocol. In the future, he could access any information he desired within the internal system, holding the highest level of clearance. This information encompassed ordinary staff details from the Super Management Bureau to municipal super management offices, records of registered superhumans, national research trends regarding superpowers, and a catalog of resolved and unresolved superpower cases, along with governmental policies regarding future circumstances. Additionally, any new discoveries related to superpowers could be reported through the system, allowing for a streamlined process that previously required formal meetings to relay interrogation information. The internal instant messaging software previously used had been integrated into the system, meaning that logging into the system would also log him into the communication platform, functioning similarly to popular messaging apps. As Director Li elaborated, Zhang attentively absorbed the information, finding the system quite efficient. Indeed, it was remarkably convenient. No wonder it had taken so long to develop. Director Li nodded, explaining that many systems could not utilize foreign technologies, akin to national defense systems. Their operating system was essentially adapted from a classified unit system. Zhang inquired if the external computers were similarly equipped, noticing that each workstation had dual monitors. Director Li confirmed that they were for his task force members, albeit with slightly lower permissions, necessitating their gradual advancement in privileges. Turning his attention to another computer, Zhang asked if it was a standard machine. Director Li replied that this one was akin to what Zhang typically used but boasted higher specifications. Capable of internet connectivity for research purposes or leisure activities, which was deemed necessary for occasional relaxation. With that, Zhang decided to familiarize himself with the system. Mentioning he had new findings to report, Director Li, intrigued, inquired if they were significant. Zhang explained that it pertained to energy issues triggering superpower awakenings, noting that as his own abilities had developed, he had become more attuned to certain phenomena. Director Li regarded him thoughtfully, discerning an underlying implication. Zhang's powers had likely upgraded in recent days. It became evident that during his initial introduction to the Super Management Bureau, he had not possessed the capacity to easily obliterate Nanshan City, suggesting that he had not concealed this fact but rather had not been capable at the time. This revelation relieved Director Li somewhat, as it indicated Zhang Shoucheng was an open and forthright individual. Once you have completed your registration, please proceed to report it. We will also be able to see it simultaneously. Understood? Zhang Shoucheng did not deny it. Yes. Next time, refrain from such actions. It is better to resolve matters concerning such individuals through proper channels. With that, Director Li departed. Following the departure of Director Li, Zhang Shoucheng eagerly delved into the Super Management Bureau's internal system. The registration process proved straightforward, owing to his prior experience in design, where he routinely interacted with computers. Many procedures were familiar, and the operating system was akin to those he typically used. This was unsurprising, much like how tech enthusiasts evaluate minute differences in phone performance. Distinctions that are inconsequential to him, as he doesn't engage in resource-intensive games. His hardware demands are such that he perceives no discernible difference in performance between standard and high-end devices. After establishing his personal account within the internal system, he composed a detailed report on the observed increase in ambient energy, appending his hypothesis regarding a potential second wave of superpowered awakenings, natural awakenings resulting from accumulated energy, which might occur without the associated unconsciousness. He then submitted the report. With his primary objective achieved, he proceeded to explore other sections of the system. As Director Li had indicated, his clearance level granted him access to nearly all available data, including intelligence on international superpowered organizations. It appeared he would no longer need to attend the morning training sessions, as the internal system provided comprehensive resources. In the afternoon, he convened his team, informing them of their new headquarters and instructing them to register, as Director Li had done with him. He entrusted them to complete the process independently, confident in their adeptness with such tasks. Zhang Shoucheng spent the afternoon reviewing various superpowered incidents within Xia, confirming Yao Jianhua's account. The majority of incidents were resolved by local super management bureaus. Often, the perpetrators were young and impulsive, lacking the awareness to evade capture, resulting in relatively straightforward case closures. Cerebral ability users posed the greatest challenge, as exemplified by the Wang Chen case, where the absence of a counteracting ability made detection and apprehension exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, such individuals were rare. A proliferation of such individuals might lead the world toward a more unsettling trajectory. The system contained a limited number of unresolved superpowered incidents, primarily of an enigmatic nature. This presented an opportunity for Zhang Shoucheng to select cases to resolve, imbuing the Super Management Bureau's internal system with the ambience of a mission platform, a convenient and welcome development. Regarding research, Zhang Shoucheng found little progress evident in the publicly available data from the Super Management Department's Research Institute and its regional branches. This was understandable, given the time-consuming and demanding nature of research, as well as the importance of aptitude. The slow pace of progress was not unexpected. It was also possible that more cutting-edge advancements were not publicly disclosed. However, certain areas yielded insights, such as hypotheses regarding the lifespan of superpowered individuals. Researchers, upon examining the cells of superpowered individuals, noted that even the most readily keratinized epidermal cells exhibited a significantly slower metabolic rate than those of ordinary individuals. This rate decreased further with each advancement in superpowered ability. This suggested that superpowered individuals might possess considerably longer lifespans than ordinary people. The Research Institute even presented projections, estimating that the natural lifespan of a level 1 superpowered individual, based on observed cell samples, could reach approximately 150 years, barring the emergence of superpowered bacteria or viruses. Existing diseases would likely have minimal impact on superpowered individuals. In this respect, superpowered individuals had already surpassed ordinary humans. A lifespan of 150 years applied only to level 1 superpowered individuals. What of those at level 2 or higher? This prospect would undoubtedly incite envy, resentment, and desperation among ordinary individuals. The average lifespan of most ordinary individuals was merely half that figure. This was merely the average lifespan. Countless individuals lived active lives into their 80s and 90s, while others succumbed to ailments in their 40s and 50s. Furthermore, terminal illnesses were increasingly affecting younger populations. No one desired death, particularly those at the apex of society. Upon learning that superpowered individuals could effortlessly live for centuries, what desperate measures might they undertake? Conceivably, clandestine organizations, funded by limitless resources, were already being established, solely to obtain the elixir of longevity, regardless of the cost. Consider the President of America. What did he truly desire? A resurgence in power? Unlikely. More likely, he yearned for an extension of his mortality. Zhang Shoucheng did not object to scientists studying superpowered individuals. If they could unlock the secrets and develop a longevity drug, it would be a beneficial outcome, particularly for his family. However, such a drug, if developed, would likely remain inaccessible to the general population for an extended period. When the masses eventually became aware of its existence, another period of profound division would ensue, potentially destabilizing even the most stable nations. Zhang Shoucheng continued his review until nearly the end of the school day, when he prepared to pick up his children. As usual, they were exuberant and joyous. "Dad, are we going to see Mom tomorrow?" His son, Zhang Yongming, inquired, remembering their planned visit. "Yes, I'll take you there tomorrow. But if you want to stay for 2 full days, you need to work hard tonight and finish your homework. Then, Dad, you have to keep your word. Liars are radishes." And I'm a cat. What are you then? A cat's son? No, I'm not. You're the cat's son. His daughter, being older and more perceptive, sensed a subtle change in her father. Dad, are you unhappy about something? The children pouted, liar. Zhang Shoucheng ceased teasing them, allowing them to play as he drove in silence. In the rearview mirror, he observed their innocent smiles and vibrant energy. He glanced at his own forehead. His skin was equally vibrant. He seemed to have grown younger with his ability upgrade. Perhaps he would remain perpetually youthful, while his children continued to age. His father, appearing healthier than before, remarked, "You look much younger. Your eyes seem better, too." Zhang Shoucheng paused, then chuckled. "Perhaps it's because our living conditions have improved. With more money, I can afford to take care of myself. Besides, aren't we in the age of superpowered abilities? There might be something beneficial in the air. You look better yourself." "That's true. I've felt stronger lately." His father stood up, moving more swiftly than he had in previous months. "This superpowered abilities, you call it. It's changing the world beyond recognition. I saw videos on their phones with superpowered individuals like gods. These things used to be confined to the theater. Now they're real. It just goes to show how much you see if you live long enough. It's a pity your uncle and your mother didn't live to see this strange phenomenon. There's nothing much to see. Too many gods aren't a good thing. They all want incense. Who can provide enough? That's for you young people to worry about. I've lived long enough. I never experienced the old society your grandfather talked about. I've never served anyone, and I won't start now." Zhang Shoucheng's father was nearly as old as the new nation. He was born the year the East was battling the world's foremost power. On December 18th, a Monday, the weather in Nanshan City was pleasantly cool. Experiencing winter here is somewhat elusive. For the most part, the chill is merely a gentle caress. And true cold is a rarity. Throughout the year, one seldom feels the biting cold, even during the few days when cold air descends. It hardly warrants the sale of down jackets. The young women here dress stylishly in winter, showcasing their beautiful legs. And Zhang Shoucheng has come to relish spending winters in Nanshan. Early in the morning, he urged his children to rise, wash up, and have breakfast. After sending them off to school, he changed into his work attire in the logistics department, taking the dedicated elevator from the corner of the main building to his office. Upon entering, he activated the internal system and began his day's tasks. With the enhancement of his capabilities, the storage space he created could now maintain a greater volume. And he had set aside a complete set of equipment for unforeseen circumstances. It was Zhang Shoucheng's standard to come to work fully equipped. Wearing work attire was simply the norm, and his colleagues had grown accustomed to it. Yuching had spent her school years in a uniform that she found unattractive, while Wang Zixuan had donned factory work clothes during her time on the assembly line, which she also deemed unappealing. As for the two young men, they had served in the military, and Zhang Shoucheng refrained from commenting on their uniforms. Regardless, the current uniforms were undoubtedly more appealing. Upon arrival at the office, everyone promptly removed their masks and settled in front of their computers. It was the first day they were officially using the office, and the allure of high-end computers for the youth was undeniable. Zhang Shoucheng browsed through the internal system for half an hour, selecting a case to share with the mobile team in their group chat. Clapping his hands to garner attention, he announced, "Good morning, everyone. I apologize for interrupting your leisure, but today's tasks have been shared in the group. Please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the details in the system. We will depart shortly." The enthusiasm of the young team members was palpable, responding, "Understood, Captain." "Captain Zhang, what piqued your interest in the 16th case?" one inquired. "It's nearby, with many involved parties residing in several cities around Nanshan. Moreover, I thought the market for success teachings had dwindled. How is it that so many small and medium-sized business owners still gather? Isn't this akin to illegal fundraising?" Another questioned. "Not quite. The business owners are merely paying tuition for lectures, which provide legitimate wellness knowledge. Although the fees are somewhat steep, they hardly amount to malicious savings or financial fraud. Such lectures abound across the nation. Have you found any signs of supernatural abilities among them?" "We dispatched investigators, but no such evidence was found. Cheninji is an ordinary individual. However, due to the high number of participants, none felt deceived, which struck us as quite unusual, thus categorizing it as a case of supernatural abilities in our system. Hadn't you previously sent other mind domain ability users to investigate?" "You overestimate, Captain. Abilities like Yuching are rare, with only a few in Guangdong province. Wang Sheng was taken away by higher-ups, and Xiao He is in your team. All right, please check Chen's location. I will first assess whether any involved individuals exhibit signs of control." "Understood, Captain. Have you all reviewed the materials?" Zhang Shoucheng asked. Yes. They replied in unison. Then let us be off. He led his team to the underground parking lot to retrieve their vehicle. As they departed the supervision bureau, not far along their route, Yao Jinhua's voice reached Zhang Shoucheng's ear. Captain, it seems you need not travel extensively. Over 10 business owners are convening today at a seaside resort for a networking event. I'll send you the address. You can head there directly. Zhang Shoucheng was taken aback. A networking event on a Monday? Don't they need to earn a living? Is their business so abundant that they require no management? He was astonished that the emergence of supernatural abilities could yield such advantages. Very well, send me the address. Additionally, where is Master Chenenji at present? He is in Huizhou, conducting business there. Ensure the local supervision bureau monitors him. If I discover any issues, apprehend him immediately. Understood, Captain. The resort where Chenenji's students gathered was not far, located at a nearby seaside, seemingly a meeting of familiar business owners within the same region. They arrived at their destination in less than an hour. The resort was modest in size, and during working hours on a Monday, it lacked tourists, though the parking lot was bustling with vehicles. After parking, Zhang Shoucheng and his team entered the resort. The lobby was devoid of guests except for a few service staff, with faint sounds of laughter and conversation emanating from the back. Given the resort's compact size and the acute hearing of those with supernatural abilities, the conversations were as clear as if spoken directly in their ears. At that moment, a mature woman in formal attire, presumably the manager, approached them. Zhang Shoucheng displayed his credentials without uttering a word. Since the establishment of the Supervision Bureau, enforcement personnel have appeared wherever cases of supernatural abilities arise, and discussions about them are not prohibited online, so most people were familiar with their attire and credentials. The female manager did not press further, merely observing them with curiosity. Zhang Shoucheng quietly sensed the layout of the resort before leading his team through it to the rear. From the snippets of conversation, it was evident that they were discussing matters related to supernatural abilities. Zhang Shoucheng surmised that those who could become business owners were hardly foolish. The wellness knowledge could be found anywhere, so why incur such exorbitant costs? Their true aim seemed to be the promotion of Master Chen's teachings, claiming to help them better perceive the energies of the universe. Business owners possess extensive networks far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Once certain matters are discovered, they cease to be secrets. In addition to the extraordinary powers akin to those depicted in fantastical works, it is believed that supernatural beings may enjoy longer lifespans than ordinary people, a notion that piqued their interest. They felt life was unfair for not becoming supernatural beings sooner. So now that someone could teach them to tap into the universe's energies, they were eager to explore the truth, believing spending a little money was inconsequential, as they were not lacking in resources. As the group approached, Zhang Shoucheng's presence was unmistakable. Almost everyone stood, for no one dared to cross the supervision bureau. A few cast envious glances at the members of the mobile team. Yu, Bo, Xian, disperse around the area, prevent anyone from approaching, and ensure no one departs. Qing and I will proceed forward, Zhang Shoucheng instructed his team. Yes, Captain. Good morning, everyone. We are the special mobile team of the Nanshan Supervision Bureau. We have a few inquiries to discuss with you. Pleasure to meet you. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. We will cooperate fully. One middle-aged, portly businessman, seemingly of some standing among the group, stepped forward to greet them. The others focused their attention on Zhang Shoucheng, recognizing him as the formidable figure rumored online, and dared not be dismissive. Are you familiar with Chenenji? Zhang Shoucheng inquired. The businessman pondered for a moment before responding. We all know him. Master Chen was once quite renowned. Some of us arranged for our employees to attend his courses. However, his success teachings have since lost popularity in the country. Knowing him, why do you still attend his courses? Zhang Shoucheng pressed. The businessman appeared somewhat embarrassed. Isn't the situation different now? He is a master now and has moved on from his previous teachings. He possesses knowledge that many feel they have gained from. Do you truly believe that self-cultivation can lead you to perceive supernatural energies? The other party hesitated to speak, but upon considering the identity represented by Zhang Shoucheng, he eventually said, Master Chen still possesses remarkable abilities. We can all sense the improvement. Indeed, others chimed in, albeit reluctantly. Zhang Shoucheng furrowed his brow. Could it be that Master Chen truly had such capabilities? He carefully attuned himself to the energy signatures of the crowd, only to discover that the fluctuations were merely normal, indistinguishable from those of others. The energy that prompts the awakening of superhuman abilities in humanity was now diffusing throughout the world, permeating humanity as anticipated, a finding established previously. However, Apart from Zhang Shoucheng, no one else had been reported to detect such fluctuations. Yet, the crowd, convinced they had experienced a genuine advancement, raised evident concerns. "Forgive me, everyone, but my teammate needs to conduct a brief examination to prevent any potential deception," Zhang Shoucheng announced. Though the crowd was somewhat reluctant, none dared to voice opposition, especially given their affluence, as their vehicles were certainly not modest. Zhang gestured to Yuching, who nodded in understanding. The young girl closed her eyes, her mental prowess delving into the minds of the assembly, conducting a meticulous investigation. After a considerable time, Yuching opened her eyes, appearing slightly fatigued, and nodded at Zhang Shoucheng. "Is there an issue?" Zhang inquired with a stern expression. "Yes, Captain," she confirmed. "Each of them harbors a faint, yet distinctly foreign will within their minds. I cannot ascertain its precise function, but it is undoubtedly problematic." Zhang Shoucheng immediately turned to Yao Jianhua, instructing Xiao Yao, "Apprehend Qininji at once and bring him here without delay." "Understood, Captain Zhang," Yu replied. In the heart of the matter, Zhang Shoucheng inquired of Yuching whether the energy within their minds could be expelled. "It has been resolved, Captain," she replied, although her face was obscured by a mask. Zhang could sense the girl smiling. No wonder she felt a hint of fatigue from merely probing ordinary individuals. She had inadvertently assisted others along the way, a testament to her benevolence. Zhang had intended to pat her head affectionately, but he suddenly felt it inappropriate, donned in her uniform. She was no longer a mere 16-year-old girl, but a formidable warrior safeguarding societal order. Such an action in front of outsiders would undermine her authority as an enforcer. So he opted instead to give her shoulder a gentle pat, a gesture of encouragement. Turning to the assembled business magnates, he remarked, "You are all astute individuals. Henceforth, refrain from placing blind faith in so-called masters. Society has transformed. Once, you were likened to those under a spell, a mere metaphor, but now it is a tangible reality. The peculiarities of superpowers are beyond your capacity to resist." The crowd exchanged glances, a dawning comprehension settling within them. They vaguely grasped that they had been ensnared. A middle-aged, portly businessman expressed his disillusionment, voicing, "Are the masters merely charlatans? Are we devoid of hope?" Once the barriers of doubt were lifted from his mind, he recognized that they had indeed been deceived. Yet, if given another chance, would he still succumb? Likely, for sometimes, one cannot resist the allure of greed, particularly for the ultimate treasure beyond career and wealth, life itself. Zhang found it challenging to console him, for one drenched in rain. Offering solace under an umbrella would only appear boastful. "Gentlemen, no institution has yet discovered a method to awaken superpowers, so please do not be easily swayed by such rhetoric. The superpower that has ensnared you has been expelled. Thank you for your cooperation, and farewell." As for those who remained unaware of their lingering superpower influence, Zhang chose not to pursue them for the time being. As long as they did not encounter Master Chen, their lives would remain unaffected. He saw no necessity to personally visit each individual, for the girl's psychic exertions were taxing, and Zhang was a considerate leader. Though Zhang's dietary needs had significantly diminished over time, he never lacked for meals. Culinary delights brought him joy in life. Exquisite food, fine wine, and beautiful women. He relished gourmet cuisine, indulging in wine only occasionally. As for beautiful women, all men appreciate them, yet one must not allow desire to dominate the mind. If fate allows, mutual attraction will naturally blossom. In his youth, he too indulged in popular romantic tales, eager to embrace all that was offered. However, he later learned that overindulgence in any pursuit, including affairs of the heart, could lead to ennui. At 2 p.m, Zhang escorted Yuching to the confinement room, while the other 3 members of the team willingly engaged in training. Aside from their captain, 3 level 3 superpowered individuals had emerged within the task force, and they were determined not to let a young girl surpass them for long. Such a notion was simply unacceptable. Zhang concurred with their sentiment. Given that Chen Enji might possess a dangerous cerebral-type superpower, Yao Jianhua refrained from accompanying them. Upon entering the confinement room, they found Master Chen looking bewildered, fidgeting uneasily. He genuinely could not comprehend what had gone awry. He merely offered health and wellness courses, had committed no crime, and while the tuition was somewhat steep, it was a consensual transaction. Even if the course prices were inflated, that was a matter for the pricing bureau. Criminality fell under the jurisdiction of law enforcement. How could he be brought to the Superpower Management Bureau? Seeing someone enter, he perceived them as a savior. "Why have you brought me here? I have committed no crime. I am merely an ordinary person." Chen Enji was taken aback. "Do you know me?" "Indeed, I do. However, You do not recognize me. Many years ago, I often saw your photograph in various self-help books. Chenenji, far from feeling embarrassed, responded, that was in the past. I once inspired many individuals and contributed to society. Whether he contributed or not was for others to judge. He was indifferent. I wish to know where you have been all these years. Oh, most of my time has been spent abroad, exploring and enriching myself, expanding my mind. Is there anything wrong with that? Not at all. During my travels, I discovered that meditation brings me tranquility, allowing my inner self to find peace, ideal for self-cultivation and health. I now impart this wisdom, and I believe that once you experience it, you will become immersed in a sea of wisdom and health. One must give oneself an opportunity when necessary. Had his teachings led to his arrival at the Superpower Management Bureau? Master Chen was indeed dedicated. No. You mustn't think I am a spy. I would never engage in such activities. Throughout their dialogue, Zhang Shoucheng meticulously observed him, finding no anomalies. The man, seasoned in the art of brainwashing and expression management, was adept at concealing the truth. His energy fluctuations indicated that he was indeed an ordinary individual. Zhang subtly signaled to Yuching, who immediately penetrated Chenenji's mind, diligently searching for any suspicious memories. After a brief interval, she shook her head and reported, Captain, I have examined his memories, and like the others before him, he is merely an ordinary pawn, unaware of his manipulation. Zhang had previously assessed his energy fluctuations, so Yuching's findings did not surprise him. However, this left the case at an impasse. The individual had left no trace, and if he had, it would not have escaped Yuching's level 3 psychic scrutiny, unless, of course, he were of a far superior caliber. This posed a greater dilemma. A high-level cerebral superpowered individual could unleash disaster should they choose to do so. One could only ponder the fate of ordinary individuals if ex-professor were not a paragon of virtue. Zhang considered it a possibility, albeit a slim one. It was more likely that the individual's abilities were simply too enigmatic. Yet from the perspectives of Wang Sheng or He Yuching, sustaining a controlling superpower would necessitate a spatial range. Was it conceivable that he possessed the ability to inflict a lingering debuff upon those ensnared? Chenenji appeared anxious, entirely oblivious to the invasion of his memory. With He Yuching's capabilities, if she wished to remain undetected, he would have no means to resist. Zhang sensed that something was amiss. Utilizing his acute perception of energy fluctuations in the space around them, he meticulously scrutinized Chenenji from head to toe, leaving no stone unturned. As a middle-aged man who had encountered numerous thick-skinned male teachers from various countries, he was unfazed by any potential embarrassment. At last, he discerned a slight anomaly. A feeble energy fluctuation emanated from Chenenji's chest, clearly not originating from within his own body. It was not summer, and even in the warm climate of Nanshan City, one would still require a jacket, unlike in the summer, where only a single garment sufficed. Any concealed item would be readily apparent. Reveal what you have hidden beneath your chest, Zhang commanded, pointing at him. Oh, all right. Chenenji complied without hesitation, unfastening a chain and producing it from his clothing, offering it to Zhang. It was an ordinary gold chain, but the pendant caught attention, a resplendent golden Buddha statue. Distinct from the Methria or Guanyin figures commonly worn by people from Xia country, instead exhibiting a clear South Asian style, typically slender in form. With an antenna-like appendage atop its head, this entity continuously emanates energy fluctuations, affecting those in its vicinity. It has no effect on individuals with superpowers. Even a mere level 1 superhuman might subconsciously negate its influence. However, ordinary individuals lack the capacity to resist. Most importantly, this entity signifies something of immense importance. It indicates that materials capable of harboring awakened energy have emerged on Earth. The implications of this alone may far surpass the significance of identifying that superpowered individual. Zhang Shoucheng meticulously examined the golden Buddha in his hand, weighing it and noting its insufficient heft, suggesting it was not pure gold. He gently pressed the pointed top of the statue, which yielded slightly under his touch. Where did you acquire this? He inquired of Chenenji. You treat this object so carelessly, yet you wear it daily around your neck? Chenenji appeared perplexed, seemingly unsure of his own feelings towards the statue. Zhang Shoucheng surmised that Chen's understanding was limited. Perhaps the statue's emanating energy was subconsciously guiding his actions, or perhaps some of his memories had been erased. Accompanied by He Yuching, Zhang Shoucheng exited, leaving Master Chen in a daze within the confinement room, perhaps beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation he was entangled in. Xiaoyao, are you there? Yes, Captain. I've managed to clarify most details here. Chenenji is merely an ordinary person, but there are still some issues. Let's keep him under temporary detention. He cannot leave until this matter is resolved. As for his fate thereafter, it will depend on how deeply he is involved. Understood, Captain. Anything else? No issues, Captain. I'll take care of it immediately. Due to the global surge of superpowers, the number of ordinary tourists visiting South Asia has dwindled significantly. Moreover, the region has been marred by numerous unpleasant incidents in recent years. In the post-pandemic era, few ventured to travel there. Subsequently, Zhang Shoucheng took the Golden Buddha to the Research Institute, seeking out Director Zhang. Currently, the primary location for superpower research in Xia country is in the capital, Yin City, where several regional research institutes primarily handle collaborative projects, though progress has been slow due to time constraints. Upon reaching the institute, Zhang Shoucheng found Director Zhang's office, knocked, and entered. He found the director setting aside some documents, looking up at him. Captain Zhang, what brings you here? Of course, Director. Please check the system for the materials on Case 16. I have just uploaded the investigation results. Director Zhang entered the system and began to browse, and after some time, his expression turned slightly expectant. Zhang Shoucheng took the opportunity to place the Golden Buddha on his desk. The director picked it up and examined it, but could discern nothing unusual. Is this the Buddha that emits energy? He asked. I'll take it for a composition analysis. Please wait here. The composition of the Buddha was rather ordinary, featuring a layer of gold plating over a base of common silver. Is there nothing remarkable about it? Zhang Shoucheng asked, puzzled. A simple analysis won't yield immediate results if it resembles typical gold and silver, the director replied. Patience is a virtue, young man. At this point, Director Zhang's expression turned subtly excited. Do you know what the primary obstacle is in our research on superpowers? I've seen some documents in the system that suggest ordinary testing cannot detect the energy responsible for awakening superpowers. Director Zhang nodded. Precisely. This energy seems to transcend our understanding. Thus far, aside from triggering the awakening of human superpowers, it has not reacted with any known elements on Earth. Even metallic superpowered individuals, who can manipulate metals, have not observed any qualitative changes, yet they can exert control over them. The mechanism by which this energy incites superpower awakening and why superpowered individuals exhibit extraordinary abilities remains largely elusive. However, this Golden Buddha may be different. If it turns out that the energy is merely a manifestation of someone's unique superpower, then that would be that. But what if this signifies a completely new phenomenon? What if this is a reaction between pure gold or silver under specific conditions with the awakening energy, resulting in a new metal capable of harboring this energy? The implications would be profound, representing a groundbreaking discovery. Director Zhang spoke passionately, and Zhang Shoucheng nodded in agreement, as this had been his first thought upon acquiring the Buddha, prompting him to seek out expertise at the institute. It became evident that they must urgently trace the origin of the Buddha to ascertain whether it was indeed a unique superpower or if it was indicative of a newly discovered mineral deposit. Director Zhang, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, urged, We must act swiftly. This is of utmost importance. I suspect the likelihood of a mineral deposit is greater, as we have previously tested various superpowers without finding anyone capable of storing their abilities within known elements. I will do my utmost, Zhang Shoucheng affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, other members of the mobile team, having no tasks in the afternoon, were training in the exercise room, including He Yuqing, who had just completed her interrogation duties. She joined in on the excitement. Her involvement was genuine. Her role did not primarily focus on close combat, and while she could deliver a solid strike, it felt like a waste of her abilities. At that moment, the training ground was sparsely populated, with most resting on the sidelines, while only Wang Junyu and another similarly youthful superpowered individual engaged in a spirited bout. Currently, superpowered individuals in Xia country predominantly follow three paths. First, they may join various superpower management bureaus. Second, younger individuals with lesser abilities often continue their lives as usual, merely required to check in regularly via an app. Although they may also pursue activities like live streaming, stardom, or engaging in other interests, provided they remain lawful. Third, there is the military, which has become a hub for young superpowered individuals, as the military must possess its own superpowered personnel to safeguard the borders in this era of superpowers. As a result, the recruitment of superpowered individuals by the various management bureaus has not been as prolific as one might expect. At present, many of those in the bureau are superpowered individuals from the action department without active assignments. Young people, unable to remain idle, often engage in combat training. Wang Junyu and his opponent, Both possessing similar abilities, exchanged blows in a strikingly physical manner, the sound of fists meeting flesh echoing as sweat and youth mingled, presenting a captivating spectacle. Fortunately, the ground had been reinforced. Otherwise, the building would not have withstood the force of their exertions. During their sparring, it became evident that Wang Junyu's strikes were becoming increasingly forceful, overwhelming his opponent, who was already at a disadvantage. The colleagues nearby noticed something amiss and rushed to intervene, but before they could act, Wang Junyu suddenly halted his tempestuous assault, standing in the center of the arena, trembling violently, as if enduring intense agony. In an instant, before anyone could react, he threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the area. The two individuals in Director Zhang's office were drawn to this sound, turning their gazes towards the training room. 049, the little giant, what sound was that? Has something happened? Director Zhang inquired of Zhang Shoucheng upon hearing the noise. He was aware that individuals with superpowers often possessed a modicum of perceptive ability, particularly those with cerebral powers, and he presumed Zhang Shoucheng was no exception. All right, let us investigate. No sooner had he spoken than the scene before him transformed instantaneously, and he found himself in the training room. Although he understood that Zhang Shoucheng could effortlessly traverse space, experiencing it firsthand was nothing short of miraculous, akin to the mythical ability to shrink distances. In stark contrast, humanity remained an infantile species, barely emerging from its cradle, failing to even attain a level 1 civilization according to the Kardashev scale. Upon his arrival, Zhang Shoucheng immediately discerned something extraordinary. The target was simply too immense. At that moment, Wang Junyu was exuberantly admiring his own physique, resembling a fervently enthusiastic weightlifter post-exercise. He flexed his robust arms and clenched his fists, demonstrating his pectoral muscles. The colleagues who had previously trained alongside him encircled him, marveling at the spectacle, oblivious to the two who had just teleported in. Zhang Shoucheng estimated that Wang Junyu now stood approximately 3 meters tall, his body a marvel of muscular density and proportion, exuding an almost primal beauty of strength in his tattered attire. The remnants of his former clothing clung tightly to his frame, akin to a giant donning a child's garments, a sight both comical and astonishing. Fortunately, his underwear retained its elasticity and remained intact. As the onlookers complied and departed, the 3 members of the mobile team remained, tacitly agreeing to stay. Have you upgraded your superpower? Zhang Shoucheng queried. Indeed, Captain, Wang Junyu replied with a chuckle. I was just training when I felt an immense power within me reach a critical threshold, as if it were about to explode, and then I transformed into this. Well done, Zhang Shoucheng nodded in approval but refrained from patting Wang Junyu's shoulder, as the latter's stature rendered such an action ludicrous. Despite Zhang Shoucheng's own height, he appeared diminutive in comparison to Wang Junyu, making everyone else seem like delicate flowers by contrast. What a spectacle! The evolution of a purely physical superpower is heading towards gigantism, isn't it? Director Zhang exclaimed, captivated, as he approached Wang Junyu to examine his physique. Leaving the young man feeling somewhat bashful, Zhang Shoucheng sensed the blood and flesh sustaining Wang Junyu's colossal body rapidly undergoing energy transformation concealed within. Even the mass energy equivalence principle would dismiss such phenomena, asserting that superpowers fell outside its jurisdiction. This defies logic. It is utterly unfathomable. How is this possible? How can human tissue undergo such drastic growth and reduction in such a brief span? Director Zhang marveled, profoundly shaken. Director, are you implying this is unscientific? Zhang Shoucheng chuckled. Indeed, it is quite unscientific. However, as a scientist, I refrain from expressing it as such. Existence is rational, and existence is scientific. The only distinction lies in our current inability to comprehend it. It may be unscientific, but it is undeniably superhuman. Hyuching interjected quietly, adding a humorous touch. Thus, superpowers will fundamentally alter our world. Wang Junyu, would you be willing to undergo an examination with me? Director Zhang extended an invitation after a moment of contemplation. I would be honored, Director, Wang Junyu affirmed, embodying the spirit of a vibrant and passionate youth. Zhang Shoucheng remained silent on the matter. All officially recognized superhumans, as well as those who led orderly lives, were required to adhere to the principle of consent for any examinations of their bodies or abilities. This was a steadfast rule established at the inception of the superpower administration in Xia country, a line that must never be crossed due to its sensitivity. Any breach could precipitate a severe crisis of trust. Wang Junyu followed Director Zhang, while Zhang Shoucheng encouraged the remaining 3 team members, do not rush, believe in yourselves. And you will achieve it. Hyucheng gazed at her captain. I am not in a hurry. Zhang Shoucheng, Ningbo, and Wang Zishuan exchanged glances, bemused by her confidence. At the school entrance, life continued unabated, bustling with activity as students diligently pursued their studies and parents strived for their children's success. A young boy bounded out of the school, with his sister trailing quietly, occasionally pulling him back to prevent collisions with others. Dad, I know. We are in the era of superpowers. Soon we will be like Ultraman, becoming incredibly powerful. The son exclaimed excitedly, the girl remaining silent until now. Oh, do many classmates at school discuss such topics? The daughter, young one, asked, less enthused. Quite a lot, especially among the boys. They talk endlessly about what powers they might possess. Even though it has been 2 months since the awakening of superpowers, I truly do not understand them. What superpowers do your classmates desire? Zhang Shoucheng inquired. We want to shoot beams of light, like Ultraman, and grow as tall as buildings to defeat monsters, the boy declared. Zhang Shoucheng observed his son's wild enthusiasm. Reflecting on the significant influence of the Ultraman series among elementary students, even those who had scarcely watched any episodes. Furthermore, the ability to transform into light and to increase one's size were categorized as 2 distinct types of superpowers, although no light-based superhumans had been discovered yet. One with the ability to grow in size had just emerged. Thus far, no individual had awakened 2 types of powers. However, such details were unnecessary to share with the innocent child. It was best to let him revel in his delightful fantasies. And what about your classmates? What abilities do they envy? Zhang Shoucheng asked his daughter again. He pondered briefly, recalling the numerous videos of his heroic firefighting exploits that had circulated online in the limited coverage from official media on subsequent actions. Father, I am that legendary person. His daughter responded, her pride evident. As Zhang Shoucheng gazed ahead, nearing home, he chose not to press further. The transformative era of superpowers had already woven itself deeply into the fabric of society. The following day, after escorting the children to school, Zhang Shoucheng, equipped and ready, arrived at the office, removed his mask, and indulged himself in his mobile phone for a brief period. As the clock ticked towards 9, members of the Special Operations team entered the office. Ever since they gained access to the internal system for information, they had ceased attending the morning lectures by researcher Lin, which were intended for the reserve personnel of the Super Management Bureau. Now that they were official members with access to the internal system, attending those lectures seemed unnecessary. Wang Junyu maintained his usual demeanor in a non-combat state, and there was no need for him to remain in his giant form. He was uncertain whether his uniform had been modified with suitable materials. The transformation of his physique necessitated high elasticity fabric. Otherwise, an explosive change would leave him in an embarrassing state, reminiscent of the Hulk. When SUSI-MANHUA arrived, Zhang Shoucheng called the team members together to hear her findings. Indeed, I suspect that such masters are quite rare, Zhang Shoucheng mused, nodding slightly. How long had it been since the emergence of super abilities? It was improbable that someone would cast such a wide net. More likely, some super beings had acted impulsively upon encountering individuals akin to Chenenji. What about the financial flow of these individuals? Their tuition fees for apprentices were certainly substantial. Although the teachings of these masters had evolved, the underlying principles remained unchanged, still reliant on hierarchies and status, akin to the sects found in cultivation novels. However, these masters did not assess aptitude. The designation of a disciple depended solely on the tuition fees one could afford. The entrance fee for a closed-door disciple started in the millions, while personal disciples began at 500,000. Moreover, the gathering of numerous business tycoons contributed significantly to the pool of funds. The finances from Luoxiang Island had been funneled through foreign accounts, while the funds from Tian'ai City and Chenenji had undergone several transfers, ultimately converging at a trading company named Changda in Mingsong City, Kunyan Province, before being laundered to South Asia. Additionally, last week, Master Lu from Tian'ai City and Master Chen from this side had organized a group of personal disciples and above, capable business leaders, for a tourism and teaching excursion in Chongqing City. According to our intelligence, their destination was a private club, which had some gambling activities involved. The stakes were considerable, and the betting funds had also flowed to Changda Trading Company. How long had this wellness teaching program been running? Not long, just a little over a week. It was a recent development. Were the heads of that club in Chongqing City and Changda Trading Company apprehended? SUSI-MANHUA nodded. They have been secured, but like the others, they exhibited signs of having been influenced by super abilities. This was confirmed by a brain domain type super being from the Super Management Bureau in Chongqing City. Though he was unable to expel that energy, far inferior to Xiaohe, This remark brought a flicker of pride to He Yuqing, who sat nearby. Zhang Shoucheng pondered for a moment before asking, "Surely, there must be super beings orchestrating this behind the scenes. Have you identified who they are?" "Yes," Yao Jianhua replied, opening her tablet to reveal a photograph, likely captured by a surveillance camera. These two individuals are brothers named Wang Chun and Wang Ji. What is their background? They appear quite seasoned. Are they registered with the local super management bureau? Wow, super beings of such age. I thought only the captain was of such an age. Wang Junyu exclaimed upon seeing their ages. Zhang Shoucheng remained silent, casting a sideways glance at him. This young man seemed a bit too buoyant after his upgrade. Gaining muscle did not entitle him to consider himself an elder. The others chuckled quietly, while Wang Junyu shrank back into silence. In truth, there were indeed some older awakened individuals, though they were significantly fewer in number compared to their younger counterparts. One merely had to look closer. Yao Jianhua explained to Wang Junyu. Zhang Shoucheng disregarded the antics of his subordinate and inquired further, "Have these two been apprehended?" "Not yet. Chen and Ji was taken into custody yesterday, and at that time, the information had likely not reached them. By the time we had spent the afternoon and evening investigating, they had already sensed something amiss. Unfortunately, these brothers are super beings and managed to escape at the first opportunity. However, we have established a general area of their whereabouts. The super management bureaus of Chunqing and Mingsong are currently in pursuit. That simplifies matters. Those who were misled by super abilities possess limited knowledge. These two undoubtedly hold more information. Just capture them and send me the latest coordinates of their escape route. All right, gear up. We are departing." "Yes, Captain." X4. "If the suspects alter their escape position, relay that information to me promptly." With his mask secured once more, Zhang Shoucheng offered one last reminder to Yao Jianhua. Subsequently, they ascended to the rooftop via a dedicated elevator, and with a surge of speed, they soared towards Kunyan province. The straight-line distance from Nanshan to the provincial capital of Kunyan was roughly equivalent to that to Zhang Shoucheng's hometown. On this occasion, the four young members of the Special Operations Team finally witnessed the sheer terror of their captain's speed. They felt as though they had entered a time tunnel, unable to perceive the earth beneath them. Surroundings blurred past like flowing light, and they scarcely had the time to gauge the passage of moments. Was it 1 second, 2 seconds, or perhaps several? Suddenly, the team came to a halt. The four glanced down to find themselves amidst an expansive primordial jungle. "Captain, where are we?" Wang Junyu asked timidly. According to the coordinates provided by Yao Jianhua, these two brothers fled from the provincial capital, Chunqing, heading towards the border with Mingsong City. Wow. Wang Junyu was at a loss for words to describe such velocity. In mere seconds, they had traversed from Guangyu province through Guangnan province to reach Kunyan province. How could one possibly be this impressive? I mustn't let this go to my head during future upgrades. I hope the captain doesn't mind my previous comments about his age. Wang Junyu silently reminded himself, vowing never to offend the captain again. Offending the captain and still hoping to escape? Could he outrun him? Once the location was set, Zhang Shoucheng launched forward again, though this time at a more measured pace. The elevation was not high, and based on the final location data, the targets were hidden somewhere among the primordial forests between Chunqing and Mingsong City. The surrounding roads and exits were secured by law enforcement and military personnel, while the search within the mountains was conducted by super beings from the two city super management bureaus. They converged from the north and south, gradually tightening their encirclement. Ordinary individuals venturing in would be of no use, even if they managed to locate the targets. It would be tantamount to a death sentence, only serving to increase unnecessary casualties. Super beings were different. Even a small number of them could spread out and encircle effectively. With their enhanced senses, they could detect the movements of the fleeing targets from a considerable distance. Zhang Shoucheng soared directly over the border blockade established by the military on the external highway, heading straight into the primordial forest where the targets were concealed. Before long, they encountered a duo, presumably paired for safety due to the nature of their targets. These two individuals donned uniforms identical to those of the Special Operations Team, though one was clad in a muted blue while the other matched Zhang Shoucheng's team in black. As Zhang Shoucheng's team hovered above them, one of the figures in black seemed to sense their presence and glanced upward. Super beings possessed exceptional vision, and they noticed that the individual casting his gaze towards them had strikingly unusual eyes, with iridescent red irises. The individuals accompanying Zhang Shoucheng were indeed quite curious about the peculiar red-eyed person before them, yet they refrained from gazing for too long, as it would be deemed exceedingly impolite. According to the internal records of the Super Management Bureau, This individual was classified as a variant superhuman with a mutation in the ocular region, the specifics of which remain confidential, subject to the principle of personal discretion regarding disclosure. Typically, superhumans who join the Bureau do not withhold any abilities, as there exists neither necessity nor significance in doing so. Should one fear being labeled a lackey of the state by nationalistic fervents, opting not to join is entirely permissible. No one shall compel you. As long as you lead a life devoid of chaos and lawlessness, you may even aspire to grand endeavors abroad without obstruction. For the world is replete with tumultuous territories awaiting your exploration. Given your choice to enlist, what motives lie behind your reticence about your capabilities? Upon encountering Zhang Shoucheng and his team, a blue-uniformed officer from the Super Management Bureau nudged his colleague and inquired of the descending group, "May I ask who you are?" Zhang Shoucheng displayed his credentials and responded, "We are the Special Mobile Squad of the Super Management Bureau from Nanshan City, Guangdong Province. I am the captain, and we are here to provide reinforcements. Greetings, and thank you for your assistance. We are affiliated with the Super Management Bureau of Chunqing, Kunyan Province. I have heard commendable things about your team," the blue-uniformed officer replied, extending his hand. The members of the mobile squad shook hands with the two officers. Yet neither party divulged their names, a customary practice in their nation where privacy is cherished and individuals have loved ones to protect. As of the end of 2022, the number of orphans in Xi'an Nation did not exceed 400,000, each receiving basic living assistance, leaving one to ponder how such a number could sustain a network of orphanages. The Super Management Bureau, a newly established entity to address the current global challenges, had yet to cultivate regional biases. The National Bureau operated as a cohesive unit, free from the notion of inter-regional discord. What progress have you made? Is it confirmed that the fugitive resides within these mountains? The blue-uniformed officer nodded affirmatively, stating, "We have a basic confirmation. But due to insufficient manpower and a loose search perimeter, we can only conduct a gradual net-like search." Zhang Shoucheng expressed his understanding. "Very well, thank you for your intelligence. You continue to encircle, while we shall penetrate inward. I will signal if any developments arise." Observing the swiftly departing figures of the mobile squad, the officer clad in black remarked enviously, "Truly the legendary strongest individuals. How splendid it would be to possess such abilities, moving with the wind, effortlessly traversing the skies. Akin to a celestial being." His teammate shot him a glance. "Spare me your fantasies. You are already a superhuman. Countless individuals yearn for your abilities, yet they remain unattainable. Be content and focus on your duties rather than indulging in tales of immortals. Clear skies ahead. Activate your abilities and prepare to commence the search." "Understood, Captain." The remaining 3 team members were wholly concentrated, scrutinizing the ground for any suspicious signs. Though they lacked extensive sensory capabilities, their keen eyesight was indispensable in this endeavor, serving as a human helicopter of sorts. This time, neither the military nor local authorities deployed helicopters for the search. In the vast wilderness, high-flying helicopters faced obstructed views. While flying too low posed great danger, even a simple thrown rock could easily destroy a helicopter given the physical prowess of superhumans. After instructing his team, Zhang Shoucheng expanded his spatial perception and began a steady aerial search, conducting a thorough sweep of the area. This method proved far more efficient than a ground search. And soon they discovered a narrow crevice shrouded by dense underbrush on the slope of a low peak. The crevice was exceedingly tight, with an entrance near the ground that required a crawl to enter. Yet Zhang Shoucheng sensed that the internal space was ample enough to conceal dozens of individuals. As they passed by, Yucheng also spotted the fugitive's location and pointed it out to Zhang Shoucheng. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Shoucheng guided his team down to a small flat area before the crevice, where the other 3 members noticed signs of disturbance in the moss beneath, suggesting the fugitive had attempted to cover their tracks, albeit poorly. Zhang Shoucheng would not have his team crawl through. Rather, the solution was simple. He raised his hand, and the massive stone above the crevice was effortlessly segmented into multiple cubic blocks, the cut surfaces smooth and devoid of dust. Although he could activate his powers with mere thought, such an action lacked the ceremonial flair akin to that of Magneto. Why perform such gestures? It is all about the spectacle. After all, the term spectacle person exists for a reason. In that moment, Zhang Shoucheng deeply understood the essence of showmanship. He led his team forward, the neatly severed stones automatically aligning on the flat ground where they had previously stood, creating the illusion that they advanced unperturbed, while the obstructive stones seemed to part like subjects before a king, transforming into orderly cubes that neatly stacked behind them. The passage within the crevice was not long, and soon, light flooded the cave's interior. Zhang Shoucheng's cutting of the mountain was silent, yet the sudden absence of the heavy stone caused minor rockfalls, creating a sound that alerted the two individuals hiding inside. However, it was of no consequence. The mobile squad moved with such alacrity that before the fugitives could devise a counter-strategy, they were abruptly met with bright illumination. As their eyes adjusted, they realized their escape route had been effectively blocked. The once narrow opening was now as spacious as a corridor, the walls smooth and inviting, almost beckoning for grand murals to be etched upon them. Finally, the fugitives were cornered. Within the cave stood two young men of average stature, their faces bearing a striking resemblance, unmistakably brothers. Their casual autumn attire was now tattered and torn, a testament to their frantic flight through the forest superhuman bodies may endure. But clothing does not fare as well, and their faces were smeared with dirt, rendering them a disheveled sight. "Run," one of them growled, pivoting to flee deeper into the cave, where another narrow opening awaited, albeit too small for a swift escape. Yet, they had no choice. Even squeezing out a few extra pounds was preferable to being captured together. Unfortunately for them, as they approached, Zhang Shoucheng willed the stone crevice to collapse, sealing their exit completely. The brothers displayed remarkable resolve, showing no signs of despair or fear as they turned to confront the mobile squad. The younger brother, with longer hair and a leaner frame, was enveloped in crackling electricity, moving with astonishing swiftness, reminiscent of a modern-day Thor, save for the absence of a hammer. He surged ahead of his sibling, seeking to escape purely through speed. In this moment, brotherly loyalty dictated that saving one was better than facing capture together. For that held no hope. This was the first instance the team witnessed the powers of an electrical element, a visually striking spectacle. However, Zhang Shoucheng merely waved his forearm, and without even needing to intervene, Wang Junyu stepped forward to meet the oncoming threat. Confronted by an obstacle, the lightning-wielding brother launched a punch. But Wang Junyu instinctively seized his fist. In that instant of contact, the electricity rapidly coiled around Wang Junyu's form, attempting to incapacitate him. Yet, the confrontation was swift. In a flash, the victor was determined. At that moment, a burly man rushed before Wang Zishuan, but unfortunately, due to the interference of He Yuqing's mental prowess, he misjudged the situation and ended up kicking at nothing but air, subsequently being subdued and brought down by Wang Zishuan using the same technique. After distracting the opponent, He Yuqing swiftly drew her baton, intending to strike, only to discover that Wang Zishuan had already incapacitated him. This left her feeling somewhat disappointed, as she regretted not having struck a blow herself. In Zhang Shoucheng's perspective, this burly man was merely a level 1 superhuman, exhibiting no extraordinary physical traits, seemingly just a pure physical type. Given He Yuqing's superiority, being 2 levels above him, a mere glare from her should have been sufficient to bring him to the ground. In the midst of a natural awakening, Wang Junyu and Ning Bo found themselves forcibly restrained, their hands bound behind their backs. A brief search revealed that the fugitives carried little more than their wallets, devoid of mobile phones. Upon tossing the wallets to Zhang Shoucheng, he examined their contents: identification cards, bank cards, and a modest sum of cash, totaling a few thousand yuan. It was noteworthy that the nation had transitioned to a cashless society years prior. Apart from the elderly or those in rural areas exchanging red envelopes, most individuals rarely encountered paper currency. Zhang Shoucheng himself had a few hundred yuan in his wallet that had remained untouched for over a year. The duo's choice to carry cash stemmed from their reluctance to keep mobile phones on their person. Zhang Shoucheng scrutinized the identification card. Wang Ji. He glanced at the long-haired man, recognizing him as the younger brother, albeit one endowed with greater abilities. The latter fixated on Zhang Shoucheng with a gaze laden with animosity, remaining silent. Thus, the older brother must be Wang Chun. The burly man beside him, though physically stronger, was of similar height, both standing around 170 centimeters. The 4 young members of the task force were bewildered, unable to comprehend the source of such hatred. It was their own friend who had deceived them, their families who paid the ransom, and the state that exerted pressure upon them. It was the local powers that sought to exploit them. Yet they directed their venomous glares at the task force. Such expressions of enmity were not merely a reaction to their capture, but akin to a vendetta. Zhang Shoucheng dismissed their hostility as a result of deep-seated brainwashing. Reluctantly, he commanded, "Knock them out." With a few swift strikes, Wang Junyu and Ning Bo lost consciousness. The resilience of superhumans was evident. While a regular individual would have suffered severe injuries, the brothers merely succumbed to a faint, with minimal blood loss. The wait was not prolonged, as He Yucheng's abilities could subdue ordinary individuals with little more than a glare. Against those of equal or superior power, she required time. But by then, her opponents would likely have fled or incapacitated her. Those beneath her level possessed some resistance, albeit limited, especially since the two men before them were already unconscious. Before long, He Yucheng completed her task. "Captain, I have made a significant discovery. Wang Chun's mind holds little information, but Wang Ji retains many memories." Her excitement was palpable upon acquiring the desired intelligence. "Oh, what have you found?" Zhang Shoucheng inquired, unsurprised at Wang Ji's wealth of knowledge, given his status as a level 2 superhuman, making it difficult to erase all memories. "Firstly, these brothers are unlike us. They did not faint and awaken due to energy exposure, but rather underwent a natural awakening a few days prior." This revelation astonished the group, as they had assumed the brothers had awakened abroad without any domestic records. The notion of a natural awakening was groundbreaking, suggesting that humans could awaken beyond the initial wave of methods. If this information were to be disclosed, it would send ripples through society and the world at large. Even those observing the capture operation from afar, such as SUSI-MANHUA, were taken aback. Countless individuals across the globe were likely dreaming of awakening. What had triggered this case? Were the business magnates foolish? No, they were astute, yearning for awakening and extended lifespans. Certain information, while not publicly disclosed in the country, had circulated through various channels. Yet no authoritative body had verified it thus far. Given the vastness of the world and its population, it was plausible that natural awakeners had emerged in some regions without drawing attention. What was the process of their awakening? Was there a specific ceremony or procedure? Zhang Shoucheng pressed for further details. Mining. What minerals were involved? Have you identified the mastermind behind this? It concerns silver mines, and the mastermind is a monk named Wan Peng from the Shangguang Temple, often referred to as Master. Moreover, the current power struggles among superhumans in Gongbang North are largely a facade. Most have been subjugated by this master. His ambition is to unify Gongbang North, then march south to consolidate all of Gongbang, establishing a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom, ultimately aiming to unify the entirety of South Asia's Buddhist influence, expelling other faiths. These small vehicle monks harbor extraordinary ambitions, indeed. Zhang Shoucheng reflected on this with a sigh before asking, "Is there anything else?" "Not at the moment," He Yucheng replied, shaking her head. "Well done." Zhang Shoucheng commended her with a pat on the shoulder, then inquired through his earpiece, "Xiao Yao, are you up to speed with the specifics?" "Understood, Captain. It is quite unexpected. What are your thoughts moving forward?" Yao Jianhua paused for a few seconds before responding, given the dire situation the military government faces. They are unlikely to resolve this issue. Isn't that fortuitous? A potential site for natural awakeners, do you think we would let it slip away? I understand, Captain. Please hold on. I will have someone ascertain the mine's location. Is there anything else you require? Have the local superhuman bureau take custody of the prisoners. Understood. While awaiting developments, Zhang Shoucheng ordered a signal flare to be launched into the sky. Soon, 2 teams of 4 superhuman bureau enforcement officers arrived. Initially astonished by the neatly arranged stone cubes, pondering if this world of superhuman awakening was their own, or if a doppelganger named Steve had emerged. Amid their apprehension of the Earth pixelating, the 4 briefly conversed with the task force before escorting Wang Chun and Wang Ji away. Their mission concluded here, as the subsequent actions were beyond the jurisdiction of the Kunyan Province Superhuman Department. The upper echelons would determine the course of action. Ultimately, Zhang Shoucheng surmised that the higher-ups would not be caught off guard either. No one would willingly cede a region potentially birthing natural awakeners to another nation. At least not he, Zhang Shoucheng. In the realm of international relations, there existed no room for benevolence. National interest reigned supreme. 053, confirming the objective henceforth. The group merely needs to await the Supervision Bureau's clarification regarding the locations of the border mines, a task that should not prove overly difficult. Kunyan Province is renowned for its rich mineral resources within the nation, primarily located domestically and predominantly comprising open-pit mines, employing modern industrial machinery for extraction. The necessity for miners to descend into shafts has become exceedingly rare, not only due to inefficiency but also inherent dangers. Although He Yucheng unearthed the awakening method and approximate location from Wang Ji's memories, she finds herself at a loss amidst the vast primordial jungle and the lengthy border. Unsure of the specific site, to embark on a search would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. The abduction of individuals in the northern region for illicit mining operations certainly does not divulge precise locations. as such activities are conducted clandestinely. During the waiting period, Wang Zishuan approached to examine the stone cubes cut by Zhang Shoucheng. The modest clearing outside the cave was nearly filled with perfectly squared stones. She ran her hand over the smooth cutting surfaces, devoid of dust. Utilizing these stones for pyramid construction would render any gap too minuscule to accommodate even a card. If gaps were even visible at all, the stone cubes were stacked 2 layers high. With a gentle leap, she ascended the over 2-meter-high stones and settled at the edge, her legs dangling in midair. Others followed suit, resting beside her, while Zhang Shoucheng remained still, arms crossed, and eyes scanning the dense forest in the distance, patiently awaiting developments. Captain, natural awakeners have emerged. Do you think it's possible that, in the future, everyone will awaken as superpowered individuals? Yuching inquired, swinging her legs while perched on the stone. Her teammates turned their gazes toward her, their expressions concealed by masks. Wang Zishuan lowered her gaze to the ground, her tone somewhat desolate. I too find it improbable. There are inherent differences among individuals. If there weren't, everyone would have awakened simultaneously. You're overthinking it, Wang Zishuan retorted, casting a sidelong glance. In this world, where is the equality of starting points? There is only a shared destination, and the only true equalizer among all is perhaps death. Ningbo pondered. According to the Research Institute's experiments on superpowered individuals, your notion of equality may soon be shattered. Superpowered individuals can already be deemed as long-lived beings. Who knows, one day, someone may attain immortality. At this juncture, a palpable silence enveloped the group. Despite their youth, they comprehended the gravity of such implications. While some in the city may subsist on meager fare, does your household indulge in lavish feasts? Captain, what is your perspective? As Yuching perceived the conversation growing increasingly somber, she refocused her attention on the captain. Zhang Shoucheng reflected for a moment. If everyone possessed superpowers, it would indeed be a tumultuous affair. Destruction is always easier than creation. Forceful appropriation swiftly satisfies personal needs. In such a scenario, who would endeavor to develop earnestly? Ultimately, society would descend into a brutal, anarchic struggle for survival, with the strong reigning supreme. Is that a sight you wish to witness? The group shook their heads. While such a society might seem exhilarating for the powerful, how long could that enjoyment last? Eventually, a superior force would arise, obliterating them from top to bottom. Enough of these grim musings. Let us concentrate on the task at hand. Furthermore, I concur with your views. Individuals are indeed distinct. It is not merely the presence of energy within one's body that guarantees awakening. Consider the night when celestial anomalies occurred, the torrential cascade of light. How many were in direct contact? Here, it is nighttime, and few are outdoors, yet the other hemisphere basks in daylight, with a far greater number outside. Yet, do we see a commensurate number of awakened superpowered individuals? No. Time has elapsed, and information gathered from the Supervision Bureau indicates that the awakening ratio is, in fact, comparable to ours. Upon hearing this, Ningbo felt a severe blow to his sense of security. Captain, your words make me feel as though there is an unseen force manipulating the eruption of superpowers. Zhang Shoucheng met his gaze. If such controllers exist, can you resist them? Do not concern yourself with such matters. Instead, focus on living peacefully and striving for self-improvement. Even if this world is merely a game or experiment orchestrated by some entity. Before you resist, at least you have lived according to your own will, which holds greater value than anything else. At that moment, the voice of SUSI-MANHUA rang in Zhang Shoucheng's ear. Captain, after excluding the entirely domestic mines, there remain 3 potential targets. The conditions at these sites are relatively similar. They're all aged mines that have been exploited for so long that they no longer hold significant value. The oldest among them dates back several hundred years. I have sent you the specific addresses. As for the Mountain Light Temple, it is a small temple located within the borders of Gongbang Shanbang. It holds little renown and is not a tourist destination, likely a local construction that has not been meticulously recorded by Gongbang's officials, making it impossible to locate Master Wanpeng. Very well, this information suffices. Whether or not this individual exists will be revealed upon investigation. Concluding the call, Zhang Shoucheng signaled to his team to proceed towards their objective. All 3 abandoned mines lie along the border, spanning the territories of Xia and Gong. After centuries of extraction, their current value is minimal. Following the establishment of the Xian nation, these sites were long abandoned, with only occasional ventures from Gongbang locals seeking fortune. They soon arrived at the first location, nestled among towering mountains, where a river's smooth flow once heralded gold and silver deposits, now entirely depleted. The Xia side lay desolate, shrouded in dense forest, obscuring the mine's entrance. Without satellite navigation, locating the site would have been nearly impossible. Upon reaching the mine entrance within Gongbang, remnants of dilapidated structures and worn tools were visible, suggesting a long period of disuse, likely abandoned due to unprofitability. Both Zhang Shoucheng and He Yuqing sensed no presence within the mine. The second site lay outside a minority village, with the mine entrance just over 10 miles from the Xia side, also abandoned. However, due to its relatively recent closure, it had not yet been entirely reclaimed by vegetation. Some areas still bore warning signs of danger, indicating not only the treacherous underground tunnels but also the risk of metal poisoning due to prolonged exposure in the Lidzing silver mine. This region is dotted with numerous villages, many of which straddle the border. Although the inhabitants belong to different nations, they are fundamentally the same ethnicity. The village adjacent to the second mine exemplifies this, with a steel fence topped with barbed wire partitioning the two nations. As the group approached the mine entrance on the Gongbang side, less than 5 miles from the village, they confirmed their suspicions. Outside the mine, a substantial number of rudimentary structures stood, guarded by a contingent of armed soldiers, nearly 50 in total. Their attire varied widely, and while the weapons were inconsistent, most were of Xia origin. "Captain, how do we proceed?" Wang Junyu inquired, slightly anxious. Despite being a superpowered individual, he felt uneasy in the face of so many firearms, a testament to his still-evolving mindset. "Patience, let us first ascertain the third location. It's possible that the opposition operates more than one mine," Zhang Shoucheng instructed. Before long, he led his team to confirm that the third target was indeed identical to the first, both having been abandoned by Xia and Gong. In silence, the members of the team found themselves at a crossroads. Though two among them hailed from military backgrounds, none had ever taken a life. The nation of Xia was not akin to the gun-toting dreamland of America, nor was it comparable to the lawlessness of South American drug states, much less the war-torn regions of Africa. The act of killing felt astoundingly distant from the lives of ordinary citizens. Unlike the South American territories, where gunmen engage in open fire while bystanders sip cola with an air of calm, the gravity of their situation weighed heavily upon them. "Captain, I can use my psychic ability to incapacitate them," proposed He Yuqing. "And then what? Shall we treat them to a meal upon their awakening?" Zhang Shoucheng retorted, fixing her with a steely gaze. "Qing, I understand you are the youngest among us, but since joining the Super Administration Bureau and this team, you have forfeited the luxury of naivety. Prepare yourself for what lies ahead." Zhang Shoucheng turned his attention to the younger members, continuing, "Look at the mine's location. It is perilously close to the border. Judging by the orientation of the entrance, it likely extends deep into Xia's territory. Do you grasp the implications of this? This is an invasion. Lastly, I do not wish for any of this to reach the outside world. Understood?" With that, he cast a stern look across the group. Despite his own lack of experience in taking lives, having been an ordinary person before awakening, albeit with a wealth of life experiences, he understood the necessity of certain actions. "Understood," came the murmured responses. "Good, arm yourselves." The four drew their weapons, unsheathing blades and securing them to their staffs, the edges glinting ominously in the dim light. Zhang Shoucheng led the team stealthily to the side and instructed, "Qing, create an illusion for those soldiers. Make them believe there are assailants approaching from the other side. Can you manage that?" "That's no problem, Captain," she replied. "Excellent. When they begin firing, we will strike from behind." In the spatial fold created by Zhang Shoucheng, their voices remained contained even as they stood mere meters away from the soldiers on watch. He could have easily allowed He Yuqing to incapacitate the soldiers, enabling a swift and brutal execution. Alternatively, he had the power to eliminate all foes in an instant. However, he opted for a different path, desiring his team to experience the chaos of gunfire. There are some lessons only learned through first-hand experience, essential for adapting to a world brimming with extraordinary abilities. The primary reason for his confidence lay in the fact that conventional firearms posed limited threats to them, although none had endured gunfire. The Super Administration Bureau had conducted ample experimentation. Were he leading a group of ordinary individuals, such an approach would be tantamount to suicide, regardless of their capabilities. With the team's anxious eyes upon him, Zhang Shoucheng signaled for action. He Yuqing's expression was grave as she focused her psychic energy, enveloping the soldiers in an illusory reality. To the ordinary soldiers, it appeared as though a battalion of well-armed militants had emerged from the jungle, clad in American-style gear. This notion, likely borrowed from popular global cinema, when unexamined by the soldiers under the influence of her power, their cognitive faculties dulled. In an instant, gunfire erupted outside the mine as soldiers took cover and began firing blindly into the empty wilderness. Two officers bellowed in anger, but their voices fell on deaf ears. They too appeared to be individuals with extraordinary abilities, capable of resisting He Yuqing's psychic manipulation. Wang Junyu, Ning Bo, and Wang Zishuan surged forth from behind the military ranks, their blades swiftly slicing through the throats of the gunners, each cut accompanied by faint, haunting sounds of bloodletting. Initially, they were somewhat unaccustomed to the violence, but amidst the adrenaline and chaos of gunfire, there was no time to ponder the morality of their actions. As the slaughter progressed, their movements became increasingly fluid and efficient. While He Yuqing continued to wield her powers, Zhang Shoucheng could sense her inner turmoil through the flicker of her eyes. Following closely behind their three teammates, Zhang Shoucheng employed similar tactics to dispatch the soldiers blocking their path. He too required the visceral experience of bloodshed. The two officer-like figures, witnessing their subordinates firing aimlessly at nothing, realized their inability to control the chaos, and in frustration, turned their weapons towards the advancing trio. Indifferent to the risk of friendly fire, initially tense, the three dodged the incoming bullets, but after absorbing a few shots and discovering the minimal impact on their bodies, they resumed their offensive, even using the soldiers as makeshift shields. Though they remained uninjured, the pain of bullets striking their bodies lingered. Why endure such agony when evasion was possible? The battlefield served as an accelerated learning environment for survival. Those who could not adapt swiftly would inevitably meet their demise. The officers soon recognized the ineffectiveness of their automatic rifles and, discarding their weapons, charged at the trio with the ferocity of human tanks, effortlessly tossing aside the soldiers in their path. "You all continue. I'll handle them," Wang Junyu called to his comrades as he faced the two approaching superpowered adversaries. The first officer, shorter in stature and with dark skin, leapt towards Wang Junyu. Before he landed, his clothing tore apart, flesh expanding and hair sprouting uncontrollably, transforming his hands and feet into claws. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a creature that was part man, part tiger, his physique swelling slightly while his head remained unchanged. Wang Junyu felt no surprise. The Super Administration Bureau's records indicated the existence of myriad superhumans. The prospect of an individual transforming into a tiger, while peculiar, was hardly shocking, as the battle erupted without allowing him the luxury of contemplation. Wang Junyu's form began to swell, reaching approximately 2.5 meters, his clothing barely able to withstand the transformation as he sought to avoid exposing himself. With his level 3 abilities, he deemed this size sufficient. The animalistic officer flailed his claws in a frenzy, targeting Wang Junyu's neck. Junyu raised his arms in defense, feeling a slight sting on his skin. While he remained unharmed, his clothing was shredded into tatters. This incited his anger. Having refrained from expanding to 3 meters out of fear of damaging his attire, he found the irony of the situation frustrating. In a swift motion, Wang Junyu seized the claw aimed at his face, using his staff to block the other, and delivered a powerful kick to the officer's abdomen, sending him sprawling away. Just then, the second superpowered officer barreled towards him like a human tank. Wang Junyu wielded his blade, striking down, but the weapon bent under the weight of the officer, whose body was encased in a rocky armor. As the creature crumpled to the ground, lifeless, the animalistic officer, having barely recovered from the blow to his gut, glanced back only to witness his comrade's demise. Without a moment's thought, he fled in the opposite direction, the stench of fear overwhelming him. In his retreat, he inadvertently moved towards Wang Zishuan, who seized the opportunity and delivered a swift strike. Though her weapon was of ordinary materials, a superpowered individual could envelop it in their energy, allowing it to penetrate the defenses of their adversary, resulting in a lethal blow. This is distinctly different from the silver Buddha statue that harmonizes with energy, as the materials used to forge the staff and blade cannot merge with energy. They merely serve as a limited extension of superhuman capabilities. At this moment, the ordinary soldiers on the battlefield have been entirely eradicated by Ning Bo's astonishing speed. Utilizing his wind-based superpower, he moved with an incredible swiftness. The area before the mine was strewn with corpses, evoking a profound discomfort among those who had just emerged from the intense combat. Fortunately, none felt the urge to vomit. Even He Yuqing merely shivered slightly, without experiencing any severe nausea. The bodies of superhumans are not so fragile. The battle concluded, and the team members were slightly out of breath, not from fatigue, but rather from the tension of the encounter. This level of combat was not excessive for their abilities. It was merely their first experience amidst gunfire, confronting numerous adversaries simultaneously, and the harrowing reality of taking a life. The adrenaline surged within them, amplified by their heightened mental state. Once they stepped away from the fray, a sense of exhaustion washed over them, albeit an illusion, as their stamina remained robust due to their extraordinary capabilities. You all performed admirably. You have become competent superpowered warriors, Zhang Shoucheng remarked, his demeanor steady despite his own internal tumult. Let us take a brief respite to calm our nerves. We must descend into the mine soon to investigate further. The other 3 team members quickly departed the battlefield, littered with bodies, and gathered at the mine's entrance. Their gazes sweeping into the cavernous depths. The mine sloped downward, like a great black dragon stretching into the territory of the Summer Nation. A solitary power line snaked into the darkness, sporadically illuminating the path with dim bulbs, casting an eerie pall over the surroundings, reminiscent of a devil's maw. Poised to swallow any who dared to enter. The midday sun offered no warmth to their spirits. At the base of a small hill lay the mine's entrance, which opened onto a flat expanse, the site of the earlier conflict. Surrounding the encampment were several rudimentary wooden structures, serving as barracks and resting quarters for the miners. A larger, roofless building likely functioned as a warehouse, its floors strewn with the remnants of extracted ore, though the quantity was meager, as the mine had been depleted over the years. The glistening flecks upon the dark stones revealed its yield: lead, zinc, and silver ore. A small brook trickled from the hillside, meandering past the encampment and winding down the mountain. Near the mine's entrance, several soldiers lay in lifeless heaps, one body pinned beneath another. As Zhang Shoucheng walked by, his gaze fell momentarily upon the scene. Yet he refrained from any extraneous actions. Yuching followed closely behind, her eyes focused on the ground, carefully sidestepping the corpses and pooling blood. Entirely oblivious to the anomaly beneath the fallen. Had she possessed more experience and caution, her psychic abilities would have alerted her to the fact that the individual trapped below was very much alive. However, she remained engulfed in the disarray of her first encounter with death, lacking any fundamental sense of vigilance. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless figure beneath the bodies surged forth, casting aside the debris, brandishing a shimmering silver dagger, and lunged at her with startling speed. This was no ordinary foe, for while he displayed no overtly unique powers, his velocity surpassed that of a mere mortal. Perhaps he was a physical-type superpowered individual, the most common among the awakened. This assailant, like Zhang Shoucheng, bore dark skin. His gaze toward Yuching filled with malice. The dagger aimed directly for her throat, revealing his intent to take her down rather than escape with a hostage. The sudden commotion drew the attention of the other 3, but they were too far away to intervene in time. Frozen in place by the unexpected assault, Yuching stood paralyzed, failing to mount any resistance. Had she been more seasoned in combat, her enhanced physicality would have allowed her to dispatch him with a swift kick, propelling him 8 meters away. Non-physical superpowered individuals, upon leveling up, also experience an enhancement in their physical capabilities. Great powers necessitate formidable bodies to sustain them. Zhang Shoucheng was not surprised by Yuching's reaction. It was unreasonable to expect too much from a budding young girl. Growth requires time. He certainly would not wait until the dagger was a mere hair's breadth from his teammate's throat to act, for such a delay would only terrify her. The assailant's blade drew perilously close to Yuching's vital point, and a twisted grin of triumph spread across his face, aware that escape was futile. If he could eliminate a fellow awakened, it would not be in vain. If he could take her down and flee with another, it would be a grand victory. Yet, in an instant, he found himself immobilized, as if trapped in amber, his actions frozen at the moment of his fantasy. Yuching swiftly leapt aside, striving to calm her racing heart. The assailant collapsed, his grip on the dagger slackening, the weapon clattering to the ground with a soft thud. Zhang Shoucheng retrieved the dagger, sensing a trace of energy emanating from it, likely infused with the same material as the silver Buddha during its forging. This was one of their objectives, to locate metals imbued with energy. Only then did the other 3 arrive, Wang Zishuan enveloping Yuching in a comforting embrace. Gently patting her head, Zhang Shoucheng glanced at the incapacitated superpowered individual before shifting his gaze to Yuching, offering her the dagger. Would you like to do the honors? After a moment of contemplation, she surveyed the surrounding corpses, accepting the dagger. She crouched down and plunged it into the assailant's throat. Blood gushed forth as she swiftly sidestepped, avoiding any splatter upon herself. With the reflexes of a superpowered individual, this act was easily executed, her earlier shock merely a fleeting response to the sudden turn of events. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh was unsettling, distinctly different from striking someone with a blunt object, yet curiously, it slowed her heartbeat and alleviated much of her panic. Some thresholds, once crossed, reveal themselves to be less daunting than anticipated. All that one must do is advance and not be ensnared by superfluous emotions. Certain experiments require dissection. Yet must one turn against their own? As he continued to wield his powers, the battlefield morphed before them, burying the remnants of conflict beneath several meters of earth. The landscape, once chaotic, now resembled a farmer's tilled field, erasing the traces of battle, leaving only the earthy scent of stone and soil in the air. Zhang Shoucheng turned to his team. Do not let your guard down. Complacency can lead to death. They all nodded in silent agreement. Sometimes, mere strength does not guarantee victory. We must remain vigilant. I, like you, was once an ordinary person before my awakening. The world has irrevocably changed, and we shall face many more battles ahead. Let us strive to improve together, for I would rather not find myself at your funeral, nor you at mine. Understood, Captain, came the collective response, lightened by his playful jest. Now, let us uncover the peculiarities that lie within this mine, Zhang Shoucheng called, leading his team deeper into the cavernous abyss. Before venturing into the depths of the mine, Zhang Shoucheng checked his dedicated phone from the Supervision Bureau, noting that it still had power, and that the connected headset was also charged. However, the battery of the law enforcement recording device had already been depleted. The specialized phone was devoid of unnecessary applications running in the background, thus preserving its battery life, even while maintaining communication with the Bureau. It could last for several more hours. This was a satellite phone, capable of making calls even abroad. Xiaoyao, are you there? We are managing well. There is a military presence here, along with 3 superpowered individuals, but they have already been dealt with. We are now preparing to delve deeper into the mine for further reconnaissance. Please arrange for someone to come and assist us at the entrance on our side. If all goes smoothly, we will emerge from there. Additionally, please send someone to retrieve the bodies of the superpowered individuals and the ore. Zhang Shoucheng quickly outlined the current situation. All right, I will make arrangements immediately. Given the depth of this mine, communication may be interrupted shortly, but do not worry. With me leading, we will be safe, he reassured. I trust you, Captain. After concluding his conversation with the Bureau, Zhang Shoucheng and his team entered the mine. It was noon, the sun high in the sky, yet the mine was cold and foreboding. However, this chill did not affect the group. The entrance to the mine was relatively spacious, but it became increasingly narrow as they descended, leading further underground towards the direction of Xia country. After advancing swiftly for a while, they encountered a fork in the path. For those unfamiliar with the mine's layout, the deeper one ventured, the easier it was to become lost. This site had been excavated for many years. Who knew how many passages crisscrossed below? Fortunately, the path had already been scouted, and they merely needed to follow the direction of the light. Even in the absence of illumination, there was little danger, as Zhang Shoucheng's spatial awareness was sufficient to easily locate the miner's whereabouts. Even in the event of a collapse, he could lead his team to break through to the surface. Since the ambush, Shoucheng had also become more cautious, maintaining her superpower activation. As they approached the fork, she raised 4 fingers. Zhang Shoucheng nodded, having already sensed the presence of 4 armed soldiers concealed in the dark passage. They were not far from the outside, and should be able to hear the sounds of battle. The 4 hidden in the shadows of the mine were tense, their grip tightening on their rifles, sweat streaming down despite the cold atmosphere. Zhang Shoucheng sensed that there were no superpowered individuals among them and nodded to the other 3. Wang Zishuan swiftly charged in before the 4 could react, her hands igniting with flames. The sudden brightness momentarily blinded them, allowing Ning Bo and Wang Junyu to quickly eliminate the opponents before they even had a chance to fire their weapons. Zhang Shoucheng silently acknowledged their growing teamwork. Following their previous battle, they had become much swifter in their actions. Most ordinary people would hesitate to kill even a chicken, but those who frequently butchered meat at the market had become ruthless machines. After enough repetition, such acts became second nature. They continued deeper into the earth, encountering more forks in the path, though it appeared most were abandoned, with only one route illuminated. The ventilation in the underground mine seemed adequate, allowing for a slight circulation of air. Upon reaching another fork, they found a few disheveled male corpses piled at the entrance of a dark passage. The bodies were covered in wounds, some still oozing blood, suggesting their deaths were recent. They had likely only been temporarily stored here, destined to be removed for burial. The stench of decay in the mine would be unbearable. Judging by the skin tone of the corpses, they were likely Xia people, as South Asians typically had darker complexions. The Special Operations Team had always lived in a stable society. Even when superpowers erupted, the state managed to control the situation promptly. despite witnessing chaos abroad through news reports. They had never experienced it firsthand. Now, they were finally grasping what it meant to be in lawless territory, where survival was dictated by those wielding guns or superpowers. Should you bring women along, your cap may as well reach the moon. The presence of corpses indicated that the mining site was not far off. At that moment, from the depths of the lit mine, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The special operations team showed no intention to evade, given their combat capabilities. There was no need for stealth, as they could simply confront the threat head-on. They advanced towards the sound, and the figures emerging from the passage seemed to have noticed them, shouting something. But Zhang Shoucheng and his team could not comprehend their words. The adversaries switched to a slightly accented Xia dialect. It was no surprise, many in the northern region of Gongbang were familiar with it, as sometimes pretending to be from the same origin required investment. This time, they understood. The others were inquiring about their allegiance and purpose for descending. Each miner carried a basket on their back, laden with heavy chunks of ore, forcing them to stoop under the weight. This ancient mine lacked even rail tracks. Transportation relied heavily on foot and baskets. Shoucheng quickly subdued all of them, having learned from experience. Noticing that the leader might attempt to escape and was likely a lower-tier superpowered individual, she intensified her mental influence. The remaining 3 team members followed suit, swiftly resolving the situation. The leader, speaking in impeccable standard Xia, was undoubtedly a hapless victim. Zhang Shoucheng did not deny it. Indeed, you are all from Xia country? The young man glanced around nervously before nodding. Yes, everyone here is, although some of the miners inside are not. Please lower your baskets and lead the way. Zhang Shoucheng instructed. He did not inquire about the mining site, as he had already sensed it. He also did not keep them here, fearing reinforcements might arrive, which could spell disaster for them. He ensured they did not walk behind him and his team. Despite being fellow Xia people, it was wise to remain cautious. Under the guidance of the miners, they soon arrived at the excavation site, where several mining passages intersected. Workers were busy in one of the lit tunnels, having excavated extensively. They showed remarkable bravery, seemingly unafraid of collapses. Within the long tunnel, dozens of miners toiled under the watch of a few armed soldiers, and no superpowered individuals were in sight. It appeared that all 4 had already been eliminated. Employing the same method, they dispatched the soldiers, leaving the miners, who had been resting and eating, in shock. After the fair-skinned young man explained that the special operations team had been sent by the state to rescue them, the miners erupted in excitement, gathering around, eager to express their gratitude. However, 7 or 8 miners remained silent, their expressions blank. They appeared to be from Gongbang. Stop. Do not approach. For everyone's safety, please remain where you are. Someone will come to assist you. Zhang Shoucheng raised his hand to halt the crowd. In such chaotic circumstances, unexpected incidents were most likely to occur. Zhang Shoucheng preferred not to be in a tumultuous environment, so he established an invisible barrier around his team. Upon realizing they were blocked by an unseen wall, the excited crowd quickly understood that the individuals before them were superpowered, dropping to the ground in fear, silent. Zhang Shoucheng and his team, witnessing this reaction, grasped that superpowered individuals held considerable sway here, existing in a manner that did not permit ordinary people to resist. Indeed, the earlier desire of some superpowered individuals to escape to this region was justified, who wouldn't want to dominate others. Zhang Shoucheng paid little heed to their actions, quietly attuning himself to the spatial dynamics of the area. The depth beneath the ground is considerable, yet it remains well within his capabilities. Furthermore, this territory indeed lies within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, which implies that the actions of the Gongbang here constitute an act of cross-border theft of minerals. Although this area has been abandoned by the Xia Kingdom, it still rightfully belongs to them, and the extraction of its resources by foreign entities is utterly intolerable. Armed soldiers are present, rendering such actions tantamount to invasion. Executing them would not be unjustified. If trespassers from A3 are met with lethal force for merely crossing a river, how much more so for illicitly mining resources? Zhang Shoucheng also sensed a dark mining tunnel whose exit leads to a closed-off mine on the Xia side. In due course, if it were to be breached, it would provide an escape route for all. Next, the paramount objective emerges. Within Zhang Shoucheng's perception, the energy here is remarkably vibrant. However, he could not discern the source of this vitality. This lively energy resembles a tree devoid of roots, and it is likely to settle into tranquility after a period. It appears that the source of this energetic activity has vanished. The disappearing source. Zhang Shoucheng cast a glance at the miners within the tunnel. Each one cowered with their heads tucked low, afraid even to glance at one another, as if conditioned by a reflex born of fear. Clearly, these individuals had been thoroughly terrorized in recent days. Their tattered and filthy clothing, along with their gaunt faces, rendered them akin to slaves. Had it not been for the modern remnants of their attire, one might have mistaken them for actors in a historical drama, requiring little more than a change of costume. Were this to make the headlines, one could expect a torrent of armchair critics disdainfully proclaiming, "Are these individuals truly so foolish as to not understand the necessity of resistance?" Yet, how could they comprehend the truth? The corpses lying at the intersection outside, still oozing blood, were testament to the fate that befell those who dared defy authority. "Stand up," Zhang Shoucheng called out to the crowd. "Do not be afraid. You are all safe now." The miners exchanged hesitant glances before slowly rising, their fears alleviated upon realizing they had not been met with maltreatment. Some even began to weep softly. "Who among you has been here the longest?" A tall, slender man raised his hand, declaring, "I have worked here the longest." The members of the task force regarded him with curiosity. Zhang Shoucheng noted that despite the man's skeletal frame, he must have once been robust. Now, however, he appeared emaciated, his face obscured by a thick layer of grime that concealed his true age. His clothing hung from him like a tattered shroud, threatening to fall away at any moment. "Are you aware of the phenomenon concerning awakened superhumans?" "Yes, I know about it. Here, we typically refer to them as extraordinary beings or those with special abilities. There are many terms. The followers of the Church of God call them blessed ones. In short, it is quite chaotic." "Well then, let me ask you, among the miners working below, has anyone awakened such abilities?" "Yes, indeed." This time, it was not the tall man but several others among the miners who spoke up, and the atmosphere grew somewhat chaotic. Zhang Shoucheng raised his hand to silence the crowd and directed his attention back to the tall man. "You tell us." "Oh, well, it seems that. The man struggled to articulate his thoughts. "I apologize, but down here, we work day and night without a sense of time." After a moment, he continued, "There were two brothers I worked with, and one day, while we were laboring, they suddenly gained immense strength. One stroke of their pickaxe created a large hole in the rock face. It must have been an awakening of their powers. They attempted to resist and killed several soldiers. But after that, they were subdued and taken away. I do not know what became of them. Were their awakenings sudden? Did they exhibit any other symptoms? Perhaps fainting or madness?" Zhang Shoucheng speculated that these brothers were likely the ones captured previously. "No, none of that." The tall man pondered for a moment before affirmatively stating, "I was not far from them, and I can assure you it was an abrupt occurrence without any warning signs." "Thank you. You may rest now." Zhang Shoucheng resolved to conduct a more thorough investigation. He had previously only conducted a cursory survey of the underground tunnel's layout and had merely sensed the energy levels within. The application of superpowers is intricately connected to both mind and body. The more refined the control, the greater the requisite physical strength and mental fortitude. It is not merely a matter of wielding telekinesis or gravity manipulation. One cannot merely plunge into the microscopic realm without substantial capability. If one truly possessed the mental strength to penetrate into the microscopic domain, the nature of their superpowers would become irrelevant. With sheer mental prowess, one could rival a deity. With this in mind, Zhang Shoucheng meticulously extended his spatial awareness, contrasting his previous superficial scan. He would not overlook any detail. Soon, he discerned that the further he ventured outward, the lower the energy activity became. While the tunnel currently being mined exhibited a contrary trend, the deeper he went, the more vibrant the energy levels became. Zhang Shoucheng swiftly concentrated his focus on the direction of this tunnel, delving deeper in pursuit of the source of energy. Before long, he reached the end of the tunnel, and his spatial perception continued into the rocky veins, where he sensed numerous minuscule energy reactions. These must be silver ores that had been infused and altered by energy. Suddenly, Zhang Shoucheng's awareness penetrated another tunnel, one that did not appear artificially excavated, but rather seemed to have formed naturally, or perhaps was created by some entity. The energy activity here was even more pronounced, and it felt as though something was stirring within. Upon further examination, Zhang Shoucheng was seized by a sense of dread, his skin crawling as he was overwhelmed by a phobia of clusters. He could not discern what these entities were, but they were each the size of a basin, densely packed along the walls of the cavern. Some remained motionless while others gnawed at the minerals. This was undoubtedly a nest of monstrosities. "Let us leave. It is unsafe here." Zhang Shoucheng beckoned, leading the way towards the tunnel that led to the direction of the Summer Kingdom. The miners followed, bewildered yet compliant. The task force members, naturally, adhered to their captain's orders, while the miners had no choice but to escape this dark pit. Don't ask questions. We shall discuss it later. What about them? Shall we take them with us? Ningbo pointed to the 7 or 8 individuals from the tribute list. Then let us act swiftly. Before long. Shoucheng completed her task. As a level 3 psychic, dealing with a handful of ordinary individuals was a trivial matter. The tribute list members, stripped of their memories of mining, wandered in a daze under the influence of her powers, moving towards the direction indicated by the lit bulbs along the electric line, ensuring they would not lose their way. All right, let us proceed. Zhang Shoucheng activated the flashlight function on his phone and advanced into the pitch-black tunnel. The 4 team members, without needing instruction, also switched on their flashlights, spreading out to shield the miners as they moved toward the surface. The tunnel was stifling due to its closure. But this posed little trouble. The miners had endured enough hardship in the depths. Being ordinary individuals, their pace could not match that of the task force. And it took them a considerable amount of time to reach the end of the tunnel. The rocky sections of the tunnel remained largely intact, while the soil layers near the surface had completely collapsed. Zhang Shoucheng utilized his powers to carve a path, generating a narrow straight corridor through spatial annihilation while erecting a spatial wall to bear the weight of the collapsing earth, guiding everyone to the surface. He could have easily teleported everyone to safety in an instant, yet he refrained. If he did not demonstrate the arduous nature of their journey, how could these individuals appreciate the significance of their salvation? Only by understanding the trials they faced would they come to cherish the stability of life back home. It is vital to remember that not every individual here had been deceived into this plight. Upon emerging from the depths, the colossal beast cast a shadow over the surroundings, leading the group to a spacious clearing. Zhang Shoucheng engaged in brief communication with the bureau. Xiaoyao, are you there? Yes, Captain. I couldn't receive signals earlier. How did things go in the mine? Any discoveries? Yao Jianhua inquired. What kind of findings? Is there significant danger? It's too early to ascertain. Have the backup personnel arrived? After a brief pause, likely for Yao Jianhua to verify the situation, her voice returned through the earpiece. They're almost there, but it will take about half an hour. The location is exceedingly remote, and our colleagues from Mingsong City require some time to reach. All right, I will arrange for someone to meet them here. I need to descend to confirm the situation and eliminate any dangers. Additionally, we need to establish personnel for guarding and mining here. The ore below holds considerable value. Please notify Kunyan Province to prepare immediately. Understood, Captain. That will be all for now. I shall further investigate. Captain. Yao Jianhua's tone softened unexpectedly. Is there something else? Zhang Shoucheng, slightly taken aback, noted her unusual hesitation, as she typically exuded a straightforward and efficient demeanor. Be cautious. Rest assured, I will. After concluding the exchange with Yao Jianhua, Zhang Shoucheng addressed his team. It appears we are approaching an animal nest below. I am unsure of its specifics, but the numbers are substantial. We must eliminate them. Are you all in? Absolutely, Captain. The 4 responded without hesitation. Zhang Shoucheng turned to Shoucheng. Are you all right? Would you prefer to rest here? The colleagues from Mingsong City will arrive shortly. I am fine, Captain. I don't need to rest. After a brief glance, Zhang Shoucheng acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed together. You stay here to await the backup from Mingsong City and protect these individuals in case of danger. Why me? I want to go down too. Wang Junyu protested, reluctant to play the caretaker. Because only you and Xing are level 3 superpowered individuals. Her presence below is more advantageous while your presence here assures my peace of mind. All right, I accept my fate, Wang Junyu conceded, lowering his head. After organizing the arrangements, Zhang Shoucheng led the 3 to the mine's entrance. The passage that had previously supported his space had collapsed, sealing the way tightly with dirt and stones. However, the process was no longer as cumbersome as it had been upon their exit. Stand beside me, Zhang Shoucheng instructed the trio. They experienced a remarkable sensation. As in an instant, they found themselves back at their point of departure, a display of power the captain had never exhibited before. Captain, what was that? Ningbo inquired. Teleportation. Did you not know? Zhang Shoucheng looked at his team with curiosity. The 3 shook their heads, indicating they had never witnessed such a feat, having only assumed the captain was exceptionally swift. Now you understand? As a master of spatial manipulation, teleportation is quite reasonable, don't you think? They nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic. All right, let us delve deeper. With that, Zhang Shoucheng entered the illuminated mine passage, followed closely by the others. This tunnel was not extensive. It appeared to be newly developed, rich in lead, zinc, and silver ores. In contrast, the other abandoned tunnels had mostly depleted resources, yielding little of value. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel, which was relatively spacious due to the surrounding ore. Zhang Shoucheng gestured, spread out. Subsequently, his senses extended to the previously discovered animal nest, locking onto a target, and utilizing spatial exchange, he summoned it before them. The group barely registered the swift transition before a grotesque, basin-sized creature materialized among them. Sensing the shift in its environment, it immediately launched an attack. The sound of its wings buzzing at high frequency created an irksome noise as it darted toward Zhang Shoucheng, its thick claws aimed directly at his face. With a mere thought, Zhang Shoucheng suspended it midair, allowing for a thorough examination as the others gathered around. The creature possessed a dark reddish-brown exoskeleton, shimmering with metallic luster. And its massive head bore sharp mandibles, with two powerful front claws resembling natural weapons. Captain, what on earth is this? Shoucheng, lacking rural experience, was unfamiliar with the creature. It looks familiar, but I can't recall its name. I often encountered similar creatures back home, though this one is rather oversized, Wang Zixuan pondered. Ningbo remained silent, likely having never encountered such a beast either. Releasing the creature to the ground, Zhang Shoucheng secured it with his foot, drawing a knife to strike several blows against its back, causing its armor to crack. However, the blade was rendered nearly ineffective, the clanging sound akin to striking steel. An ordinary person would struggle to breach its defenses, needing to target the unarmored abdomen instead. Sensing danger, the creature frantically dug into the hard rock floor. Easily carving through it, given time, it could likely burrow a hole into the stone. This creature, previously only able to dig in soft soil, had mutated to effortlessly penetrate solid rock and absurdity. Zhang Shoucheng struck its head forcefully with a reinforced baton, causing its movements to weaken. Flipping it over, he thrust his knife into the space between its powerful front claws, piercing its brain and ending its struggle. Did you observe that? To defeat this creature, strike from this angle, Zhang Shoucheng advised the trio. I will clear the tunnel shortly to eliminate them, but some may escape. Ensure you protect yourselves. Understood, Captain. Zhang Shoucheng stored the creature's corpse in his spatial compartment, then took time to create a connecting passage between the two tunnels. Breaking through the rocky barrier ahead would lead them directly to the creature's nest. They needed to be prepared. Ready, Captain. The unsettling sound of rustling from the opposite tunnel, teeming with creatures gnawing at the minerals, filled the air. With minimal light and relying on their mobile phones' flashlights, the atmosphere became eerily ominous. Suddenly, the final layer of rock vanished, and beams from several phones illuminated the nest, inciting a frenzy among the creatures. These light-seeking insects, capable of flight, surged toward the group, the cacophony of flapping wings creating a wave of noise that assaulted their eardrums, leaving them feeling unnerved and agitated. Shoucheng, positioned at the rear, felt her fear of dense crowds intensify, goosebumps covering her skin. Yet retreat was impossible. The group's recording devices had depleted, leaving her to capture footage with her phone while employing her telepathic abilities to assist the others. It remained uncertain whether her powers would affect these mindless insects. Zhang Shoucheng conjured a spatial rift, and with a mental command, the rift surged forward, slicing through the creatures and the protruding rock walls, leaving a carpet of their remains across the ground. The mine fell into an eerie silence, the light-seeking insects heedlessly charging toward illumination, only to meet their doom. Thus, the primary reason for his reluctance to act lies in the fact that once he does, others merely become passive observers, leading to a profound sense of unfulfillment and a subsequent loss of motivation. Treading upon the thick remains of deceased mole crickets, the group pressed deeper into the cavern. It remained uncertain whether this mine shaft was a natural formation or the result of the crickets' relentless gnawing. The dimensions within were strikingly irregular, with numerous small holes dotting the walls, allowing many crickets to evade the initial onslaught, their phototropic instinct driving them toward the light source. The individuals drew their cudgels and blades. The first wave of approximately 11 crickets was swiftly immobilized by Zhang Shoucheng, who stowed them away in his spatial storage. Intending to provide the Research Institute with live specimens, he believed Director Zhang would greatly appreciate this gift. The remaining stragglers were dispatched in unison by the trio. Their collective advantage rendered moot against the prowess of two-level superhumans. Zhang Shoucheng opportunistically gathered additional corpses for research purposes, leaving the rest to be dealt with by subsequent personnel. It was conceivable that some valuable substances could be extracted from the crickets' exoskeletons. The air circulation within the nest was remarkably efficient, likely leading to an external passage. The energy was palpably vibrant, yet it remained untethered. Zhang Shoucheng illuminated the cave walls with his phone's flashlight, revealing bite marks on the ore that corresponded closely with the dimensions of the cricket's mandibles. This indicated that they had evolved beyond mere omnivorous tendencies, successfully integrating lead, zinc, and silver ore into their extravagant diet. Tracing the source of the active energy, he advanced further, while the others diligently dealt with the occasional solitary cricket that emerged. Descending deeper, they soon arrived at a vast cavern. Here, Zhang Shoucheng sensed the highest concentration of energy. The walls bore the unmistakable marks of cricket gnawing. Yet the sheer size of these impressions was astonishing. If this cavern were indeed the cricket's lair, it suggested the presence of a creature nearly 10 meters in length. A 10-meter cricket. Was this a scene from a colossal monster film? Oh, it could very well continue to grow. One might even think of a Pacific Rim premiere. Though not in theaters, but in the realm of reality. This was bound to be quite the spectacle. Aftermath arrangements. The good news is that we have identified the source of the active energy. The bad news is that the source may have indeed fled, or worse, been abducted by something with long legs. Within Zhang Shoucheng's spatial sensing range, the location of the enormous mole cricket remains undetectable, indicating that it has long since departed from this place. Inside the vast cavern, the ground has been excavated into a pit several meters in diameter, with air flowing from the opening, enhancing the circulation within the mine. As Zhang Shoucheng approached the edge of the pit, the beam from his mobile phone's flashlight illuminated the depths, revealing an abyss that seemed to stretch infinitely. Using his spatial sensing abilities, he estimated it to be around 100 meters deep. His keen ears could even discern the faint sound of running water emanating from below. There is, astonishingly, an underground river. The massive mole cricket likely burrowed down here, fleeing along the river or delving deeper into the earth, making it even more challenging to trace its whereabouts. At this point, aside from the lead zinc silver mine, there is no other value here. The vibrant energy, which potentially originated from the giant mole cricket, will soon subside, returning to a state of tranquility akin to the outside world. With the dissipation of this active energy, the mechanisms causing the alteration of the ore will also vanish. However, this is of little concern. As long as there are sufficient samples, scientists will eventually unravel the secrets of the interplay between energy and Earth's elements, potentially ushering in a revolution in materials science. Wang Zixuan continued to gaze anxiously at the pit's entrance. Expressing her trepidation, I was quite terrified of such creatures in my childhood, as I was once tormented by boys from my village using these insects. Seeing one half a meter long is already repulsive. I cannot even fathom how terrifying it would be to encounter one several meters long. Yuching shuddered as she glanced at the multitude of mole cricket corpses strewn about, indeed finding them quite horrifying. Ningbo remarked solemnly, "It wouldn't surprise me if Godzilla were to appear on Earth one day. Let us get to work. Even if Godzilla were to emerge, we would simply eliminate it." This is not a movie. Humanity possesses extraordinary abilities. Within the Research Institute, the primary officials of the Supervision Bureau of Nanshan City were gathered. Zhang Shoucheng turned to Yao Jianhua. "Have the members of the mobile team been arranged?" "They have been arranged. Personnel from the Psychological Analysis Department will provide them with counseling to mitigate the psychological impacts of this operation. They will have a few days off to engage in activities they enjoy and relax." "Good, I am reassured. They are all excellent warriors, and I believe they will adjust their mindset." "And what about you, Captain? Are you all right?" "As for me?" Zhang Shoucheng assessed his own emotions before smiling. "Rest assured, I am fine. Since I decided to join the authorities, I have mentally prepared myself." Upon hearing this, Yao Jianhua chose not to pursue the topic further, trusting Zhang Shoucheng's words. Since his awakening from an extended slumber, the Supervision Bureau had noted that his mindset remained remarkably stable compared to his previous experiences. Subsequently, Zhang Shoucheng provided them with an overview of the conditions within the mine. After sharing this information, he retrieved a mole cricket corpse from his spatial pocket. The group gathered around to examine it closely, their expressions somber. Director Li approached, prodding the exoskeleton of the mole cricket with a dagger, producing a resonant sound akin to the clash of metals. He inquired with concern, "Captain Zhang, have we confirmed that all the mole crickets in the pit have been eliminated?" Zhang Shoucheng nodded. "I can confirm that they have been eradicated. Xiaohe and I have sensed the area. There are no remnants left. Unfortunately, the most threatening specimen has escaped." Director Li acknowledged this. "That is good to hear. We will need to arrange for personnel to descend for mining. Ordinary individuals cannot handle this. We can assign superpowered individuals to take turns guarding below. The individual combat capability of these creatures is not particularly high. Their true danger lies in their overwhelming numbers. Additionally, if such a massive mole cricket can mutate, Could there be other animals or plants undergoing similar transformations? This matter must be communicated to higher authorities for prompt planning. It has already been reported. Tomorrow morning, a video conference will be convened with the headquarters in Yincheng and various provincial bureaus. You will need to provide a detailed account of the situation. Director Li sighed. I can hardly imagine the devastation to life and property if these colossal species were to emerge on the surface. Let them come. We will stand ready to confront them. If it occurs in remote areas, we can test heavy weaponry and clustered attacks. I have observed that these creatures have merely undergone size alterations due to energy. They do not seem to possess a formidable protective field. So conventional firearms should still be effective. Zhang Shoucheng contemplated. As for appearances in populated regions, notify me immediately. I will eliminate them with utmost speed. Director Zhang remained crouched on the ground, studying the half-meter-long mole cricket corpse, repeatedly marveling at the size these creatures can attain, with the even larger specimens still unaccounted for. There are live specimens, correct? Zhang Shoucheng looked down at him. Indeed, but the question is, what kind of cage do you intend to use to contain it? Its jaws are quite powerful. Ordinary steel would likely be rendered useless. Do not worry, I have a solution. Follow me. Director Zhang led the group to a laboratory containing a fully transparent observation chamber, constructed from an unknown material with a thick, transparent wall reinforced by a grid-like metallic barrier. The interior was electrified, presumably capable of containing the creature. You can place it inside and see. Very well. Zhang Shoucheng, upon receiving this instruction, retrieved a mole cricket that he had immobilized with spatial confinement and placed it directly into the observation chamber. Once the spatial restraint was lifted, the mole cricket immediately sensed the change in its environment and launched a frenzied assault against the observers outside. However, upon colliding with the metallic barrier, it was met with an electric shock, emitting frantic cries. Attempting to escape in another direction, it was shocked several more times before it settled down, no longer daring to move recklessly. Should we place all of them inside? Zhang Shoucheng inquired of the director. How many live specimens do you have? 11. Director Zhang pondered. Let us place 4 inside, along with 1 corpse, while keeping 2 corpses outside for study. The remainder can stay with you. I believe there is no place safer than by your side. Agreed, but I am quite curious. How do you plan to study the live specimens? Director Zhang chuckled. Pointing to the ceiling, this area is connected to the upper level, which is equipped with mechanical arms capable of securely restraining and limiting their movement. Seeing the facility's comprehensive setup, Zhang Shoucheng left the necessary number of specimens for the research institute and did not pursue the matter further. On the morning following the video conference of the Summer National Supervision Department, Zhang Shoucheng arranged for his children to wash up and finish their breakfast. He observed them as they tidied their textbooks and stationery. Unlike many, Zhang had a tendency towards perfectionism since childhood. He disliked having his belongings disheveled, even going so far as to straighten the corners of his books if they were bent. However, he did not impose such strict standards on others, recognizing that everyone has different habits and that it suffices to maintain one's own order. As his children organized their materials, Zhang noticed that the covers they used for their textbooks featured various young celebrities, most of whom he did not recognize, with half of them showcasing the same individual. Wenwen, are these covers from a recently debuted group? Isn't it out of fashion to use heroes from Honor of Kings for covers anymore? Zhang inquired curiously. His daughter, Yongwen, glanced at a book before stuffing it into her backpack. These are the latest popular idols. They're all superpowered beings, she explained. Zhang was taken aback. Had idols with superpowers already overshadowed their older counterparts so swiftly? It seemed clear that idols enhanced with supernatural abilities were indeed more appealing to students, who naturally gravitated towards the cooler and more impressive superpowers being the epitome of coolness in contemporary culture. Zhang felt no need to intervene. It was entirely normal for students to admire idols, provided it did not detract from their studies or daily lives. Upon returning to the office, Zhang donned his uniform and spent some time on the computer, as he was the sole occupant of the office that day. The other team members were on leave to recharge. At 9:30 a.m., the video conference commenced. Zhang had arrived early to the meeting room, where attendance was sparse, primarily consisting of the heads and deputy heads of various departments. The room's 3 walls were adorned with monitors displaying representatives from the Supervision Bureau across provinces. The attendees, much like Zhang, were fully equipped, their true identities concealed. A projection screen hung on one wall, utilized to display images from the conference table's projector. Director Li began by introducing the leaders from the Yincheng headquarters, and both parties exchanged pleasantries. Zhang recognized the minister of the Yincheng Supervision Department, a figure often seen in the news and one of the top 7 officials. Following a brief address from the minister, the meeting shifted to its main agenda, with Zhang stepping forward to elucidate the significant findings related to the case. Esteemed leaders and colleagues, I am grateful for your valuable time amidst your busy schedules to attend this case report. I shall now outline some critical information we have uncovered, he began. Feel free to pose any questions during my presentation. I will endeavor to clarify them to the best of my ability. This incident stemmed from case number 16 within our system, which involved the Supervision Bureau discovering that numerous small and medium-sized enterprise leaders in major economic cities in the southern and eastern regions of our nation were concurrently enthusiastic about a wellness course, claiming it could facilitate the awakening of energies from the universe. Upon our Special Task Force's engagement with the case, investigations revealed that many participants exhibited signs of being controlled by cerebral-type superpowers, the manipulation occurring through a statue carried by the instructor, which seemed to induce mild brainwashing. Although these 2 individuals were mere pawns in a larger scheme, they led us to a significant revelation. They were naturally awakened superpowered individuals, without the comatose phase experienced by the first batch of awakened powers. This marked our first discovery of naturally awakened superpowered beings in the world. Given the gravity of the situation, my team employed mental prowess to forcefully breach the memory barriers of the 2 individuals, uncovering 2 key pieces of intelligence. Firstly, the mastermind orchestrating this was a monk from a rural temple in northern Gombang, who referred to himself as Master Wamping. His primary objective was to unify Gombang and even the Buddhist nations of South Asia, establishing a terrestrial Buddhist kingdom. Most of the chaos in northern Gombang was fabricated to deceive the outside world. He had essentially seized control over the regions of Shanbang and Kickingbang. The statue was crafted from pure silver plated with gold, which we discovered could effectively harmonize with awakening energy and also contained the superpowers of Master Wampum, functioning almost like a signal base for his abilities, extending his cerebral influence far beyond his natural limits. We speculated whether this metal was a product of his superpower or a natural occurrence, especially since the Wang brothers had previously been captured for mining operations. Thus, we initially suspected that this metal might be naturally formed and deeply connected to their awakening. Consequently, I resolved to postpone the pursuit of Master Wampum and instead investigate the unique characteristics of the mining area. Upon inspection, we found that the mine was located on the border between the 2 nations, guarded by approximately 80 soldiers and 4 superpowered individuals, with the majority of miners being citizens of Summer Nation and the extraction site situated within its territory. All opposing units had been neutralized, and we had secured control of the mine, for which I extended my gratitude to the diligent cooperation of our colleagues from Kunyan province. Upon examination, we confirmed that this unusual silver metal indeed originated from the mine, with the energy within the mining tunnels exhibiting remarkable activity. Yet we could not locate the source or the cause of this energy surge. As we delved deeper into the investigation of the energy source, an unexpected complication arose. While Zhang was detailing the case, the projector displayed a massive image of a giant mole cricket. The heads of headquarters and provincial branches scrutinized this extraordinary creature. We discovered this large mutated mole cricket in a cavern that had no connection to any mining tunnels, with a significant population present. Measuring between 40 to 70 centimeters in length, their shells as tough as metal, and their pincers sharp, feeding on energy-rich silver ore. The projector then displayed footage of Zhang's initial test with the first mole cricket, alongside evidence of gnawing marks on the cave walls. After we eradicated the densely populated mole crickets within the cave, I located the epicenter of the energy activity. Everyone, look at this massive hemispherical cavity in the video, I pointed out. Regrettably, it was empty, based on the size of the claw marks on the cave walls and the dimensions of the escape tunnel. We estimated the creature to be around 10 meters in length. Currently, we cannot ascertain whether this colossal beast is the source of the energy surge or if it has consumed the source, causing its immense growth. Colleagues, it has been nearly 2 months since the onset of superpower emergence, and already we are witnessing such a creature. Is this its limit? To what extent can it grow? The size constraints typically imposed on arthropods seem ineffective here. Are there other types of animals that have similarly transcended size limitations, lurking somewhere? Perhaps one day, a colossal monster akin to those in films will suddenly rise from the depths, contending with humanity for scarce living space. The attendees gazed at the enormous claw marks within the hemispherical cavity, rendered speechless, as an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. 061. Follow-up processing. Zhang Shoucheng observed a moment of silence among the attendees and gracefully concluded his presentation, allowing everyone to digest the information they had just received. All right, everyone, that encompasses the content I wish to convey. Noticing that the audience had absorbed the material, he directed their attention back to himself. If anyone has further inquiries, feel free to ask. Upon hearing Zhang Shoucheng's invitation, the provincial super administration departments engaged in internal discussions. Hello, Captain Zhang, greeted an official from the Tianhai City Super Administration Bureau. Greetings, Director Zhou. Tianhai City, a municipality, was represented by Director Zhou, a fair-skinned middle-aged man of slender stature. Zhang Shoucheng was familiar with the internal data systems of various super administration bureaus, allowing him to recognize most of their leaders, many of whom exhibited little of the bureaucratic demeanor, seemingly having transitioned from military backgrounds. We wish to inquire whether Master Wan Peng's brainwashing and confounding abilities could impact a person's character and lifestyle. As you know, some entrepreneurs here have participated in wellness courses. Zhang Shoucheng responded, from our observations, there appears to be no significant impact. This form of confusion merely induces a slight distortion, subtly prompting individuals to overlook unreasonable aspects without forcibly altering their cognition or memory. As long as they refrain from attending further courses or approaching the master, they should be fine. Will the effects dissipate over time if left unchecked? I am uncertain. It requires time for verification. You might consider sending individuals for ongoing observation. However, I suspect it may be challenging to fully dissipate. Are there means to eliminate these effects? Certain types of brain domain superpowered individuals possess the ability to nullify such influences, but their power level must reach at least level 2. Level 2 may require some effort, while level 3 superpowered individuals can manage this with ease. Understood. We have no further questions. Hello, Captain Zhang, an elderly voice interjected. It was Professor Zhu Cheng, head of the Yin City Superpower Research Institute. Professor Zhu, what would you like to inquire? Based on your description, it seems you can sense fluctuations in energy. I am curious as to how you achieve this. Can other superpowered individuals sense it as well? I employ spatial perception to detect the spatial fluctuations of awakened energy within my capacity. As for how I accomplish this, I cannot pinpoint the reason. It feels innate to me. As for others, I have inquired among my team. Ordinary superpowered individuals can sense sudden energy surges within their mental coverage, but cannot detect energy in a state of ordinary fluctuation or equilibrium. Those with brain domain abilities are somewhat more sensitive, but from my level 3 psychic's performance, it appears she is more adept at identifying energy fluctuations that carry traits of other superpowers, while her sensitivity to natural primordial energy is somewhat diminished. Is that so? Professor Zhu sighed. It seems to be a special case, difficult to generalize. What could Zhang Shoucheng say? It was not that he was concealing his abilities. Rather, he had no method to teach it. He suggested, Professor Zhu, perhaps the recently acquired energy metal could serve as a breakthrough. This silver metal has formed a stable fusion state with energy under certain natural mechanisms. Perhaps you could explore this avenue. Professor Zhu nodded. That is indeed a direction worth pursuing. By the looks of it, we may need to focus our research there. By the way, I wonder what your sensing range is? Of course, this concerns the privacy of your superpower, and you may choose to keep it confidential. Zhang Shoucheng smiled. There is no need for secrecy. Since I sensed another enhancement to my abilities a few days ago, my current sensing range is approximately an 8-kilometer radius sphere centered on myself. Director Zhu nodded. No wonder the data indicated only 1 kilometer. It seems your level has recently increased. Thank you, Captain Zhang, for your candidness. I have no further questions. The super administration departments across various provinces expressed a sense of envy towards their counterparts in Guanyu province. While everyone was striving diligently, they were fortunate to have a remarkable figure at the helm. Even more fortunate was the fact that this individual was a stabilizing and orderly presence. Reflecting on the actions of certain nations in Africa, some had regressed to a state reminiscent of slavery, while others had always existed within such societal structures, merely swapping out those in power. Does anyone else have questions? At that moment, Minister L from the Yin City headquarters spoke up. The crowd indicated they had no further inquiries. Then let us proceed with this case, Captain Zhang. Do you have any suggestions regarding the subsequent work arrangements? Minister L regarded Zhang Shoucheng with a gentle expression. Minister L contemplated the rapid changes in the world, pondering how they had once doubted the existence of individuals capable of opposing entire nations, yet now such figures stood before him. Throughout history, no one had experience in dealing with such circumstances, and with the emergence of superpowers, every step they took felt precarious. Minister L, you may arrange the follow-up work as you see fit. I have no particular opinions. Minister L looked earnestly at Zhang Shoucheng. No, Captain Zhang. The current situation differs significantly from the past. We emphasize addressing specific issues with specific analyses. Without investigation, one cannot speak authoritatively, and at present, you are the most authoritative voice. Zhang Shoucheng nodded gravely. Understood, Minister L. Regarding the series of situations arising from this case, I primarily have two considerations. Firstly, concerning Master Wan Ping and the situation in Gongbang, we should initially apply diplomatic pressure on Gongbang, releasing some evidence to condemn their illicit extraction of resources along the borders of Xia country and the persecution of its citizens, demanding immediate resolution of the matter. However, I suspect they lack the capability and resolve to address this. We will intervene to eliminate this group. It is a matter of formalities before force. I will not tolerate such threats along Xia country's borders, nor do I wish for individuals like Wan Peng to continue existing, as his abilities pose a grave danger, serving as a natural source of turmoil. If he had not reached out, I would leave him be. If he desires to establish a Buddhist state, let him. But since he has dared to extend his influence, we shall not grant him the opportunity. Minister L nodded in agreement. That is indeed our consideration as well. In these exceptional times, we cannot afford to be soft when firmness is required. And what else? Secondly, regarding the discovery of the colossal creature, I have a premonition that this will not be an isolated incident. Whether the mole consumed an energy source resulting in mutation, or it was itself a source of energy, it is plausible that similar occurrences are happening worldwide. It is one thing on land, with the ocean covering 70% of the planet. It serves as a natural hiding place for giants. Given the richness of marine life, how many more monsters might emerge? What calamities could they bring upon humanity? That is for you to decide. Should we publicly disclose our findings on the international stage to alert other nations? Minister L contemplated before responding. Yes. Let us make it public. After all, we have always advocated for a shared human destiny, and we remain a part of humanity. Zhang Shoucheng had no objections to this course of action. 062. Global focus regarding Minister LV's decision to publicly disclose the threat posed by the giant beasts identified by Xia country. No objections were raised by various provincial offices. After all, this was merely an announcement of a discovery. Should a true giant beast emerge, each nation would be compelled to address the situation independently. Unless they find themselves utterly powerless, on the brink of national extinction, countries, following their customary tendencies, would be reluctant to allow foreign intervention in their domestic affairs. Barring a few exceptions who lack sovereignty, the act of making intelligence public exemplifies a sense of responsibility and fundamental ethics befitting a major power. It is a basic duty that comes with being a member of the global community. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce an appointment. Minister LV, as the leader of Xia country's superpower administration headquarters, now solemnly addresses the key figures of provincial superpower offices via the screen. The leaders of various offices exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether this topic was on today's agenda. The current appointment elevates Zhang, the deputy director of the Superpowered Personnel Management Bureau in Nanshan City, Guangdong Province, to the position of deputy minister of Xia country's Superpowered Personnel Management Department. His administrative rank will be raised accordingly, and he will have the autonomy to choose his responsibilities. Minister LV refrained from directly addressing Zhang Shoucheng by name. Those in the know understood, while those unaware were evidently of a lower rank. This unexpected turn of events elicited congratulatory remarks towards Zhang Shoucheng from the crowd. Zhang himself was quite taken aback. This promotion was indeed a significant leap, surpassing even his own superpower advancement. However, he realized that his feelings about such matters had evolved. The implications of this promotion mattered more to his family and friends than to him personally. Deputy Minister Zhang, I appreciate your contributions to the stability of Xia country and your recognition of our efforts. I am grateful that amidst the tumultuous global landscape, we have citizens like you who uphold order. I hope that in the days to come, we can work together to ensure that the Xia people continue to thrive and progress amidst these changing circumstances, Minister LV said, casting a gentle gaze upon Zhang Shoucheng. Zhang nodded earnestly, responding, I will, rest assured, Minister LV. I am grateful for the leader's kindness and the support of my colleagues. Minister LV continued, as for your work arrangements, you are free to choose. The state will not impose directives. I am aware of your situation in Nanshan, and this elevation is merely to facilitate your work, allowing you to mobilize more resources in emergencies. I understand, Minister LV, but for now, I will remain in Nanshan, Zhang replied. Thus, The meeting of Xia country's superpower administration concluded smoothly. There were no reporters present, no news cameras, only the video conferencing equipment. The content of this internal meeting would not be disclosed to the media. It would remain within the confines of the Superpower Administration's internal system, inaccessible without the proper clearance. Certain matters must be kept confidential. Imagine if the public were to confirm the potential for giant beast attacks. What would their thoughts be? They would think of Godzilla, Pacific Rim, the apocalypse. There would undoubtedly be rampant speculation, uncontrollable rumors, forget about hoarding salt, even toilet paper would be wiped out. Social chaos would ensue, a field day for the ambitious, a feast for rumor-mongers, all while the ordinary populace bears the brunt of the turmoil. Sometimes, confidentiality is not due to fear from above, but rather a protective measure for the majority. The notion of the public's right to know is a fallacy. Do the citizens of America dare to delve into the archives of their government? Do they dare to storm the Capitol? Oh, it seems they do. And the result is that most of the organizers have physically vanished, leaving one individual encased in concrete feeling quite distraught. Given that Xia country routinely informs other nations, rumors will undoubtedly infiltrate from outside, but as long as the state maintains stability, major disturbances can be avoided. In the afternoon, Zhang Shoucheng found himself alone in his office, keeping a close watch on relevant news. How starkly realistic and unembellished this memorialization is. Perhaps due to the excessive freedom afforded by his current position. He could indeed take a holiday every day if he wished, with no objections from above, as long as he refrained from causing trouble. Yet, Zhang Shoucheng is not one to sit idly by. He finds joy in being productive. He also prefers solitude over socializing as he ages. The international news channels are presently vociferously condemning the actions of Gongbang for their infringement on Xia country's sovereignty and the persecution of its citizens. Interviews with miners reveal their harrowing experiences of inhumane treatment in the mines, recounting the number of compatriots who perished due to excessive labor and brutal beatings. Static media has released footage of the mining conditions and the shocking injuries sustained by the miners. Among them is a tall, gaunt man who had communicated with Zhang Shoucheng, holding a photograph of himself for comparison. It is evident that he was once a robust man, at least 185 centimeters in height, now reduced to a frail figure. As if a gust of wind could carry him away, his ribs protruding alarmingly, with numerous wounds evident. It is a miracle he has survived to this day. In summary, since noon, all official channels of Xia country have vehemently condemned Gongbang as shameless actions, adopting an unusually assertive stance, demanding that they swiftly resolve the chaos in the north within the week to maintain border stability and surrender the perpetrators who have plundered Xia country's resources and harmed its citizens for interrogation. Should satisfactory results not be achieved by the end of the week, Xia country reserves the right to take actions to uphold its dignity. In an instant, both domestic and international public opinion surged. A seemingly ordinary afternoon had ignited such a significant controversy. Domestic netizens expressed their outrage, unanimously calling for the state to punish the neighbor who harmed their compatriots, showcasing a resolute attitude. Only a few, in a bizarre twist of reflection, questioned whether there was something amiss on their part, pondering why others targeted Xia citizens while Americans were not sent to the mines. Such reflections at this juncture seemed to stem from a desire to cleanse oneself of guilt using the misfortune of others. However, the masses quickly found satisfaction in their demands. Internationally, nations are currently grappling with their own superpower dilemmas, having not witnessed a significant diplomatic event for quite some time. Xia country's sudden and forceful stance has caught the attention of major nations, who now keenly await the actions Xia country will take and the source of their newfound assertiveness. Who has granted Xia country such audacity? In this moment, the gaze of the world's leading nations converges upon the tumultuous northern territory of Gongbang. The potential emergence of giant beasts has left the upper echelons of various countries unsettled, while simultaneously harboring resentment towards America. Why do they trivialize the threat with films like Pacific Rim? Now that the beasts may be upon us, where are the mechas? America, do speak up. After the meeting, Zhang Shoucheng fully embraced leisure over the next few days. In truth, since his awakening, he had not been particularly busy. His primary role was not to investigate cases, as that was the responsibility of other departments. His small team was generally tasked with the suppression of troublesome superpowered criminals, serving as a deterrent force to maintain the overall stability of the summer nation. The law exists not merely to punish offenders, but to delineate behaviors that are unacceptable. Unless faced with adversaries beyond the capabilities of ordinary superpowered individuals, the authorities would not assign him tasks, allowing him the autonomy to pursue his own endeavors. He would occasionally seek out tasks within the system to stave off idleness. Life had settled into a tranquil and rhythmic routine. During his time with his father, Zhang Shoucheng observed that the mysterious awakening power that had emerged on Earth not only granted a minority superpowers, but also benefited ordinary people. His father's health appeared markedly improved. Humanity existed enveloped in this energy, and even those without awakened powers were passively assimilating it, gradually enhancing their physical condition. The authorities had likely already recognized this phenomenon but chose not to disclose it, possibly still in a phase of observation. Zhang Shoucheng attempted to compress the space around his father slightly, increasing the energy density, only to discover that ordinary bodies seemed to have a limit to their absorption capacity. Had such a function existed, he could have produced superpowered individuals en masse. The awakening energy was not superpower in itself. It merely acted as a catalyst and a source of nourishment for superpowered beings, quite different from the radiant downpour that had initially emerged from the shattered sky, which resembled a chaotic amalgamation of high-concentration energy. After several days, the fervor surrounding the announcement of the Gongbang North incident and the government's stern demands had gradually subsided. However, the nature of international chaos had shifted. Previously, it stemmed largely from rampant gun violence and ineffective governance, whereas now it was predominantly instigated by superpowers. Nations around the world were preoccupied with addressing the turmoil and rifts caused by superpowers, paying little attention to the Gongbang. Perhaps the only entity in a state of urgency was the Gongbang itself, but this nation had been a fragmented entity even before the emergence of superpowers, with the military government having virtually no control over the northern regions. Now, such control seemed even more implausible. Over 100 factions, most of which were armed, were not to be trifled with. The long-implemented policy of Great Gong ethnocentrism had bred deep-seated distrust among local factions towards the central authority. On December 24th, Sunday, Christmas Eve, 4 members of the mobile team decided to join their captain for some festive cheer at a church. Zhang Shoucheng, however, had little understanding of Christmas Eve. For him, it was merely an excuse for merriment. A typical citizen of the summer nation would hardly concern themselves with the origins of this celebration. It was simply a reason to gather. He accepted the invitation, bringing along his children to enjoy the festivities. They took a 7-seater vehicle from the bureau, accommodating 5 adults and 2 children perfectly. As they set off without any special preparations, Zhang Shoucheng introduced his children to his colleagues. This is Yongwen, and this is Yongming. They are colleagues from the same work group. You can call them brother and sister. He then focused on driving, allowing them to converse among themselves. The 4 members of the mobile team introduced themselves, with the children calling each person by name. Zhang Shoucheng interjected, "My daughter should be able to play with you," as she is only 2 years younger than He Yuqing. While driving, he noticed their chatter and chose to contribute. Wang Zixuan chuckled, "That may not be the case, Captain. We 3 are technically adults and may find it somewhat challenging to engage with younger children. Shoucheng might manage, though." Her quick response, casually addressing him as Captain, held little significance. However, her comment irked He Yuqing. "How dare you say I'm underage? I hardly look like it. I've already started working. Are you suggesting I should sue the Bureau for employing child labor?" The 2 male team members wisely refrained from intervening, instead engaging Zhang Shoucheng's son in discussions about the world of big boys, playfully inquiring if he had a girlfriend at school. They were well aware that elementary school students were unlikely to have such relationships. It was merely a jest, taking delight in the boy's embarrassment. Zhang Yongming, only in the 3rd grade, was at an age prone to shyness and blushed without realizing anything amiss. His sister, Zhang Yongwen, now a 14-year-old young lady, glanced at He Yuqing, who was merely 2 years her senior, and then at the other 3 adults, suddenly filled with curiosity. Since the special mobile team had entered the public eye, particularly with their captain being lauded online as the most formidable superpowered individual of the age, the team held significant influence among the populace. Everyone recognized the existence of this team, which, alongside all official superpowered individuals, worked to maintain stability within the summer nation, ensuring that society remained relatively orderly, akin to the period before the superpower explosion. However, the lack of publicly available information about the team members led to mere speculation and discussion, preventing any formation of a fan culture. Zhang Shoucheng's daughter had heard her classmates discuss the special mobile team at school, possessing some understanding of the situation. Now, seeing her father's colleagues, she momentarily entertained a fanciful notion. Could it be? No, her father was far too old for that. The thought of his age quickly dispelled her whimsical hypothesis. The lively group arrived in the commercial district near a church in Huxiu district, parking their vehicle before each ordering a milk tea and rushing towards the church. In the Summer Nation, churches of the monotheistic faith were indeed rare. Within the vast Huxiu district, one would be hard-pressed to find many. Unlike Buddhism, the Summer people inherently felt little affinity for monotheism, or perhaps even harbored some aversion. Even if they visited a church, it was often out of curiosity, akin to visiting a temple or Taoist shrine, merely offering a token gesture of respect. Oh, and since monotheists do not burn incense, this only intensified the Summer people's detachment. Modern Summer citizens find it challenging to comprehend the fervor of monotheistic believers. I want to even entertain whether you can bless me. You expect me to devote myself entirely to you? Who do you think you are? The church was bustling with crowds on Christmas Eve. Those unaware might assume that monotheism enjoyed immense popularity in the Summer Nation, whereas in reality, it was merely a popular rendezvous for young couples. Meanwhile, the church staff diligently conducted their routine activities, while others outside distributed pamphlets, hoping to attract a few converts. Zhang Shoucheng and his companions easily squeezed inside, guiding the two children as they marveled at the bustling atmosphere and pocketed the promotional pamphlets. No one paid any attention to these materials. They held little significance. If divine retribution were to befall humanity for its sins, the Anglos would be the first to suffer. In the square outside the church, not only tourists congregated, but also opportunistic vendors seizing the moment to make a profit. The group wandered about, purchasing toys, sampling snacks, and enjoying the vibrant atmosphere, reveling in the festive spirit. For the Summer people, the significance of Christmas Eve was largely limited to such merriment. If there was any deeper meaning, it lay in Zhang Shoucheng permitting his children to stay out a little longer. As the clock struck midnight, an unknown event unfolded within the church, causing the crowd to erupt in jubilation. Zhang Shoucheng and his companions, however, remained outside, merely hearing the commotion, glancing in with curiosity, yet unaware of any significant occurrence taking place. Suddenly, Zhang Shoucheng sensed a significant increase in the vitality of the energy surrounding him. Shortly thereafter, a deep rumble of thunder echoed, though no lightning was visible. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the heavens, persistent and unrelenting. "Father, it seems that rain is imminent." The following day, Zhang Shoucheng was at his office, perusing the internal system. The list of unresolved superpower cases had undergone significant changes, indicating that superpower management agencies across the nation were diligently addressing incidents stemming from superhuman abilities. It was not solely his responsibility to resolve every matter. In truth, most superpower cases were relatively straightforward to solve. Reality was not akin to a suspense drama replete with convoluted, high-intellect crimes. The majority of these incidents involved ordinary individuals who, upon unexpectedly acquiring powers, let ambition swell unchecked and subsequently committed impulsive acts of violence, characteristic of crimes of passion, easily solvable. The real challenge lay in apprehending certain offenders, as superpowers could be remarkably diverse, with some abilities being particularly suited for evasion. As team members arrived one after another, Zhang noted their buoyant spirits. They appeared well and energized. It seemed that their first encounter with violence had not left a lasting impression on them. He pondered whether it was their inherent fortitude or if their superhuman abilities were subtly altering their mindsets. "Seeing you all in good spirits puts me at ease. I was genuinely concerned that one of you might be left with psychological scars, crying at the mere thought of combat in the future," he remarked. "You think too much, Captain. We were prepared for such occurrences when we joined the Superpower Management Agency. It was an inevitability, really," said he Yuching boldly. Ironically, Zhang's greatest concern was for her, being the youngest and possessing a unique ability. However, observing her demeanor, he refrained from voicing his worries. "Captain, have you heard about last night's events?" Ningbo suddenly inquired. "Are you referring to the thunder?" Zhang nodded. "I've heard. The internet is ablaze with discussions. After all, it was thunder across nearly the entire globe, which is decidedly abnormal." Wang Zishuan interjected, "What is so abnormal about it? The world has changed. We have superpowers. The sky can fracture. What is a little thunder? It was merely a matter of timing." Wang Junyu, with a bright smile, mused. "Perhaps it was the Almighty descending upon us on Christmas Eve. Do you think it's possible that a deity exists?" The others stared at him incredulously. "That is quite a leap. If a deity were to exist, they'd likely bring some angels along. If our version of a deity were real, they'd have quite the entourage. Would we bow down or toss a mushroom to gauge their strength?" Zhang sighed. "You're overthinking it. If they were omniscient and omnipotent, their presence would hold little significance for us. If not, what difference would it make?" Moments later, Yao Jianhua entered. Good morning, Deputy Minister Zhang. Zhang observed her curiously. Now you see why I don't call you Deputy Section Chief Yao anymore. Just call me Captain. I've grown accustomed to it. Yao smiled, not objecting. All right, Captain. Regarding the thunder that echoed globally last night, have you made any discoveries? Certainly not the almighty descending, he replied, recalling the team's earlier banter. He then turned serious. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but I did notice that when the thunder struck, the energy fluctuations in the atmosphere became significantly more pronounced. What do you mean by that? She inquired. Perhaps future changes will be even more intense. Don't you sense that, despite the chaos in many parts of the world, the overall transformations are still within the realm of human acceptance? It feels as though humanity is on the verge of a significant change, just waiting for the right moment to erupt. I hope it won't be too catastrophic, Yo sighed. There's little we can control. We must do our utmost to ensure societal stability. On a different note, have there been any developments on the Gongbang front? I haven't had the chance to follow up. Just as we anticipated, Yao shook her head. They are utterly powerless against their northern territory and cannot even muster additional personnel for deterrence, be they ordinary soldiers or superhumans. Such fragmented nations are like that. We cannot expect them to mirror our own situation. While our citizens may harbor some grievances against their government, the overwhelming majority's loyalty to this nation and its civilization is unparalleled by foreign entities. Yet we cannot be too optimistic. There are still a fair number of Zapotnik among us. Let us not dwell on those ingrates who could forget their roots. What do you expect from those who disregard their own heritage? What have the higher-ups decided? What can be done? This threat must be eliminated. Especially in this era of rampant superpowers. We must set an example. The specific operation will likely involve selecting elite superhumans from Kunyan and Guangnan provinces to execute this mission. There is no need to mobilize so many. Let our small team handle it. I will personally discuss this with Minister Liu shortly. Do we have any intelligence from that area? Any informants? The majority of the remaining population in Kachibang adheres to the faith in the Almighty and has unified to resist the expansion of the Sha Anbang forces. Seemingly backed by the shadow of the former British Empire, Yao replied. Zhang furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. These troublemakers, why are they everywhere? The sun has set on their reign for so long, yet they still stir up chaos. Upon considering the presence of Wan Peng, a superhuman with cerebral abilities in Sha Anbang, Zhang felt his suspicions were likely to be validated. Could things truly develop like this? Yet he quickly recognized an inconsistency. Had he truly been deceived? Does Wan Peng not realize he is one of us, yet still sends him here? That remains unclear. He is currently in the Spring City Bureau of Kunyan Province. Perhaps this is orchestrated intentionally by the Gongbang North faction. That is indeed a possibility, Yao replied uncertainly. Currently, he remains under the influence of Wan Peng's superpower, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. After all, he is one of our own, and we cannot resort to force. Then it's straightforward. We shall address his issues first, and all will be revealed. With that, Zhang communicated with superiors, confirming his intent to personally lead the team to eradicate this hidden threat. 065. Intelligence from the undercover brotherhood. The world has always operated on this principle. If you are weak and impoverished, no one will pay you any heed. Regardless of the chaos that ensues or the hunger that drives people to consume dirt. Conversely, if you possess sufficient strength, every action you undertake will attract the gaze of others. Even if your leader merely loses his way on stage, it can make headlines internationally. This truth applies equally to individuals and nations. The Xia Kingdom stands as one of the mightiest giants on this planet. And any official external action from this nation inevitably garners close attention from the international community. Today marks Monday, the beginning of a new week. And the upper echelons of major nations, alongside some citizens attuned to global affairs, have turned their eyes towards the often tumultuous quagmire of Gongbang Bai. Eager to discern how the Xia Kingdom will respond to Gongbang's apparent inaction concerning its northern territory. Perhaps, in this moment, one might glimpse the source of the Xia Kingdom's uncharacteristic confidence. However, as it stands, Gongbang shows little by way of substantive action, while the Xia Kingdom seems equally restrained. With no indications of military mobilization along the border, maintaining an air of stability as always. Although we have entered the era of superpowers, the transition is still recent. People's mindsets remain entrenched in traditional military confrontation models, failing to recognize that superpowers have become a decisive force. Upon the arrival of Zhang Shoucheng and his team, they were greeted by Director Yang of the Spring City Supervision Bureau, with whom Zhang had communicated prior to their departure. Deputy Minister Zhang, we are grateful for your assistance. Yang remarked, shaking Zhang's hand warmly. He then expressed his admiration, stating, "Your speed is truly remarkable, with forces like yours stationed in our country. We are more confident in the future situation. Just call me Captain, Director Yang. No need for such formality. Let us hasten to meet the brother affected by the superpower." Zhang replied, "Certainly, follow me." Soon, in the confinement chamber, they encountered the undercover superpowered individual, short in stature, with a distinctly southern appearance, high cheekbones, and a darker complexion, resembling a member of a minority ethnic group. This was quite normal, as Kunyan province is home to many ethnicities, sharing origins with those from Gongbang. Though historical circumstances have divided them into two nations, much like the presence of the Goryeo and Dama ethnicities within the Xia kingdom. At that moment, the superpowered individual wore a perplexed expression, yet his gaze remained cautiously unfriendly as he regarded the group. Director Yang sighed. His name is Li Hao, affiliated with the Mingsong City Bureau, a pure physical type with grade 2 superpower. Given that our province is a border area adjacent to the unstable Gongbang. Since the global superpower outbreak, we have seen an influx of superpowered individuals fleeing there after committing crimes. Zhang observed Li Hao's demeanor and inquired, "Has he always been like this? Has the influence not diminished? It seems to be waning. Just a couple of days ago, when he was captured, he exhibited extreme fervor. Now, he appears somewhat better. What do you think, Captain? Can it be resolved?" "Qin, why don't you give it a try?" Zhang suggested. "All right, Captain." Upon saying this, Yuqing immediately employed her psychic abilities, entering Li Hao's consciousness to begin purging the influence that had affected him. After approximately 5 minutes, she exhaled in relief and nodded at Zhang. At this point, Li Hao appeared as if the shackles of his mind had been removed. His expression suddenly relaxed, and the wariness in his eyes gave way to a hint of shame. "I apologize for the trouble. Who are you?" Yang and Zhang introduced themselves accordingly. Li Hao expressed his surprise, "So you are the special mobile team. I have heard whispers of you in Gongbang." Zhang was not taken aback by this revelation. The rapid dissemination of modern information made it unsurprising that news of them had reached that region. "How are you feeling now? Could you share what it was like under the influence of that so-called Master Wamping's superpower?" Zhang inquired with interest. "Honestly, I felt nothing significant. It was as if a weight had suddenly lifted off my chest. As for Wamping's superpower, it doesn't distort or alter my memories. I am aware of my identity and what I am doing, yet I found myself trusting him immensely, willing to forsake everything to assist him in realizing his dream." "Did you not harbor any doubts or resistance internally?" Zhang probed further. "Not at all. It was as if a voice constantly reminded me that everything I once held dear was illusory, and only his ideology was the sole path to world stability." Li Hao reflected thoughtfully. Yuqing's abilities are akin to those of Professor X. She can occupy another's consciousness, transforming them into her proxy or erasing memories, and even implanting fictitious ones. However, she operates within official parameters and seldom utilizes these powers due to her high moral standards. Master Wamping, however, poses a greater danger. This is a passive form of automatic brainwashing, not altering memories nor distorting personalities. Once under his influence, one unknowingly becomes his devotee, loyal to him. No wonder he has managed to consolidate a significant portion of Gongbangbai's power. Such a superpower seems destined for this purpose, befitting a person of religious background. Even if he were not a Buddhist, he could easily establish another sect, naturally inclined to thrive in this domain. Should he appear in South Goryeo, unifying myriad peculiar cults and dominating the entertainment industry, it would not be a mere dream. Given his sensitivity to energy, attempting to exert similar powers over him would necessitate breaching his spatial defenses. Take Yuqing as an example. If she harbored any intentions towards Zhang Shoucheng, the moment she entered his mental realm, she would become lost within an endless spatial labyrinth, never to emerge. Zhang then inquired, "Is this influence permanent, or does it diminish over time?" As Zhang Shoucheng pondered over the topic of accessories, he recalled the recent apprehension of the Wang brothers, Wang Chun and Wang Ji. "Director Yang, you were the ones who handled the Wang brothers, correct? Did they possess any similar adornments?" Zhang inquired, turning to Director Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Director Yang responded, "Indeed, they had a Bodhi prayer bead bracelet. The beads were modest in size, but one of them was silver." This revelation left Ning Bo and Wang Junyu feeling somewhat ashamed, as they had conducted the pat-down and overlooked the brothers' accessories, which likely stemmed from a lack of experience. Zhang Shoucheng refrained from commenting, acknowledging that he too had failed to notice, but with time and experience, such oversights would naturally be avoided. "Li Hao, do you possess any similar adornments?" Zhang asked. I do not, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. Do you not require them? Zhang questioned, puzzled. I suppose not. We are generally in close proximity to Wanping. Only those stationed outside, such as superpowered individuals or tribal leaders with military authority, would adorn themselves with items consecrated by him. This clarification brought understanding among the group. Zhang surmised that Wanping's superpower level was likely around 3, with 4 being improbable. If his level were sufficiently high, He Yuqing would have taken longer to dispel his abilities. It seemed that those frequently near him need not worry about their influence waning. Whereas individuals assigned to external duties relied on items he had consecrated, which essentially fused their own superpower energy to achieve a lasting impact. Those accessories indeed functioned like signal relays. No, Li Hao reiterated. Suddenly, Director Yang inquired, has your identity been compromised? Li Hao fell silent for a moment. His voice tinged with resignation. Yes, after being influenced by him, I revealed it myself. This admission indicated a concession, an expression of his desire to avoid provoking such a formidable neighbor. It was believed that if the energy silver mine were not of utmost importance to him, he would not dare to take risks in its extraction. The earlier instructors, who had profited from their teachings, were merely incidental to his designs. They were not solely targeting the Xia Kingdom, but rather sought to amass wealth through such means. Surely, there were others, akin to those who inadvertently acquired his accessories, scattered across the globe, although that was of little concern to Zhang Shoucheng and his companions. After all, no matter how one might compel loyalty, the subordinates still required sustenance. To establish an ideal Buddhist realm, funding was essential for building and expanding influence. Regardless of the ideology behind forming an administrative system, the underlying foundation remained economic. Otherwise, the United States would not be so relentless in exploiting others, mercilessly cutting down their own allies when pressed. Unfortunately, Wanping, being of ordinary monk origins, held naive aspirations, failing to grasp that international relations differ vastly from the disputes among common folk. A mere gesture of goodwill would not suffice to transform enmity into peace. If a powerful nation perceives a threat and possesses the means to neutralize it, they will strike decisively, as evidenced by the current situation between major powers. Wanping's superpower was indeed formidable and, should it reach a higher echelon, could potentially ensure permanent loyalty from others, leading to uncertain allegiances along the borders of the Xia Kingdom. The daunting presence of the formidable northern neighbor instilled both fear and temptation. Zhang Shoucheng patted Li Hao on the shoulder, saying, do not blame yourself, my brother. With Wanping's abilities, anyone would fall victim. Now, simply tell me his whereabouts. I know. I just feel a sense of reluctance, Li Hao replied with a bitter smile. He usually resides not far from the border in Jing'an town, with Shangguang Temple situated on the mountain outside the town. Thank you for the information. You have done well. We will handle the rest. Please rest well and report any abnormalities to the Bureau promptly. Theoretically, once Wanping's superpower influence was dispelled, there should be no lingering effects, as evidenced by the previous business owners who had been cleansed by He Yuqing without issues. Zhang's reassurance aimed to alleviate Li Hao's psychological burden, even if complications arose. The local bureau in Chunxiang had brain domain superpowered individuals monitoring the situation, albeit of lower rank, which was why they awaited He Yuqing's assistance for cleansing. Brain domain superpowered individuals were exceedingly rare, and Zhang believed that fewer than 10 existed within the borders of the Xia Kingdom. After bidding farewell to Director Yang, Zhang led his team directly to Wanping's lair, intending to eradicate this hidden threat once and for all. Jing'an Town, located in the northern region of the Ganbang Kingdom, was a border town less than 100 kilometers from the Xia Kingdom's border. It was characterized by its towering mountains and dense forests, with a fierce populace and numerous tribes, where firearms were rampant. Various ethnic groups frequently engaged in violent disputes over trivial matters, transforming conflicts into real-life confrontations. There were no significant economic resources to foster development, and tourism was but a distant dream. Only the foolhardy would venture here, seeking their own demise. In such chaotic conditions, the region was undeniably backward, resembling a forgotten corner of the world, where life and death went unnoticed. The cycle of poverty perpetuated violence, and violence perpetuated poverty. Zhang Shoucheng's team quickly located Shangguang Temple using satellite navigation. However, they did not reveal themselves but rather cloaked in invisibility, surveying the temple and Jing'an town from above. Numerous factions had congregated outside the town, adorned in a haphazard array of attire and wielding an assortment of weaponry, with skirmishes being a common occurrence. Although everyone was ostensibly aligned with Wan Ping's influence, animosity lingered among them. For Wan Ping's superpower merely compelled others to serve him without altering their inherent nature or dissolving their grudges. He was not the Buddha incarnate. Zhang Shoucheng and his companions also noted the presence of individuals whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the locals, including some foreign tourists. These individuals were often equipped with filming devices, resembling either travel bloggers or news reporters, yet the local residents and soldiers exhibited no signs of hostility towards them. It was likely that they had received Wan Ping's authorization and protection, allowing them to frolic freely in this tumultuous environment. Is anyone truly brave enough to visit here? Surely. These individuals must be unhinged. Could they be intelligence agents from another country? Yuching expressed her astonishment, clearly perceiving the peculiarity of their presence. Is there any doubt? Zhang affirmed her suspicion, then added, "Let us proceed directly to Shanguang Temple to address the primary target. As for these individuals, let them observe. If we do not provide the world with a glimpse of supernatural prowess, how can we instill fear in others?" Shanguang Temple was modest in size. In the rear courtyard, a middle-aged monk was fervently chanting scriptures, while the surrounding rooms housed not monks, but superpowered individuals. The ordinary monks were stationed in the main hall, suggesting that Wan Ping was well aware of the trouble he had stirred, prompting him to summon his elite superpowered followers for protection. Zhang confirmed Wan Ping's appearance with Yuching. Having inwardly housed mental space and gleaned his memories, she recognized the visage of Master Wan Ping. The temple perimeter was also fortified with concealed lookout points, each manned by a superpowered individual and several soldiers. They were still employing conventional tactics to counter potential assassination attempts. But alas, it was the age of superpowers, rendering such defenses largely ineffective. Perhaps they simply had no better alternatives. It was, after all, a futile endeavor to fend off Zhang Shoucheng, as even an ordinary person piloting a fighter jet could easily decimate this location. With a mere thought, Zhang Shoucheng sealed off the courtyard space where Wan Ping and his superpowered followers resided, ensuring that none could escape. He and his team descended in an uninhabited corner outside the temple, turning to Yuching, "Can you sense the nearby lookout points?" Yuching nodded, indicating her understanding. Then proceed to eliminate them one by one. Leave no one unaddressed. Acknowledged. The X4 operatives swiftly embarked on their mission, while Zhang Shoucheng remained quietly in place. Observing their actions, he refrained from assisting them, allowing them to resolve the situation independently, merely acting as a safeguard against any unforeseen incidents. Before long, gunfire erupted simultaneously from several locations, only to quickly subside. Soon after, similar sounds emanated from other areas, again fading swiftly into silence. The mountaintop where the temple stood returned to tranquility. Yet, the noise had already reached the town, as the Shanguang Temple was not far from it. The townsfolk, in unison, gazed toward the temple's direction. Had the events commenced? Those masquerading as tourists hurried toward the temple, eagerly capturing the scene with their cameras. Inside the temple, the few monks appeared bewildered, rushing outside to survey their surroundings, clueless about the unfolding events. Wan Ping and the superpowered individual protecting him were well aware of the situation. But upon exiting, they found themselves unable to reach the main hall. It was as if an invisible wall obstructed their path. Some attempted to break through from other angles, yet the same barrier confronted them from all sides. It was as though the rear courtyard had become a secluded world, where even their shouts could not escape. Zhang Shoucheng had no interest in engaging with them, let alone confronting Wan Ping. Although he was confident in his resistance to their control, he saw no reason to grant the enemy an opportunity. Is everything resolved? The four nodded. Observing their slightly anxious expressions, Zhang Shoucheng felt they had matured significantly, displaying a calmness far superior to their previous encounter. He then turned his gaze toward the rear courtyard, extending his hand upward. Following his gesture, the vast space he had sealed off began to ascend into the sky. The townsfolk and tourists rushing toward the temple halted their movements, mouths agape in astonishment at the incredible sight. Those closer could distinctly see the superpowered individuals within, each unleashing their abilities against the air, yet failing to breach the transparent, incredibly resilient, damned wall. Everything transpired in silence. They could not hear the words of those inside. The courtyard did not rise too high, ensuring visibility for all. Subsequently, Zhang Shoucheng clenched his fist, and the entire space encompassing the courtyard, its rooms, ground, trees, and inhabitants, began to gradually vanish, as if they had never existed in this world. Unlike Thanos, who left behind a trace of dust, they left nothing at all. In complete silence, all onlookers felt an unsettling strangeness envelop the world around them. Unable to hear the murmurs of those nearby, Zhang Shoucheng gazed at his clenched fist, lost in thought. Indeed, the combination of superpowers and gestures imbued the moment with an undeniable sense of ritual.